Hey guys, enjoy your part 2 and don't forget to like, subscribe and share. Chapter 82. A powerful surge of magical energy reverberated within the cathedral's conference hall. An hour ago, the invincible god announced that Usse Juming had become a god, and that moment was a time of great celebration for the wealthy. Upon becoming a god, Zetsu no Michi's first order was for all the holy scripture captains and all the high priests to gather in the conference room. During that hour, everyone used teleportation magic to return, and they are now all gathered in the huge conference hall. More than 80 people gathered here, and everyone was dumbfounded, because the terrifying magic power of absolute death and death was constantly surging in the air. Although everyone present possessed the skills or methods to explore magic, they did not use them. Because of the terrifying magic power that could be seen with the naked eye, the sound of the air being constantly squeezed by the magic power, and even the fact that the entire building was being subjected to an impact it should not have been able to bear. All of this is enough to prove how terrifying this magic is. No one is foolish enough to use the 083 exploration magic to directly confront such magic. Because this is undoubtedly no different from self-harm. Seeing the speechless astonishment on her underlings' faces, Zesshi was extremely pleased. I have now become a god, and I have come here only to let you witness the power of a god. Everyone who heard Zetsu's boastful words looked on with longing. As everyone knows, I am the strongest, but I am actually a warrior. Magic is not my forte. After becoming a god, even my weakest magic is enough to destroy the world. Not to mention my full strength. Hearing Usse Juming's words, everyone once again cast envious glances at him. They were well aware of this blatant boasting and showing off of his strength. As long as you serve God's kingdom well, you will all have the opportunity to become gods. Strive hard. This is what I want to tell you at this meeting. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately knelt down. Thank you for the guidance from the invincible God. We will pursue the invincible God for eternity. Zesshi felt the admiring, envious, and awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd, and a sickly smile appeared on her cute little face. It's definitely my territory that's best, and my underlings are the best too. They're all waiting to cooperate with my showing off. After her boasting ended, Zhu Juming was in a good mood and immediately ran away, planning to cause a ruckus in the streets. She wanted everyone in the entire Divine Kingdom to know that she, Zhu Juming, was invincible. I am not an ant. The elementalist naturally sensed Zetsu's actions. She secretly inquired, wondering what kind of grievance this child had suffered to warrant such a display of emotion. The elementalist was too lazy to care. Anyway, he could leave the affairs of the Divine Kingdom to Zhu Juming from now on, and he should go to sleep. For the Supreme Elemental God, sleep is her happiest time. Yes, all 10 Supreme Heavens have flaws and are not perfect. The Supreme Being of creation is always restless, while the Supreme Being of elements loves to sleep. Of course, they were actually just using this so-called weakness to accumulate power more quickly. For example, once an element enters a sleep state, all the core elements of the world will automatically gather around her, making her stronger even faster. As for Genesis, she becomes stronger with each world she creates, so she can't stay idle. Haha, this is life. I love it. At this moment, the deathly destiny, hovering above the cathedral, exuded terrifying magic as it flew slowly in the low sky. It sensed the kneeling posture of the people below. It was so incredibly satisfying. It's a pity that the master's orders were absolute peace and no trouble whatsoever. Otherwise, Usse Juming would have loved to personally go to the battlefield and slaughter those ants. Moreover, the entire Divine Kingdom is now under the control of Zetsume. Although she knows her master's orders, this Yandere Zetsume will still try every means to cause trouble. For example, killing that beastly elf king or something like that. The thought of the elf king's utter demise filled her with rage. Her eyes blazed with fury as she abruptly raised her hand, summoning a blood-red scythe. I can't tolerate this. I'll kill that beast. No, death alone is not enough. I want him to be tormented, just like he tormented my mother. Zatsuki's pitiful face became increasingly comical and Yandere-like, showing that she was truly furious. But to do such a thing, one must ask permission from one's master. She immediately stopped her disruptive behavior and went to the area where the elements were resting. Lord Element, may I tell my master that I have an enemy and I want to take revenge? Go ahead, and come back soon. You don't need to ask your master for such a small matter. Or is it that the other party is stronger than you? Upon hearing Element's words, Zeshi felt a pang of discomfort, but she couldn't show it and quickly said, No, Element, the other party is merely an ant among ants. I can do it all by myself. Go then. Remember, the master's intention is for us not to provoke trouble, but he never said we can't retaliate. Since they are enemies, kill them. Don't ask me about these things again. As the elemental voice faded, Zetsu Shitsume's expression became even more Yandere. She vanished into thin air in an instant. Within the divine realm, Zeshi didn't fly, instead, he used teleportation magic. In the blink of an eye, she arrived outside the gates of the divine kingdom. Zetsu no longer used teleportation magic. Her purpose this time was not only to punish that scumbag but also to unleash her power. She landed abruptly on the ground, and all the clergy immediately knelt down upon seeing her. Greetings, invincible god. No need for formalities. Just do your work well, and the kingdom of God will not let you down. With a final, desperate step, the small figure vanished from sight in an instant, and a huge cloud of dust erupted from the ground. It hopped and ran on the ground with all its might, its cute little legs constantly turning, and in an instant, its land-hopping speed exceeded Mach 3. The terrifying speed is still increasing, which represents the terrifying power of Zeshi. Huge sandstorms kept erupting across the plain, and all living things were terrified as they watched the terrifying surge. Is this really the speed at which life can leap and bound? Moreover, this speed is still increasing. It seems that Mach 3 is not her limit. The kingdom of gods and the kingdom of elves were originally only a plane apart, although this plane was vast and hundreds of kilometers long. But at such terrifying speeds, hundreds of kilometers are no distance at all. As the speed reached Mach 5, Zeshi could feel the scorching heat in the air. Her entire body felt as if it were burning at thousands of degrees Celsius, forcing her to use magic to protect herself from the armor. Although her armor was a divine artifact, it couldn't withstand the speed of running on land exceeding Mach 5, 2.5. Keep in mind that this is running at Mach 5 on land, not flying at Mach 5 in the stratosphere. At such terrifying speeds, the powerful air resistance from the land is enough to completely crush a car into a pile of scrap metal. It is evident that Zeshi is powerful, and as the magic power adheres to the clothes, Zeshi running speed is increased once again. Jushi is an existence that has lived for hundreds of years. In terms of energy control, he completely crushes Daodajia and Leffen by several streets. After all, although they are very strong, they have only been playing games for 12 years. Without considering game skills and game control, they are just newbies. However, there's nothing they can do about it since they're gamers. Some of their skills have reached LV10, directly linked to a percentage of magic power, and they consume less magic power while being incredibly powerful. This is something that even if you die and spend hundreds of years, you might not be able to learn. You may be very talented, but I'm cheating. Chapter 83. Boom. 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 The sound continued to travel through the forest. For Zeshi, the hundreds of kilometers of plains were nothing more than a matter of tens of seconds. In an instant, she teleported across the plains and stepped into the territory of the Elven Kingdom, which was a vast forest region. But this forested area did not stop her from running. On the contrary, she charged recklessly, knocking away anything that stood in her way. And their target is the Elven capital, which Ju Ming has been enduring for a long time. She had the power to kill the Elf King long ago, but fearing that the Council of Nations would cause trouble, she had no choice but to endure it. Then let the slain theocracy keep attacking the Elf Kingdom. As long as the Elf King is forced to join the war, I can join the battle and kill him instantly. But who knew the Elf Kingdom was so resilient, fighting for so many years without forcing out the Elf King? It's not that the Elven Kingdom is resilient, rather, it's that the Elven King treats his subjects as if they don't exist. In recent years, which of the Elven Kingdom's citizens hasn't been living in dire straits? 25. But what about the Elf King? He is still searching for excellent women to reproduce, seeking only one who can reach his level. The Elf King, an ancient monster who has lived for hundreds of years, has reached level 68 and is a terrifying being who can use 8th order magic. This is already a terrifying existence at the level of Nabe. Apart from a few exceptions, he can basically do whatever he wants in this world. He was also amazed by his own strength, which is why he wanted to pass on his bloodline. After trying the elves and finding that it didn't work, they tried the humans, demi-humans, and orcs, and finally set their sights on the gods. Unfortunately, talent isn't something that can be passed down easily. Now, his daughter is determined to take revenge, even at the cost of her life. The terrifying forest bombardment had left the soldiers of the elves' second largest fortress city in shock when, in the next second, they discovered a huge hole in the city wall. When he came to his senses, he could see ravines appearing in the forest dozens of kilometers away, as well as a huge sandstorm. The next second, he looked along the city wall and gazed at the street behind him with a heavy heart. Sure enough, the streets were a mess. Many buildings around the huge ditch were destroyed, and the elves were blasted into pieces and sent flying dozens of meters away. The entire street was filled with dead and injured. Ju Ming was completely indifferent to the casualties in the Elf Kingdom. She was no saint. In contrast, she was instilled with the supremacy of human rights from a young age and believed herself to be a pure human being. She even believes that there shouldn't be any races other than humans in this world, so this action was intentional. The city was vast, but Ju Ming was moving too fast. In less than 10 seconds, she had traversed the city. After she left, a massive sandstorm swept in from the other side of the forest. The terrifying sandstorm, combined with the massive airburst from the deadly impact, made the already unprepared city even worse off. Just by running for their lives, they were able to turn a large city of dozens of people into a living hell. Therefore, it is absolutely not a lie for Zesshi to say that she now possesses the power to destroy the world. Ju Ming continued to run, completely ignoring everything else, aiming only at the capital of the Elf Kingdom. However, this destruction of the elves will make it difficult to establish the Divine Kingdom later. But Zetsu no Shi. These days, being treated as the king's pet, as an ant, and harboring a deep-seated hatred for his mother, all his grievances erupted in the Elf Kingdom. Blame your king for the crimes he committed. In the royal capital, the Elf King was looking at an orc, the strongest orc princess in the Orc Kingdom, Balraz. A tiger with a human body. It might look unappetizing, but the Elf King was a madman. He only wanted to pass on his bloodline, whether the other party was human, dragon, beast, or whatever, it didn't matter. The Yandere personality of Zetsuki Zetsume is undeniably similar to that of her scumbag father. As long as she's the strongest, she doesn't care what anyone is. Of course, Zesshi himself doesn't think so. Princess Balraz, the Tiger Man, was furious, but she was powerless to resist, because the price for the cooperation between the Elf Kingdom and the Beast Kingdom was her. She looked at the Elf King with displeasure. What can a toothpick as weak as you do? The Elf King looked at the strongest Tiger Man princess, who was 2.8 meters tall and whose arms were thicker than her body. There are many ways to pass on bloodlines. I even had the Flying Dragon Kingdom inherit its lineage, let alone you? It's a pity the Flying Dragons can't complete the inheritance. Only demi-humans and orcs, and magical beasts seem to be different from us. The Elf King ignored it. In his eyes, the enormous tiger woman before him was nothing more than a tool for passing on his bloodline. He had no feelings for her and naturally wouldn't care about such things. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind the Elf King. Before the Elf King could react, he was grabbed by a terrifying bloody hand. A few seconds later, a huge explosion came from behind. It was an airburst. At this moment, Ju Ming controlled Blood Hand and looked at the giant tiger man, the Elf King, and this beast. She smiled and said, "Oh, I didn't interrupt your good time, did I, you beast 027. Seeing Zetsume's absolutely Yandere appearance, the Elf King was stunned. He wanted to resist, but no matter what he did, he couldn't. He looked at the hell on earth behind the scenes of death and despair, the ravines, the sandstorms, and the corpses of his people, turned into pieces of flesh. "You are the ultimate death, my bloodline, ha ha ha, finally a bloodline has surpassed me. Release me. Join me in ruling this world, and let the world know that we elves are the strongest." Seeing the Yandere and Berserk Elf King, Zetsume felt disgusted. She suddenly controlled her blood hand to explode, and the Elf King felt a part of his body being blown apart. Despite the pain, he glared at Zetsuki with an exaggerated expression, "Enough. I'm your father. Without me, you wouldn't exist. Don't worry, I won't kill you so easily. I'll strip you of all your power, making you a cripple. Then we'll throw you into a goblin tribe and make you a tool for the goblins to vent their frustrations. Don't worry, you won't die. I'll arrange for a clergyman to accompany you throughout the resurrection process. With each death and each resurrection, endure endless suffering, you beast." Zetsume, with a sickly expression, was saying something that sent chills down everyone's spine. Chapter 84. It took Ju Ming half a day to settle the Elf King's remaining chrysanthemums before returning to the Divine Kingdom. As for the tragic state of the Elf Kingdom, Ju Ming paid no heed. The place had now become a living hell. In just half a day, the sandstorm attack, coupled with the devastation caused by the death sweep, resulted in the deaths of thousands. This had a profound impact on the lives of hundreds of thousands of elves, and most importantly, the Elf King had disappeared. Don't think the elves are all fools, this is the guardian deity of the Elven Kingdom. Why did the Elf King act this way? Why couldn't he become king? That's because of his strength. As long as the Elf King is there, no other country in the world, except for the slain theocracy and the Council of Nations, would dare to attack the Elf Kingdom. Although many elves were captured and enslaved because of the slain theocracy, those captured elves were all peripheral elves, considered as pawns of the Elf Kingdom. The higher UPS in the Elf Kingdom wouldn't care about these pawns. The true elites reside in the capital of the Elven Kingdom, all the powerful and wealthy are there. As long as this area remains unaffected, the stability of the Elf Kingdom can be guaranteed. What does it matter if some bandits are sacrificed? Moreover, the Elf King was only focused on passing on his bloodline and rarely governed, which naturally pleased the elf nobles and high-ranking officials. But now, because of the Elf King, the Elf Kingdom is facing such a disaster, which is very distressing for them. At this moment, in the conference hall of the Elf capital, all the elven nobles, princes, and princesses had gathered. The Elf Prince, according to intelligence, the primary target of this attack was my father, and the attacker was my former sister from the slain theocracy, Zesshi, who is also the strongest bloodline my father spoke of. Even the strongest bloodline couldn't become so terrifying. The only possibility is the divine grace of the invincible god upon the arrival of my sister. Hearing the eldest prince's words, everyone was surprised. Even so, we can't mess with the invincible divine kingdom. The invincible divine kingdom won't help us outsiders get justice. Elf Duke, that's true, but the Elf Kingdom is now in such a state of ruin, and without the protection of the Elf King, it's practically impossible for the Elf Kingdom to survive. What if we relocate the entire nation to the vicinity of the God Kingdom? Elf Marquis, I think it's useless. The kingdom of gods has always prioritized human rights. Although this was caused by the kingdom of gods, we are not human. If the relocation of the entire country fails, our elf kingdom may really be destroyed. The eldest prince continued, without the protection of the elf king, coupled with this massive chasm and the dire state of our people, do you think we can defend ourselves against an invasion? As they spoke, everyone walked onto the balcony, looking at the enormous ravine that stretched from the divine realm to this side. There's no way to make up for the current situation, and there are still a large number of seriously injured Pokémon in the country that need to be saved. Unless the other side of the defense line is abandoned and all the soldiers are gathered together. It was obvious that everyone had their own ideas. The eldest prince wanted to use this method of relocating the entire country to selfishly seek an opportunity to join the divine kingdom. He didn't care about the people. The nobles clearly disagreed, but without the elf king, they were bound to be targeted by other powerful nations, and the pressure was immense. The elven marquis said, "I reject your argument. While the elven kingdom's strength does partly depend on the elven king, we are not weak ourselves. In recent years, during our war with the slain theocracy, has the elven king ever intervened? Aren't we evenly matched with the slain theocracy's army?" The eldest prince knew he had no real power and couldn't win the argument, so he had no choice but to let the matter drop. The nobles watched the departing princes and princesses, fully aware of their thoughts, to join the divine kingdom at the cost of their race. But the risk is too great. What if the divine kingdom acts irrationally and really starts a massacre? However, it's still acceptable for Guiyang to send a small number of elves to protest in the invincible divine kingdom, since the lives of ordinary people are not important. It sounds cruel, but that's the reality. Because the elf kingdom is a closed country, such a huge event has occurred, and the surrounding countries are still unaware of it. The elf kingdom could use this to repair its defenses. The princes and princesses have no power in the elf kingdom because the elf king is a ruler who believes in the supremacy of the strong. In his eyes, only the strong deserve the power of the strong. Unless the elf king's children possess power surpassing that of the current political parties, they cannot be given real authority. Unfortunately, his children were all too weak, which is why he kept searching for a stronger partner to carry on the next generation. Therefore, princes and princesses are considered the least valuable by the nobles of the elf kingdom, because there are simply too many of them. The eldest prince, acting as the representative, led the other princes and princesses away from the elf kingdom overnight, heading towards the god kingdom. It has to be said that they really are daydreaming. You know, what Zetsume hates most is her background. Now these brainless people are even using family connections to join the kingdom of God. The matter of the elf kingdom has come to a temporary end, as many enemies have recently appeared around various countries. Since the divine kingdom has shown an attitude of treating everyone equally, the various beastman kingdoms and demi-human kingdoms finally couldn't help but take action against the human kingdoms. The first to suffer would naturally be the kingdom. After all, the vast land of the continent in the power of influence, without a sufficiently powerful individual, is simply a huge pie. After the digging orcs ruthlessly exterminated the dwarf race, the surrounding cannibal tribes and goblin tribes all suffered. They even set their sights on the lizardman tribe that occupied the vast lakes. This morning, the lizardman tribe was engaged in battle against an army of 5,000 undead skeletons. Although they didn't know where the undead army came from, the burrowing orcs didn't care. Because the lizardman tribe raises a lot of fish, this can completely solve the tribe's food problem. As for the dragons on the snowy mountains and the western night elf cities, the digging orcs are not strong enough to launch an attack on them, Norma. However, once the lizardman tribe is subdued, the earth-digging orcs will set their sights on the kingdom, so the kingdom is still in danger. All of the digging orcs' activities were under Aura's observation. These earth-digging orcs actually dared to target us lizardmen, and Aura immediately informed Demiurge. Demiurge had originally intended to invite Lord Momaga and Lord Leffen to watch the war that morning. But neither of the two officials was available, and since the war invitations had already been sent out, they couldn't just do it anyway. So they decided to use 5,000 skeleton soldiers and have Cocytus command them. Anyway, Cocytus's mind is trustworthy, and as expected, a complete defeat. But it was a good thing that the 5,000 useless skeleton soldiers made Cocytus realize his shortcomings. Cocytus is a member of our great tomb, so his performance mistake has little impact. But you bunch of burrowing orcs dare to mess with our performance, which we prepared specifically for the Supreme Being. Chapter 85. The burrowing orcs had no idea how dangerous their actions were. In the area near the mountains of the lizardman tribe, more than 5,000 earth-digging orcs emerged from the soil. However, they all stopped moving the instant they emerged. Because in front of them appeared a cute little girl with silver hair wearing a red Lolita dress. The loli stared intently at the digging orc army before her with her wine-red eyes. The little girl said with a haughty expression, "Are you the ones who want to ruin our carefully prepared performance?" All the earth-digging beastmen present were stunned by the loli's words. What made this little girl so brave? To stand against her own army of thousands with a mere mortal body? At this moment, a digging orc was drooling greedily. After all, different races have different aesthetics. To them, the little girl in front of them was a delicious meal, hairy and odorless. "This is delicious food," so one of the digging king orcs flew out immediately. Shaltir was also displeased to see the burrowing orc rushing towards her. She suddenly swung her hand and slapped it with all her might, instantly turning the burrowing orc into mincemeat. "I was planning to have some fun with you all, but it seems pointless now. You can all just die," Shaltir said as she donned her full armor, and then began a slaughter that was a foregone conclusion. These burrowing orcs were probably a formidable force to the human army. But to Shaltir, they were nothing but ants, the kind she could kill as many as she wanted. Demiurge did not stop Shaltir's slaughter, but instead turned his attention back to the lizardman tribe. To achieve victory against a stronger opponent, many factors need to be considered: favorable timing, advantageous location, and harmonious relationships. The fortresses built around the lizardman tribes currently form a perfect geographical advantage, further enhanced by the fact that the fortresses are surrounded by lakes. Using ice magic can instantly tie down our army. This is the opportune moment. Not to mention that many creatures in their tribe possess innate supernatural abilities. This is the power of humankind. Our skeleton soldiers have no special abilities, and given that we outnumber them, our overall strength is weaker. The only tactic that can be used is to lure the enemy away from their stronghold. Perhaps the burrowing tactic used by the lizardman tribe is a pretty good one. Demiurge's idea was good, but he also knew that when an individual becomes strong enough, no amount of CFBC can compensate for it. In the morning, through the battle, we can see that there is such a powerful lizardman, and all the skeleton soldiers have a hard time damaging him in close combat. Therefore, the tactics must use bows and arrows, and they must be fired from both the rear and the front simultaneously, otherwise, a single shot will be dodged. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Shaltir had slaughtered 15,000 soldiers. Covered in blood, she wore a sickly smile. "Ah, that's how I contributed to this performance. If Lady Momaga is pleased and rewards me, I can be with Lady Momaga again." Within the royal capital, as the surrounding orc tribes and demi-human kingdoms continued to approach the kingdom, members of the 6 major noble families also gathered in the capital. This time the problem is extremely serious. Unlike previous battles between humans where losing meant simply replacing the old species with a new one, but the people would still exist. This time, all the enemies are from other races, and if we lose, all of humanity may die. Therefore, the corrupt nobles no longer obstruct this war. The new king listened to the opinions raised by the nobles in the council hall, and various policies were put forward, including military troop adjustments, nationwide conscription, and noble donations. This excited the new king like never before, but despite the good intentions, it was the common people who ultimately suffered. The meeting lasted 3 hours and finally set a policy. First, to recruit soldiers from the countryside, and then to collect grain in advance for the war effort. Then money was collected from merchants to recruit soldiers, and finally, nobles donated money and goods. Although all the nobles are willing to contribute money, their contribution must be the largest. Once the first two policies are implemented, the kingdom will make up for any shortfalls. Although it was a life-or-death moment, nobles are still nobles, and they didn't forget to first fleece the common people. But for the new king, as long as the nobles are willing to pay, this is a very good situation. While everyone in the kingdom was satisfied with this policy, a blond man slowly entered the meeting hall. He was Azith, the younger brother of Elbian Druindo, one of the 6 noble clans. He walked into the conference room with a nonchalant air. I was wondering why I wasn't told about such a big meeting. The new kingdom, displeased by the visitor's frivolous demeanor, said, Azith, you've finally decided to come back. Azith smiled as he looked at the new king. Oh, isn't this my old sidekick? He's actually become king now. Is this Lord Azith, a member of the Crimson Dewdrop, the kingdom's first adamantite adventurer team? I heard that the Crimson Dewdrop adventure team has all retired, but considering he's only in his 40s and a member of one of the 6 noble families, how about making him the new warrior captain? However, speaking of steel-class adventure teams, there's still no news about the Blue Rose team, and the Earthling team isn't an ordinary team either. They don't accept commissions from the Adventurers Guild. Azith, listening to the words of the minor nobles, asked curiously, Oh? There are adventurers who don't accept commissions from the Adventurers Guild? Are they really adventurers? You're back? This time, brother hopes to help protect the kingdom. The kingdom is in a very bad situation right now. With Fruta still around in the empire, no one dares to act recklessly. Our kingdom's warrior captain is also crippled. With the disappearance of the Blue Rose and the Earthling team refusing the mission, while the manpower was sufficient, the lack of high-end combat strength was a concern. Looking at the middle-aged man, Ainz nodded, Don't worry, brother, I came back for this very reason. I want these beastmen and demi-humans to know that even without the protection of the slain theocracy, we humans are still the masters of this world. Hearing Ainz's words, everyone present felt relieved. After all, no noble present was unaware of Ainz's power. This is the kingdom's first steel-level adventure team, the adventure team of the 13 heroes, and the adventure team of the kingdom's first ruler. It's worth noting that warrior captain Gazef's mentor was also in this adventure team, so his strength is definitely worth waking up to. After discussing with everyone for another 10 minutes, Ainz left, wanting to invite the Earthling team to join. Based on what the nobles were saying, he was certain that this squad was definitely formed by players. And since they are all human players, it's only right that they help the human realm. Chapter 86. Le Fan and Momiga were unaware that someone was looking for them. They continued drinking and eating meat as usual. The human king also enjoyed this kind of life, but she was very curious about what the creator did after leaving. In fact, the mayor of Yelentil Fortress, the head of the Adventurers Guild, and the head of the Magic Guild had all approached them, but they refused. Then, when I tried to find them a second time, I couldn't find them no matter how hard I looked. The kingdom's current situation, and humanity's current situation, are both very precarious. It seems that because only 2 people from the human race successfully qualified in the last assessment, the Divine Kingdom completely lost its goodwill towards the human race. But there's nothing that can be done about it. Although everyone knows that the slain theocracy is the protector of mankind, it's too far removed from them. Moreover, those who used to believe in the slain church have all gone to the slain church, and those who are still outside the church today don't have much faith. Searching from the outside is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Although the slain theocracy has now become an invincible divine kingdom, and lifespan can be extended and strength enhanced within the invincible divine kingdom. Before knowing that eternal life is possible, no one would consider the kingdom of God as their entire faith. Now that I know I can achieve immortality, I'll definitely work myself to the bone to pass the math section of the next test. Several hours after leaving the capital, Azith was now wearing the World Tree's unique beginner armor. This armor possesses powerful attack and strength at level 80, and can store level 10 magic. This is an extremely overpowered piece of equipment. With this equipment, Ainz can basically bluff anyone except for those at the Platinum Dragon King level. He then landed on the Adventurers Guild building and deactivated his armor. He went straight into the Adventurers Guild, where the guild master, upon seeing Azith's arrival, immediately greeted him respectfully, "Lord Azith, you've arrived." Ainz also stated bluntly, "Where is the Earthling Adventure team? I'm here to invite them to help protect humanity." "Well, I'm sorry, they don't know where they're going. We've already searched the whole city, and their team is very strange." Listening to the Adventurers Guild master's words, Ainz asked curiously, "What's so strange about it?" "Their squad's classes are warrior, archer, mage, and farmer. The classes are all right, but their names are Aotian, Woody, and even Rinwang." Hearing Xiaoqin's astonishment, Ainz took a deep breath in surprise. "Human King? Invincible? Arrogant heaven? What arrogance? It's not a matter of tone, their strength truly deserves that title. Lord Aotian is the strongest warrior I've ever seen, he can unleash sword energy simply by swinging his blade. I haven't seen Lord Invincible's magic, but we all witnessed him easily kill a hero-level being with magic, without even using spells. Her Majesty the Human King, she is a being whose name truly reflects her character. Everyone who sees her for the first time feels as if she were the ancestor of humankind, the king of all mankind." Hearing the Adventurers Guild master's words, Ainz frowned. "The true king of men? What about the other two members? Lady Hitsi and Lady Nabe? They are both very powerful. Lady Nabe is said to be a divine mage who can use 8th order magic, but they seem to be servants in front of the three of them, inferior to them. So I thought they were actually the female servants of the giants. 8th tier magic, does it not rely on magical items?" "No, we witnessed 8th tier magic used barehanded." Ainz took a deep breath, "It seems so. No, we have to win them over, we can't let them go astray." As a descendant of the 13 heroes, Azith had a close relationship with the Platinum Dragon King and the Necromancer, and naturally knew about the calamity that occurred every 100 years. Players arrive every 100 years, and the world's future depends entirely on whether they are righteous or evil. If the player chooses evil, calamity will befall the world, and all living beings will be plunged into misery. If players choose justice, they can protect one side, such as the 6 gods or the 13 heroes. Now that he knew how powerful they were, Azith no longer cared about the fighting strength of the humans and orcs. If you can flatter the top players, you might be able to get a set like that, just like your own grandfather. Requesting flowers, 0997013225 Fila 1124814161. No, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that I absolutely cannot be on the opposite side from them. He went to see the Platinum Dragon King a few days ago, but the Platinum Dragon King had disappeared. Ainz knew the seriousness of the situation. Because the strongest and most arrogant player, Le Fan, the Invincible God, has truly descended. Fortunately, the Invincible God doesn't want to concern himself with this world. He only wants to create his own sanctuary, otherwise, no one in the world can stand against him. Although seeking help from the Invincible God would be a better approach, according to players, the Invincible God is the most arrogant being. It's impossible to believe what people say, and judging from the policies of the Invincible God Kingdom, the Invincible God intends to treat everyone equally. Whether you're human, beastman, or demi-human, whatever your background or anything else, you can fight all you want. Whoever unifies the world is none of my business. This policy is extremely unfriendly to humans. In the past, humans were only able to live in Middle-earth because of the protection of the slain theocracy. But now that the Divine Kingdom and the Council are no longer involved, this Middle-earth continent will become the site of war for the whole world, and all nations will want to seize this October territory. Azith originally believed that his armor could completely defend the human kingdom, but now 5 players besides the invincible god have appeared. There might be other players who have traveled through time, but based on what he knows so far, he doesn't plan to look for any more. He planned to stay in Yelentil and wait for the Earthling adventure team to return. Of course, people need to have fun while they're here, and since the Adventurers Guild leader is a sensible person, the conditions for nightly revelry can certainly be met. With the powerful Azith in the city of Yelentil, the Adventurers Guild master felt much more at ease. The mountainous region not far from Yelentir is a paradise for monsters, orcs, and demi-humans. If they choose to attack, then Arantir will be the first to bear the brunt of the attack, and the Elven Kingdom is also eyeing them covetously, but they don't know that the Elven Kingdom is currently in dire straits, so how could they possibly invade them? Chapter 87. So that's how it is. This is the energy inside the sun. It's incredibly powerful. Using the elemental rules, I'm growing at an astonishing speed. Should I now be able to use the rules that govern the entire Martian world? Even if I complete Mars's evolution, it will still take at least several hundred years for life to emerge. Should we try to change the rules of time? However, it is difficult to achieve a field of vision using light within the core of the sun. The current properties are still insufficient. It is estimated that it will be about the right time in about a month. Then let's start with Mars and see what a naturally growing world would be like under accelerated rules. As the thought settled, the creation at the center of the sun vanished, and the next second it appeared in the region of Mars. 847 then used her immense power of rules to surround the entire Mars, and then activated time acceleration. The timeline has been adjusted to reflect the Martian ecosystem 10,000 years from now. As time warped, the world flickered constantly, and everything on Mars changed. All sorts of life forms appeared here: dragons, elves, humans, beasts, demi-humans, and all kinds of other beings. However, they are still in a primitive state. They have just established their own civilizations, but all of them have remained in the Stone Age. Looking at this world, dragons and elves are the absolute rulers, one relying on their innate terrifying power and long lifespan. One relies on an innate mastery of magic. Of course, the spirits of this world are not the spirits of the original planet. The spirits of this world are truly spirits, in the purest elemental state. Moreover, elemental spirits naturally favor intelligent life forms, and humans also revere elemental spirits as gods. In this world, the two absolute ruling powers have become gods and demons. The elves protect humans, while the dragons have no one to protect and often cause trouble. Because of the protection of the elves, and the powerful reproductive ability of humans, the human race has become increasingly powerful. Sensing everything about this world, the Creator stroked his chin. This world is different from the world of the World Tree. Are dragons and elves the ones who dominate everything here? If it's the World Tree, then the World Tree is the highest, followed by gods, demons, dragons, elements, and so on. But that makes sense, since this is the world I created, and demons are things I hate, so they won't appear. That's quite reasonable. It's strange that the power of this world is stronger than that of the world where the Master lived. And the time rules have accelerated, as if the entire Mars and future timelines have been replaced, which is really interesting. Let's do another experiment. By the way, those little dragons seem to be after this planet. Their arrival will probably make this planet more interesting. Never mind them. Genesis was very satisfied with this experiment. Although she had created countless worlds in her memory, those worlds were born under the rules of the World Tree. Completely different from the rules of this world, although it is also a creation method using the power of the World Tree, the world will become completely different. This made the Creator curious about even more distant times and spaces. She is no longer interested in the sun. Although she can continue to absorb the sun, there are no more suitable planets to create in the solar system. The creation of other planets requires the use of power for protection, and the situation of natural development is impossible. Creation can leave at will, as if this planet and this world were never created. He's practically a living saint, creating a planet, leaving no name, and quietly disappearing. The creator was unaware that because she created this world, it would inspire Momaga and Leffen to have the courage to explore it in the future. He imagined a terrifying enemy again, and thus retreated back to the primal world. In the primitive world, Le Fan drank 300 tons of magic beer and was satisfied and finally went to rest while holding the human king. Momagia also felt drunk for the first time. After drinking for a whole day, she was indeed drunk. Even if he forced himself to stay awake, this magical beer was terrifying, it could ignore any resistance. After all, something that can be used to trick world bosses is inherently a bug. It could be considered one of the bugs in the world tree. Momaga returned to his room drunk and enjoyed his first sleep since coming to this world. Because the three of them were drinking so much, they didn't notice that Mars in space flickered tens of millions of times when it used the rules of space-time during creation. If they knew, they'd probably be yelling "Holy crap!" The 4 dragon emperors who were heading to Mars were terrified, but the powerful primordial energy emanating from Mars made them want to go. The thought of how they had escaped the primitive world and traveled so desperately through the void for so long was unbearable, so they gritted their teeth and flew towards Mars. Within the divine realm, Zesshi stared intently at the sky, astonished by the shimmering of a planet in the night sky. Originally, she was happy after unleashing and releasing her power, but seeing the extremely distant planets in space constantly flashing, she couldn't feel happy anymore. How many monsters are there in this world? Why would such a monster exist, flashing countless times within a few dozen seconds? Even with her immense strength, she could only see it flash 10,000 times per second, but Zesshi knew it was definitely more than 10,000 times, it was just that she was too weak to see through it. 2.0 So she wanted to cry again. Why is it always like this? I just showed off, and you guys have to be so cruel to me? She ran back to her room, sobbing uncontrollably, and collapsed onto the bed with a loud wail. Her pitiful appearance was heartbreaking to see. Thankfully, people in Daxia don't know, otherwise they'd probably be thinking, "Holy crap, our big sister, that ruthless, manly Yandere, is actually crying like a little loli." What happened tonight is unseen by ordinary people, and those who do see it have their own things to do. Naturally, we treated tonight's events as if nothing had happened. And even the most desperate and tearful would never speak of this world. She believed she could see it all, and those more powerful than herself noticed it even more. Chapter 88. The night was not yet over, in Momaga's room. Shaltir arrived at this moment, and because of her drunken state, Momaga's calming effect was completely lost. All the expected reactions were present, even the bones reacted. This sparked a frenzy among Shaltirs. And so, without realizing it, Momaga's graduation arrived. Shaltir is quite crazy, though, she even plays with bones. Shaltir achieved the happiness she had always dreamed of, but Albedo could not. Because Le Fan was holding the human king, she had no way to get to him and could only feel envy, jealousy, and hatred. The next morning, Momaga slowly got up. He looked at his skeleton covered in blood and was filled with panic. What's going on? Did I get drunk last night and kill the maid inside the great tomb? No, this shouldn't be happening. Even if I were completely out of my mind, I would never do such a thing. Momaga kept chanting to herself, and then she heard the sound of water being flushed in the room. Hope Zi, are you there? A silver-haired loli suddenly rushed out. Ah, Lady Momaga, are we husband and wife from now on? Hearing Shaltir's words, Momaga frowned. No way? 25? I lost. Am I going to have Le Fan as my father-in-law in the future? No way, I didn't lose. This was Shalter's sneak attack. No, I don't know anything about it. Momaga looked at Shalter with displeasure and said, do you know what you're doing? Lord Momaga, I'm sorry, but I just couldn't hold back. Looking at Shalter kneeling on the ground with a look of remorse, Momaga remembered Shalter's character design, and he suddenly had a headache. Forget it, you can't tell anyone about what happened last night, understand? Lord Momaga, why? Seeing Shalter's curious expression, Momaga felt a stomachache and then awkwardly said, be good. Yes, Shalter will obey Lord Momaga's every word. Lord Momaga is my everything. Looking at Shalter, Momaga remembered a setting and said, by the way, can I have children? This, it seems impossible. No, Lady Momaga, don't be sad. We are all eternal beings and don't need offspring. If you really want offspring, Lady Momaga, then I will be your daughter, ha, ha, that's great. Watching Shalter, who was becoming increasingly Yandere, constantly exhaling hot breath, Momaga felt a chill run down his spine. He knew he shouldn't talk to such an abnormal person. Momaga dismissed Shalter and reflected on the feeling of sleep. For someone who could never sleep, sleep was also a kind of happiness. After checking the time, Momaga realized that she had actually slept for 10 hours. This magic beer really is something else. However, seeing those dozens of kilograms of blood, Momaga felt a chill run down his spine. He wondered what Gentiya had been up to while he was asleep. Why hasn't Momaga come out yet? I'm already awake, but he's still not awake. Should we break down the door and check on him? Just then, Momaga, who was watching Shalter tidy up, suddenly heard Yuzuru's inner thoughts. He panicked immediately. He absolutely couldn't let Le Fan find out, or he'd be his son-in-law. I also need to help Albedo achieve her dream as soon as possible. Only then can I avoid embarrassment. You want to be my father-in-law, and I'm your father-in-law too. We can just mess with each other. Calm down, don't rush. First, wash off the blood, then put on your armor, and then go with Le Fan to the human city to eat, drink, and have fun. Anyway, this lazy bum just loves to eat, drink, and have fun. Having thought everything through, Momaga quickly used magic to clean up the bloodstains, then changed into his armor. Looking at Shalter, who was still diligently cleaning the room, he said, I'm leaving. This is your room from now on. Take good care of it, understand? Shalter said with a sickly sweet expression, yes, Daddy, I'm so happy. Don't call me Dad, I'm leaving. Seeing Shalter's sickly appearance, Momaga was scared and decided to leave first. As Momaga disappeared, Shalter once again fell into a Yandere state. Le Fan was just about to knock on the door and take Momaga to the city to play. Momaga appeared behind him, let's go play in the city. The human king looked at Momaga with curiosity, brother-in-law, why do I feel like you're acting a little different today? Hearing the king's words, Momaga quickly said, ahem, sister-in-law, last night was the first time I slept, so it's normal that I felt a little different. Hearing this, the king said worriedly, how pitiful, you don't even have the ability to sleep. Should your sister-in-law help you change your race? Momaga hurriedly waved his hand and said in a fluster, ahem, no need, I think it's fine as it is now, and since I've changed my race, my current bugs no longer exist. Okay, if you want things to change, feel free to talk to your sister-in-law anytime. The King of Men completely treated Momaga as his brother-in-law, and Le Fan was used to their conversations. It's a pity that Momaga refused the human king's help, but thinking about it, it makes sense. He refused a job change that would have kept him stronger than he is now, let alone starting from scratch. Besides, this world doesn't have a world tree player system, so there's no way to learn super tier magic. Off I go, off to play in the human city. I miss the taste of those coarse grain noodles. Hearing Le Fan's thoughts and Le 953's words, Mamajia also had a headache, but he quickly said, "Let's go." Zizi and Nabii didn't come this time, not because they didn't want to. Rather, Le Fan didn't want them to come along. How to put it? It was good that they came along, but he felt a little uncomfortable. Now that a king is following him, the guardians of the Great Tomb can't say anything. In addition, the King of Men believed that Le Fan was everything and that nothing could restrain him, so every decision was made by Le Fan himself. The three arrived in Yelantil, where they were soon surrounded by a large group of people. "Finally, you've appeared. Lord Leshan, Lord Invincible, Lord Human King. The kingdom is in peril, the human race is in peril. We hope you can intervene and plead for mercy." An old man knelt down as he spoke, holding a coin in his hands. It might not be much, but it was the limit of what he could give. Many others also knelt down to beg. Le Fan, displeased by the scene, thought to himself, "Damn it, what does this have to do with me? In a couple of days, the Empire will announce the establishment of the Ainz Ooal Kingdom. If you're afraid of dying, just join. If you don't want to join, then go die. I'm not going to save you." Listening to Le Fan's cold-blooded rant, Momaga didn't think it was too much. After all, his sin value was -500, and it was already merciful that Le Fan hadn't killed these ants who were surrounding him. Chapter 89. Looking at the kneeling old man in front of him, Le Fan had no interest and simply walked around him, not even wanting to pay him any attention. Le Fan's performance surprised the old man, who, as a professional actor, had never encountered such a situation before. Was my acting not good enough? Or do they already know that we are actors hired by His Majesty the Duke? In fact, there are thousands of actors throughout the city of Yelantil, which was the Duke's intention. While there's a success rate to asking Earthling adventure teams for help using normal methods, it's not enough. To be on the safe side, he invited top actors from all over the country, just to stage a tragic scene. Let the Earthling team, driven by compassion, help the kingdom and its people. Unfortunately, they didn't know that one member of the Earthling team had a justice value of -500, another -1000, and the Human King completely regarded them as ants, making it even less likely that he would offer any help. So even if it were real, let alone fake, they wouldn't take action unless the enemy invaded the city of Yelantil the next second while they were eating. They might clean up the bugs, otherwise don't expect them to do anything. Watching Momagalifan and the others leave, the old man kneeling on the ground was stunned, his tearful eyes wide open. The next second, he came to his senses and cried out again, "Please, I beg you. The orc tribe has already begun its attack. We are not from the city of Yelantil, we are from the surrounding rural areas. Our village will be the first to suffer. Please, this is all the funds our village has." The old man's desperate cries did not stop Le Fan and the others from continuing to leave. At this point, some passers-by couldn't stand it anymore and had to admit that humans are just that kind of creature. "How could you do this? You're all adventurers, what's wrong with helping him? If he doesn't have enough money, you could have said so, and we could have thought of a solution. What makes you so cold-hearted? You can remain unmoved even when an elderly person kneels down and begs you. Yes, that's too much. Don't worry, old man, where is your village? Our Vision Adventure team will take over. Why didn't the Earthling Adventure team accept the invitation? I heard that the mayor personally invited them to help the country defend against alien races, but they refused. If I had such power, I would love to protect my country and become a great hero. You can't say that. They become adventurers just for money, and this isn't their country. Maybe they're afraid they can't defeat the alien race." Before the words had even finished, the speaker exploded and died. The Human King calmly surveyed his surroundings, and, "Say another word, and I'll annihilate this entire nation." Those words, carrying a terrifying majesty, and that surging, terrifying magical power, enveloped the entire kingdom. Everyone in the kingdom was forced to their knees by the terrifying magic, and everyone could hear the king's words. This time, the king was truly enraged. These ants dared to speak ill of my husband to my face. If she hadn't actually destroyed the country and left her husband with nowhere to eat, drink, and have fun, she probably would have already started acting right now. Because the Great Tomb has special protection, there was no impact inside the Great Tomb, but outside the Great Tomb, Demiurge and the others felt a tremendous magical pressure, as well as a majestic voice. Demiurge unconsciously looked up at the sky, which seemed to be shrouded in endless magic. Is that the king's voice? He excitedly crossed his arms. Ah, is this the power of the human king created by Lord Fan? Just how powerful is Lord Fan? Perhaps he could destroy an entire planet, an entire world, in an instant. As expected, this world is merely a world created by the supreme beings, and its main purpose is to test us subordinates. We need to step up our efforts, otherwise if someone foolishly offends the supreme being and the human king really destroys this planet, that would be a real problem. This meant that the plan, which originally required 2 or 3 years of preparation, needed to be implemented ahead of schedule. Demiurge no longer had the leisurely pace of the original story. After all, the original story shows that even after 3 years of hard work, they still couldn't conquer Middle-earth, which is indeed embarrassing. Under the overwhelming pressure, Princess Nara of the capital knelt with a sickly, delicate expression. What kind of power was this? If I received such power, could I achieve immortality? If Cram also gains immortality, then can I achieve eternal happiness? At this moment, she could no longer suppress her inner thoughts. The previous failure of the invincible divine kingdom made her realize that there was no chance. Because Clem and he could never get past that hurdle, but now a new powerful figure has appeared, and perhaps there really is a chance. Seeing that the king was angry, Fan hugged her tightly and said, "Let's go home. After all this, we're not in the mood for eating, drinking, or having fun." Momiga looked at the two and said, "Perhaps we can eat freely in the divine kingdom." Fan thought for a moment and smiled, saying, "Good idea, shall we go take a look over there?" Momiga smiled, "Shall we go?" Walk. The three of them vanished into thin air in an instant. The magic that had suppressed the entire kingdom disappeared. All the lives that had knelt down stood up, and those closest to Fan were too frightened to stand. What was that oppressive feeling just now? I'm a bronze-level adventurer, yet I was forced to kneel under their wires without any strength to defend myself, and I couldn't even speak or beg for mercy. My God, are they gods? We've been fighting against gods all this time. This must all be fake, maybe only we are affected. Hey, stop fooling yourselves. Look at the people at the end of the street, they're so scared they can't even stand up. This is no joke. They made everyone on the street kneel down. That's incredible power. But why are they so powerful, yet they don't help the kingdom and humanity? Perhaps they really are gods, which is why Zhao Hao doesn't intend to help humans. Powerful adventurers were exchanging words, while the ordinary people were too frightened to speak. Inside the Adventurers Guild's special room, Azith looked at the two women beside him with an embarrassed expression. He had just led them both to kneel down. And those terrifying words, could they be the intimidation of an invincible god? He couldn't carve that many right now, so he quickly changed into his beginner's armor. He then leaped out of the window and looked down from the sky at the entire city of Yelentil, where everyone was slumped on the ground. He realized the gravity of the situation. What started as a conflict between powerful individuals targeting their side has now affected the entire population of Urantir. The difference between the Adventurers Guild and Urantir is so vast that they're not even in the same league. If Azith knew that it wasn't just Urantir, but the entire kingdom itself, that was enveloped in magic, what would he think? Chapter 90. As the magic that had suppressed the kingdom vanished, the entire kingdom was plunged into unprecedented fear. Because this magic also carries the phrase, destroy the kingdom. Everyone in the kingdom was baffled, who had offended such a terrifying being. Could this terrifying being be an invincible god? Or are people from some kingdoms speaking ill of the invincible god? The truth will only come out a few days later when news from Yelantir spreads. The nobleman's use of a self-inflicted injury ruse and the adventurer's sarcastic tone were destined to be condemned by the entire nation. As for the adventurer who was instantly killed? Who cares? Azith, wearing novice armor, kept asking questions in Yelantil. Upon learning the result, he instantly flew into a rage. You bunch of bastards! The terrifying beginner armor boasts attack and defense power of around level 80, and these ants were instantly blasted away by Ainz. Seeing the enraged Azith, everyone was at a loss. They knew the Earthling team was strong, but no one expected someone to be like a god. If they had known of such a powerful being, they would have protected it like a treasure long ago. Only when the mayor, the Adventurers Guild Master, and the Magic Guild Master arrived did Ainz finally calm his 400-point rage. But all the adventurers present, as well as those actors who were putting on a show of suffering, were severely injured. It was already merciful of Ainz not to kill him. Ainz had finally found an opportunity to be a sycophant. Maybe with a little more effort, I can get another set of this equipment, or even equipment that's even more powerful than this one. As a result, this opportunity was snatched away by those bastards, and now they've gone to the invincible divine kingdom, which they can't get into at all. Ainz knew who he was absolutely not someone who could enter the invincible god kingdom, and now he was very angry. But getting angry won't help. All they can do is spread the word and warn the people of the kingdom to be more careful in the future, otherwise they might be wiped out without even knowing it. The meeting that just ended in the capital yesterday is being held again today. The magical suppression incident that occurred at noon forced them to hold this meeting. After an hour's flight, Ainz returned to the capital, where he had initiated the meeting. Seeing that all the nobles were present, Ainz began to make a proposal. The first move caused all the nobles to abandon their self-inflicted suffering scheme. Secondly, all nobles must contribute money. It's not a matter of waiting until the people have paid before they replenish the funds. Thirdly and most importantly, Ainz will not participate in ordinary battles, he will only eliminate the enemy's high-end combat forces. The nobles were all completely baffled by Azith's sudden change of heart. The new kingdom fully supports Azith's ideas, and now that Ainz is on their side, the various nobles have no choice but to compromise. The reason was simple. The kingdom lacked a strong military force, and the 6 noble families each took the lead in donating 1,000 gold coins. Other minor nobles either have 500 or a public shield. With a large reserve of gold coins, the kingdom can now recruit soldiers on a larger scale. As for the Earthling team's issue, it could only be left unresolved. All the nobles knew about this incident the moment Ainz sent back the message. The Earthlings are like gods, practically invincible, so trying to recruit them into the battle is simply impossible. In the study of a luxurious villa on the outskirts of the capital, Sebastian and Solius were waiting. Because in the morning they were subjected to that terrifying pressure, that terrifying being whose magic alone was enough to make any living being kneel down. Although I have learned through information these past few days that Lord Leffen's guardian, the Human King, has been born. He knew that the Human King was an extremely powerful being, but he still couldn't be sure that the terrifying pressure 2 hours ago, CFFJ, came from the Human King. If it's an enemy, then that would be very troublesome. Inside the invincible divine kingdom, the 3 were enjoying a delicious meal. How did they get in? Le Fan entered through the lock of Jushi Jushi. When he first arrived, seeing Jushi Jushi's frightened yet adorable appearance, Le Fan was also excited. But after thinking about it, I realized I came here to eat, drink, and have fun, not to bully Zetsuki. As for the fact that the elements were dormant, Le Fan couldn't be bothered to care. It has to be said that the kingdom of gods is different. It is home to cuisines from all over the world, because it is the most prosperous country in human history, a place where people from all over the world gather. Moreover, the prices here are very cheap, it's practically paradise on earth. Plus, with the special energy protection, this is paradise for everyone. But other people can't get in. Suddenly, a message came from Sebastian, indicating that it was an urgent notification. Has it started? Sebastian getting a wife? But isn't it a bit too much? In the original story, he didn't get a wife until 4 or 5 months later. Forget it, the world has changed a lot since then, so it doesn't matter if things move quickly. I wonder how Momiga is going to deal with Sebastian? This is practically a paid date pickup. Hearing Le Fan's inner thoughts, Momiga's hamburger suddenly lost its appeal. Damn, Sebastian, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Momiga snapped out of her daze and said, let's go take a look. The king was unaware of their thoughts, so she was curious, what urgent matter could it be? If she knew it was because of the 2 hours of intimidation she endured, I wonder what she would think? The three of them quickly finished their hamburgers and chugged down 3 kilograms of magic beer before leaving satisfied. As for paying? In the invincible divine kingdom, you always pay first before you eat, which is a very good rule. As the portals opened one after another, Sebastian watched as Demiurge, Albedo, and Shaltir all went to bed. He was waiting for Lord Momiga and Lord Leffen. The three were also bewildered by the sudden summons, but seeing Lord Momiga and Lord Leffen, they both felt it was well worth it. 3 figures appeared out of thin air in no time. There was no portal, it was a genuine teleportation, a more advanced form of magic than a portal. No, this isn't magic, it's just the rules. The king looked curiously at the white-haired old man before him, and Suo Liuk Siang beside him. Was he a chef? Chapter 91. Everyone bowed as the three arrived, but since Le Fan had said he didn't like people kneeling, no one else did. Momiga, seeing Shaltir rushing towards him, awkwardly hugged her and then asked Sebastian, what's wrong? The moment Shaltir lunged, Albedo also lunged in front of Le Fan. What could Le Fan do but hug this beautiful woman? Seeing that both of them were holding stunningly beautiful women, Sebastian took a deep breath and said, this morning, a terrifying magical force suppressed the kingdom and threatened to destroy it. Upon hearing this, the king couldn't help but burst into laughter, before recovering after a few seconds and saying, ha ha ha, that's what I said, no need to make a fuss. Hearing the king of men's words, Sebastian was also surprised. He looked directly at the king of men and into his eyes. The feeling of an endless abyss made Sebastian feel a chill down his spine. Sebastian, that jerk. I thought he was getting married, but it turns out it's just something trivial. Hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Momiga awkwardly replied, it's nothing serious. How's Sebastian's work going these days? Based on various investigations, my arrival has revealed a lot of important information. An hour ago, a person wearing beginner armor entered the capital. I suspect he is a player. Hearing Sebastian's words, Momiga also remembered, beginner armor? I have 3 sets of that, but it's definitely equipment only players can have. Do you know anything about that person? Maybe we could meet with them. Silly Momiga, even if the other party is really a player, would they really meet with us? If they were going to meet, they would have already gone to the invincible divine kingdom. Isn't this just blatantly avoiding us? They're probably a bunch of weaklings, but that's alright, maybe they have a player alliance? Becoming an alliance leader shouldn't be too difficult, right? Outer space is too dangerous, we need more like-minded partners. Hearing Le Fan's complaints, Momiga was very angry. You're the idiot. Your whole family are idiots. Sebastian said uncertainly, I heard they're members of the Crimson Dewdrops, an adventure team formed by the 13 heroes. It's said that the 13 heroes team included someone similar to the 6 gods and the 8 greed kings, probably a player. Demiurge, hearing Sebastian's uncertain words, angrily retorted, "Sebastian! Don't report uncertain information. You're wasting Lord Momaga and Lord Leffen's time. Do you know your crime?" Demiurge was the ultimate sycophant. How could he tolerate Libas wasting the two masters' precious time? No one present was surprised by Demiurge's sycophantic words. Sebastian immediately bowed and said, "It was my dereliction of duty. Please forgive me, Lord Momaga and Lord Leffen." Momaga said awkwardly, "It's all right. Many things are inherently uncertain. We also happen to want to meet that person." "The royal palace? I've never been there in real life. I'd love to go and see it, broaden my horizons." Hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Momaga retorted, "Can the royal palace compare to our family's luxury? We live in a place far more luxurious than the royal palace. What kind of knowledge could you possibly gain from going there?" Le Fan thought for a moment and said, "Then this person should still be in the palace." "Momaga, shall we go?" Upon hearing this, Momaga released the person in her arms. "Let's go." Shaltir looked at Momaga with reluctance. "Lord Momaga, will you be back tonight?" Momaga was startled and quickly looked at Le Fan. Fortunately, Le Fan knew that Shaltir often asked this question, so he didn't pay much attention, and Momaga escaped a disaster. Ahem, it depends on the situation. Under the King of Men's gaze, Albedo had no choice but to release Le Fan and say, "Lord Le Fan, I will wait for you to return." The king wasn't staring at Albedo, but rather using the exploration rules to observe the location of the royal palace. After all, even the human king doesn't mind Le Fan and Zesshi being together, so why would he mind having Albedo as well? "Honey, my brother-in-law is gone. I've already discovered the existence of that equipment. Walk." Then the three of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. The 5 people present felt quite awkward seeing the 3 leave so abruptly. However, after the 3 adults left, they returned to normal. Sebastian then asked curiously, "Was that the King of Men?" Albedo gritted her teeth and said, "Yes, she's Lord Leffen's principal wife." "I'm furious, but there's nothing I can do. However, I will definitely make sure I hold onto my position as the secondary wife." Requesting flowers, 0997013225 Fila 1125111351. Shaltir, brimming with confidence, retorted, "Haha, you old hag, you're no match for me. I am Lord Momaga's rightful wife, and I truly deserve it." "You actually lost to an ant, how shameful." Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. "Truly deserving?" Demiurge quickly looked at Shaltir with respect. Shaltir, may I ask about your and Lord Momanga's children? This is quite troublesome. Lord Momaga doesn't want offspring, but both Lord Momaga and I are immortal, so we don't need to worry about having children." Shaltir spoke with pride. Albedo froze for a moment, then bit her finger tightly. Damn it, I must win Lord Leffen's love." Looking at the 2 women, Demiurge smiled. As long as there was a bond between them, the 2 ladies wouldn't leave so easily. But that's not enough. I need to speed up my conquest of the world and let the adults know that even if we lack strength, we still have wisdom to help. At a party in the new kingdom of the capital, Azith, with a woman on each side, said happily, "I never expected that my little tagalong from back then would become so sensible. I'm very satisfied." The new king's heart bled as he looked at the 2 stunningly beautiful dancers. They were the most beautiful dancers he had ever gathered in the entire kingdom. But considering Azith's strong support for him today, which has further solidified his throne, what are these 2 women compared to that? "Brother Aziz, as long as you're satisfied, I'll always be your little brother." "Haha, no need for that. You are still the king. Although I possess the power to destroy a country, I have no interest in such things. My true hobbies are eating, drinking, and having fun." Before he could finish speaking, he saw the 3 people who had suddenly appeared before him. He had seen the portraits of all three of them before. The next second, Ainz hurriedly pushed away the two beautiful dancers in his arms and knelt down like a sycophant, saying, "Greetings, Lord Aotian, Lord Wudi, Lord Rinwang." Chapter 92. The new king was utterly bewildered as Ainz, showing no mercy, pushed his two beautiful dancers to the ground and made them kneel down like lapdogs. Because just a moment ago Ainz was jokingly boasting about his power to destroy a country, and the next second he became like a humble, insignificant person. How could a king kneel before others? The new king, as seen in the original story, is a simpleton and an incompetent man, which is why he wouldn't kneel. This didn't even stop the surrounding guards from rapidly approaching, driving Ainz mad. "UBD, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. I don't want to die." At that moment, Ainz suddenly changed into his beginner armor, stood up and blasted away the surrounding guards, and forced the new king to kneel down with him. Every move he made was so practiced, he was clearly a professional sycophant on par with Demiurge. Looking at the kneeling king and Ainz wearing beginner's armor, Momaga, Leffen, and the human king were all speechless. Holy crap! Is this a player? I don't remember any players being this bad. They probably aren't even players. But they know our adventurers' names, so they must have investigated us. Well then, we'll investigate you too. Momaga, upon hearing Le Fan's thoughts, retorted, "If you want to investigate, just ask." Then the three of them remained deadlocked for more than 10 seconds without anyone speaking first. The human king looked down on this ant who had no dignity left, while Le Fan was waiting for Momaga to show off. Momaga, having heard Le Fan's thoughts, assumed that Le Fan was about to ask a question. The blasting away of the guards naturally alerted the kingdom's royal guards, and a large group of them slowly approached. For those 10 seconds or so, the new king was in great distress. He couldn't understand why the powerful Ainz would kneel down. He knelt down, fine, but why did he have to drag me down with him? I am the king. How can I kneel? This action naturally alerted the old king, who then moved closer to the area. Holy crap, what is Momaga doing? Isn't he going to show off yet? It's been 13 seconds, and I'm standing here feeling awkward. He's already started hugging the human king. If you don't show off soon, I'm about to start drinking with the human king. Hearing Le Fan's thoughts again, I can say that this is absolutely right. Forced into a corner, Momaga could only ask seriously, "Where did you get this armor? You're not a player, so why do you have player equipment?" Hearing Momaga's question, Ainz, who had been fantasizing about how to lick the three of them for the past 10 seconds, instantly came to his senses. "Your Excellency Aotian, this was a gift from my grandfather's eldest brother. My grandfather's eldest brother is a player just like you." The player? The new king tried to look up at the three of them upon hearing this word, but his head was being held down firmly by Ainz's hand, making it impossible for him to lift his head. Hearing Ainz's answer, Momaga nodded and asked again, "So, is your grandpa still alive? Do you know any other players?" At this moment, Gazetta rushed over with a large number of guards to provide support. He saw the new king kneeling on the ground, and the guards who had been blasted 20 meters away and were already dead beyond any doubt. He quickly realized that the other party was an intruder who had come to assassinate the king, but this action seemed more like an insult than an assassination attempt, so he shouted loudly, "Who are you, daring to insult the king like this?" Hearing Jeff's voice, Le Fan turned around curiously, "Hey, you ingrate, you're still alive." Upon hearing the term ungrateful wretch, Gerdridge was stunned. The guards around him also looked at Gazetta with curiosity, seemingly expecting him to answer. Although they were waiting for Gerdhoff's reply, they still skillfully gathered at the king's location, wanting to protect his safety. Graves regained his composure. "Why do you say that? I have lived an upright life and have never wronged anyone." Le Fan was just talking nonsense. The animation initially gave him a good impression, but this is reality, and Le Fan disliked his behavior. You forgot, Khan village? You killed your savior. What are you if not an ingrate? Upright and honorable? Bah! You're nothing but a scoundrel. Listening to Le Fan's complaints, Gerdolf also recalled a wrong thing he had done in his life, but he could not admit it. The blood demon's side must be evil. If they admit their mistake, it means the old king is also wrong, which means the old king and his bloodline must apologize. The consequences would be enormous, so he could only insist, blood demons are inherently evil beings, and different races have different stances. I did nothing wrong. Hearing Gerdolf's sophistry, Le Fan suddenly laughed, ha ha ha, as expected, this kingdom is doomed. Even the warrior captain is this kind of person. There are no good people left in this country. Hearing Le Fan's words, the human king smiled and asked, should I make a move? I can't act, the enemies in outer space are too dangerous. But Momaga can. He's too weak. If he destroys this country, he can strengthen himself. Secondly, even if he is unfortunately killed instantly by enemies from outer space, the human king and I can still save him immediately and turn him into my perfect familiar. As for whether I can win or not, even if I can't beat them, I can still run away. With the king's teleportation ability, I can go wherever I want. This can be considered a test. Le Fan, whose evil value was -1000, didn't care about any of that. He smiled and said, I don't need you. Leave it to Momaga. What do you think, Momaga? Hearing Le Fan's inner thoughts, Momoja felt like she was about to vomit blood. Damn it, are you using me as a guinea pig? I treated you like a brother, no, you even wanted me to be your perfect partner? Although you didn't mention changing jobs, you definitely haven't given up. Damn it, you still love me so much. Is this love turned to hate? After not getting me for so long, is he planning to betray me? Damn it! I'm your brother, how could you betray me like this? But how am I supposed to refuse? Oh, right, Demiurge and the others. Momaga could only feign arrogance and say, no need for that. Death is just a relief. Let them taste what it's like to be in hell. Isn't it better to let them experience the living hell? The king was displeased upon hearing this, killing someone is just a matter of nodding, why torture them like this? Little uncle, your mentality is unacceptable. Looking at Momaga, and then at the two pitiful dancers lying on the ground, Le Fan suddenly had an interesting idea, haha, why not create a feminist world? The men in this country are all wicked, so why not make all the men women's toys? Hearing Le Fan's words, Momaga came to her senses again, an interesting experiment. In a world ruled by men, chaos reigns and women are treated like toys. What about a world ruled by women? At this moment, Ainz, kneeling on the ground, was trembling all over. If he could, he would have rushed out and killed Gazef 1,000 times over. You ungrateful wretch, how dare you cheat the players? You're the culprit behind the nation's downfall. I'll FK your grandpa. This kingdom is poisonous, I keep wanting to lick it, and you guys just keep disrupting my rhythm. Chapter 93. As more people arrived, they saw Azith kneeling on the ground and the new king being forced to kneel by him. Everyone was stunned, especially the old king, who could no longer tolerate such a scene. Who are you people to dare treat the king like this? And Azith, what do you mean? Are you plotting treason? It must be said that the king himself was not a very smart person, he was just an ordinary person who instinctively wanted to protect his son when he saw him being bullied. If the king were a good person, the country wouldn't be managed like this. Calling him an ordinary person, rather than a good-for-nothing, is already giving him face. After all, she is the captain of the warriors, and all the high-end combat forces of the Blue Rose Kingdom are on her side. Anyone with a normal IQ can manage the country well. Le Fan and Momaga ignored the king's words and continued their discussion. Which woman should rule this country? Let the men of this corrupt nation experience what it's like to treat women like toys. Momiga thought for a moment and felt that Shaltir was quite suitable. How about letting Shaltir become the queen of this country? Anyway, she can do whatever she wants with this country. Le Fan looked at Momiga. How can that be? You already have too few body pillows. If Shaltir comes, won't that make it even fewer? Superior. Momiga looked at Le Fan. You wouldn't be thinking of bringing albedo, would you? Hearing Momiga's explanation, Le Fan asked curiously, is that not allowed? Momiga was counting on albedo to drag Leffen down with them, so how could they let albedo come here? Of course not, she is the chief steward of the Great Tomb, and she is in charge of all matters, big and small, of the Great Tomb. That's true. She's in charge of so many things at the Great Tomb, it wouldn't be very convenient for her to come. Why don't we let Nabe take over? Me. Le Fan stroked his chin and then slapped him. He had just heard an old man making a racket, and he was still arguing. It was so annoying. So Le Fan simply slapped him into dust. Seeing the old king instantly killed, the warrior captain Gazef was enraged and charged forward with his sword. Momiga ignored the old king that Leffen had killed, and instead looked at Aziz kneeling on the ground, saying, Nabe might not be able to hold on, after all, Nabe couldn't beat that novice armor Nabe. Le Fan looked at Aziz and said, it's okay, just give her a set of level 100 equipment, right? Anyway, I don't have much of anything, but I have plenty of level 100 divine equipment. The king of men remained silent throughout, simply listening to their discussion. As for the surrounding soldiers and the warrior captains who were about to pounce, they were all frozen in place and immediately silenced. When did it become the place for ants to interrupt when the big shots are discussing matters? That works, level 100 equipment. But how do we reform this kingdom? And won't it conflict with demiurges and the others' plans? Hearing Momiga's words, Le Fan became even more interested and said, conflict? No way, just give them a piece of land as their base. I'd like to see what a world run by women would be like. Momiga thought for a moment and boldly said, now that you mention it, I'm actually quite looking forward to it. Anyway, this world has supernatural powers, and women can do the same things as men. So, all the men will be distributed as toys. Upon hearing this, Le Yan immediately retorted, holy crap, you're playing that hard? Are you even a man? Momiga, seeing Le Fan trying to shift the blame, also complained, didn't you bring it up first? Le Fan nodded and said, that's right. Anyway, there aren't any good people in this country, so let's just leave it at that. The new king, who was being held down by Azith, couldn't help but shed tears. His father was killed before his eyes, and now his enemies are still discussing how to divide the country. Why did this happen? He wanted to shout, he wanted to ask, but the terrifying pressure rendered him speechless and unable to move an inch. The king watched as Le Fan and Momiga discussed for several minutes before finally asking, have you two reached a decision? Le Fan nodded, then looked at Aziz kneeling on the ground and said, all right, by the way, is your grandpa still there? Aziz never felt any physical pressure, but as a sycophant, he knew when to speak and when not to. My uncle passed away 100 years ago, I'm sorry I can't help you. Hearing the humble tone of Aziz's words, Le Fan looked at Momiga again. Holy crap, isn't this Momiga's old template? Always playing the coward, always apologizing and saying sorry first, is it really that funny? Hearing Le Fan's inner thoughts, Momiga felt a chill run down her spine. Damn it, working in society requires humility? Do you think I want to? However, looking at the humble and sensible Azith, Momiga wondered if he should let him join the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Are there any other players? When Le Fan suddenly asked a question, Az thought for a moment and said, all the players who came before are dead, but one of the 6 great gods and one guardian is still alive. By the way, the invincible god has also descended. I believe you already know that. Hearing Ainz's answer, Le Fan looked at the sky again. Could these players have outmaneuvered their opponents and developed enough strength to travel to space? There are definitely some. So many players can't all be weak, and some might even join because they can't beat them. Did he become one of those colonists? I'll go back and bring Nabe over. Oh, and give me the equipment first, I'll have her change into it and come over. Upon hearing this, Le Fan casually tossed a level 100 divine set to Momaga, who then disappeared immediately after receiving the set. Watching Momaga disappear, Le Fan looked at Ainz again. Alright, you're quite good. Will you join the Divine Kingdom? Hearing Le Fan's words, Ainz was taken aback. Are you from the Kingdom of Gods? That's about right. If you want to go, I'll take you there now. Oh, and we still have some games to play, so we won't go. Please let me join the Kingdom of God. Le Fan nodded and then raised his hand to summon Zhu Shijuming, who was in a daze, and he was immediately summoned. Zhu Shijuming was also stunned when he saw his surroundings, but when he saw his master, he quickly lowered his head and said, "My lady." Le Fan hugged Zhu Shijuming tightly and said, "Arrange a position for him in the Divine Kingdom and let him join the Divine Kingdom." Yes. Le Fan patted Zhu Shijuming's adorable little head, then raised his hand and tossed out a portal. Alright, let's go. Zhu Shijuming listened and used magic to grab Ainz from a distance and enter the portal, which then disappeared. Everyone present was terrified by what they saw and heard. These people were actually from the Kingdom of Gods. Good heavens, why is our kingdom so unlucky? We keep provoking the wrong people. First the blood demon, then the earthlings, and now the God Kingdom. Is this any way to survive? Chapter 94. A few minutes passed, and more people came from the capital. Under the king's coercive pressure, all of them were forced to stand still and were unable to speak. Meanwhile, the king and Le Fan began to drink their wine, waiting for Momaga's arrival. Honey, wouldn't it be better to destroy a country like that? If you want to establish a matriarchal world, wouldn't it be better to just create a completely new world? Hearing the human king declare that he would create a world at the drop of a hat, Le Fan chugged dregs of water again. Seeing that Le Fan remained silent, the human king looked around curiously, then took a sip of his magical beer. That's right, the new world we establish may not necessarily consist of these people. Too lazy to speak, Le Fan tossed aside the magic beer he had finished drinking, grabbed the king of men and snatched his magic beer, then drank it himself. This displeased Wang, "Husband, you've gone too far." Le Fan smiled, downed his magic beer in one gulp, and said with a smile, "What's wrong with that? Hateful." Just then, the king of men launched a sudden counterattack, catching Le Fan completely off guard. Those who were being punished by standing watched the two of them constantly displaying their affection. It was all so saccharine. And then there are those occasional phrases like creating the world or destroying the world, which really bothers them. Because of the restrictions imposed by the king, not only is speaking impossible, but even suicide is a luxury. 3 minutes later, Momaga arrived with Nabe, who was wearing purple armor. Nabe was stunned for a moment when she saw the two showing affection, and then respectfully said, "Lord Leffen, Lord Human King." Momaga seemed to be jealous. All right, there are outsiders here. You two are an old married couple, so stop showing off." Hearing Momaga's words, Le Fan released the Human King. "Why did it take so long?" Upon hearing this, Momaga retorted, "What, you're that eager to see me?" Le Fan looked at Nabe looking at the country and said, "It's all right, let's start helping Nabe. She might not be able to manage this country all at once. How about we arrest all the men first, and then gather all the women?" "Don't worry, honey. There are more women than men in this country, but many women are just toys for men, so they're kept in cages. And these women are all jealous and resentful of men. If you release them and lock all the men in cages, I wonder what they'll do. Listening to the king of men casually recount the cruel events, none of them felt anything was amiss. But the men around them were terrified. Were they going to be kept in cages from now on? To be kept like pets by women? They wanted to rebel, even though they weren't like that, they must have seen such scenes before. After all, they were the Imperial Guard, and every year they would take time to arrest the more wicked and weaker nobles. They had seen plenty of girls kept in cages like pets. This is Fan's thought: sometimes, those who turn a blind eye and a deaf ear are more hateful than those who commit evil. That's a pretty good idea, but we can't capture them all. By the way, let Demiurge and his forces use the Urantir region as their base. The rest of the population was rounded up, but aside from the 1 million in Yelentil, there were still 8 million people left, making it quite a difficult task to capture them all. Destruction is indeed easier, but since it was Momaga's terrible idea, naturally Momaga will carry it out. Hearing Fan's heartfelt words, Momaga felt like spitting blood. What do you mean I brought this up? I only wanted to create a world in dire straits, not a country where women are supreme. UBD, all you do is shift the blame. I have to think of something. Momaga said, feigning retreat. Fan, this idea was yours, but the workload is so demanding that I think it would be difficult for you to complete it alone. I'll reluctantly help you subdue 2 cities. Fan naturally knew that the kingdom had 9 major cities, each with a population of 1 million, but he didn't expect Momaga to be so shameless. Song helped sort out too. Fan immediately retorted, holy crap, I want to take 6? Have you no shame? The king of men listened to the 2 men's back and forth and said with a smile, since that's the case, why not just destroy them? Momaga listened to the human king's words and said awkwardly, ahem, sister-in-law, isn't this a bit too much? You see, the girls are all victims, they are innocent. The king spoke again, oh? Then why not just wipe out all the men? Fan calmly said, no need for that. Let's first reorganize the capital, then have Nabe lead the army to reorganize the other areas. We can just watch the show, right? Momaga smiled at Xianulefan and said, can you be lazy and never lift a finger? Nabe looked miserable. What the heck? All the tasks ended up falling on my shoulders? The king of men looked at Nabe's miserable face and smiled, that's possible, but there can't be no reward, right? Hearing the king's words, Nabe blushed and looked at Fan, unsure whether she should make a request. Seeing Nabe's adorable appearance, Kikaija couldn't help but say, Nabe, just tell me what you need. Yes, if I complete the mission, can Lady Leffen go with Lady Albedo? Fan, also curious, hugged Nabe and asked, why am I not with you? Nabe said self-consciously, I'm just a maid, how could I be qualified? Upon hearing this, Momaga quickly replied, haha, in that case, why don't Nabe and Albedo go with Leffen together? But the deadline has to be shortened to within a month, and we won't help with the capital. I've already sent Albedo over. Holy crap! That scoundrel Momaga, he really wants to be my father-in-law. No way, I can't do this. Why don't we bring Shaltir and Shiz along? It's too much trouble for just the 2 of them. If the 4 of us work together, we won't lose out when we complete the mission. Momaga was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, but quickly recovered, do we really have to go that far? You know Ziza is a doll. Fan smiled and said, aren't you just bones too? Momaga maintained a calm expression, but inwardly he was laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, finally I can get out of this predicament. Fantastic. Damn it, fine, I'll play along. I know you really like Nabe and Albedo, but you're afraid I'll see you as a potential father-in-law, so you're holding back. It's all right, I'll grant your wish. But a month is too long, how about 20 days? If all 4 of them work together, and it's finished in 20 days, then, It'll be perfect, no problem. Momaga pretended to be deeply affectionate and righteous, sacrificing himself for his brothers, which moved Le Fan. Damn Momaga, did I misjudge him? Wasn't he trying to become my father-in-law? So what have I been enduring all these days for? No, 20 days. Oh, I see. He's just making it sound nice, but does he mean he doesn't want them to finish? The king of men watched the two of them quietly, and then Shia, Urea, and Bede came over. Because Momaga's provocation tactics are too powerful. For example, if I add an aura, you should add mercy or something like that. Le Fan naturally knew that Renzi, having a part of his own soul, would definitely disagree. But Momaga did complain, so isn't that even better? Didn't you used to call it left girl and right girl? Why didn't you say it was disgusting then? After being subjected to this barrage of criticism, Le Fan felt ashamed and immediately agreed, even though Momaga had previously relied on Xiaozhou and Xiaoyu for help. But how can brothers argue about something like this in front of their own women? Chapter 95. Damn it, Momaga, you dare say you didn't have little left or little right to help you. Alright, we're all brothers, don't bring up our weaknesses in front of girls, I agree. This is good too, at least Momaga can experience the meaning of life. Momaga was deeply moved by Le Fan's heartfelt words of consideration for her. He even wondered if he had gone too far. He was clearly trying to cover up his affair with Shaltir. But never mind, anyway, my brother doesn't know, and he did indeed make a move against Albedo, Nape, and Mercy. Do you think I don't know what kind of person he is? He's just a lazy bum who wants everything food, drink, and entertainment, so why don't you take action? He's just afraid I'll criticize him. He's so stubborn and suffers for it, but he still cares about me so much. I hope that after this experience, he won't love me as much anymore and will treat me like a brother from the start. Fortunately, Le Fan couldn't hear Momaga's inner thoughts, otherwise he would have picked up his 40-meter-long cleaver and chopped the BD into pieces. In his heart, he was always saying things like he loved him. I treated you like a brother, but you treated me like a gay man? As Portal 967 opened one after another, the 6 people were already standing there. The Human King, acting as referee, simply addressed the 6, according to the agreement between the husband and the younger brother. Mercy, Albedo, and Nabe will form the husband's group. Shaltir, Aura, and Hizi, you 2 groups, successfully captured and imprisoned all the men in every city of this kingdom except for the city of Elandur, within 10 days. Let women control their lives and deaths, and let this kingdom truly become a kingdom of women. Then it's all done, and you can be with the person you love. The simple and direct words made all 6 of them gasp for breath, because it was the highest honor for them. Even though Shaltir already possessed a tangible form, she would still be extremely happy to gain the approval of the Human King and Leffen, even though it would mean 2 more people getting in her way. But who is Ga? He is the Supreme Being, and you see Lord Le Fan is surrounded by a large group. Won't it be shameful for Lord Momaga to be all alone then? So she didn't think much about it. At this moment, Albedo, panting heavily, said with a Yandere expression, "CFFC, can we begin? Can we begin?" Hearing Albedo repeat her words, and seeing her eagerness to begin the mission, the king smiled, "Then let's begin. I will be here waiting for you at this time in 10 days. As soon as she finished speaking, the 6 of them did not separate. In Albedo's words, they would conquer the royal capital together, first to collect experience points, and then consider whether to conquer it individually or as a group. Seeing everyone's actions, the Human King also lifted the restrictions around him. At this moment, warrior Captain Gazef suddenly stood up, sword in hand, ready to slash at the Human King. In an instant, Shaltir put her to sleep with a spell, and Hitz's gun was switched to tranquilizer mode. Nabi also used sleeping magic, while Albedo violently captured all 8 of them and threw them into a pile. Renzi, who was in charge of overseeing the 5 people's actions, felt it was too slow and troublesome. I'll use the 10th tier magic sleep domain. You guys are responsible for capturing them all. Hearing Ren'Si's words, everyone was overjoyed, because with Ren'Si's help, this mission could be completed easily. At this moment, Nora and Clem were outside the gate of the palace garden. She saw and heard all of this, and she was a little scared. But when she thought about how this would be a woman's world, she realized that no one would stop her from being with Clem. The only thing I'm worried about is other women wanting to play with Clem. No, I can't let Clem become someone else's toy. Clem stood firmly in front of Nara, terrified by the oppressive aura he had just witnessed, but he absolutely could not allow the princess to be pushed in front of him. Sebastian looked at Demiurge and Soleus beside him and said, "It seems my mission is over." Demiurge smiled, "Not yet. We should go and subdue Yelantir. It would be shameful if we were to subdue one city slower than they were to subdue 8. Sebastian nodded upon hearing this. In fact, Momiga had just brought Nabe here to explain the situation. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long. Leffen Momiga and the King of Men had not left. At this moment, they flew to a height of several square meters and looked down at the kingdom below. The 3 of them were drinking beer and eating barbecue. As for where the barbecue came from, the 3 of them had several dozen tons of it stored in their storage space. After all, how could alcoholics not have any stock? They quickly moved to the city of Yelantil, and Demiurge was still a little confused. The changes in the past few days have been too great. Every time I come up with a plan, the world is changed by the Supreme Being in the next second. Everything was originally planned perfectly, but each change made it impossible to implement the old plan. For example, right now, His Majesty's idea is that if one wants to establish a country, one should do so. Why need the Empire's help? Why need others' approval? Even someone as shrewd as Daihua was somewhat taken aback. But after arriving in Yelantir, Demiurge had a bold idea to convert the land to Demiurge. Are Lord Momiga and Lord Leffen testing my ability to adapt to changing circumstances? Yes, this is the real world, not a fantasy paradise. Things can't always happen exactly as we imagine. There are so many intelligent people and so many strong individuals in the world. If I were to become accustomed to smooth sailing, what will happen to us when the Supreme Beings take us to see higher realms? If we suffer a crushing defeat, it won't be us who lose face, but rather the Supreme Beings. Indeed, I relied too much on long-term planning. The essence of planning lies not in its length, but in its adaptability. Demiurge said angrily, biting his finger. Hearing Demiurge's tone, Sebastian, who was standing to the side, also came to his senses. So that's how it is. The Supreme Beings want to teach us to adapt to changing circumstances. Listening to Demiurge's analysis, Soliak Xiong hugged her shoulders happily and said, "Ah, what a great Supreme Being! It's already a great favor that they're willing to stay and let us serve them, and they're even willing to teach us. We absolutely cannot let the Supreme Being's kindness go to waste." Hearing Saluzang's words, Demiurge shouted even more frantically, "Of course, we must go all out, no. Give our all to respond to the Supreme Beings." It has to be said that Demiurge's influence and infectiousness instantly infected Sebastian and Sorensen, and it's likely that everyone in the Great Tomb of Nazarick will soon follow suit. In terms of Daihua, Demiurge, consider myself second to none. Chapter 96. Le Fan looked at Ren'Ci, who had returned to his original form and was suspended 1,000 meters in the air, empowered by immense magical power and with such a massive body. In an instant, the entire capital was enveloped by a terrifying magic circle, a 10th tier magical dormant domain. Damn, I didn't expect Mercy to be such a bug. At this rate, it won't take 10 days at all, it'll be finished in 4 days at most. However, Mercy's magical skills are truly impressive. He was able to construct a magic circle so vast that it covers the entire capital city. Keep in mind, the capital city spans a massive area with a diameter of 20 kilometers. If it were me, 5,000 magic points wouldn't be enough to complete such a powerful magic circle, it would require at least 10,000 magic points. Judging from Ren'Ci's appearance, he used at most 1,000 magic points. I really can't be too lazy, I need to think about how to control my magic more precisely. After all, this is reality, not a game. Many things that aren't allowed in games can be done here. Listening to Le Fan's thoughts, Momaga also used his magic to explore and look at the Mercy below. Sure enough, Mercy still had 4,000 of its 5,000 magic power stored. What does this mean? 1,000 units of magic power can create a magic circle surrounding the entire capital? Actually, this isn't difficult. For example, in the original work, Demiurge's magical firewall also surrounded a large area of the royal capital. Keep in mind that a fully powered Mercy can take on all the guardians single-handedly, and she is a world boss, though not a limited time one. However, its size is also enormous, and the World Tree's magic attack range will expand as its size increases. This also avoids the situation where a world boss has a massive body hundreds of meters long, but the area affected by the spell is only a few hundred meters wide. Who would it be used to attack? However, this design also drew fierce criticism from players, who complained that a single screen clearing skill from a world boss was unbearable. Fortunately, the introduction of guild and party systems can forcibly mitigate most of the damage. This setting forces players to team up to fight bosses, further increasing the game's activity level. Of course, there are still people who can solo world bosses, such as Le Fan, who has the highest speed and magic resistance in the entire village. These world bosses are just cash machines. After all, apart from some magic spells which have certain limitations, other skills can be dodged. This is why some warriors are very strong while others are very weak. The fact that magic always hits is indeed a trap, but considering that a guaranteed hit spell requires at least 100 mana, plus there are no mana potions and no way to restore mana, it's a real problem. This can be seen as a form of protection for mages. Compared to warriors who can unleash endless spells, mages have to be more frugal. With this in mind, everyone felt relieved. Mercy is quite skilled in magic. He was able to release a huge magic circle with a diameter of 20 kilometers, which directly covered the capital. Moreover, it only required this little bit of magic power. Even I couldn't do that. The king directly praised her kindness, saying that she was very capable. Le Fan nodded in agreement. Yes, their control over magic seems to be innate, there's nothing we can envy about it. Momaga muttered to herself, I wonder if she'll get stronger. Le Fan got excited upon hearing this. Yeah, it would be interesting if you knew how to do it. The human king looked at Ren'Ci and then smiled, saying, you can become stronger. Everything in this world can become stronger. There's no setting that locks it in place, but the speed of becoming stronger is a bit slow. Hearing this, Le Fan asked curiously, can everything become stronger? Yes, as long as you have enough energy, you can become stronger, but everyone's tolerance level is different. Some people can only receive 10 units of energy, while others can receive 10,000 units of energy. Once the energy level reaches 10,000, the body will reach a critical point. This is the limit of his body. Every time he becomes stronger, he has to slowly break through that limit. Speed will plummet, but that doesn't mean it won't become stronger. The increase in strength was so small that they themselves couldn't even notice it. However, many humans are unaware of this because they are unaware of their increasing strength. Hearing the king's words, the two fell silent again. Damn it, can anything become infinitely stronger? Does having immortal life equate to invincibility? Holy crap, then there must be ancient monsters in outer space that have lived for billions of years. Just how powerful would they be? Damn it, this world is more dangerous than I imagined. Why do I feel so weak the more I learn about its rules? Hearing Le Fan's inner monologue, Mamagia was too scared to speak. After all, the universe could easily span billions of years without a word of warning. If life truly exists in the universe for billions of years, even if its limitation is only 110 years, even a pig would become stronger. N yen pound . Fortunately, the human king was unaware of their thoughts, otherwise he would definitely have complained, "I'm not talking about getting stronger naturally, I'm talking about getting stronger through cultivation. You need to cultivate to break through the limitations, you can't just lie down and do it. Are you two dreaming?" The king of men assumed that both of them understood, since it was such a basic thing, but the two of them insisted on thinking differently. "I don't understand, I don't know." Then he fell into a fantasy of ancient monsters that had existed for billions of years in the universe. They were so frightened they trembled. The human king once again spoke of what he considered the rules, and then Momaga and Leffen were no longer on the same wavelength as him. It has to be said that the appearance of the human king has made Fan and Momaga even more cautious. 0. The creation of the universe in outer space was already 1,000 light-years away, because the power of the laws of nature to shift was simply too great. She then arrived at an even larger galaxy. There is a sun here too, but it's blue and much hotter than the sun in our solar system. She plunged headlong into the sun, activating the elemental rules, and instantly felt herself growing stronger without end. As she grew stronger, she sensed that her younger sister, Elemental Supreme Heaven, was still too weak despite constantly becoming stronger. Such a weak existence seems to insult the Master's soul. So she used proper etiquette to relay the message, "Master, I would like to bring some elements outside to cultivate, is that all right?" Fan, who was gripped by fear, was stunned for a moment upon hearing the words of the Creator. Holy crap, is Genesis taking the elements to the universe to cultivate? Has she found a treasure trove for cultivation? Why refuse? Just let the elements go. Fan asked calmly, "Is there any danger?" Upon hearing Fan's thoughts, Momaga immediately exclaimed, "Damn, cultivating in outer space." The king of men was taken aback when he heard Fan suddenly speak. The king asked curiously, "Who?" Fan said softly, "Chuan Shi, she said she's going to take usse outside to cultivate." The Creator felt the intense heat of hundreds of billions of degrees. It might be a little dangerous for his younger sister, but with him watching over her, he figured the danger shouldn't be too great. She humbly said, "There are dangers, but as long as we stay calm, there shouldn't be any major problems." Chapter 97. Holy crap! There really is danger. It looks like we've encountered aliens. But I'm relatively confident in the Creator's abilities. They might need some elemental help. Oh well, let them go. I can still summon my soul anyway. Sending the elements is fine, but try to minimize contact, who knows if the enemy will detect us. Fan pretended to be calm and said, "Okay, just be careful. Don't contact me unless it's absolutely necessary." Momaga listened to Fan's thoughts without any emotional fluctuation, and even picked up a bottle of magic beer and chugged it down. Momaga is the one who's going to do big things, he's already comparing himself to cannon fodder, an ant. Even if he knew about something so high level, it wouldn't change anything, he might as well eat, drink, and have fun. And thinking that I couldn't drink too much beer this time, so I wouldn't fall asleep again and miss out on some happy times. The human king listened to Fan's words with curiosity. Although she possessed the power of all the rules, her rules were different from those of the 10 supreme heavens. For example, the elemental scepter, when used by her, allows her to use all elemental abilities, but she cannot absorb elemental power. As for the elements, they can control all elements, and even absorb elements to become stronger. This is not even in the same league. The reason why the human king can become stronger at all times is because she used the power of the creation crown. Each use of the creation crown increases her strength by 1 level. The principle behind her and the God King's growth is the unlimited use of the creation crown, which creates a large number of enhancement fruits within their bodies, thus allowing their attributes to continuously improve. These enhancement fruits only disappear after logging off, but this game doesn't have the concept of logging off, so it's a never-ending process of getting stronger. Unfortunately, these enhancement fruits cannot be used on others, because 9 enhancement fruits will randomly spawn at 9 different locations in the 9 worlds of the game every day. If you're lucky enough to find it, you'll get a full attribute boost, and you'll take off. Keep in mind that this is a full attribute boost, but the boost is random. Some people get a boost of 100, while others get a boost of 10. Unfortunately, once the enhancement fruit is discovered, it will disappear, and then the person who discovered it can use it, whether it's a player, NPC, or wild monster. The Crown of Creation can create anything that isn't a world-class item, so this thing can naturally be created. The God King's setting is that he can endlessly create enhancement fruits while he is in a deep sleep. The Human King, on the other hand, used the Eternal Serpent Ring to simulate the power of the Crown of Creation and to create enhanced fruits. It's just incredibly amazing. However, due to official restrictions, Le Fan lost a channel to become stronger. Otherwise, if he had woken up the God King and allowed the God King to create an endless stream of enhancement fruits for him, he would have taken off on the spot. This is the real deal, a truly satisfying and tangy experience. After hearing Le Fan's words, Genesis also stopped contacting him. She simply raised her hand and summoned her sleeping sister, and the element instantly left the divine realm. In an instant, she felt a scorching heat, and her whole body glowed red. When she saw her eldest sister, she was stunned for a moment. Eldest sister, get stronger. This blue sun is enough for you to absorb for 10 years. After 10 years, I'll take you to another sun. You're too weak now, which is an insult to your master, you know. As the Creator spoke, he bestowed upon the element a power of order, granting her the ability to protect her with a shield for 10 days. Upon hearing this, Ainz said excitedly, I understand, eldest sister. I will work hard and strive to absorb this blue sun within 8 years. Looking at his stubborn younger sister, Chuangshi patted her head and said, all right, I'll find you in 8 years. I will definitely try my best. I will never let my master down. As the elemental watched the disappearance of creation, it too began to fall into a deep sleep. The elemental's absorption rate is fastest during its slumber. This is also her unique skill. Even the Creator cannot accelerate the absorption of elemental energy through sleep. Who knows, maybe in a few years the weakest element will become the strongest. This blue sun is more than 10 times larger than the sun in our solar system. The elements say that they can absorb such a huge sun in just 8 years. It's no wonder that creation absorbed the sun and then ran away in no time. It wasn't that she didn't want to absorb it, but that once she did, the sun was gone. It would definitely get scolded by its owner, so it ran away. 0997013225 Fila 1125511061. Fortunately, Le Fan was unaware of the two sisters' cruelty. If he had known that the two sisters used the sun as their food, he's probably about to vomit blood. His summoned creatures are so powerful, and he's still just playing it safe. What's the point? That's why I'm hiding. Back in the primordial world, above the capital, the Human King looked at Le Fan. Husband, aren't you worried about creation and the elements going out? Upon hearing this, Le Fan internally imagined, holy crap, the Human King has already detected their danger. Who can stand this? My wife and subordinates all know the dangers of outer space, but I'm the only one who doesn't know the specific dangers and is only guessing. But it would be too embarrassing to ask. Besides, asking won't solve anything. The Creator and the Human King are both more powerful than me. They both feel it's dangerous. How could I possibly handle it? Wouldn't it be wonderful to just stay apathetic and be a couch potato? Mercy, speed things up. I can't wait to be a proper couch potato for a while." Hearing Le Fan's heartfelt words, Mo also expressed her agreement. "We salted fish should act like salted fish." Le Fan shook his head and said, "I'm not worried about them coming, and they have their own freedom too." The King of Men thought Le Fan's words made sense, so he raised his glass and said, "That's right, let's drink." After everyone in the capital fell asleep, Shaltir and Aura began entering the house and capturing people. If they're caught, they're thrown into the street, and then Nabe, Shiz, and Albedo deal with them. Mercy maintained the magic circle and erected a massive cage capable of holding 1,000,000 people, indicating that they could throw people inside. Of course, such a massive cage would naturally destroy many of the buildings in the capital, but they didn't care. For them, completing the mission is the top priority. Isn't sabotage inevitable? Everything happened so fast that half a day had passed in the blink of an eye, and more than 300,000 people who had been sleeping had been locked in cages. There are over 500,000 women outside, and the elemental magic has been cancelled. The most crucial task at the beginning was to change the mindset of the women in this area, to make them stop seeing themselves as tools or toys, and to empower them to become the masters of their own lives. Chapter 98. With a purifying spell, all the sleeping people were awakened. Shaltir looked at the 370,000 people imprisoned in cages, their faces filled with astonishment. There were also 520,000 people gathered outside the cages, tens of thousands of whom were disheveled and in a daze. Her face was filled with fear and terror as she kept saying, "Don't hit me, don't hit me, I'll be good." This wasn't an isolated incident. Many women also appeared mentally unstable, demonstrating just how corrupt this kingdom truly was. In the original story, Sebastian's wife was captured and beaten to death by that fat, swine-like nobleman, and that was under those circumstances. This is the capital of the kingdom. If this is what happens in the capital, you can imagine that the starting point must be even worse. Tens of thousands of girls who were abused were mentally unstable, and many noble women were terrified when they saw this scene. Meanwhile, Gazef's hands were bleeding as he was locked in the cage. He clenched his fists so tightly that only God knows how much force he used. Clem's expression was also rather abnormal, even though he knew about the corruption in this kingdom. But seeing tens of thousands of women with disheveled clothes, and tens of thousands of women whose mental state has been disturbed by abuse, any normal person would be angry. But this corrupt kingdom is abnormal in itself. Mercy looked at the warrior captain and his soldiers, who were all angry. "Are you just pretending for them?" A simple sentence spread to everyone's ears: "Don't imprison these angry righteous people in the front row." And those who are abused and have mental problems are also at the very front row. This was Albedo's idea to treat a woman who thought herself the most righteous man, a woman driven to madness by abuse, as a toy, as her possession. Nora was currently in the very back row, and everyone else standing there, like her, was dressed in Hua-style clothing. Then let me explain the rules first. From today onwards, the kingdom will perish, and we will establish a female empire here. In this country, women are absolute, and men are just our tools, our toys. Of course, you can love them and treat them like family, it all depends on your own choices. Now, those of you in the first row will begin choosing. Choose the people you want, because you have suffered the most. You can choose 3 people. But as soon as the words were spoken, these abused and mentally unstable women didn't dare to move. They even knelt on the ground, covering their heads, pleading, "Don't hit me, don't." Others simply stripped off their last remaining clothes, pleading, "I'm a dog, master, I'll be good, please don't hit me." Seeing this scene, Gerdov finally broke down. He had thought that even if there were victims in this kingdom, they would only be a minority. But looking at the tens of thousands of victims and their faces, he unconsciously knelt on the ground. "I'm sorry. It's me, Gerd, I'm sorry. I had the ability to save you, but because of my cowardice and hesitation. I'm sorry. I'm not worthy, I'm not worthy of being a human being, and I'm even less worthy of talking about defending my country. As Gerdolf spoke, he kept kowtowing, and his scalp instantly bled. And Gazef's soldiers also knelt down one after another. Seeing this horrific scene, they no longer had the ruthlessness they once had. This scene would break anyone's heart and fill them with guilt. Even the girls dressed as dogs had nothing, but none of the people in the front row had any thoughts about it. Clem was an orphan, destined to die on the streets, but Princess Nora saved him and changed his fate. But he thought he was already the most miserable person in the kingdom, and now looking at these girls, he couldn't believe it. Thank goodness he wasn't a girl. Otherwise, even dying on the street would be a luxury. Who could stand this? Tears welled up in his eyes without his noticing. Why is our kingdom like this? At this moment, Ooal laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, put away your useless pity and self-blame. Do you want to commit suicide? Do you want to escape?" Hearing Ooal's words, the warrior captain, his soldiers, and the righteous men of the kingdom all came to their senses. Can they commit suicide? No. Absolutely not. Shaltir then spoke up, "You don't need to do this. Now in the female empire, you will be superior beings. Please choose a tool or a toy, choose boldly. The female empire will protect you from now on." But the girls were still afraid. In the end, Albedo shook her head, then let each of them take one. The people in the front row are still somewhat conscientious. Remember, from now on they are your masters, and you will spend your lives protecting and cherishing them. As they spoke, the doors to the first row opened, and the men with the highest moral character were released. They felt guilty at that moment. These abused girls were undeniably beautiful, just a little dirty, but what right did they have to look down on them? This is the best solution. After all, the first group of people have already been mentally broken, killing them would be a relief, but would the human king, the referee, be satisfied? They definitely won't be satisfied. So there's only one way: choose some people with a strong sense of justice and have them take care of these girls who are having emotional breakdowns, taking responsibility for caring for, protecting, and cherishing them for the rest of their lives. Mercy also possesses powerful magic, easily selecting those with a high justice value. 393. These individuals are considered good because their masters are not as cruel as others. The women in the second row are all slaves, subjected to all sorts of abuse, not yet broken, but their hearts are blackened to the extreme. Therefore, the second row is all men, all nobles, and all nobles will become toys for these women. Since none of the nobles are good people, it doesn't matter if they are played to death. Even someone with a justice score of 500 would be satisfied with this choice. At that moment, Gerd walked up to the girl who was playing the dog, helped her hang up her clothes, and picked her up, saying, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault." Feeling Gazef's embrace, the girl said fearfully, "Master, whatever you want, I'll do it. I'll be good and won't hit me." Graves couldn't help but shed tears. He wiped them clean. The girl's face was that of a little girl. He was furious at that moment. If he could, he would have drawn his sword right now and killed all those noble scum. Clem hesitated, but he had no choice. He knelt down in front of the silent girl and said, "From now on, I will protect you. Although I already have someone to protect for the rest of my life, as a human being and as a soldier of the kingdom, it is my responsibility. I swear that I will protect you for the rest of my life and not let you suffer any more harm." Chapter 99. Should righteous men take care of those who have been wronged? It sounds ridiculous, but it's also reasonable. At least these men with a sense of justice won't be treated like toys or tools, they'll still be human beings. However, the problem is the last row, those are the nobles. There are only 370,000 tools, and 10,000 of them are people with a sense of justice. There simply aren't enough people to choose from in the back. Are we going to let those nobles experience the life of commoners? Can they handle this plot twist? Oh right, Nora seems to be there too, and Clem seems to have chosen a young girl. That ingrate Gazef is definitely a Lilicon. Well, he didn't have a choice before. Now that he's faced the darkness head-on, he probably won't be ungrateful anymore. I'll be magnanimous and forgive him this once. However, the new king and the second prince are in the second row, which is full of slaves who are as black as can be. They'll probably be tortured to death. After all, as royalty, they did nothing and let them suffer so much, so they'll definitely pay double. Is this too lenient? The third row is full of ordinary people, couples, fathers and daughters. Are they trying to make them live ordinary lives again? I've calculated that an angel with a justice score of 500 isn't really a good choice to make her a demon. But you're right to be merciful, just wait until you complete your mission, then I won't be so merciful. Listening to Le Fan's heartfelt words, Momaga also watched as the righteous people below chose the targets they wanted to protect and cherish. But will they always be righteous? And the magic of judgment between good and evil that Merciful just used seems to be a skill unique to world bosses. My family's millstone seems to be a limited-time world boss, and it has specific skills. I think it's called something like money? Forget it, it's a useless skill. Let it stay dormant. I really envy Le Fan, who always summons beautiful women. You've disappointed me greatly, you millstone. At this moment, the millstone, which had been sleeping soundly on the 11th floor, suddenly woke up and yawned. Who's talking bad about me? Momaga has misunderstood. The millstone has no gender. Of course, this means that it can change whatever Momaga wants. If Momaga had ever shown any affection for it, Momo would probably have turned into an absolutely stunning mature woman. Unfortunately, Momaga won't mention it. Soon, more than 10,000 people had made their choices. Each of them, along with the people they were to protect, gathered in the open space on the left, under the instructions of Nabe and Zizi. There is plenty of food and water. The first step is to have them feed the girls until they are full. The second step is to have them take care of how to clean their bodies, and then to dress them up. All of this is a kind way of putting it. She says that if you are going to manage, you should manage well, and she hates giving up halfway. And they're also afraid that someone who's only half-baked won't buy it. Otherwise, Nabe and Ziza wouldn't have time to care about them. With food and water prepared, Gerdolf carried the little dog to a spot, watching her cower in fear. He gently selected some milder foods and then cared for her like a loving father. At this moment, Gerdov looked gratefully at the Mercy floating in mid-air, thinking that perhaps it wouldn't be bad for her to manage the kingdom in the future. Moreover, it doesn't matter whether women or men are in power, as long as there is peace. The first batch of selections is now complete. The second batch began, and it was observed that Renzi was focusing his attention on the victimized girl. Albedo knew it was her turn to take charge, and she also approved of the merciful plan. Although she was a demon, she was still a woman. She said in a good mood, then the second row will begin selecting people. Because you have suffered the pain of the second row, you can choose 2 people. These 10 rows are all representatives of nobles and evil. A total of 80,000 people. There were just enough for each of them to choose 2. The 40,000 women who had been played with and ruined all showed sickly and delicate faces. They stared at the men in luxurious clothes in front of them with madness. A young girl suddenly shouted, "I want him and him." If the first batch consisted mostly of Lolas, and the oldest were only teenage girls, the second batch consists mostly of mature, older women. Then the new king's second prince was chosen, and this girl was none other than, she is indeed today's dancer. She wasn't ruined because she's so beautiful that no one could bear to ruin her. Then the second girl also shouted, and 2 more of the 6 noble families were chosen. Then they were led to the right, where the dancer looked at the new king and the second prince with a sickly smile. "Lie down. Don't even think about it. I am the king of this country, Langzhen. I have treated you well all these years, and yet you treat me like this. Where is my family? Didn't you kill my father, mother, and brother? You're unhappy with me? Do you really think I don't know? Lan Yi, you've come. The dancer named Langzhen spoke of terrifying things with a sickly expression, then turned to look at her twin sister who had chosen 2 members of the 6 noble families to stay in the capital. Lan Yi smiled sweetly, you're the king? That's great. Don't worry, Lan Xin won't kill you now. I'll beat you up with Lan Xin later. The second prince also knew about the pair of stunningly beautiful twin dancers. They were recruited by his elder brother a few years ago and had been kept at home ever since. I never imagined my older brother could be so ruthless as to kill their entire family. My God, why did he bring them back in the first place? Are you really at ease? The second prince did not resist, but obediently lay down, because he had also made many mistakes over the years, under the influence of his father and elder brother. He didn't treat women as human beings either. He kept many dancers in his household. I never thought karma would come back to bite me today. But he had no choice but to back down. As long as I'm alive, there's hope. Besides, this dancer is absolutely gorgeous. If I could conquer her, wouldn't I be free? It has to be said that although the second prince is fat, he still has a lot of ideas in his mind. But the new king was not like the second prince, who could bend and stretch. He firmly declared that he would not lie down. Aura rushed over to assess the situation and immediately turned the new, Nordek, king and the second prince into slaves of the dancers. The new king had no power to resist. Looking at the necklace of effort that had appeared around his neck, he angrily declared, I am the king of this country. Aura smiled and said, Yes, yes, your majesty, lie down. As soon as Aura finished speaking, the king lay down. Aura then handed the bracelet to Langzhen and helped her put it on, saying, play with it as you please. It doesn't matter if you die. It's just a toy anyway. Lan Xin looked at Aura and knelt down to express her gratitude, thank you for giving me the opportunity to take revenge. Haha, no need for that. From now on, you are citizens of the female empire, and no one can bully you. As she spoke, Aura ran to Lan Yi's side and put the effort necklace on the 2 nobles as well, then let Lan Yi control them. The other slaves, witnessing this scene, began to choose their own people, each bringing 2 powerful districts with them. Chapter 100. On the right side of the royal square, a stunningly beautiful young woman was bouncing and jumping on the backs of the king and the second prince. Seeing her happy expression and blissful smile, one couldn't bear to interrupt. She laughed and said, this is so much fun. The girl, named Langzhen, smiled and looked at Lan Yi, who was also jumping on the 2 noblemen, and said, Sister, shall we switch jumps? Okay. The twins had switched places, and the 2 sisters had never been so happy in all these years. However, they were just young girls, stunning beauties weighing less than 90 pounds. The new king and the second prince were quite powerful, so they didn't react much when the 2 of them jumped on them. The other 2 nobles are also not much of a problem, because they are stronger than the new king and the second prince. One was Marquis Ren, one of the 6 noble families who supported the second prince, and the other was the new king's father-in-law. Both were skilled in military campaigns, so their strength was beyond question. All 4 were powerful figures in the kingdom. Even though their dignity was being trampled on by the girl, they said nothing, because none of them wanted to die. It was only Lan Yi and Lan Xin who didn't want to kill them so quickly. The other nobles didn't receive such good treatment. A fat, aristocratic man was being relentlessly slammed on the ground by a mature, older woman who was grabbing his head tightly. Ha ha ha, you've finally met your match. Die. I'll make you die. Die. The fat pig died on the spot a few minutes later, its head bleeding profusely. And these scenes keep happening, and death is just a relief. There are even more tragic things to come. Anyway, the second batch was extremely dark, involving 80,000 people, and basically all the powerful and wealthy people from the front were going to suffer. The second batch of selections was completed quickly, and the third batch of selections began. The third group consisted of ordinary people, and the group on the other side was also made up of ordinary people, each of them chose their own family members. Soon, all 370,000 candidates were selected. The fourth batch consisted of adventurers and self-reliant women, who had no other options. The fifth batch consisted of nobles, who had no choice whatsoever. The selection of the leader was completed in just 4 hours. From this day forward, I will act in the name of the Empress of the Female Empire, and the city management regulations will be drafted by those who are capable. The kind voice rang out again, and all the girls fell silent. Many female adventurers and female merchants stepped forward eagerly, expressing what they knew how to do. Then the merciful little angels who gave them an answer promised that these second-order little angels would follow and protect them throughout their journey. It must be said that Nora is quite remarkable. She immediately caught Albedo's eye and received special treatment. Nora knew she had to demonstrate sufficient value because the new country was a matriarchal society. If I had more real power, perhaps I could save Clem. During a conversation, and in the subsequent management of the female empire, Nora put forward her ideas. Albedo was quite satisfied with Nora's idea, and then inquired about Mercy. After all, she was the Grand Tomb Steward and couldn't possibly manage the female empire, while the others weren't strong enough. Only kindness can govern. Renzi listened to Nora's management plan, glanced at her, and said, "Okay, then you will become the first Prime Minister of the female empire, responsible for managing all affairs of the country." Hearing the kind words, Narina was delighted. May I have one?" Kindness looked at Nora and asked, "Who?" Nara then revealed a sickly sweet expression and said, "My dearest person. You are still pure, there's no need for you to pursue mortals. With your wisdom, you will still be of some use to us in the future. However, you made your decision too early. Let me show you the Supreme Being." Upon hearing Mercy's words, Albedo immediately said with displeasure, "Mercy, we shouldn't disturb Lord Leffen and the others." Kindness smiled at Albedo, "I think she's very good. We can't be so selfish." "Okay. Kfi." Albedo could only stomp her foot and say, "Then I'll take it." Renzi nodded in agreement. Albedo just wanted to see her master a little more. Although she wanted to see him a little more too, she still had a mission to complete. Nara was also filled with curiosity. Was Le Fan the invincible god? Even if I saw him, so what? I only love Clem. I only like Clem's eyes. Holding Albedo, Ra quickly reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. The three people who were enjoying their wine watched Albedo arrive with Nara. However, being at an altitude of 10,000 meters, they realized that most people would experience altitude sickness. The human king raised his hand and created an airfield. At this moment, Nara looked at the three of them up close. Not long ago, she had seen their figures from a distance. But now, seeing her up close, I realize just how absolutely stunning the king and Le Fan are. Nara, who originally thought she was the most beautiful woman in the kingdom, realized after meeting Nabel, Bed and Shaltir that she might not be the most beautiful, but she was definitely among the best. But the moment she saw the human king and Le Fan, her heart nearly leaped out of her chest. My God, what kind of beauty was this? Le Fan smiled as he looked at Nara, who was staring intently at him and the human king, another Yandera cutie. The king of men also noticed Nara's gaze. When their eyes met, she was actually captivated by his affection. Could this girl be a princess? At this moment, Nara realized that she had originally thought the purest and most beautiful eyes in the world were Clem's eyes. Looking into the eyes of the human king, which seemed to encompass the entire universe, she was completely captivated. Compared to those eyes, Clem is utter trash. It's like someone who has never drunk alcohol before discovering that Clemens is the best alcoholic beverage they've ever had. But the next moment, a bottle of premium mutai and a bottle of top-grade raw liquor appeared before her eyes. Would she still drink the blended liquor? Nara was captivated by the king's eyes, which held an infinite world within them, but those eyes were not yet fatal. When she saw Le Fan's eyes, she collapsed, completely powerless, even clutching her shoulders. Ah, to be such a beautiful, such a magnificent being in this world. At this moment, the queen frowned, because she discovered that Nara had actually gone there. She just exchanged a glance with herself and her husband and then left. This isn't just Yandere, this is pathological. Albedo also sensed the strange smell and glared angrily at Nara. How dare you? Chapter 101. Seeing that Albedo was about to lose her temper, Le Fan pulled her into his arms and then looked at Nara, saying, as expected, "You're a Yandere. It seems I'm destined to be with Yanderes. I'm very satisfied. From now on, you're mine." Hearing Le Fan's words, Nara was so happy she almost fainted. Didn't this mean she could see those eyes from now on? My God, such beautiful eyes! I can look at them forever from now on. What could be happier than this? However, Nara quickly realized that her behavior was inappropriate, but she couldn't help it. Just looking into those eyes, she was completely immobilized. Then Nara went again. Le Fan was too lazy to look at this morbid situation. For any living being with blood, Le Fan's eyes are the most beautiful, for he is the ruler of blood. Any living being with blood will fall for Le Fan's eyes. After all, vampires are masters of seduction. Even the rulers of blood are no exception, and their allure is always unleashed through their eyes. However, if we're talking about truly beautiful eyes, then the king of men's eyes are undoubtedly the most beautiful. After all, they are eyes that embody rules and cause and effect. Anyway, both pairs of eyes are the most beautiful in the world, and for Nara, who is obsessed with eyes, this is the most perfect thing. Albedo enjoyed Lefan's embrace, while the human king, with a hint of disgust, reached out to help Nara clean herself. Le Fan tossed aside a level 100 mage robe. All right, Albedo, take Nara down. The mission isn't complete yet, it's not the right time, you know. Hearing Le Fan's words, Albedo also put aside her thoughts and nodded, saying, "We will definitely complete the mission." After the two left, he awkwardly remarked, "This princess looks so beautiful and demure, I never expected her to be such a sickly Yandere." Le Fan smiled and said, "It's okay, isn't this more interesting? Anyway, we're not normal either." "That's true. Normal people are the ones who can't stay around us." "Okay, enough talk, let's keep drinking." Albedo brought Nara to the palace. "You're so lucky, Lord Lefan has taken a liking to you." Hearing Albedo's words, Nara wasn't embarrassed at all. After all, she was a Yandere herself, shameless. "Yes, thank you, Albedo. I finally realize how foolish I was to want to spend the rest of my life with a mortal. Ah, now I know that such a beautiful thing exists in the world. It's wonderful." Hearing Nara's words, Albedo tossed her robe. "Put this on yourself, and don't be so beautiful in front of Lord Lefan next time." "What does it matter? This represents my highest and most precious love for Lord Le Fan." Hearing Nara's words, Albedo cursed unhappily, "Ust." Ignoring her, Nara cheerfully changed into her magic robes and said, "Hee, by the way, Albedo, what was the task you mentioned earlier? Do you need my help?" "Yes, I need your help to reorganize this female empire. We will be conducting the same operation in all the cities, and I'll leave the management to you. Now, please put on your magic robe. We have 9 days left. If we finish, we can be with Lord Le Fan." Albedo thought for a moment. Although Nara's strength wasn't great, she was intelligent and, having been royalty since childhood, was knowledgeable about managing a country. Nora smiled and said, "Really? Then I'll do my best." Looking at Nara's smile as she changed into her pure white robes, she seemed like an angel, but unfortunately, she was a demon. Led by Albedo, they quickly returned to the mission point, where Nara began to count the number of people and manage the allocation. Renzi looked at Nara as she changed into a pure white magic robe and immediately recognized that it was no ordinary robe. However, just to be on the safe side, Mercy still arranged 2 angels of level 6000 for Nora. Seeing the 6 about to leave, Nara quickly said, "Sisters, if you've finished the raid, please use teleportation magic to take me there. I'll manage it and save time." Renzi looked at Nara and said, "You are still just a mortal and cannot withstand such high-intensity work. Manage the capital well, rest for a while, and I will come to pick you up tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Nara looked at her own small hands and thought, "I'm just a mortal, while my sisters are gods and demons." Finally, he could only reluctantly say, "Yes, kind sister. Don't worry, by following us you will live forever, but this mission was not completed, that's why you don't receive this treatment." Hearing Nara call her and the other's sister, Aura was also happy and explained to Nara. Nara looked at the petite and adorable Aura. Wasn't she just a child? No, how can I judge by appearance? Who knows, maybe the other person is an ancient monster who's hundreds of years old. Asterisk. With the departure of the 6, and seeing Nara become the ruler of the female empire, all the nobles cried out for help. Nara looked at everyone with a sickly smile, "You all deserve what you got, so don't bother begging for help. I won't save you, even if you're my own older and younger brothers." The new king and the second prince were also horrified to see Nora completely reveal her true nature. As this monster's brothers, they knew how terrifying she was. For her, humanity was non-existent. Everything she does is for her own needs and purposes, she never considers anything beyond those purposes. Although we don't know what her purpose is in taking power now, it's definitely none of our business. The second prince is now looking at the stunningly beautiful girl, thinking about how to win her over. That's the way to survive. The new king was devastated. He had only been king for a short time, and now his country was gone. Not only that, but he had also become a slave to the dancers he had previously kept here. His younger sister was one of the highest-ranking people in the country, and he was still just the younger sister. He couldn't accept this fact. What he found even more unacceptable was that his son had also become a slave to a mature woman. He had seen that mature woman before, she was a slave in his father-in-law's household. Good heavens, he couldn't imagine how his son would be violated by that slave. He was at a loss. Meanwhile, his wife had already run to the older woman, knelt down, and begged for mercy, saying that the child was innocent and asking her to let him go. This statement immediately made the older woman feel like she was trampling on a child. The child is innocent? Then who is innocent? I was captured by your father when I was 6 years old and brought to his mansion. Do you know how I've lived these past 20 years? From the age of 10, when you became aware of things, you had to accompany your father. After the age of 15, you began to become a toy for the other people in your household. Every day is worse than death. Do you know why I'm still alive? Because I don't want to die, I want to wait for this opportunity. The time has come. I will take my revenge. Don't worry, I won't kill him. I'll treat him the same way I treat him. He's only 6 now, I'll wait until he's 10. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the mature woman's morbid remarks, the queen was terrified. She kept kowtowing, but it was all in vain. Chapter 102. The new king watched his son with tears streaming down his face, but the dancer wouldn't let him off the hook, saying beside him, "Haha, how fun! I'm going to bring lots of people to play with this toy and wear it out." Upon hearing this, the new king, in a state of collapse, roared, "No! Please, please don't do this, sister, no, Lady Nora, I beg you. That's your own nephew. You can refuse to save your own brother, but the child is innocent." Hearing the new king's roar, the queen immediately knelt before Nara, pleading, "Please, Nora, I have no other choice." Nora looked at her with a sickly sweet expression. "How strange, isn't this a happy thing for you men? Don't you men all like beautiful women? That pair, you have to arrange for a beautiful 320 for her in the future, not an ordinary girl, otherwise it would be unfair to my nephew." Hearing Nora's speech, the queen completely broke down, while the previously somewhat frightened older sister, upon hearing Nora's selfless act of sacrificing her own family, quickly bowed and said, "Yes, Lady Nora, I will certainly arrange for the beauty." "Big brother, I did the right thing, didn't I? Didn't you guys used to exchange dancers all the time? I know you all like pretty girls. Look at all the pretty girls in the kingdom, my nephew will definitely be very happy in the future." Seeing Nora's sickly face as she spoke such things, the new king fainted on the spot from anger. The second prince looked at his sickly sister without saying a word. He knew she was a devil, so he couldn't be bothered to beg for mercy. The queen was furious, she absolutely couldn't let her son's life turn out like this. She thought that if she killed this powerful woman, everything would be over. She was, after all, the daughter of one of the 6 great noble families, and also a powerful magician. Unfortunately, before it could even commit any violence, it was suppressed by the level 6 Archangel of Terror. "Don't let it happen again, okay? At least while you're alive, you can see your nephew from time to time. Once you're dead, you won't be able to see him anymore. Furthermore, the female empire lacks talent. Sister-in-law, you are also talented. If you make contributions in managing the female empire, perhaps transferring the slave rights to you would be a good idea. Thinking things through is very important, acting impulsively won't help you at all. Wisdom is the most important talent we humans possess. If we abandon wisdom, what difference is there between us and beasts?" Nora, with a sickly charm, walked up to the person behind her who was being suppressed by the level 60 angel, raised her long, beautiful face, and said. Nora didn't try to hide her voice, and everyone around her heard what she said. The queen, upon hearing this, came to her senses. She had acted so impulsively. If she had really killed the woman before her, would her child be free? No, he won't be free. He'll become a slave to other women who hate men, and his treatment might be even worse then. She was so foolish. By listening to Nora, she also realized the way out. At this moment, she said earnestly, "I will definitely do my utmost to make outstanding contributions to the women's empire." "That's more like it. And the other nobles, you've all received treatment far exceeding that of ordinary people since childhood. Whether it's ability or combat power, it's far better than risking your lives. Think it over. In the early days of the founding of the nation, the female empire only values talent. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have another chance. After all, in the future, everyone in the female empire will be like a dragon, and your advantage will no longer exist." Nora shouted loudly, and hearing her words, all the noble women regained their hope. "Yes, now, as long as you make a contribution, can't you save your husband, your son, and your father?" As more and more noble women who hadn't dared to step forward did so, Nora smiled. This was the effect she wanted, to use a few words to exploit the rules of the female empire, making them wholeheartedly devoted to serving the empire. Because their families are in the hands of the female empire, and the female empire is so powerful, it is simply impossible to defeat it. So at this point, if a glimmer of hope is offered, they will desperately climb up. Of course, this light may not necessarily reward them, it depends on how much evil their families have done in the past. If the crime is extremely heinous, then it is unforgivable. Nora is clever, she observes the benevolence that is full of justice, the simple starting point of the female empire, and the dialogue with benevolence. She could know that mercy was about creating a heavenly kingdom filled with supreme mercy. Therefore, she would guide the story in this direction, and because Nora possessed such great wisdom, the original work made an exception and included her in the Great Tomb. They also made her change her class to a demon, and her pet Cram also enjoyed the same treatment. Under Nara's rule, the capital gradually returned to order and peace. Warrior Captain Gazef and Clem watched as, under Nara's management, the chaotic realm began to become beautiful. They also believed that everything would get better under Nora's leadership. Even the Sergeant Gurdjieff admired Nora, for he could never do something as righteous as sacrificing his own family for the greater good. It was because he couldn't do it that the kingdom slowly corrupted, and it was all his fault. Now he can only peacefully guard the sleeping little girl in his arms. Clem was the same, although he had set his sights on protecting Nara for the rest of his life. Nara already had two powerful angels protecting her. I feel like I'm useless, so I might as well protect the girl in front of me. She's the one I'll spend the rest of my life with. This Nara is really good, her management skills are top-notch. It seems intelligent work isn't for Momiga and me, we're just destined to be couch potatoes. But this is fine too. With people like Albedo, Demiurge, Gaz Nara, and Renzi in the civil affairs, and with the King of Elements and Creation in the military, there's no need to panic. We can continue to be a lazy bum and slowly develop. Hearing Le Fan's words, Mama Gia agreed, saying, we're neither good at academics nor martial arts, so we'll just be good at being lazy. Don't set your goals too high, just enjoy your studies and drinks. But what's Demiurge up to? The major reshuffle in Arentire seems quite interesting. Does he have some new tricks up his sleeve? Momiga sipped his beer, amused by the scene of Yelantir being released by the Human King. Chapter 103. The city of Urentir, which Demiurge now controls and rules with absolute power. In his view, this test required adaptability, so he couldn't consider strength or other aspects. The appropriate means should be used to deal with the situation at the appropriate time. Rules are rules, but people are flexible. Currently, he is racing against the 6 women to establish the Ainz Ooal kingdom as quickly as possible, and to create a kingdom without a king. This is something Demiurge just came up with. Only a kingdom without a king can better reduce national conflicts. Yes, there is no king, but there is a supreme executive officer, who is elected by the various races. Of course, above the kingdom of God are judges, and we, the guardians, are the judges, responsible for supervising and inspecting the fairness and justice of the kingdom of God. This series of actions requires the strongest power to suppress it. Therefore, they had to reveal their strongest strength from the start, but most of the powerful girls in the Great Tomb were no longer there. Demiurge could only rely on Sebastian, Mare, and Cocytus to keep things under control. Demiurge's terrifying demonic summoning, along with the towering wall of flames, and the powerful Mare's aerial elemental magic. And there's Cocytus's terrifying martial arts skills, and Sebastian's formidable killing intent. Of course, more importantly, the massive deployment of the Great Tomb's forces instilled fear in everyone in the city. But humans see them as the real bosses, so there is still resistance. Demiurge's adaptability was also excellent, since it was impossible to rule the area without bloodshed. He had already planned to kill 70% of the population to rule the city and establish a kingdom. His initial idea was to not rely on humans. In his view, the numbers of other races were definitely not inferior to those of humans. If there are too many humans in the initial population, it will lead to difficulties in racial integration later, and the initial population will have an innate sense of superiority. The addition of other races would inevitably cause chaos, so he decided to use the most cruel methods to turn the tables. Anyone who resists will be killed. Conquer them by killing them, make them afraid, and let them know that the original inhabitants are not a reason for your arrogance. Although this is somewhat unfair to humans, there are simply too many humans. Moreover, humans are the most greedy race, and Demiurge knew that without this method, there was no way to make the various races live in peace. This is not just a racial issue. Even within a single race, there are various conflicts, let alone in a country with so many mixed races. Moreover, Demiurge's ultimate idea was to finally eliminate violence by relying on systems to restrain the various races and let them naturally choose peace. Instead of the current situation where there's always a sword of judgment hanging over our heads, and we're punished for every mistake we make. Demiurge's culture was so rich that his policies were constantly changing. Of course, all of this was guided by Fan and Momaga. They themselves were unaware of the scene unfolding before them in Yelentil. They all had the same thought in their hearts: Demiurge was a kind-hearted man. Screams echoed throughout the city of Yelentil. Resistance meant death, compromise meant survival. This is a multiple-choice question with no real choice, regardless of whether one is a mithril-level expert, a king, or a nobleman, or an ordinary person. No matter who it is, there are only two paths: surrender or die. As one reckless youth after another went to their deaths, the entire city of Lantal began to calm down. Even the Adventurers Guild Master, the Mage Guild Master, and the mayor all knelt down with their men to show their submission. They had no choice but to submit. Seeing Sebastian's punch blast the mithril-level adventurer into dust, they were already filled with despair. The last time I saw such terrifying combat power was during the Earthling Adventure Team's adventure. Knowing the strength of the Earthling Adventure Team, they naturally knew how strong this team composed of different races was. Yes, 5 hours of cleansing, either die or kneel in the innermost square of Yelentil. More than 200,000 people are kneeling here, which means that 100,000 people have already died. At this moment, in the center of the square, there was a 4-person team consisting of humans, elves, orcs, and demons. Surrounding the humans were various monsters, all of which were extremely terrifying and powerful. No one dared to provoke these terrifying beings. They knelt and awaited the judgment of the 4 men on the platform, not knowing why such a day had come. This most ruthless and terrifying form of rule had actually appeared before them. There are only 2 options: death or submission. There are no other thoughts, and the only time to choose this is less than a second. Many people who wanted to submit were instantly killed before they even had a chance to do so. Such a terrifying existence makes people unable to think of resisting in the slightest. Because the disparity in power was too great, Demiurge looked at the more than 200,000 people kneeling on the ground, and then used his amplification skill to say with a smile, "So, hello, my people, I am Demiurge, one of the judges of Ainz divine kingdom. This time, I represent the Supreme Being to establish a Supreme Divine Kingdom in this world. In this divine kingdom, all races and all intelligent life will be treated equally. This divine kingdom has no king, only a supreme executive officer, who is replaced every 3 years, each selected through a vote by the entire race. Of course, no race can vote for someone of their own race, and I'll talk about the various benefits later. This divine nation is constantly at war. Aside from the neighboring female empire and the invincible divine kingdom, our goal is to rule the world. Therefore, the people have a mission, to conquer the world, though we will not intervene. Because it would be far too easy for us to rule the world, but you don't need to worry. I will include the digging orcs, lizardmen, snow mountain dragons, and elves in Ooal's divine realm. Only then will a nation be truly established, and only with such power can you defeat other nations. What you need to do is keep fighting, keep conquering, until you conquer the whole world. As for the welfare of God's kingdom, you need not worry at all. You will be treated equally, everyone will have food to eat and shelter to live in. The troops sent to war will enjoy higher benefits, such as power, money, and various advantages. I will announce the detailed rules once the Elf Kingdom and other kingdoms are incorporated. Now we need to select the conscription troops. Those who are willing to become conscription troops and go to the battlefield should come forward automatically. This is a choice, although the Divine Kingdom guarantees a happy life for every race. But every race has its own pursuits, and these pursuits include fame, power, and money. Now is your chance to choose. Hearing Demiurge's words, everyone present was stunned. He had just killed my friends and family, and now he wanted me to risk my life to conquer the world for them? Are we the fools, or are you the fools? Seeing that none of the kneeling people came forward, Demiurge laughed wildly, ha ha ha, there are still 5 minutes left. I can wait, but it's best not to come out. After all, I don't want the human race to become the absolute dominant force in the divine kingdom in the future. Hearing Demiurge's blunt words, everyone present could clearly understand that the number of soldiers from each race represented their future control over the divine kingdom. But people still can't accept it. After all, their family, friends and colleagues have just been killed by these devils, and now they have to work for them again. No one would agree to that. Chapter 104. Amidst the silence of over 200,000 people, the leader of the Adventurers Guild knew he had to take the lead, so he boldly stepped forward and said, If we don't help the Divine Kingdom fight, will the Divine Kingdom kill us? Demiurge looked at the Adventurers Guild master with a smile and said, Of course not. Our Divine Kingdom is not a bloodthirsty empire. So, you have 3 minutes left. What's your choice? Hearing Demiurge's words, the 200,000 people present were too frightened to speak. What did he mean by not being a bloodthirsty maniac? He slaughtered over 100,000 people in less than 5 hours. What more could be considered a killing maniac? However, knowing they wouldn't be killed, everyone present was relieved. If they weren't lacking in strength, everyone would have rushed out to fight Demiurge and his group to the death right now. How could they possibly still be risking their lives for Demiurge and his group? 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and no one was willing to step forward. Demiurge smiled and said, In that case, you may resume your normal lives. Oh, and clean the streets. Also, all administrative staff, follow the orders of my subordinates. At this moment, Envy, who was behind Demiurge, stepped out and looked at everyone. Everyone was so frightened by the terrifying envy that they broke out in a cold sweat. Demiurge looked at Sebastian, I've already given him a chance, don't call me cruel. Sebastian stared intently at Demiurge. Is that what you call giving someone a chance? He thought, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Sebastian could only snort and say, Humph. I know, let's go. Next country, the Elf Kingdom. Cocytus shook his head as he looked at the two. These two seem to be on edge, neither of them can stand the other. But Mare, why aren't you with Aura and the others? Malay blushed and said, Although I'm wearing a skirt, I'm a boy. I'm a cross-dresser, and I can't have children. Oh, that's all right. Let's go to the elves. Demiurge's plans keep changing, I'm starting to lose track of them. Luckily, I don't have to use my brain. Mare, carrying a magic staff even larger than his own, said, Yes, but the fact that Lord Leffen and Lord Momaga haven't spoken up means they've tacitly approved of Demiurge's plan. Demiurge was not disappointed, because he had never expected humans to join the battle, his hopes lay with the Dig orcs and elves. Because their power is the strongest. The Elf Kingdom lost its Elf King a few days ago. If Mare were sent, he could subdue the Elf Kingdom in no time. Like the 4 heavenly kings, the 4 led a large number of demons and teleport towards the Elf Kingdom. The fact that Demiurge knew about the Elf King being captured by absolute death shows that Demiurge's intelligence network had long been infiltrated into the Elf Kingdom. Not to mention the Elven Kingdom, he probably has information about the Orc Kingdom in the far west. Aside from his role in Daihua, Tungugus was essentially a perfect strategist. The massive demon army, led by the 4 heavenly kings, marched to the capital of the Elf Kingdom. At this moment, even the elves who were repairing the terrifying chasm felt fear. This massive monster army numbers in the tens of thousands, and at least 1,000 of them are above level 50. The strongest general in the Elven Kingdom is only level 35. How could they not be afraid of such a being that surpasses even humans? Seeing the elves' terrified expressions, Demiurge smiled and said, Don't be afraid, don't be nervous. We're not here to engage in pointless slaughter, but to announce that from today onwards, the Elven Kingdom will become the territory of the Ooal Kingdom, and you will be its citizens. Demiurge's voice echoed throughout the entire Elven capital, causing all the elves to freeze in surprise. Another divine kingdom? All of this was caused by the invincible divine kingdom's absolute annihilation. Now, with another divine kingdom emerging, who can withstand it? Having witnessed the terrifying scene of being forced to give up their power in a life-or-death situation, the elves lost the will to resist. Demiurge didn't say anything more at this point, but instead nudged Mare next to him. Mare also came out shyly, then covered her skirt and said, my name is Mare, I'm a 76-year-old elf, one of the judges of the Divine Kingdom, and my strength is a tiny bit stronger than your elf king. As an elf, I have my own selfish reasons. If possible, please join in Ooal's kingdom. And for the sake of conquering the world for the Divine Kingdom, I will make the elves the supreme rulers of the world. Of course, the previous race, humans, refused. The next race was the orcs, and then the dragons. So I hope you will consider this and not miss this opportunity like greedy and despicable humans. As he spoke, Mare raised his hand and used magic to completely fill in the ravine that stretched for several kilometers. This was a scene arranged by Demiurge for Mare, to let the elves know that Mare was an elf, and a child who couldn't lie, and that he had selfish motives towards the elves. He demonstrated his absolute power, using 3 key factors: race, children, and strength to persuade the elves to voluntarily join and contribute resources to the Divine Kingdom. The rulers of the Elven Kingdom have all come out. They all witnessed the earth-shaking tremors just now. Mare's terrifying magic is already at the level of a god. Why don't they join a divine kingdom ruled by elven gods? Having witnessed the power of the invincible divine kingdom, how could they not know that the entire world would revolve around it from now on? It's just unclear what the relationship is between the invincible divine kingdom and the other party. If they are enemies, then that's troublesome. After all, the invincible god was too terrifying, so terrifying that they were powerless to resist in the slightest. The great general of the elven race, currently the strongest among them, stepped forward and spoke in his most powerful voice. Since the goal of the divine kingdom is to conquer the world, will the god of Ooal attack the invincible god kingdom? Hearing someone press him for answers of Noah's plans, Demiurge smiled, for everything was going according to plan. He had been waiting for the questions to be asked. Seeing the elven generals roar, many elves around him also snapped out of their daze in the face of Mare's divine power. Yes, their biggest concern is the invincible divine kingdom. No, the invincible divine kingdom, the female empire, and Ainz divine kingdom all belong to the supreme being's forces. The invincible divine kingdom is a paradise of peace and stability. The female empire is a nation where women reign supreme, and Ainz divine kingdom is a nation where all races are united and treated equally. Here, all races will be treated equally, and this country has no king, only a supreme executive. The first chief executive officer was chosen by us 4 judges. The next executive officer for the next 3 years will be chosen by a popular vote. Of course, the various races cannot vote for themselves, so there is no need to worry about the human race having a large and powerful population. Chapter 105. Hearing Demiurge's words, the Elven High Command recalled Mare's words: were humans the first to be subdued? Could it be the neighboring Holy Kingdom, or the Kingdom of Restage? But regardless of which one, it seems that humanity has no intention of fighting for the Divine Kingdom, so they have lost their qualification as the first executor? The Elven High Command was also looking at the 4 judges, their voices belonging to humans, demons, elves, and orcs. If they disagree, would the warlike orcs disagree? Definitely not. The one in power will definitely be a monk. The dozens of people present unanimously expressed their opinion, and finally, it was the elf general who spoke. Our elven kingdom agrees to join the kingdom of Ooal and is willing to fight for the kingdom throughout the world. Hearing this result, Demiurge was not surprised in the slightest. However, the intelligence was still not accurate enough, Demiurge thought, looking at the Elven Kingdom's fighting strength. This far exceeded my expectations. Basically, everyone could become a soldier, and even women and children had a skill in archery or magic. Perhaps the 230 orcs and dragons wouldn't need to intervene, the Elven Kingdom could handle it directly. Demiurge was thinking, after all, conquering the earth-digging orcs and dragons wouldn't be so easy. Moreover, Momaga and Lord Leffen's idea was to adapt to changing circumstances. Since the strength of the Elf Kingdom exceeded their expectations, why not let the Elf Kingdom wage war? However, we cannot interfere, so let arrogance lead them. This is to prevent the elves of the Elf Kingdom from slaughtering everyone without leaving a single survivor, as this would cause trouble for the future development of the Divine Kingdom. After all, this concerns the future of the race, and the enemy is not even of their own race, so they cannot show mercy. However, it's always best to consult your companions before making any sudden changes. Demiurge looked at the three people beside him. The Elven Kingdom is much stronger than I expected. The digging orcs, lizardmen, and dragons don't need to join. Just start reorganizing the country and then launch a war. Hearing Demiurge's words, Cocytus said seriously, is it really enough? Should I step in and get the lizardmen to join? Sebastian remained silent, and Mares followed Cordyletus's method. Demiurge looked at Cocytus. All right, it won't affect the plan. You can go by yourself then. We'll set the rules. First, we need a capital. Although the Elven Kingdom would be a good capital, it's a bit far from the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Let's just make Urantir the capital. Holy crap, Demiurge is so fickle. In the short time we've been watching, he's changed his act several times. And you forgot about the lizardmen by Daming Lake? You promised to perform for us for 4 days, and now you're calling it quits. Oh, I forgot, this performance seems even more interesting now. Oh well, what can I do? I'm a good boss. My subordinates may be unruly and misbehave, but they perform well and do their job properly. It seems there's nothing to complain about. However, this ability to change things up is truly remarkable. Every change is refreshing, and he actually came up with a way to subdue the Elf Kingdom in such a short time. But where is the king of the Elf Kingdom? Listening to Le Fan's heartfelt words, Momaga said, I want to know too. When we were adventurers. It is often said that the Elf King is one of the strongest known kings, and the Elf Kingdom is one of only 2 other kingdoms, the First Council Kingdom, that can resist the slain theocracy. How did the Elf King suddenly disappear? And what's with that ravine? The 2 lazybones listened to too much from the adventurers, causing them to ignore news from their own people. If they knew that the Elf King had thrown deadly death into the goblin tribe as a toy. And if 2 clergy members were assigned to resurrect him indefinitely, I wonder what they would think? In the Elven capital, Demiurge began relocating large numbers of Elven residents who were unable to participate in the war to live in Urantir. After all, Urantir will be the capital of Ainz Ooal's kingdom in the future, and Urantir is about to be changed. Because the city has 3 dividing lines, representing 3 areas. The kingdom of Ainz Ooal does not need walls or any defenses. The whole world will be the territory of the kingdom of Ainz Ooal in the future, but there is no rush to dismantle them now. Under the arrogant explanation, the elf general also began to gather the elf people who were capable of fighting. The capital's military strength is still formidable, an army of 200,000 was assembled in just 3 hours, but it is already dark. There was no intention to send troops. Demiurge's relocation led to more than 30,000 elves going to human cities and settling them in the inner city. As for the humans, they were directly relocated to the 2nd-level civilian area and the 3rd-level military area. Although the outermost layer of the Yelantir is often used as a storage area for military supplies, it is actually the residential area for nobles. As for the lord of this territory, he didn't live in Yelantir at all, but instead built a separate palace, which was his paradise. It's clear how corrupt this place is. All the nobles were driven away, and they were all furious. They watched as the beautiful elves moved into their luxurious villas, but there was nothing they could do about it. This must be God's arrangement. This was also one of Demiurge's provocation tactics, because the entire elf race was involved in the war. The elf people enjoyed the highest level of treatment. While everyone should be treated equally, distinctions must also be made. Otherwise, one person might work hard while another cuts corners and receives the same treatment. Who would work so hard then? This is the most fundamental thing, we cannot lose it. If the people of Yellentil continue their inactive state, their treatment will only get worse, although it is still guaranteed that everyone will have food to eat. As for greater financial freedom, that's impossible unless you are willing to put in the effort. As for treason? Whatever, the world will belong to Ainz Ooal's kingdom from now on anyway. Do you have enough faith to go to God's kingdom? Is going to the women's empire only for women, or are they there to be used as toys? But the toys will also need to be qualified in the future, since Nora is in charge and she wants to build the most beautiful country. In this female-dominated empire, women's looks don't matter, but all men must be handsome. Chapter 106. In the Lizardman realm, the 5 tribes of Lizardmen have united as one, singing and dancing, enjoying the joy of victory. Thinking back to the war 2 days ago, although many of our compatriots were sacrificed, it also brought true unity and peace to the Lizardmen. As long as the 4 Lizardman tribes unite, they believe they still have a place in this world. They've even been dreaming of establishing their own Lizardman kingdom. After all, Demiurge hadn't hinted at a major battle to come, which is why the Lizardmen were so happy. This was also part of Demiurge's plan. Pride comes before a fall, and he wanted to make the Lizardmen proud and addicted to their joy. Then, using the weak to defeat the strong, they launched a surprise attack, employing the same force they had completely defeated 2 days prior, and with a little strategy, overwhelmingly crushed them. This is why the Dig-Dig orcs cannot be allowed to invade the Lizardman tribe, or even be allowed to know that the Dig-Dig orcs have ever existed. However, all of this is no longer necessary now, but Cocytus doesn't think so, because he was the one who used the troops in the last war. He witnessed firsthand the warrior spirit of the Lizardmen, and as a warrior with a perfect score in the 2nd tier, he developed a deep affection for the Lizardmen. That's why it felt it was a pity that the Lizardmen didn't join the conquest forces. Such warriors, brimming with samurai spirit, can greatly boost morale on their side. Amidst the joyous celebration of thousands of Lizardmen singing and dancing, a sudden chill swept in. Cocytus's figure slowly appeared on the gate of the Lizardman fortress. It walked step by step toward the Lizardman, its whole body exuding a terrifying chill. The terrifying cold wave instantly brought all the Lizardmen back to their senses. Even though the Lizardmen had drunk a lot of alcohol, they were warriors, and with the courage emboldened by the alcohol, they became even more fearless of death. Seeing that the Lizardman tribe in front of him had only been there for a second before they came back to their senses, Cocytus was even more satisfied. He looked at the crowd. "Gentlemen, I am Cocytus, one of the judges of the divine kingdom of Ainz Ooal. Today, the human city of Urantir, the elven kingdom, has become part of the divine realm of Ainz Ooal. Originally, according to the other judges, the goal was to subdue you by force. But I see that you are all first-rate warriors, and I cannot bear to see you sacrifice yourselves in vain. Therefore, I have come alone to extend this invitation, and of course, I believe you will not compromise so easily. Come on, warriors, let's have a battle of warriors. All of you, come at me together." As Cocytus finished speaking, the Lizardmen had completely surrounded him, but no one interrupted him. Because the Lizardmen, like Cocytus, are people with their own rules and self-respect. It's not like Demiurge, a realist writer who disregards martial ethics and resorts to sneak attacks. Therefore, Cocytus was incompatible with Demiurge in a sense, but very compatible with Sebastian, who was also a romantic. But romanticism cannot govern a country or manage a large tomb. Managers and leaders must be more realistic and cunning than anyone else, Only in this way can they withstand the numerous external and internal shocks without collapsing. At this moment, the lizardman hero Zarias Sasha stared intently at Cassettes, that terrifying being whose endless chills emanated from him at all times. This was no force that the lizardman tribe could possibly defeat, because the ground within a 3-meter radius of him was completely frozen. Zarias Sasha was certain that if he charged in, his opponent could kill him in a single exchange. He was the strongest in the entire lizardman tribe, and if even he couldn't withstand a single blow from the opponent, then no one else could possibly survive. But he also knew that the powerful man before him was a true warrior, and surrendering without a fight was virtually impossible. No need for such trouble. Just let me fight you. I am the strongest in the lizardman tribe. If I lose, we will agree to your demands. Zarias Sasha was now relieving the pain of having his frozen tooth pulled. However, the moment Zarias Sasha stepped out, its brother followed suit. Similarly, the other 4 clan leaders, seeing their loved ones emerge, Zarias Sasha frowned. Kurusha, go back. This is a battle between males. The other 4 clan leaders smiled and said, yes, it's an insult to us males for females to go to war. Kurushu watched as her lover frantically flapped his tail. No, you will die. Zebarugugu, haha, then you definitely can't go, because the lizardmen can't be compared to the goat dragons. Seeing the 5 men who were prepared to die, Cocytus said with even greater satisfaction, come on, prove to me with your strength and courage that the lizardman tribe is worthy of being exempted from conquest and joining the kingdom of gods. All right. Brothers, clan leaders, let's go. As he spoke, Zarias Sasha grabbed his weapon and charged forward, followed by the 4 tribal chiefs. The 5 of them had ranged attackers, mages, and melee fighters, and their teamwork was absolutely perfect. But all the attacks bombarded Cocytus without it dodging or causing any damage. It did this not to insult the 5 heroes, but to let the other lizardmen know the difference between them and the heroes. Let them know that submission is not shameful, it's a choice they had no other option but to make. The battle was swift. Cocytus remained motionless throughout, waiting for the 5 to approach. The 5 knew how terrifying Cocytus was from the moment it appeared, but they felt even more terrified when the battle began. Why is there such a powerful being? Even when Zarias Sasha used a hero-level weapon skill, it couldn't have the slightest effect on him. It's easy to imagine how powerful this monster was. As the 5 approached, Cocytus suddenly swung his hand. In an instant, the 5 people were blasted 20 meters away, fell to the ground, and coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Cocytus was very satisfied to see the 5 men who were prepared to die, but unfortunately, none of them could truly fight him. Even so, they were all true warriors. Cocytus laughed and said, haha, you are quite good. Now what is your choice? Join or face the wrath of the divine kingdom? At this moment, Zarias Sasha, who had coughed up blood and struggled to his feet, shouted, we'll join. Very good, then everyone follow me to relocate. You won't have to live in this forest anymore, you can live in the city. Of course, as soldiers, you don't need to worry about food. As he spoke, Cocytus raised his hand and created a portal, gesturing for them all to enter. Zarias Sasha was helped up by his lover, and the 2 led the way into the portal. In the blink of an eye, Zarias Sasha saw a prosperous country and a massive army that inspired fear. Good heavens, if we don't surrender, are we going to have to fight this terrifying army? Chapter 107. On the open ground of the elven capital, an army of 200,000 men was marching in and performing a series of theatrical movements. This is arrogant management. The first step is to create coordination within the army, and the second is to improve military discipline. The third step is to set a command that can instantly grant the army a special buff. When the lizardmen who had entered the capital of the Elf Kingdom witnessed this terrifying scene, they were all dumbfounded. They didn't believe they could defeat such a terrifying army. Even if they are powerful warriors, it's not allowed. Cocytus arrived with over 4,000 lizardmen and was pleased to see Arrogance training his army. Those who are warriors, join the ranks. Children and the elderly can rest on the side, we'll help you move to the living quarters and yell until later so you can enjoy your 000 life. Cocytus's words surprised the lizard people once again. Enjoy the life you're supposed to have? What kind of life is this? By what standards is this being defined? You won't starve if you eat 1 meal a day, you'll be satisfied if you eat 2 meals a day, and you'll be happy if you eat 3 meals a day. The lizard people were curious, and then they learned that they had 3 meals a day in a luxurious house to live in. The lizards were astonished. Wasn't this the treatment reserved for royalty? Has this damned divine kingdom become so wealthy that everyone gets 3 meals a day? Are we dreaming? Is this some kind of welfare distribution? The thought of the war to conquer the world that they were about to participate in meant that there would definitely be a lot of casualties. But the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled in the tribe all had their time to enjoy life, and they didn't mind. After all, aren't men working themselves to the bone outside all so that their families can have a better life? After learning the situation, the lizardmen warriors joined the army and listened to the arrogant commands. Mare also came to bring the lizardmen who could not participate in the war to the noble areas of Urantir, where they settled down. At first, the nobles tolerated the elves, after all, they were so beautiful. But now, these monstrous lizardmen have taken over their residences. How can the nobles tolerate this? Then a nobleman jumped out, only to be devoured alive by a demon controlled by jealousy the next second. Furthermore, those who are jealous say that this is the treatment they deserve, and that since the rules and laws of God's kingdom are not yet fully established, they had better stay put. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind killing a few more. Hearing jealousy's exact words, people all cowered, and many even chose to run away. Jealousy didn't arrest these people either, letting them spread the news was also part of Demiurge's plan. After the first person escaped unharmed, more and more people began to flee. Unfortunately, while one can escape, one cannot take one's property and resources with them. However, many people have no attachments to begin with, and their lives are of paramount importance, so they can leave at any time. Demiurge's plan was meticulously crafted, and these naturals, once they reached the outside world, would surely spread the evil of Ooal's kingdom. This is a good thing, because it means that we can kill more human enemies in future battles. After all, the human population is still too large and needs to be significantly reduced to balance the races. Through the large-scale bloodbath against humans, other races will also learn of the iron will of Ooal's kingdom, and naturally some small countries and tribes will choose to surrender. Demiurge's development is going smoothly, and so is Nara's. She has now arranged all the positions, all the talented people have been given full play, and the various resources of the house have also begun to be recalculated and redistributed. Nora temporarily established a shared system where everyone had no wealth and everything was free. All daily necessities can be used, but waste must be avoided. If waste is found, a warning will be issued, and 3 warnings will result in the loss of the right to use the products for free. When the female empire is truly unified, another merit system will be used, which is that those who work hard will be rewarded. On the other side, the 6 crazy guys had already completed their punishment in the second city. Looking at the tens of thousands of slaves again, Le Fan felt nothing after drinking for most of the day. Le Fan was also a little tired. Meanwhile, Momiga was already fast asleep on the side. It has to be said that magic beer is really a good thing. Le Fan lay down on the king's lap as a pillow and fell asleep happily. The human king did not complain, in fact, she was quite happy about it. However, in order to keep an eye on the 6 people, she cannot sleep. For the king of men, going without sleep for several months is not a big problem. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye, and under the arrogant leadership, the divine kingdom of Ooal ignited its first war. Demiurge and his 3 companions followed this army of 200,000 men the entire time. The first target was the Dig orcs. Although Shaltir had slaughtered 5,000 of them, there were still 20,000 left. This war was a foregone conclusion, with the elf general being a hero-level figure, along with several steel-level powerhouses from the lizardman tribe. Furthermore, the arrogant leader of the digging orcs, whose king was only a hero-level being, and who didn't have the numbers, made it a one-sided affair. Looking at the bloody battlefield, it took half a day for the digging orcs to be slaughtered down to only 5,000 before they finally surrendered. It must be said that orcs are orcs after all. When arrogantly asked if they were willing to fight for the Divine Kingdom, they did not hesitate to say yes. Then 3,000 burrowing orcs joined the army, even though they were mortal enemies just a moment ago. In that instant, they became allies. The feeling was utterly absurd. But faced with arrogance, that sword hanging over their race, they would rather eat shit than face their enemies, as long as their race could be preserved. 2,000 digger orcs were sent by Mare to Yellentil, where they ate their fill of stored food and rested, preparing for their conquest of the Snow Mountain Dragon clan the next day. The human realm has undergone a dramatic change, as both the Adventurer Guild leader and the Magic Guild leader in 5.3 chose to flee, seemingly using some special method. The news of Akane from Ainz Ooal's kingdom spread throughout all the major Adventurer Guilds and Magic Guilds in the world, and suddenly all the kingdoms knew about her. Panic gripped all the major powers, for they had no way to resist the powerful force that possessed 4 demon gods. Only the invincible Divine Kingdom and the Council of Nations could deal with the demon god, so the major nations began sending people to request help from the Divine Kingdom and the Council of Nations. Unfortunately, the major powers are unaware that the Kingdom of Ainz Ooal and the Kingdom of Invincible Gods are the same country. I'd hit myself? Are you guys stupid or am I stupid? As for the Kingdom of Judges, even the Dragon King has fled. What will they use to fight? It's already good enough that they didn't mention running away, how dare they even fight? Chapter 108. Inside the royal palace of the imperial capital. A handsome man was scratching his blonde hair incessantly. Several strands of blonde hair could be seen on the sofa where he was lying. This young man was none other than the infamous Blood Emperor, and he couldn't understand. Several days ago, a male and a female elven child rode a dragon to warn him to prove the existence of Ainz Ooal's kingdom. We were supposed to leave tomorrow, but today I heard that the kingdom of Ainz Ooal has been established and that they have slaughtered a large number of humans. What's even more troublesome is that the kingdom was directly seized by an angel who declared it a female empire, and from then on, women were supreme. That land is practically cursed. First, it was Ainz Ooal's power, then the invincible god kingdom, and then the female empire. What's wrong with this world? The events of the past month seem to have occurred in a way that makes it seem as if centuries have passed to those unaware of them. But now the Blood Emperor is in a real bind because the difference in strength is too great. According to intelligence, the 4 judges who called themselves guardians were at least at the level of demon gods. Who can withstand this? There's also an Earthling team that actually established a female empire, and they have 6 stunningly beautiful subordinates. All this information left him momentarily at a loss as to how to deal with it. Seeing the Blood Emperor's state, Fruta comforted him, "Your Majesty, only gods and demons can deal with them. What we need to do is temporarily avoid their attacks and preserve ourselves." Hearing Fruta's words, the Blood Emperor nodded with red eyes. "I know it's easy, but I want to seek a glimmer of hope. There is no situation in the world that cannot be resolved, it's just that my wisdom is insufficient. Since your Majesty knows that this is not something that can be controlled by human power, why not let nature take its course and become the first nation to submit to the kingdom of Ainz Ooal? Furthermore, we are willing to fight for the kingdom, with the sole aim of vying for the position of supreme executor. Only in this way can we humans also control the world." Fruta's words were like a wake-up call. The Blood Emperor instantly came to his senses. Ainz Ooal's divine kingdom meant world domination. There is no king in the kingdom, but there is a supreme executive officer who has almost the same power as the king, except that the Supreme Executive Officer also has the sword of the judge over his head. But as long as you don't do anything too harmful, you'll be fine. If no other demon gods come to stop you, all the major races in the world will be under the rule of Ainz Ooal's kingdom. The significance of this Supreme Executive Officer will be immense. This position must be secured by humanity itself. The Blood Emperor is a decisive and resourceful person. Since he can't win, he'll choose to join and become the best henchman, so you can get the position of the highest executive officer. On that very day, the Blood Emperor issued a proclamation declaring that the empire was now under the control of the kingdom of Ainz Ooal. Furthermore, the Blood Emperor, accompanied by the 4 horsemen, an army of 300,000, and Fruita's magical army, personally headed towards the city of Urantir. The decisiveness of this action left neighboring countries bewildered and at a loss. Even the dragon tribe, which was preparing to attack the empire, was somewhat at a loss. Could they really attack a kingdom with a demon god? The Dragon Kingdom's lowly queen also received a message from the Adventurers Guild. She was somewhat bewildered. Such a kingdom possessed 4 powerful demon gods. If they truly intend to conquer the world, who, besides the invincible Divine Kingdom and the Council Kingdom, could withstand them? Although they sent people to the Divine Kingdom and the Council of Nations for help, it might not be effective, since the Divine Kingdom is invincible. Moreover, the Kingdom of God has already stated that it will not care about anything that happens outside, and there is still some hope as to the Council of God's isolation. But the chances are slim, because the Queen of the Dragon Kingdom is the great-granddaughter of the true Dragon King, and she can also use primal magic. He knew perfectly well that his ancestors were no longer in this world, and that seeking help was impossible. The entire Middle-earth is undergoing tremendous changes, with wars raging everywhere and Albedo and others carrying out purges. Demiurge and his followers slaughtered and conquered, and the Blood Emperor surrendered in a groveling manner. The Dragon Kingdom and the Holy Kingdom are in turmoil. There's also the internal strife in the Council of Nations, and the rebellion of the Orc Kingdoms surrounding the Dragon Kingdom. Everything happened because of the news that spread yesterday. The culprits, the Adventurers Guild Master and the Mages Guild Master, are now locked in cages. Yes, you read that right. They fled overnight with buckets and arrived in the Kingdom City. They thought they could finally get some rest, but they ran into 6 women who were there for their 3rd cleansing. As for the area that underwent the 2nd cleanup, Nara and her team of experts have already joined in and begun to take control. Binara's persuasive abilities are extremely strong, and it is estimated that many more strong women will join the female empire to become officials serving the people. The 2 union leaders never dreamed that they would arrive in good health, only to wake up one day and never be able to return. However, the merciful sword of judgment used the judgment of good and evil to find that the 2 were not bad people, so they were not placed in the 1st or 2nd row. Holy crap, this world is getting so interesting. This densely packed crowd, is this the Emperor of the Empire? That's incredible. We received the news yesterday, and today they've brought all their belongings to surrender. Could it be that yesterday's deliberate massacre of humans was intended to force other human nations to surrender? Demiurge is really something. This plan is so well structured, one step after another. And Nara is simply a born ruler. Is the kingdom out of its mind? Why not pass the throne to her? If they did, it would become a 2nd empire in no time. Hearing Le Fan's inner thoughts, Momaga also woke up from his sleep. Looking at Le Fan, who was holding the Human King and watching the show, he wasn't jealous at all. It's a bit of a loss that I missed so many great shows while I was asleep. Momaga looked awkwardly at the 4 magic crystals in front of the Human King, from which both sound and images could be heard. The largest magic crystal has 6 images, representing the perspective of the 6 women cleaning the area. The king is in charge of supervising, so the tracking images are very clear. The 2nd perspective is Demiurge's perspective, the 3rd perspective is Nara's management perspective, and the 4th perspective is the Blood Emperor's perspective. Momaga looked at the 4 perspectives, and the second perspective was the most interesting so far. The main force below Demiurge has arrived at the Snow Mountain, and the Snow Mountain Dragon King has also come out to meet them. This is a powerful white dragon at level 40-something, surpassing the strength of the elf general, so Pride had no choice but to take action. Under the arrogant suppression, Oray's Folk Heli Lyre Frost Dragon was completely unable to move an inch. As for the other dragons, they are engaged in a great battle with the elves. Pride knows its master's meaning, to wipe out 70% of them and preserve only 30% of the elite. Those who survived were the racial elite. This brutal conquest was truly terrifying. It's certainly the quickest way to make small countries and tribes surrender. As for large countries wanting to challenge them, let's give it a shot. After all, large countries have too many people, making them difficult to manage. Chapter 109. The massive body of the Frost Dragon King, the king of the Ainz Mountains, was now trampled underfoot by arrogance. It watched as its territory was constantly trampled upon. Not to mention the subdued wyverns and orcs, even its own offspring were slaughtered one by one. But it had no chance to defend itself, because the demon standing on its head was too terrifying. It would be instantly killed if it made any move. It couldn't understand why such a powerful being would set its sights on the Ainz Mountains. This snow mountain has no resources whatsoever, and neither normal humans nor elves would want to go there. But now, looking at the large elven army before them, why would they bother to conquer this territory with such a thankless task? Even if we conquered it, we would still lose money because there are no resources on the snow mountain. The Frost Dragon King was unaware that Demiurge's mission was to conquer the world. And the entire world, whether it's land or sea, any territory with life will become the territory of the kingdom of Ooal. Let alone snow-capped mountains devoid of resources, Demiurge wouldn't even spare the ocean depths where most life forms can't survive. Demiurge was pleased with today's conquest. The next empire was on its way. Because the Holy Kingdom is located next to the Female Empire and the Invincible Divine Kingdom, its priority is not so high. Suddenly Demiurge smiled, for he had heard the news of jealousy. After setting off overnight, the Blood Emperor finally arrived 30 kilometers outside the city of Yalantil after more than 10 hours of non-stop travel. Such a vast army naturally caught the attention of jealousy, and when jealousy prepared to attack, an elderly white-haired magician arrived and knelt down to show that he and his companions were in submission. This caught jealousy off guard, but since it had no right to make a decision, it had no choice but to inform its master, Demiurge. Demiurge received the message, left Cocytus there to clean up the mess, and then took Sebastian and Mare back. Cocytus actually wanted to go back, but Demiurge's plan was so complex that it couldn't understand it. So it decided to just follow the plan. On the outskirts of the city of Urantir, a portal appeared, and Demiurge and his two companions slowly emerged. Jealousy immediately bowed and said, "Master, this human claims to be the strongest human mage, Fruta. He has come to surrender on behalf of the Behr's Empire." 30 kilometers away, the Blood Emperor of the Behr's Empire awaits orders. Demiurge looked at the humans before him, and Fruta, looking at the three of them, was also afraid, because their magic was too terrifying. He knew that surrendering was the right thing to do. Faced with an enemy that was inhuman and could not be defeated, surrender was the only option. However, he didn't have the same fanaticism as Momaga in the original work. Even Mare's magic power was only 1000, which was not on the same level as Momaga at all. Seeing Fruta kneeling on his own initiative, Demiurge was satisfied. It seemed that the expeditionary force could now take back his arrogance, and it would be good to let Fruta go into battle with the main force. Demiurge pushed up his glasses. "Let's go, take us to see the so-called blood seat." Fruta then stood up and waved his hand to activate the portal. The next second, the group arrived in front of the 300,000 strong army. At this moment, the handsome blonde man at the head of the group knelt down. The current emperor of the Behr's Empire, Gilkinifrun Farid El, pays his respects to the judges. From this day forward, the Behur's empire vanishes, becoming part of the divine kingdom. We beg the judges, let us serve the divine kingdom. We will give our all to accomplish the great feat of conquering the world. The Blood Emperor led the way by kneeling, followed by his 300,000 strong army, the 4 knights, and the magical forces. Even Demiurge was stunned by such a grand gesture, before bursting into wild laughter. Demiurge raised his hands high and laughed, "Ha ha ha, it seems humans aren't all fools after all. This is the world. Every moment is full of unknowns and surprises. No setting can remain unchanged. The commands of the great supreme beings are indeed meaningful. Ah, this world of constant progress, constantly discovering our shortcomings, and constantly being surprised is simply wonderful." Seeing Demiurge's berserk state, Sebastian said directly, "Watch your form." Mare, however, seemed somewhat frightened by Demiurge's appearance. This army seemed quite ordinary, why was Demiurge acting so strangely towards them? Demiurge's, snapping out of his reverie at Sebastian's words, smiled at the Blood Emperor, "Your judgment is accurate, but judgment alone is not enough. If you want to gain my trust, then you will have to rely on your own wisdom to attack the dragon tribe." Upon hearing this, the Blood Emperor snapped out of his daze and hurriedly asked, "I wonder what kind of attack your majesty desires, to annihilate them all, or to annihilate half and then subdue them?" Demiurge laughed wildly and said, "Eliminate 70% of the weak and preserve 30% of the elite." The Blood Emperor was completely stunned upon hearing this. Why? Because to retain 30% of the elite and eliminate 70% of the weak, it means that one's own army also needs to change, and even make a lot of sacrifices. Should we let the strong punish the weak, and let the weak go to their deaths in front of the strong? This tactic not only weakens the enemy's military strength, but also weakens one's own. Was this intentional? My God, this man is ruthless. He wants to use this method to drastically reduce the natural population? Did the soldiers rebel? No, they possessed absolute power and were completely unafraid of the soldiers' resistance. They could even say, "Only by challenging the strong can you become strong." The Blood Emperor originally thought that joining Ainz Ooal's kingdom would preserve the country and its people to the greatest extent possible, but he never expected that joining would lead to such a cruel selection process. But he had no choice but to accept the task. "Yes, your subordinate will certainly complete it." Seeing the Blood Emperor sweating profusely and even trembling with fear, Demiurge laughed wildly. Had the other man seen through his intentions with just a simple sentence? Indeed, I underestimated the world. There is such a wise person. Perhaps we can get rid of him sooner and let the kingdom of Ainz Ooal run on its own. The army did not set off immediately. Demiurge left behind the empire's high-ranking officials and announced his policy towards the people. When the Blood Emperor heard Demiurge's description of a perfect world that only appeared in the dream world, he was stunned once again. "Isn't that my dream? But my dream is only for humans, while the other side is for all the races in the world. If it's for the sake of this perfect world, then such horrific killings seem necessary. A war to conquer the world directly claimed the lives of more than half of the world's population. Such a horrific war would instill fear of war in all living beings for decades to come. These decades can be used to manage, plan, and educate future generations to aspire to peace." The Blood Emperor was now feeling a chill run down his spine, because the more he thought about it, the more immense the pressure became. It turned out that the wars and conquests ahead were just the beginning. The real challenge lies in the subsequent management and operation of a perfect world. He would become the supreme executive officer, managing the entire world and bringing peace and harmony to all races. What a magnificent goal this is! My God, I can actually achieve such a goal. Is there anything more meaningful in life than a goal like this? No. At this moment, the Blood Emperor also showed unprecedented fanaticism. Seeing the Blood Emperor's fanatical appearance, Demiurge's eyes lit up again. "I knew I hadn't misjudged him," this person possesses wisdom equal to mine. Unexpectedly, such a lowly ant race could possess such intelligent beings. The two hit it off immediately, instantly understanding each other, and their previous prejudices vanished. At this moment, the Blood Emperor was proud to be a member of Ainz Ooal's divine kingdom. Demiurge did not underestimate humanity or any living thing. He believed that some seemingly insignificant race might possess intelligence surpassing his own, because in the real world, anything could happen. Chapter 110. Having understood the administrative plan, and with the Blood Emperor's fanatical performance, the Imperial Army officers no longer showed any resistance. As long as they fight, they can have everything. Instead of going on campaign that day, the Imperial Army was given time to rest. The next day they were to launch an attack on the Flying Dragon tribe. The Elven army that was originally supposed to be recalled was instead ordered by Demiurge to attack the Holy Kingdom directly. Because the Baharjam Empire has become part of the realm of the god of Ainz Ooal. With such a vast new territory suddenly appearing, it is necessary for Caius to go and manage it. Fueled by anger, he and Sebastian headed to the Imperial territory, leaving Sebastian to remain in the area. As for Mare, he followed the Imperial army. Demiurge believed that conquering this world would be far from simple, there might even be players lurking in the world, and the army would have no chance against them. That's why a guardian was sent to accompany them, so that if they encounter a player, the guardian would immediately take control of Lord Momaga and Lord Leffen. Because the two adults are also looking for players. Sebastian's management was very benevolent, and Demiurge couldn't be bothered to look at it. Anyway, he was arrogant, issuing all sorts of orders, and everyone in each region had to carry them out. Those who do not comply will face death. All of this happened too quickly. In less than 3 days, the Elf Kingdom, the Digging Orc tribe, and the Crossing Kingdom all fell into chaos. 30% of the entire Midway continent was thus subjugated. At this rate, we could completely conquer the world in less than a year, right? Hundreds of thousands of light years away, creation found a planet with life. They were all dragons, there were no other life forms present. However, judging from the stark contrast of ice and fire inside the planet, only dragons could possibly survive there. She did not interfere with the planet and intended to devour the powerful star. It is estimated that it will take several years to devour this blue star, which is about twice the mass of the Sunday. Because her current power is still too weak, she doesn't understand why the worlds that were naturally born in this dimension are all led by dragons. To delve deeper into this world, an even greater amount of energy is needed, even though she has infinite rules. However, its own rules are not the rules of this world, and the crown of creation cannot become stronger as quickly as the elemental scepter. As soon as it plunges into the star, the speed of the rope increases by thousands per second. It is conceivable how terrifying the energy of a star is, and the idea that a person could concentrate all the energy of a star into themselves is itself an unscientific phenomenon. It's important to know that stellar explosions can produce black holes. After entering the star, Genesis continued with its first small goal, to observe the world using light as its vision. In stark contrast to the invincible and awesome performance here, Fan and Momaga started drinking again, watching Demiurge and the others' performance. I have to say, this kind of laid-back life is really leisurely. The scene then shifts to the interior of the review. At this moment, representatives of the 20 races appeared at the council meeting. They had no other choice. Because countries all over the world have come to ask for help. All the true Dragon Kings of the Council have gone to make contact, and even the Platinum Dragon King who was in the Council's basement has disappeared. They wanted to help other countries, but unfortunately, they lacked the strength. The purpose of this conference was not to help other countries, but rather to choose surrender. Yes, the Council of Nations intends to surrender to the Kingdom of Ainz Ooal. Although the Council of Nations has a large army, it is at most at the level of an empire. While there are indeed high-level powers, they are at most at the level of the Frost Dragon King, though there are a few dragon kings who are over level 40. However, the information sources of the reviewing countries are very fast. Although they have closed their borders, they also have their own special channels. Yesterday, the Frost Dragon King was crushed by the judge's minions. This news alone was enough to terrify them. It's important to understand that this isn't the judge, but rather the judge's subordinates who can crush the strongest fighting force in the current council. How can we fight this war? Not to mention, if the other side is even going so far as to invade and occupy resource-poor places like snow-capped mountains, do you really think they would give up such a lucrative opportunity? That's why we had today's meeting, where 8 of the reviewing states' representatives said they wanted to surrender, while the other 12 hesitated. Because they are unwilling to relinquish their current status, and what would happen to other countries if they announced their withdrawal. In the final tens of minutes of struggle, 10 people declared they would fight to the death, 2 forfeited, and 8 surrendered. The final assessment of the nation's policy is war. Because one of the 20 council members, an orc representative, said, "We cannot give up our country and everything to others just because we are not as strong as them." If that were the case, this entire country would have been a council state or a slain state long ago. Why would there be so many countries? Because every country is everyone's home, and this is something that cannot be compromised. Even if it means fighting to the death, we must defend our territory. His passionate words ignited the fighting spirit of the 8 surrendering councillors. The world's rule has always been the survival of the fittest. However, the world is not a place where the strong can do whatever they want. If it's just a matter of handing over some resources, countries might agree. But would it directly lead to the loss of one's own country, civilization, and culture? Sorry, none of the major powers will compromise. Only a realist like the Blood Emperor would compromise, because this is a battlefield where defeat is inevitable. He thought it was fine for him to die, but there was no need to drag the entire country down with him. But this world is a world of human relationships and social customs, and not everyone is like the Blood Emperor, who is ignorant of human relationships and social customs. On the 3rd day after learning of Ooal's kingdom, the Council of Nations declared war, followed by the Dragon Kingdom, then the Holy Kingdom, the 3 great Orc kingdoms of the Western continent, the 8 Desire kingdoms of the South, and the island nations of the East, all expressing their intention to go to war. For a time, the military forces of the entire world were constantly advancing towards Middle-earth. There are other implications here, of course. Many foreign nations were plotting to conquer the kingdom of Ooal in order to establish themselves in Middle-earth. As the core of the entire world, Middle-earth has its unique value. Whoever conquers Middle-earth will have the opportunity to conquer the entire world. This is why the Council of States and the Slain State have established themselves here, because they are keeping each other in check and preventing either from becoming too powerful. Chapter 111. The Council of Nations declared war, and the entire army of the Holy Kingdom moved to defend the border. The Wyvern tribe invaded the territory of the God Kingdom of Ooal, which was formerly the territory of the Baharthi Empire. The problems faced by the Kingdom of Ooal on the 4th day after its founding. Demiurge did not command an army, he simply had Wrath defend the border, mercilessly killing any dragons that tried to cross it. In the realm of God, whoever dares to cause trouble we will annihilate them. The Blood Emperor gathered his army at 5 in the morning and set off, and it would take 2 days to reach the area of the Flying Dragon tribe. Because the territory of the Flying Dragon tribe is in a neighboring area, there are too many cliffs and steep slopes, and the roads are difficult to travel. However, the Blood Emperor changed course, directing the main force to attack the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the 4 horsemen, together with Fruta and the Magic Legion, set off ahead of time to annihilate the Dragon tribe. Yes, the word used here is annihilation, without any reservation. The clever Blood Emperor devised this plan after learning from Mare that the Flying Dragon tribe had taken the initiative to invade the Divine Realm. To annihilate them all, leaving no survivors, although Demiurge didn't say it. But the Blood Emperor knew he had to make an example of someone to warn other nations. Anyone who dares to attack the territory of Ainz Ooal's divine kingdom will face annihilation. Mare didn't say anything about the Blood Emperor's actions. After all, Demiurge had said that the Blood Emperor would have full authority over the area. The Elven army, along with earth-digging orcs, lizardmen, and frost dragons, was also attacking the Holy Kingdom. The snow-capped mountains are still some distance from the Holy Kingdom, and along the way lie various orc tribes. Arrogance doesn't mind the trouble and decides to conquer all the tribes directly. This gave the Holy Kingdom time to prepare, and many powerful figures from island nations in the eastern region arrived in the Holy Kingdom ahead of time. This war waged by the Elven army may be a protracted one. Looking at the battlefield that had fully erupted, Momiga gulped down a bottle of magic beer. It's already the 4th day without me realizing it. Drinking all the time is getting rather boring. Holy crap, they couldn't hold back any longer? Is Momiga going to destroy a country? That's true. It's not good to just lie low and not farm any stats. It's better to wipe out a country to farm some stats, and at the same time, act as bait to lure out the enemies in outer space. We've been killing all these days, and the enemies in outer space haven't reacted. They're probably waiting for us to take the bait. Hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Momiga thought, this is infuriating. Who said I was to destroy a country, and now they want me to be bait? Forget it, if I don't go at least once, Le Fan will probably be thinking about it every day. Demiurge and his gang killed so many and nothing happened, so how come I'm in trouble just because I went out and cast a spell? However, I do have a lot of evil magic I want to experiment with, and now that I have a real-life partner, it seems quite interesting. Momiga thought for a moment and said, I plan to go to the battlefield in the Holy Kingdom and try out the super-tier magic, Dark Abundance Sacrifice. Summoning the young black goat? What's so fun about this kind of temporary summoning that can't last long? Oh well, let Momiga play if he wants to, after all, this is a dangerous mission. Okay, go ahead. Momiga remembered that she needed to use magic, which meant she'd have to pay the other person's father a month in advance. Do you think I'd fall for that? Dream on. Momiga then asked, don't you want to test your power? Looking at Momiga's expression, Le Fan shook his head and said, I don't think I have anything to experiment with. Momiga smiled and reminded him, something like dimensional slash. Hearing Momiga's words, Le Fan suddenly remembered and said with a wry smile, oh. I forgot our agreement is still in effect. Don't worry, super-level magic doesn't count as magic. Seeing Le Fan's magnanimity, Momiga smiled and said, since you're so generous, then dimensional slash doesn't count as a skill. Le Fan was taken aback, there's no need for that. Super-tier magic doesn't drain magic power, and my dimensional slash consumes stamina. Momiga smiled and said, it's all right. To me, super-level magic is magic. After all, it has the word magic in it. You've unleashed my super-level magic, so I can do many things. Hearing Momiga's words, Le Fan stopped refusing and instead looked at the location of the Flying Dragon tribe with interest. In that case, I'll give the Flying Dragon tribe a dimensional slash. Seeing that the two had stopped drinking and seemed to be planning to go out and have fun, the queen did not stop them. Le Fan hesitated for a moment before saying to the King of Men, I'll be right back. The king smiled and nodded, go. Momiga said awkwardly, sister-in-law, I'll go out for a bit too. The King of Men watched as two portals appeared and then the two disappeared in different directions. Seeking flowers. In an instant, above the Flying Dragon tribe, Le Fan raised his hand and the Will of the World appeared. I've been in this world for a month now, and with only 2 points of attack power per day, I've only gained 60 points of attack power. It's really trash. But you have to keep using the weapon you chose, even if you have to kneel. Le Fan suddenly swung his sword downwards, dimensional slash. In an instant, everything around the worlds will blurred, and the next second, the entire space seemed to be split in two. Le Fan's terrifying attributes were on full display in a second. Originally, the world champion's dimensional slash was a 4-meter-long slash. But Le Fan's slash directly created a 400-meter-long strike. Moreover, the slashes continued to spread. Countless spider webs appeared throughout the space. Then hundreds of dragons turned into dust and disappeared into space. 2 seconds later, the spider web disappeared, and the Euro slash also disappeared. Looking at this terrifying strike, Le Fan stroked his chin. The power has increased 100-fold, not bad. At this moment, the Human King had been keeping a close eye on Le Fan. The instant the dimensional slash looked out, the Human King's scalp tingled. Because she saw another dimension within the spatial rift of the dimensional slash. Oh my god, my husband actually cleaved through the dimensional barrier with a single strike. He can go directly to the second dimension with just one cut? What kind of strength is this? As the strongest player and the main force in resisting and limiting the world boss, the world champion naturally possesses bug-like abilities. This Yuan Zhan is a terrifying skill that even the creator cannot use. It is truly unique. Furthermore, the official statement has already said that dimensional slash is the most powerful skill, bar none. Le Fan's current attribute, dimensional slash, directly breaks the rules and cuts out of the dimension. Unfortunately, he himself did not realize the terrifying power of his dimensional slash. In another dimension, his single strike caused a tremendous change in the world. For example, a slime and the storm dragon in front of it have just become good friends and are discussing how to break the seal. Then a dimensional rift appeared, and the barrier simply vanished. However, this had nothing to do with Le Fan. He didn't know that his dimensional slash had terrified the storm dragon, one of the 4 great dragons of the other world. If I knew, I would definitely complain. Studying at the 4 heavenly dragons? What a rip-off! Chapter 112. Dimensional slash, as the name suggests, is the strongest attack that cuts through dimensions. Le Fan had no idea how much his dimensional slash would change the future. If I had known, he definitely wouldn't have made that strike. First, this strike cleaved through this dimension and then bombarded other dimensions. This created a connection between the 2 dimensions, causing them, which were originally infinitely far apart, to constantly attract each other. Years later, perhaps because of this connection, the 2 dimensions will collide and merge into a completely new dimension. This is one of the harms. Its 2-dimensional dimension is broken, and its dimensional aura will be exposed. If a godlike game and a transmigrator organization truly exist, they could probably easily travel to or come to this world to cause destruction. The original dimension was fun and intact, but because of 210 Momaga's request, Le Fan slash created a small hole in the perfectly intact dimension. Furthermore, because Le Fan's attributes were slightly stronger than expected, his dimensional slash was so powerful that it struck directly into another dimension infinitely far away. The 2 dimensions instantly established a connection, so theoretically this loophole can never be patched unless the 2 dimensions merge into one. However, these are all things that will happen several years from now. We probably don't need to worry about it for the next few decades. As the dimensional gate disappeared, and Le Fan returned to his side, the Human King asked, "Husband, do you want a new dimension?" A new dimension? Does this mean that the dimension unleashed by each dimensional slash is different? Or does the Human King have a stronger dimensional boost, making my dimensional slash even more overpowered? Le Fan asked curiously, "A new dimension? Can it enhance me? Strengthen? I don't know, but it should be possible." Uncertain? That's true, nothing in this world is 100% certain. Hearing Le Fan's words, the Human King came to his senses. Was it because nothing is 100% certain that her husband wanted to explore unknown dimensions? Invincibility is only in one's own perception, who knows, there might be something even more invincible beyond invincibility? Even the Queen couldn't say there was anyone more powerful than her husband, since she considered him the most invincible. So change the topic to something even more powerful than yourself. Perhaps there are beings outside who are even more powerful than me. Holy crap, a new dimension? Is it that dangerous? Could it be that other beings in the universe also know how to perform dimensional slashes? Have they gained access to a new dimension? Is their new dimensional attack powerful enough to defeat the Human King? You know, the Human King is using the attribute enhancing fruit every moment, his attributes are getting stronger without limit. Damn, this world is really dangerous. Fan's 3 consecutive thoughts, thank goodness Momaga isn't here, otherwise Momaga would have been provoked again. Fan stopped thinking about it and simply embraced the Human King, enjoying her beauty while he could. The King of Men looked blissfully happy as he felt Fan's embrace. The scene then shifts to Momaga's side. He had now arrived at the Great Wall, the border of the Holy Kingdom. After 2 days of troop mobilization, the Great Wall of the Holy Kingdom was filled with soldiers. Every soldier was holding a bow, ready to meet the enemies of Ooal's kingdom. Looking at the army of over 300,000, Momaga smiled. Perhaps this was a good experiment. He flew up to the city wall and all the soldiers spotted Momaga immediately. At this moment, Pavel Baraha frowned, looking at Momaga, who was suspended in the air and clad in black armor. Who are you? Why have you come to our Holy Kingdom's border guard, Tot? Momaga was a rather immature person, and upon hearing the other party's sincere greeting, he naturally responded in an equally immature manner, I am Momaga, one of the 41 supreme beings, and also the supreme being of the Ooal Kingdom. I have come to Song to ask you to cooperate with me in conducting 10 small experiments. Upon hearing Momaga's words, everyone present immediately went on alert, as they had all heard of the Ooal Kingdom. The ranks after the Divine Kingdom are Supreme Executive Officer, Judge, and above the Judge is the legendary Supreme Being. It's important to understand that each of the 4 judges was a demon god level being, and just how terrifying was the Supreme Being above the judges? And there were a full 41 of them, which is absolutely terrifying. Now that the other party had actually come to the border wall of the Holy Kingdom alone, Pavel Baraha boldly said, since you are the supreme ruler of the Ooal Kingdom, why have you come in person? If it's just an experiment, you could have had your subordinates carry it out. Momaga looked at the trembling soldiers below and said with a smile, haha, are you all afraid? Yes, your excellency's existence may have reached the level of a god. It would be a lie to say we are not afraid of such a powerful being descending upon us. But behind us lies our homeland, our loved ones, even if it means death, we cannot retreat a single step. If you could leave, that would be best, otherwise, we'd have no choice but to risk our lives to leave scars on your armor. Pavel Baraha then said with respect. Because Momaga came alone and treated the 300,000 strong army as nothing, Pavel Baraha would not want to fight such a terrifying being if he could. Even knowing that battles were inevitable, Pavel Baraha wanted to fight the enemy's army. Neither the 4 judges nor the legendary supreme being before them were their targets. He wanted to stall for time until the heroes of the various countries in the East Daxia Sea arrived, at which point his high-end combat forces would be able to put up a fight. After all, the 3 strongest warriors of the Holy Kingdom have gone to the invincible Divine Kingdom, such as the Holy Princess, the Holy Maiden, and the Holy Knight Commander who can rival the strongest warrior commander in the kingdom. Momaga heard that the other party's tone was still consistent with 5.1 and laughed loudly, ha ha ha, very good. Since that's the case, I will give you all a chance. Those who don't want to die, leave the city directly. I'll give you 5 minutes. Hearing Momaga's mocking words, all the soldiers present were stunned. Pavel Baraha frowned, Your Excellency, while we fear death, we also know the importance of morale. We won't use that charade. If you insist on not leaving, then we have no choice but to fight. Then I will repay you with my strongest might. Let us witness your final dance of death. Momaga's Chayunabu, adolescent delusions of grandeur, suddenly surged, and he landed outside the Great Wall, instantly changing into the extreme speed armor set given to him by Le Fan. In an instant, Momaga's entire body radiated a silvery white light, looking so handsome and powerful. Chapter 113. Pavel Baraha took a deep breath. Just looking at Momaga's full platinum armor and that terrifyingly sharp blade that seemed capable of cutting through space, he couldn't help but want to run away. But he had nowhere to run. He mustered his courage, drew his bow, and said, "Brothers, we have no way back, for behind us are our homes, our families, our country. Even if our opponent is God or the devil, we can only fight. We can only fight. Attack!" As Pavel Baraha finished speaking, hundreds of thousands of arrows suddenly bombarded Momaga. Momaga smiled as he watched the volley of arrows hurtling towards him, and suddenly swung his weapon. In an instant, a terrifying sword aura emerged, shattering all the arrows within a 20-meter radius into dust. Momaga laughed loudly, his voice thick with youthful exuberance, "All right. Haha, then I'll mercifully show you what speed and what a warrior truly are." In an instant, Momaga transformed into silver light, and in an instant, hundreds of meters of the Great Wall, spanning 250 kilometers, were cut down by the terrifying sword energy. Momaga did not stop. What he wanted to do was destroy the entire Great Wall, then gather all the enemies on the ground to surround him, and use super-level magic. This can be considered Momaga's mercy. Dark Abundance sacrifices an instant death magic. The enemy will not feel anything the moment they are hit and will die instantly. This could be considered merciful to these soldiers. As for taking a step back and letting them go? Sorry, Momaga's justice value is -500. In short, death is the greatest mercy in his eyes. A painless, instantaneous death is the highest form of respect for one's opponent. The battlefield is ever-changing, a flash of silver light, moving at a speed beyond human comprehension, slices through the enemy with incredible speed. In just 2 minutes, the Great Wall, stretching for tens of kilometers, was destroyed. Many of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers had fled the ground, and their faces were filled with terror. This speed, this power, is simply beyond human capability to overcome. It wasn't until this moment that they came to their senses. They had no idea why they were engaged in this unanimous battle. Because this wasn't a battle at all, it was a one-sided massacre, no different from sending someone to their death. Moreover, it's not just themselves who will die, their families and their country will perish. My God, why can't we just abandon that so-called dignity and surrender like an empire? This was the thought that flashed through everyone's minds in an instant, and the silver light finally stopped. In that instant, everyone was once again aroused in their final resistance, bombarding with magic, arrows, catapults, boulders, and all sorts of other means. Among these bombardments, a terrifying magic arrow shot towards the silver armor. This was Pavel Baraha's strongest magical armor-piercing arrow, a strike he put all his effort into, and arguably the strongest arrow of his life. But such an arrow, when it struck the silver armor, was like an egg hitting a rock. The arrow was destroyed in an instant, not to mention the attacks from the surrounding soldiers and adventurers. Pavel Baraha, his face ashen, threw away his bow and arrows. He was in despair. Victory is impossible against such an enemy. Momaga stood there, feeling the final blows from the crowd, and smiled, "Ha ha ha, let me tell you a truth, I'm not actually a warrior, I'm a magic caster." As soon as Momaga finished speaking, without giving them any chance to speak or question, a huge magic circle surrounded Momaga. Looking at this terrifying magic circle, everyone present recalled Momaga's words from a moment ago. Could he really be a magic caster? How could we possibly lose a physical battle against a magician? This caused the already desperate people to give up resistance and simply sit on the ground. Because Momaga's silver light was so fast, no one present could escape. As the magic circle continued to gather, it shot directly into the sky after several tens of seconds. Momaga roared, "The sacrifice of dark abundance!" In an instant, a huge black mist spread out from the center of Umaga, and the black mist spread instantly. The soldiers surrounding Momaga on the entire battlefield were instantly swallowed up. All the soldiers died instantly, including General Pavel Baraha. As the black fog spread, all 300,000 people died without exception. The black mist absorbed the lives of 300,000 people and continued to surge into the sky. Then the ground shook violently, and one after another, 80-meter tall, four-legged, round monsters with dozens of attacking appendages descended to the earth. The earth trembled continuously as 10 monsters appeared. Momaga stared at these terrifying creatures. Momaga was also excited as he looked at the 10 terrifying black goat cubs. "I actually broke the record. I remember that the most I could summon in the game was only 2, but I actually summoned 10 at once." Momaga was excited about more than just that, because he saw his MP skyrocket from 58,000 to a terrifying 90,000. Similarly, his HP has also increased to a terrifying number. This terrifying HP allows Gagar to withstand dozens of super magic skyfall attacks without flinching. Looking at the 10 black goat calves, Momaga simply ordered them to attack forward, devouring anything they encountered. Momaga himself opened a portal and returned to Leffen's side after 503. Upon returning, I immediately heard Le Fan's complaints. "Holy crap, 10 black goat calves! But these things are really disgusting. Momaga actually likes them? Is he a tentacle fetishist? Come to think of it, Shalter's true form also has tentacles. Well, it's a skeleton after all, so it's normal that her aesthetic sense is a little different from mine. I really feel bad for Aura. But anyway, I'm not a lizard lover." Le Fan hugged the human king and smiled, saying, "You're back? How are you feeling?" Looking at the lazy Le Fan and the stunningly beautiful king of men, Momaga thought to herself, "You're the one with bad taste. My sister-in-law is the most perfect woman in my heart. Ugh, what am I thinking? However, my aesthetic sense is perfectly fine." Momaga also took out a bottle of magic beer and said while drinking, "Well, let those 10 black goat calves wreak havoc. If there really are foreign enemies, we can avoid a direct confrontation. What a clever fool! If there were a real enemy, wouldn't they have discovered us? But it's fine this way, since the black goat's calf is causing trouble, even if they find us, they'll attack the calf first." Momaga was furious upon hearing Le Fan's thoughts. What did he mean by being self-righteous? And then he agreed with my actions? Double standards. Chapter 114. Momaga looked at the 5 magical monitoring mirrors in front of him and said calmly, "The matter of the Holy Kingdom should be pretty much settled. Little Yellow Hair's side is quite strong. They're using a feint attack, making it seem like they're attacking the Flying Dragon tribe, but actually they're launching a sneak attack on the Dragon Kingdom." Le Fan affirmed, "Indeed, this little blondie has some intelligence. I wonder what kind of show he can put on." The King of Men had grown accustomed to their conversations, and the 2 men truly possessed the power to look down upon all living beings as if they were gods. When Fruita's Magic Legion arrived at the Dragon Tribe in their flying magic devices, there was nothing there. Yes, nothing is left. The Dragon Tribe's lair and the mountains have all vanished, leaving only a flat plain. As for the thousands of members of the Flying Dragon Tribe, they also disappeared along with everything else. Because of Le Fan's terrifying dimensional slash, life is directly cut out of the dimension, which is true death, and there is no possibility of it even becoming nourishment for the world. The mysterious disappearance of the Dragon Tribe greatly surprised Fruita, and he eventually boldly imagined that it was Demiurge who was responsible. After all, the kingdom of Ainz is a supreme kingdom, and the Wyvern tribe, as the first to invade it, must be punished. Fruita sighed that he and his group were still a step too slow, and then used teleportation magic to teleport to the side of the Blood Emperor's main force. As for the Blood Emperor, he was unaware that he was referred to as Little Yellow Hair by Le Fan and Momoji. The fact that the magic crystal behind them was flashing proved that Fruta and his group had completed their mission and returned. Then the battle to conquer the Dragon Kingdom can begin. As the portal appeared, looking at the returning Fruta, the Blood Emperor asked, "How was it?" With a look of awe, Fruta said, "We were a step too late. By the time we arrived, the Flying Dragon tribe had already been wiped out." Erase. Yes, that's divine magic that transcends the realm of humanity. The Blood Emperor, seeing the fanatical Fruta, stopped dwelling on the matter and, with his own wisdom, decided to make an example of him. How could a terrifying figure like Demiurge not have thought of this? At the command of the Blood Emperor, the 4 horsemen led their respective legions to advance from the flanks, while Fruta's magic legion cleared the way in the middle. 2 cavalry units charged from the plains on either side, while the magic troops marched directly towards the hillside road. The infantry, under the Blood Emperor's orders, had already laid an ambush in the hills surrounding the Dragon Kingdom. As soon as the cavalry and the magic legion are mobilized, the soldiers will instantly encircle and devour the border fortress city of Camillas of the Dragon Kingdom. Everything went as the Blood Emperor had predicted. With the collective departure of 300,000 troops, the generals at the Dragon Kingdom's border fortresses finally realized what was happening. But they had absolutely no way to stop the powerful magic legion that flew straight towards them. The Blood Emperor dared to say that, apart from the demon god, his magic legion would be one of the most powerful legions in the world. The Blood Emperor doesn't even consider the Dragon Kingdom a threat. In his eyes, the only countries worthy of his attention are the 3 great beast kingdoms of the west, the remnants of the 8 greed kings, and the Elf Kingdom. If it weren't for the need to guard against other countries, the Blood Emperor would have already conquered the kingdom with his magical legions. As the army advanced, the generals of the Dragon Kingdom knew they could not sit idly by and wait for their doom, so they ordered their archers to use a barrage of arrows. Unfortunately, the reason the Magic Legion is called the Magic Legion is because it is an all-encompassing entity. Hundreds of magic chanters raised their magic shields, and in an instant, all the arrows collided with the massive shields, losing their power. At the very heart of the Magic Legion, 8 powerful 4th-tier mages surrounded Fruta, channeling powerful magic into him. As someone who understands magic and can use powerful triple magic, Fruta is practically a god in this kind of siege warfare. With the combined magic of his 4 disciples, Fruta easily summoned a powerful 6th-tier spell. Triple Tier 6 Magic, Explosive Flame Bullet. In an instant, 3 enormous fireballs, each 10 meters in size, appeared in front of the Magic Legion, hurtling towards the city wall like meteors. Although the 2 sides were only 1 kilometer apart, the entire Magic Legion was flying in the air using magical items. Therefore, the fireballs bombarded from above, targeting the 2 sides and the central city wall of the fortress. The Dragon Kingdom's generals were powerless to stop this terrifying attack, because it was 6th-tier magic. Ordinary 3rd-tier magic shields simply cannot withstand this terrifying attack. As several seconds passed, 3 enormous fireballs struck the city wall precisely, causing massive explosions. In an instant, a 10-meter-wide breach was blasted into the city wall. As the magic took effect, the 4 horsemen led their 4 cavalry regiments in a fierce charge toward the fortress. If these cavalrymen were allowed into Yashai, it would be like wolves entering a sheepfold, running rampant. General Marquis Borg of Camillas also shouted loudly, "All troops, attack! We must not allow the enemy to enter the city, or there will be widespread bloodshed. My men, charge with me!" With a powerful shout, all the soldiers and adventurers charged out of the city walls and onto the flat ground. Facing such a powerful cavalry, this was clearly at a great disadvantage for them. But there was no other way. If the cavalry were allowed to storm the city, they would use their superior mobility to avoid direct combat and instead massacre the civilians. They simply cannot afford such a price, so they must confront them head-on. The 2 armies clashed instantly. Weapons, blood, screams, all sorts of sounds rang out continuously. Momiga and Leffen did not feel nauseous looking at the battlefield. After all, they are not human either. The magic legions in this world are something else. They have an outer magic shield and an inner magic supply, allowing the strongest to gather the magic power of the surrounding mages and unleash powerful spells. This is a true magic turret. Listening to Le Fan's words, the human king shook his head. Humans are such life forms, they can exert their greatest strength by working together as a group. Momiga asked curiously, sister-in-law, you're called the human king, and you're human too. Seeing so many human casualties, don't you feel sad? Apart from annihilation, I will not disturb the human race for even a minute. Hearing the human king's words, Momiga said no more. The name human king was given by Le Fan, a Chayunibu, a person with delusions of grandeur, and in reality, the human king had no relation to the human race whatsoever. Le Fan naturally understood the concept of the human king and knew its mechanisms. She knew that after the human race was wiped out, she would restart the world. This setting is so cringeworthy, it's almost embarrassing for Le Fan to argue about it. But he didn't know that Momiga could overhear his thoughts, which made Momiga barely suppress her laughter and almost suffocate. Chapter 115. Under the combined aerial bombardment of the Magic Legion, the charge of the four knights, and the mowing down of the infantry, the Dragon Kingdom's border fortress, Camillas, collapsed in less than 3 hours. Both sides suffered heavy casualties in this battle. The Empire lost 8% of its soldiers, while the Camillas fortress suffered a terrifying 70% casualty rate. As for those who did not die in battle, they were taken prisoner and tied up in the square to await the arrival of the Blood Emperor. With the war over, the Blood Emperor arrived in the city of Camillas. Looking at the 100,000 elite soldiers before him, he said, "I will only say this once, are you willing to surrender or die?" Hearing the Blood Emperor's words, General Marquis Borg of Camillas spat out a mouthful of blood. "Bah! If you have the guts, then kill us all, just like you slaughtered the unarmed civilians you just did. If I even flinch, I'll take your surname." Looking at Marquis Borg's appearance, the Blood Emperor smiled. "Why bother? This is the price of resistance, and it is also the rule of Ainz Ooal Kingdom. All nations that resist will become the people of the kingdom with 70% sacrifice and 30% joining." Another bald adventurer, his veins bulging, roared desperately, "A bunch of executioners! All you know how to do is bully the common people. What kind of skill is that? If you're so capable, kill us all." The Blood Emperor looked at the angry warriors and said without any hesitation, "I apologize, but as a human being, I feel I have to do this. The law of the jungle prevails, that's the rule. They died because they were weak, and you survived because you are strong. Do you even know you're human? What's the difference between you and a devil? You slaughter people like this, you deserve a terrible death. Executioner, devil, butcher." A barrage of curses rang out, but the Blood Emperor, far from looking miserable, wore a smile. "Ha ha ha, well said, well said. So, your choice is death, or to become executioners like us, slaughtering the weak in the next city. You devil, you won't get away with this. I'd rather die than agree to it." Looking at the fearful and resentful eyes of the crowd, the Blood Emperor smiled again and said, "You have already crossed the threshold, but there are two directions, one is revenge, and the other is fear. In the future, people will definitely fear war. But as it stands, you are not fearful yet, so it doesn't matter. Someone will deal with you soon." Marquis Borg laughed wildly and said, "Haha, just you wait for our queen to annihilate you." "CFCH, annihilate us? With your Dragon Kingdom? No problem, I'm waiting. Haha, just you wait to face the wrath of the Dragon Kingdom." The Blood Emperor looked at the prisoners and immediately ordered them all to be imprisoned in jail. Since they were unwilling to surrender, then so be it. After settling in and resting for 2 hours, the Blood Emperor looked at the internal map of the Dragon Kingdom. Here's a detailed route map. He stroked his chin. We didn't surround Camilla's city before, so there must have been adventurers who escaped. Now, the nearest cities must know about this. In that case, why not go all the way and march directly towards the capital? Fruta pondered for a moment as he looked at the route the Blood Emperor pointed out. Isn't the risk too great? If the Dragon Kingdom reacts and uses fire to encircle us, what if they take this route? Although our magic legion is strong, the danger level on land is not low either. It's all right. With Camilla's providing cover, the Dragon Kingdom can't possibly remain indifferent to Camilla's fall. They will definitely send troops to scout, and after scouting, they will surely discover the tragic state of Camilla's and the prisoners. Even though they were furious, the prisoners had to be taken care of, and the country couldn't ignore the city of Camilla's. Coupled with the Dragon Kingdom's misplaced compassion, the first policy was a nationwide defense model, with all Western military forces concentrated in the capital. Southern forces rushed to Camilla's to settle the prisoners. As for the encirclement tactic, they're willing to use it. What we need to do is exploit this time difference and break through while they hesitate. The Blood Emperor, completely unfazed, pointed to a spot on the map and spoke. Looking at the map, Fruta saw that the route bypassed the ruined city of Gran and the great forest to the west of Camilla's, and instead chose to take a detour through the Wongbei Plain and advance straight for 30 miles before turning around to attack the capital. The Dragon Kingdom would never choose to go through the plains, because the disparity in strength is too great. They couldn't win even with city walls for defense, so it would be even more impossible for them to win on the plains. However, it's not to say that the Dragon Kingdom is completely hopeless. If they abandon the capital, use an empty city strategy, and launch a pincer attack with fire, they still have a chance of winning. However, the Blood Emperor stated that the Dragon Kingdom's compassion would absolutely prevent them from using this method, a sentiment echoed by Fruta. Unfortunately, the Blood Emperor was unaware that the Dragon Kingdom's lowly queen possessed primordial magic. If she is truly willing to sacrifice millions of people to activate the primal magic, then the Blood Emperor will still do it anyway. Everything was in progress. Demiurge was still managing the Empire's vast territory. Because the Empire was so large, even if he only managed one city for an hour, it would take him more than 10 hours. In the capital of the Dragon King Kingdom, the lowly Queen Drady-Long Oracless trembled as she looked at the information in her hand. That despicable Blood Emperor, why did you do this? Those were lives lost. The mature female minister looked at the lowly queen and said, Your Majesty, the people and soldiers of Pogran have already evacuated, and 10,000 troops have been sent to the city of Camilla's. However, the Blood Emperor's troops did not leave the Great Forest. Our strategy has failed. The middle-aged, obese minister, looking at the map, said seriously, the Blood Emperor is one of the most intelligent men in the world. Although taking the direct route through the Great Forest would be faster to reach the capital, they will definitely not choose the Great Forest. They may have already taken the plains. Your Majesty, if they really do take the 30-mile detour through the plains to attack the capital, we might be in trouble. I don't know what to do. I don't want the capital to be stained with blood. I don't want my people to suffer, but the Blood Emperor has such powerful 4 knights and an invincible magic legion. We really can't find a way to win. The mature woman said with difficulty, her voice trembling, there is a way to win, and that is to use your Majesty's primal magic. The Lolita Queen was stunned upon hearing this. No. That would mean sacrificing millions of people. Don't bring up that again. Your Majesty, for the future of the Dragon Kingdom, even the sacrifice of millions of people is worthwhile. According to Camislan's intelligence, the Blood Emperor stated that he would exterminate 70% of the weak, leaving only 30% of the elites. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom, with its 8 million inhabitants, will see millions of its people sacrificed. Trading 1 million lives for a life worth millions, the choice is difficult, but as king, you must choose. Chapter 116. I know this is a cruel statement, but everything in the Dragon Kingdom depends on your majesty. Please do not hesitate. The little queen looked at the two ministers beside her, her trembling little hands unsure of what to do. The terrified voice seemed to be pleading for help, asking, "Is there no other way? Can we surrender?" The other side does not accept surrender, and surrender is not a wise choice. Our civilization, national destiny, and culture, accumulated over thousands of years, will be erased if we surrender. Your Majesty, are you willing to do this? The little queen held her head in her hands and shook it repeatedly, saying, "I don't know. I don't know, I really don't know why this is happening. The world was fine before, why did it suddenly become so unruly, with everyone fighting like their lives depended on it?" The mature female minister knelt and said, "Because you are alive, Your Majesty, please prepare to use primal magic." With the departure of the mature and obese ministers, the lowly queen sat alone, trembling, on her throne. She now had to make a choice she could not accept. Fear and dread surged through her mind. The sacrifice of millions, even if they won, what difference would it make? Are civilization and its inheritance truly more important than simply living? She couldn't understand, especially her ministers, who always told her to play the role of a clueless little girl, and all she had to do was act cute. Now, such a cruel thing has been handed to me, after I had gradually become accustomed to peaceful days of acting cute and coquettish. Faced with such a dramatic change in art style, she really didn't know what to do. If the country had always been ruled by an iron fist, perhaps this decision wouldn't have been difficult for her. Her trembling little hands had no choice. On one side were millions of lives, on the other millions more. She couldn't understand this matter no matter how hard she thought about it, this cruel truth. Her eyes turned red, and tears streamed down her face involuntarily. I am indeed an incompetent king. If I were as powerful as my great-grandfather, I wouldn't have needed to sacrifice the lives of millions of people to use primordial magic. If I had the wisdom of the Blood Emperor, I would have surrendered to Ainz Ooal's kingdom immediately, and perhaps I wouldn't be in such a passive position. Is it really impossible to surrender? Is there no other choice but to sacrifice millions of lives? Who can answer me? I really don't know what to do. The Lolita Queen sat blankly on her throne, waiting for someone to answer her. But all that awaited her was the cold air. Perhaps this is the king's loneliness. Fearful, she stood up, seemingly making a decision. Though I am the queen, these millions who have sacrificed themselves are not me, but the people. I need to ask the people's demands. Yes, as long as they all disagree, I can stop using this kind of magic. At that time, I'll kneel down and beg for mercy, or perhaps sacrifice myself to finally join Ainz Ooal's divine kingdom. The massacre in Camislan was too horrific. Camislan was a border city of the Dragon Kingdom, known as a city with the strongest fighting force in the Dragon Kingdom. If such a city could not withstand it for more than a few hours, other cities would be even less likely to be able to endure it. This is not even in the same league as the combat power. As for the Flying Dragon tribe, the 4th-tier mage of the Magic Guild had already contacted them an hour ago, but the Flying Dragon tribe has completely disappeared. As for the surrounding orc kingdoms, they have no diplomatic relations whatsoever, and it's even less likely that they will come to help in the short term. No one will choose to surrender before facing despair. Once someone chooses to surrender, it's because they're desperate, like when Momaga chose to massacre 9 million people in the kingdom in the original story. The king chose to surrender in an attempt to save the lives of his people, but to no avail. Momaga refused to surrender, and only at Sebastian's request were 1 million people spared. The slaughter of 8 million people was a truly horrific sight. Before facing despair, people believe they can fight, that they are capable of fighting, but when despair arrives, people knew that everything was in vain. At that moment, dignity and the inheritance of civilization were no longer important. Survival was the most important thing. Unfortunately, one wrong step led to another, and the Dragon Kingdom missed the opportunity to surrender, meaning that only 70% of its forces would be sacrificed. The lowly queen walked out of the king's hall and looked at the ministers who were waiting outside. "I want to convene a meeting of the people, they have the right to know about this matter." Hearing the voice of the lowly queen and seeing the mature lowly queen who no longer acts cute or coquettish, all the ministers felt uncomfortable, both physically and mentally. But at this moment, as the queen, she must be mature and ruthless. The various countries already knew about Ainz Ooal's policy, 70% of the tea should be kept and 30% left. Given the current state of the city of Camillas, this is indeed the case. Moreover, in the past few hours, the Dragon Kingdom has been sending envoys who have clearly conveyed the message that the other side will not accept their surrender. Requesting flowers 00. The ministers weren't fools, they tried all sorts of methods, but they just couldn't come up with a plan to use the empty city stratagem or gather troops for a fire attack to encircle and annihilate the enemy. Because time simply doesn't allow it, gathering all the nation's troops would take far too long, and with the empty city strategy and fire attack, most of the population simply cannot be evacuated in a short period of time. Because of the Dragon Queen's primal magic, the capital of the Dragon Kingdom is always maintained as a megacity with a population of 1.5 million. It is impossible to expel 1.5 million people in a short period of time. Since sacrifices are inevitable anyway, why not let the Queen use primordial magic to defeat the enemy? Although they knew that a powerful army would continue to attack, the Dragon Kingdom had already formed alliances with neighboring countries. Since they won't accept surrender, then let's defend and resist. In the minister's view, even the strongest power in the world could not resist the combined forces of the entire world. This is the world of Japanese anime, where people fundamentally believe that it is impossible for someone with great power to defeat the masses of the world. This is basically the case in all Japanese anime, the strongest characters are those who listen to ordinary people. For example, a hero has to obey the orders of a weakling king, and someone with the power to destroy and change the world has to listen to a bunch of weak, despicable old men. In the world of Japanese anime, the strongest characters seem to be fools who misunderstand the orders of the weak. Even if one's ideal is a perfect and peaceful world, one has the ability to achieve it. But they're just like fools who obey orders from weaklings and don't care if the world continues to go against their dreams. There are far too many examples. After all, Japanese comics, European comics, and American comics all follow this system. Superman is always a naive and innocent character, witches are always brain dead, and gods are always mentally challenged. However, this world can be considered an anomaly in Japanese anime, because what rules and governs this world is the strongest individual power. For example, in the previous slain theocracy, Zetsu Zetsume was the big sister, and in the Council of the Platinum Dragon King, he was the absolute one. Human kingdoms obey the slain cult, while non-human kingdoms obey the council. These two absolute individuals are the kind of beings who have no interest in ruling the world. It's a relatively rational world, which is why so many nations have been destroyed. There were also so many pronouncements about one person destroying a country over a single disagreement. Chapter 117. The Dragon King lowly stood atop the high royal city, with hundreds of thousands of people gathered below. Because the Dragon King's capital is so vast, it's impossible for him to gather millions of lives all at once. These hundreds of thousands of people will become representatives of the entire capital city's population. The ministers rejected the idea of the Dragon King Lolita, believing that allowing the people to be chosen in ignorance was the best way to treat them fairly. However, since it was the Dragon King Loli herself who used the primal magic, they couldn't force her to do it and could only agree to her request. Hundreds of thousands of people gathered, but they were unaware of the seriousness of the situation. After all, although they knew about Ainz Ooal's kingdom these days, they continued with their lives as usual and didn't feel too much tension. Who would have thought that the divine kingdom that emerged just a few days ago would now be attacking the Dragon Kingdom? At this moment, the lowly queen, aided by magical artifacts, said, "Fellow citizens, 740, this speech may be some terrible news. The Blood Emperor is currently leading an army of 300,000 men and a powerful magic legion toward our capital. It is estimated that they will reach the capital in a few hours." As the Lolita Queen paused, hundreds of thousands of people in the square were stunned. Had they heard correctly? The Blood Emperor is already attacking the capital. Hey, when did this happen? Your Majesty, you're not joking with us, are you? Your Majesty, please don't joke with us. Seeing the fear on the faces of her people, the lowly queen took a deep breath and said again, "I'm sorry, I wasn't joking. I think many of you here are still unaware of the conquest goals of the Ainz Ooal Kingdom, to eliminate 70% of the weak and conquer 30% of the strong. In the fortress city of Camillas, 200,000 civilians were massacred, leaving only 100,000 elites." As the Lolita Queen paused again, chaos erupted among the people in the square. "No, how could there be such cruel methods of conquest, Your Majesty? Does our Dragon Kingdom have a way to fight back? Could it be that our kingdom's army has already set out, but the disparity in strength is too great, so Her Majesty the Queen is conscripting soldiers? If there's a conscription, count me in. Your Majesty, as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, I am willing to shed my blood for my country. Yes, let's work together. The enemy only has 300,000 troops, while we have a standing army of 1.2 million. Although mobilization from other places may not be as fast, every man in our Dragon Kingdom is a soldier, ready to defend our homeland without hesitation." The people cheered with fervent passion. It must be said, the Dragon Kingdom is a truly remarkable kingdom. Because under the rule of the lowly queen, this country is naturally more simple and honest than other countries. After all, how bad could a kingdom be if Her Majesty could live peacefully simply by acting cute and charming? Looking at the passionate citizens, the lowly queen paused for a moment. Despite her lowly appearance, however, she possesses the bloodline of the true Dragon King, which is why her growth is slow. In fact, she is already in her 20s. "I'm sorry, everyone, the enemy's magical army cannot be countered by numbers. That was a magic legion assembled by Fruta, the strongest magic caster among humans. Under the leadership of such a legion, even legendary hero-level powerhouses could not face them head-on. Only a demon god could defeat such an army, but our country has no demon god-level beings." Hearing the words of the lowly queen, the citizens present were even more stunned. "Your Majesty, please do not be afraid. Defending the country inevitably involves sacrifices. I have faith in General Kemmer and Chief Minister Durka Kwang." "That's right. With the hero-level General Kamen and the hero-level Mage Durka, we still have a chance to win. After all, the enemy only has 300,000 men. Your Majesty, please rest assured and wait for our return after the re-election." It has to be said that in the Dragon Kingdom, with the lowly queen's constant cuteness and coquetry, everyone is a lowly lover, and they adore the queen 100%. Rather than calling the Dragon Kingdom a country, it's more like an idol club, and Queen Yao Li is their idol. Looking at the cheerful citizens, the Lolita Queen couldn't bear to continue. But she had to say that it was simply impossible to defeat such a powerful army under normal military force. Although the Lolita Queen is an idol queen, her understanding of the national situation is no less than that of any of the ministers present. She knew the nation's strength best, it simply couldn't handle a magical army as terrifying as Fruta's. In the original work, Fruta is known as the Guardian of the Empire. This title is not just a rumor, but something he earned through his own hard work. Otherwise, why would the nobles willingly give up their interests after the Blood Emperor's reforms affected the entire empire? MJU 4 NDA 2 NTA 0 MJI 1 MZHM 2 OJE equals. The empire was once just as corrupt as the kingdom. The reason it has become so incorruptible, so ruthless, and so powerful is entirely due to the bloodshed it has endured. The path to royalty is inherently bloody, and the Blood Emperor's current achievements are due not only to his wisdom but, most importantly, to the support of the powerful figure of Fruta. He is the foundation of the empire, and he is the reason why countries around the world fear the empire. Apart from the slain theocracy and the Council of Nations, no other nation dares to guarantee that it can defeat a magical legion as powerful as the god of war, Fruta. This terrifying army is now within the Dragon Kingdom and is heading towards the capital. The Lolita Queen took a deep breath, forcing back tears, and said in a trembling voice, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. As a queen, I'm utterly incompetent. Because of my incompetence, I have no other choice." That was a vast magical army composed of humanity's strongest magic chanters and the world's top magic chanters. No matter how many of us there are, we cannot defeat them, so I have no choice but to use my primordial magic. The price of primal magic is the sacrifice of millions of citizens. I have no other choice. I ask you to make your choice here. I hope you can refuse me, but I also don't want you to refuse me. The sacrifice of 70% of the nation, the sacrifice of millions of citizens. I can't accept it. No. I can't accept either of them. But I am the king of the Dragon Kingdom, I must make a choice. The lowly queen blurted out a choice that terrified her. She had always known that her rise to power was due to her primordial magic. 3.7. She also knew that when the Dragon Kingdom faced an absolute crisis, she would use her primal magic. Although she had always known this, looking at the kind and simple people, she really couldn't bear to use them. But as the queen, she had no choice, and this feeling made her very uncomfortable. It also terrified her greatly. She feared that the people would agree to her easily destroying the lives of those who loved her. But she was also afraid that the people would refuse, in which case she would have no choice but to kneel and beg the Blood Emperor to spare the Dragon Kingdom, but the other party might not listen. The worst case scenario is that 70% of the population will be eliminated, a fact she cannot accept. The entire square was eerily silent. The entire nation could not believe why things had suddenly turned out this way. Has the enemy really become that powerful? Are we so powerful that we can only choose between sacrificing 12% and 70%? Chapter 118. Your Majesty, is there even a need to choose? Even a fool would know that sacrificing 12% is definitely better than sacrificing 70%. Yes, Your Majesty, don't speak in that tearful voice, don't look so dejected, smile and regain your spirits. Yes, restore our familiar Her Majesty, restore that lovely smile, restore that energetic voice, and just talk to us in a cute and charming way. But I don't want to die. You bunch of lolicon freaks, if you want to die, then die. Why should I die with you? Can't I just surrender? Foolish woman, if surrender were an option, Her Majesty the Queen would have surrendered long ago. Don't let your ignorance undermine the morale of the army. Your Majesty, please don't be sad. Could you sing us one last song? Yes, give us our national anthem. As people of the Dragon Kingdom, we are very proud. No. You bunch of perverts, you lolicon. I don't want to die with you. Of the hundreds of thousands of people, 60,000 to 70,000 fled, wanting to escape the Dragon Kingdom. More than 100,000 people stayed behind, chanting in unison, Queen Elizabeth is the best. Queen Monri is the best. The Lolita Queen looked at the scene below, and her tear ducts finally gave way, and she burst into tears. I'm sorry, I. The public began chanting collectively, smile, it'll revitalize us. At this moment, a stunningly beautiful mature woman approached the lowly queen. She was Durga, the nation's strongest magic chanter, who smiled and said, Your Majesty, responding to your people with a smile, restoring their vitality, and comforting them with the national anthem are all very important. General Cayman, who was maintaining order around the square, clenched his fists tightly. He was actually a hardcore lyricist. However, he has a duty as God to maintain order and ensure that citizens who want to flee can leave in an orderly manner. Otherwise, he would have excitedly shouted like the people. He also knew the Dragon Kingdom's current predicament. It was a decision made out of necessity. Knowing that this was a decision made out of necessity, he understood the immense pain Her Majesty the Queen had endured. As a staunch supporter of Her Majesty the Queen, Cayman believes that Her Majesty is not wrong, the enemy is. Encouraged by Durga, the Dragon Queen regained her spirits. Unable to repay the people's trust, she could only offer her energy and her songs. This queen is quite nice, should I add her to my collection and use her as a body pillow? But I'm curious about what primal magic is. Sacrificing millions of people, this magic must be incredibly powerful. I wonder if that blonde-haired henchman can hold out? Oh well, I have resurrection magic, a simple resurrection will do the trick. The Dragon Kingdom is also quite nice, such simple and honest people, it seems a bit of a waste to kill them. Dilugus is truly cold-blooded. Forget it, why bother with all that? Just enjoy the show, interfering isn't a virtue for a spectator. Hearing Le Fan's string of inner thoughts, Momiga thought to herself, holy crap, I just realized my brother's a hardcore lolicon. Does he like Aura too? No wonder he frowned when I mentioned that Aura wanted to join too. Ah, I see. He wanted Aura, but because he loved himself too much, he gave her to himself? Are you crazy? Why would a skeleton like me need these things? I could play with Shaltir for a lifetime. No, I need to find a way to give Aura to Leffen, but I can't do it too contrived. Momiga's plan is that as long as she keeps sending girls to Le Fan, he will gradually lose interest in her and won't love her as much anymore. Therefore, Momiga was determined not to let go of any opportunity to give away girls. Now, after hearing Le Fan's inner thoughts, she knew that he was also a lolicon. Momiga said, don't worry, wait, why do I need to use also? I'm not a lolicon. Le Fan had no idea what Momoja was thinking. If he did, he would definitely yell at her, you're the one who's a lolicon. Your whole family are lolicons. I was frowning because I had a headache from Mercy's involvement, but what does it mean to be jealous because of Aura? However, given Le Fan's Buddhist-like attitude of accepting anything offered, he would actually dare to accept Momiga's gift if she really wanted to. After all, Aura is quite cute, even though she always wears a boy's outfit. Wang was unaware of the internal struggle between the two. At this moment, she was also very curious, primordial magic? Is it the rule of this world? This little girl is very interesting, honey, do you want her? Holy crap! She's such a good wife, she really understands me. Le Fan smiled and said, since my wife asked, I will naturally answer. However, there's no need to interfere, let the war continue. Oh! The human king glanced at Le Fan with the same look in her eyes, she knew that Le Fan loved to see others looking weak, pitiful, and helpless. If so, then after the blonde-haired boy conquered and slaughtered 70% of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens, the queen would surely collapse, right? Then she'll just be weak, pitiful, and helpless. The King of Men held this view, so he didn't stop Le Fan, but instead looked forward to his performance. Yes, the King of Men didn't know that she was also an oddball who didn't like joining in but preferred to watch the show. In any case, none of the three of them are normal, they're all oddballs. The joyful time passed quickly, and the Lolita Queen used her energetic smile and singing voice to comfort the people in the square one last time. By this time, scouts had already reported that the enemy army had appeared 30 kilometers away. The little girl queen trembled as she raised her small hand. Thank you. If I unfortunately perish this time as well, let's build our own paradise in heaven. How could the people bear to hear their beloved queen say such things? At that moment, Cayman led the way, declaring, the Dragon Kingdom will prevail. As someone started it, the nation collectively chanted, the Dragon Kingdom will prevail. The Dragon Kingdom will prevail. At the western gate of the Dragon King's capital, hundreds of thousands of people had already fled, unwilling to become sacrifices for their country. What does your fighting have to do with us? Why should we risk our lives for you? It has to be said that this is the nature of human life. Even in a romantic country like the Dragon Kingdom, there are still quite a few realists. But can those who flee really escape? If the capital truly falls, where in the entire Dragon Kingdom will be safe? The Dragon Kingdom is surrounded by orc kingdoms, how could they possibly go there? Of course, the invincible Divine Kingdom is also located near the Dragon Kingdom, but is going to the invincible Divine Kingdom a viable option? Not necessarily. They might starve to death. There aren't many places around the invincible Divine Kingdom of the Supreme Realm that can be replenished with supplies. Once you get there, you really have no use for money unless you can enter the Kingdom of God, but these people who escaped are all realists. There is absolutely no way to join the invincible Divine Kingdom. Looking at the vast capital of the Dragon King Kingdom, the Blood Emperor had to admit that the kingdom was incredibly grand and imposing. Even the former capital of his own empire is not as good as the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. This vast capital city, boasting a permanent population of over 1.5 million, is so immense that conquering such a capital would be truly interesting. Chapter 119. The lowly queen arrived at the southern city wall of the capital using Durga's teleportation magic. She looked at the massive army 10 kilometers away, with 4 cavalry units already arrayed and advancing. The terrifying magical legion of thousands flying in midair is like an aircraft carrier battle group in this world. Just looking at them was terrifying. Seeing such a formidable army, the Dragon Queen was even more certain that the Dragon Kingdom's fighting strength was no match for theirs. She turned back to look at the capital, at the smiling citizens who were looking at her. She took a deep breath and said in a spirited voice, "The Dragon Kingdom will prevail." With a shout, she raised her hands, her small, 1.4 meter tall body trembling uncontrollably. Then her body began to radiate a terrifying glow. Then the radiance surged toward the capital city behind them. The lowly queen had her eyes closed, and she seemed to be controlling the radiance. Although it was heartbreaking, the radiance continued to spread into the capital, and wherever it passed, citizens fell, but they all fell with smiles of happiness. They did it entirely voluntarily, willingly sacrificing themselves for the country and for the queen. It's no wonder that even the cold-blooded Le Fan expressed his liking for such a great country. As it erodes the lives of countless citizens, the speed of its glory increases rapidly. Even so, it still takes 8 minutes. At this moment, Fruta, who was attacking the capital, was only about 5 kilometers away from the capital. His eyes were shining, but the next second he froze. Because that lowly queen was bursting with terrifying magic power, and her magic power level was constantly increasing. At this moment, his magic level had surpassed his own and even surpassed Lord Demiurge's, and his magic was still increasing. They will soon surpass Lord Mare. My God, why does the Dragon Kingdom have such a being? Fruta sensed the danger signal, and by then the army had already set off. Fruta immediately shouted, "The entire army must retreat. Do not advance." Then, relying on the immense magical power of the Magic Legion, Fruta opened several portals and led the Magic Legion through them to leave. In the command center 15 kilometers away, the Blood Emperor frowned as he looked at Fruta, who had returned to his side. "Old man, what's going on? This is bad. The enemy is using strange magic that keeps getting stronger. We can't withstand this attack. If we get hit, we might be wiped out. I've already ordered all troops to retreat, but I don't know if it'll be in time." Fruta frowned as he watched the charge of the 300,000 strong army. At this moment, only 20,000 troops were stationed around the Blood Emperor, while the other 300,000 troops had already approached an area less than 10 kilometers from the capital. Seeing the terrifying energy soaring into the sky, Lin Eluda secretly observed, "It's clearly too late to retreat now. After several minutes of terrifying soul harvesting, the lowly queen's entire body was now covered in horrifying images resembling supernatural magic. That terrifying pillar of energy shooting into the sky was visible to everyone. The terrifying pillar of magical light was even more frightening than the super-tier magic used by Momaga. However, the army is still several kilometers away from the capital, which should allow them to avoid concentrating their forces on key targets. The Lolita Queen watched as Fruta fled, gritting her teeth. "No, we can't let that army escape, Yuka." Durka sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the Lolita Queen. She couldn't get close at all, but she also knew she absolutely couldn't let Fruta escape. They've used a teleportation portal, aiming to teleport to the army 8 kilometers away. Because of the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from the Dragon Queen, which were comparable to a legendary magic shield that surpassed even that of humans, she was completely unafraid of being attacked. The lowly queen looked at the magic circle before her, struggled to lift her foot and take a leap. Instantly, the energy that shot into the sky transformed into a stream of light, rushing towards the other direction of the teleportation portal, CFFB, at high speed. In just a second, the lowly queen was once again enveloped in soaring energy. Fruta frowned. "Let's go. Get out of this area." But the lowly queen has already used her primal magic. The lowly queen's great-grandfather was the 7-colored Dragon King, one of the strongest beings among the 11 existing true Dragon Kings. He is also a powerful true Dragon King who controls 7 elemental magics. Besides the 2 major elements of darkness and light, he has complete control over all other elements, including wind, fire, thunder, water, earth, ice, and wood. Moreover, the 7-colored Dragon King is the scientist among the true Dragon Kings, and he possesses the most skills and magic among all the true Dragon Kings. As its great-granddaughter, the lowly queen inherited one of her great-grandfather's powerful primal magics, the elemental ray. Using this primordial magic will draw upon the elements of the world, and then unleash a burst of mixed elemental light. This is a terrifying primordial magic capable of instantly destroying a country. Now, the Dragon Queen has unleashed her power, causing terrifying elemental energy to converge, flow, and erupt in a cacophony of flames, ice, storms, lightning, and various other terrifying elements. The 20-kilometer high pillar of light, under the explosion of various elements, suddenly increased in radius from 10 meters to 50 meters. In an instant, the Dragon King's daughter forcefully dragged her trembling little hand, which had been raised high, downwards. What followed was a 20-kilometer-long pillar of elemental light. Although this primordial magic is called elemental ray, it is not a ranged spell. This is real, hardcore magic, using its own energy as a pillar to summon the world's energy together and form a terrifyingly massive weapon 20 kilometers in length. The caster can then control the weapon to frantically cut and destroy everything. Unfortunately, because the Dragon King's daughter's body was too weak, all she could do was simple slashing and sweeping. If it were her great-grandfather, perhaps he could control this beam of light while flying and cut across a huge area of the map. If used by the 7-colored Dragon King, this would be a genuine spell to destroy a nation, but if used by the Dragon Queen, she would be unable to move at all and could only spin around in place. At most, it could only cut a destructive area with a diameter of 40 kilometers, but of course, its weak size might not be able to accomplish that. For now, all that's needed is to bombard the enemies in front of her. Although this is difficult for the Dragon Queen, she can manage it if she grits her teeth. As she used all her strength to throw herself down, the massive elemental beam, stretching 20 kilometers, slammed down fiercely. Chapter 120. This is primordial magic? You've got some skills. I'll let you run 5 kilometers first, then see if my 20-kilometer long sword can even touch you. That's some really cool magic. I wonder if 20 kilometers is the limit? If not, could it be 100 kilometers or 1000 kilometers? If it could be 10,000 kilometers, could I slice through planets? However, the cost is quite high, sacrificing millions of lives, and it relies too much on external elements, requiring such a long preparation time. Even the most advanced magic only takes 5 minutes to prepare, this thing takes 8 minutes, it's too impractical. The destructive power of this thing is also a mystery. For people like us with tens of thousands of defense, if we just stand there and let it hack away, I don't know if it will even make me lose any health. But it looks cool, and it's really fast at mowing down enemies. Hearing Le Fan's sarcastic remarks, Momaga came to his senses. He, too, had longed for such magic. After all, what man wouldn't want to wield a terrifying 20-kilometer-long sword? But after listening to Le Fan's list of drawbacks, he lost interest, because such a broadsword wasn't very powerful, but it looked really cool. Seeing that Le Fan and Momaga remained silent, the human king began to explain. It absorbs the energy of millions of souls to support the pillar of light, and gathers surrounding elements around the pillar of light as its core. The so-called primordial magic is actually the original rules of this world. Most importantly, the beam of light was quite remarkable, it incorporated so many rules and regulations. Listening to the king's explanation, Le Fan got excited. Primitive rules. Momaga asked simply and directly, "Sister-in-law, what are primitive rules?" The human king explained simply and directly, "It is filled with the rules of this dimension. Although the rules of this world have been modified to the rules we are familiar with, the rules of the dimension have not been modified. The world is just one of the countless worlds in the dimension." Momaga was completely confused. What is a dimension? The king smiled and said, "What we live in is called a world, and what lies outside the world is called a dimension. Within a dimension, there are countless worlds. Alternatively, we can say that the place we live in is called a planet, and beyond planets lies the universe. Within the universe, there are countless planets, and all of these planets operate according to the rules of the universe. However, some planets are special cases, having been terraformed, so their rules differ. But this doesn't mean the rules of the universe are unusable." After listening to the human king's detailed explanation, the bewildered Momaga instantly understood. He then asked, "So the original rules are the strongest in this world?" The king of men shook his head, "Not necessarily. The rules of this world follow the extreme surface, while our rules follow the infinite breadth. If we only consider destructive power, the rules of this world are slightly better, but if we talk about combat power, functionality, and other aspects, our rules completely crush the rules of this world." Upon hearing the human king's explanation, Momaga instantly transformed into a curious child, asking, "Sister-in-law, what is the ultimate watch?" Something seems off about Momaga's words, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Momaga, listening to Le Fan's inner thoughts, also thought to herself, "You shameless jerk, you always act all high and mighty without asking about the king. If you won't ask, can't I? Is it interesting to pretend to know what you don't?" Le Fan was actually embarrassed to reveal that he knew nothing in front of the human king, since the human king's character setting described him as omniscient and omnipotent. If you ask the king of men about certain questions yourself, wouldn't that be changing the game's established rules? Will the king of men think he's a fake Le Fan then? This is troublesome, but of course, Le Fan isn't just trying to save face. Looking at the curious Momaga, the human king said again, "The ultimate expression, how can it be just the same energy? If our rules allow us to obtain new energy, we will manifest it in a new form, something different. But the energy in this world is different. When they acquire new energy, they concentrate it on the old energy sources, causing the energy volume to increase and become increasingly singular." The king of men threw out 2 energy orbs from his hand, and the 2 orbs continuously increased in energy. The last energy orb formed a huge sphere, and the other energy orb formed thousands of smaller energy orbs. The energy orbs constantly combined and changed, and could transform into various different forms. They were no longer just a single sphere, they could transform into human form, into weapons, into flames and water, and into all sorts of other forms. Seeing this, Momaga understood something, so the original rules were very simple? Without our diversity. The king nodded and said, yes, this original rule has no time magic or life and death magic, while our rule has time, resurrection, and all sorts of special magic. Momaga excitedly exclaimed, so, the original world didn't have resurrection magic? Nor did it have time magic. The king nodded and said, yes, because the rules of this world have been changed to our rules, we have time magic and resurrection magic. Listening to the conversation between the human king and Momaga, Fan suddenly had a bold idea. Does this mean that enemies in the outside world might not be resistant to time magic? 0. Can I use time magic to launch a surprise attack? Hearing Fan's thoughts, Momaga immediately asked, then, for people in worlds beyond this world, can I simply use time magic to kill them at will? Seeing Momaga's confident demeanor, the human king thought for a moment and decided not to let Momaga get too arrogant. No, just like the rules of our world have been altered, the rules of other worlds may have been altered as well. Moreover, every dimension is not as simple as it seems on the surface, there are also bizarre dimensional travelers among them. Damn it! I knew the outside world was dangerous. It was definitely the right decision to stay hidden. Momaga asked a good question. This question has even attracted dimensional travelers, who can handle this. As expected, I'm still a salted fish. I thought knowing the flaws in the primordial rules of this world would allow me to do whatever I wanted, but I didn't expect there to be dimensional travelers. These aren't even from the same dimension. Are we going to risk our lives to fight them? Hearing Fan's thoughts, Momaga inwardly agreed, they're risking their lives to fight. Dimensional travelers are terrifying beings who can move freely between dimensions. With my current strength, I even have difficulty moving between these dimensional worlds. Looking at the vast sky and the boundless universe, Momaga realized that even if she went to the moon, she didn't know how long it would take to get there. Not to mention the planets within the solar system, or even outside the solar system, outside the Milky Way. Chapter 121. The scene returns to the battlefield, where the Dragon Queen wields a terrifying weapon 20 kilometers long with all her might. Fruta was completely dumbfounded. What kind of magic was this? Is this really the Dragon Kingdom? Why does such a terrifying existence exist? Why am I so ignorant? How could someone as weak as me be called the strongest human magic caster? No, the Dragon Queen is not human, she has 1/4 dragon blood. No, this can't be delayed any longer. Fruta immediately used the teleportation portal, grabbed the Blood Emperor, and shouted, everyone, retreat back home. As Fruta finished speaking, he abruptly disappeared from the battlefield, carrying the Blood Emperor in his arms. Fruta's 4 students cleverly followed him inside, as did some magicians. But the time was too short, only a few seconds at 900, and the other people didn't have time to enter. The terrifying 20-kilometer-long cleaver had descended, and the terrifying elemental beams instantly annihilated the entire army. The Dragon Queen watched as most of the magic members were annihilated, but the 2 culprits, Fruta and the Blood Emperor, were spared. But she could no longer do what others did, she could only wave her little hand forcefully again, and the terrifying elemental rays moved once more. The rest of the army was swept away. In just 10 seconds, the Dragon Queen collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Durka teleported over, and the Dragon Kingdom Steel Adventurer team, General Cayman and other powerful figures all arrived to protect the Dragon Queen. Looking at the terrifying fan-shaped area of ground swept across by elemental beams, the Dragon Queen, pale-faced, said, I did it. I protected my people. Durka picked up the Dragon Queen sitting on the ground and smiled, saying, yes, Your Majesty, you did a great job. After this battle, I believe the kingdom of Ainz will not attack for the time being. We can also use this battle to win over more allies, who can provide the personnel needed for the next battle, and in return, we can fight together against the kingdom of Ainz Ooal. The Dragon Queen, her adorable face etched with exhaustion, smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, we absolutely cannot sacrifice our nation's citizens next time. I'm sleepy, Durka, can I go to sleep?" Durka smiled and said, "Of course, Your Majesty." That enormous pillar of light, shooting into the sky 20 kilometers high, naturally attracted the attention of the entire world. When the Dragon Kingdom heard the news that the Dragon Queen had annihilated 320,000 enemy troops, the people were both saddened and overjoyed, because the Dragon Kingdom had suffered enormous losses in this battle. The victory, achieved at the cost of 1.2 million lives, is something the people of the Dragon Kingdom would never have wanted. But this victory brought good news to other countries, proving that the invincible kingdom of Ainz Ooal could indeed be defeated. All the surrounding countries will quickly gravitate towards the Dragon Kingdom and seek alliances. Demiurges in the old city of Landsman, Sabas in the old capital of Avantar, and Cocytus in the elven army preparing to enter the country. In the city of Yelentil, Mare watched as the 20-kilometer-long pillar of light disappeared into the distance. They were astonished, what power had erupted from that direction. Sebastian, who was observing the strange celestial phenomenon in the palace of Oental, suddenly frowned. Dozens of people appeared in the Hall of Kings, including the Blood Emperor, who was sweating profusely, and various mages who looked terrified. Sebastian frowned. "What's going on?" Upon hearing this, the Blood Emperor immediately knelt down. "I'm sorry, Lord Sebastian, we have failed. The Dragon Queen of the Dragon Kingdom used the legendary primal magic to annihilate our army of 320,000. With the sacrifice of Camillus, only 18 of us remain from the army of 330,000. Fruta immediately knelt down as well. "Lord Sebastian, the magic power of that spell has completely surpassed Lord Mare's level. We cannot defeat it. Please do not blame Gilkinif." Hearing Fruta's words, Sebastian frowned. Was the pillar of light they had just encountered the same thing? Such a terrifying existence exists. At this point, Sebastian couldn't think of a solution, so he quickly used the guild's unique information skill to relay the message to Demiurge, Mare, and Cocytus. The three people who received the information rushed over here immediately. A few minutes later, Demiurge and his entourage arrived in the Hall of Kings. At this moment, Demiurge looked at Gilkinif, who had recovered considerably, and asked, "Tell me about the opponent's strength." Gilkinif couldn't understand the levels of magic and couldn't explain them in detail. At this point, Fruta said, "That's a powerful spell, but it has a fatal flaw, it requires 8 minutes of preparation time. Moreover, it would require sacrificing a large number of lives. To deal with that kind of magic, the only option is to launch a sneak attack and prevent the Dragon Queen from completing the magic gathering." Listening to Fruta's explanation, the four began to analyze. Demiurge stroked his chin. "Surpasses Mare's magic? But there's a drawback, the 8-minute gathering time. It's worth noting that among the Guardians, Mare is not considered a bug, he is arguably the second strongest character. Such a powerful being was actually surpassed by the natives." Demiurge suddenly realized that his mission to conquer the world was not so simple. But he couldn't draw on any more power. Was he going to abandon the Dragon Kingdom region? Must we wait for Mercy to return? No, based on the current intelligence, the magic used by the opponent should have a flaw. Since the enemy cannot wage a protracted war, why don't we change our strategy? Why fight a team battle against the other side? I now represent the kingdom of Ainz Ooal, a guild comprised of 41 supreme beings. This is a matter of face for 41 supreme beings. How could I allow this lowly native to humiliate 41 supreme beings? No, absolutely not. First, we need to wear down the enemy by 5.8, observe their movements, and then launch a final assault to eliminate them. Yes, this country must not be allowed to live, it must be completely annihilated. This country has caused the reputation of the Ainz Ooal kingdom to suffer. No, it's not the country's problem, it's my problem. I was too arrogant. Lord Momaga and Lord Leffen have already warned me. The world holds infinite possibilities, so why could I be so arrogant as to send Gilnefer on his way? So, you arrogantly relinquish power to the Blood Emperor? Although my orders were to purge the dragon tribe. But the other side had also finished, so after wiping out the dragon tribe, they naturally had to conquer the neighboring dragon kingdom. This is not a problem I can shift the blame onto, it's my problem, not his. As expected, my wisdom is insufficient, I still have a long way to go. This failure requires me to be more composed. Chapter 122. As dusk settled in the Holy Kingdom's Mandolin city, 10 enormous black goat cubs wreaked havoc on the city like war gods. Buildings collapsed, and flames engulfed everything. This place was hell on earth. This is 5 hours since Momaga left the Holy Kingdom. In those 5 hours, cities were mercilessly trampled by them, and millions of lives were lost on the spot. And the most ridiculous thing in all of this is the army that has come from the East Daxia Sea to this city right now. They originally thought they could use the Holy Kingdom as a springboard to invade the Middle Kingdom and conquer the Central Kingdom. And the result? No sooner had they arrived and settled in the city than 10 terrifying black goat cubs pounced upon them. Although black goat calves may appear to run slowly, they are actually quite fast. A terrifying running speed of over 200 km per hour is already incredibly fast in a world without airplanes or high-speed trains. Even the fastest cavalry can only travel at 60 km per hour, and they cannot run such long distances. Fortunately, the young black goats have a limited lifespan, they will disappear within a maximum of 25 hours. But only 5 hours have passed, and this is already the 5th city to be affected. This city is the stronghold of the major legions of the East Daxia Sea. Each legion sent several thousand people, totaling 16 legions and 80,000 foreign troops. These legions were unlucky. Looking at such monsters, they felt despair and might even curse in secret, wondering if this Middle-earth was a place fit for humans. Black goat calves have no concept of affection for humans, they are ruthless killing machines. Momaga had no idea that his black goat cubs would lead to the complete annihilation of the East Daxia Sea's vanguard. Furthermore, thanks to the spread of the magic information scroll, the existence of the black goat cub became known to all nations. Upon seeing this information, the countries in the East Daxia Sea were so frightened that they wanted to flee, making it even more impossible for them to advance into the central plains. However, the towering beam of light that the Dragon King's daughter had just used restored a lot of confidence to the various countries. But the Dragon Kingdom must withstand Demiurge's ferocious attack. Back in the Dragon Kingdom, 2 hours had passed since the Dragon Queen used primal magic. The sky darkened, and the Dragon Queen, exhausted from using primordial magic, fell asleep. There was no joy of a great victory in the entire capital. Everyone was mourning the people who had sacrificed their lives in this battle. But they were unaware that Demiurge had placed an artifact left behind by its creator, the demon summoning, in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. This is a powerful item that can summon a large number of demons, even when you know you might not be able to win in a direct confrontation. Demiurge chose to launch a sneak attack. For Demiurge, the most intolerable thing was to damage the reputation of the Supreme Gate. He was waiting for the right moment, waiting for Mare to unleash his most powerful destructive magic, Roar of the Earth. This is a terrifying magic spell that causes the earth within a radius of several kilometers to crack open, centered on Mare. Although this magic is weak against powerful opponents, it is one of the strongest 10th tier magics for harvesting resources and destroying buildings. As soon as Mare begins his operation, a massive influx of demons will emerge, allowing Sebastian and Cositus to execute their decapitation plan and prevent the Dragon Queen from using such terrifying magic. Mare and his men will then exterminate all the soldiers and residents of the city. Demiurge, meanwhile, was hiding in the shadows. If he discovered anything amiss, he would quickly lead the others, including Mare, away. This plan lacks any real wisdom, it simply demonstrates one thing: audacity, a lack of martial ethics, and a reliance on surprise attacks. Taking advantage of the nightfall and the moment when the Dragon Kingdom's people were off guard, Demiurge and his companions unleashed their maximum combat power to catch their opponents off guard. Momiga and Leffen naturally saw Demiurge's plan. Demiurge has no sense of martial ethics. He actually ordered Sebastian and Cocytus to carry out an assassination attempt. Unfortunately, the human king was prepared, so my new body pillow will be unharmed, but she will watch her country and her people be annihilated. The king's actions were too cruel. The other person was just a little girl, why did he have to make her cry? But why am I so excited? Momiga, upon hearing Fan's inner thoughts, thought to herself, you perverted lolicon, you just love watching others look weak, helpless, pitiful, and crying. The ruler was unaware of the inner world of the two individuals. But as the Dragon Kingdom's crust cracked, a visible shockwave spread out from Mare. As the shockwave spread, the Earth's crust, which was originally hundreds of meters long, cracked open and the Earth shook violently, with the impact extending 3 kilometers away. And this thing didn't just send out one shockwave, a second and a third shockwave have already been unleashed. In an instant, screams echoed throughout the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, and houses collapsed one after another. Then, one demon after another emerged, including a giant blue demon 3 meters tall, a small imp demon 1 meter short, and even a strangely shaped beast demon. All the people who wanted to escape had nowhere to run, and this was just the beginning. Because it's more dangerous outside the capital, Plan 257 took over an hour to complete because Mare spent time teleporting the elven army. The moment the earthquake struck, the elf general led his army to begin a bloodbath in the Dragon Kingdom. Everything happened so suddenly for the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon King's daughter, who was fast asleep, suddenly felt an immense pressure. When she opened her eyes, she saw the ceiling had risen considerably, and her eyes were filled with fear, for the fist of an elderly man with white hair in front of her was glowing. Sebastian was filled with disbelief. He had thought the lowly queen was asleep and was about to use his strongest punch, the dragon fist, to kill her instantly. As a result, when this punch landed, the lowly queen was completely unharmed, and a 10-meter wide crater was even blasted out of the area centered on her. How is that possible? The dragon fist is the most lethal punch, focusing on penetrating power, so it's impossible for it to affect the surrounding area. Does she possess defensive magic that can automatically amplify damage she receives? Seeing this, Cocytus grabbed 8 weapons and launched a fierce attack on the Dragon Queen. But the moment the sharp and terrifying weapon struck the Dragon Queen, another massive explosion occurred on the ground. Cocytus and Sebastian had to jump back again. Chapter 123. The lowly queen looked at the situation before her with a frightened expression. Who are these two people? They're terrifying. The power of their skills that just erupted could definitely kill me. Why didn't I die? And why would they try to assassinate me? Wait, what about the surrounding sounds? And the red light outside? It's nighttime and there's no sun, so where is this red glow coming from? Has the palace caught fire? No, the fire in the palace will be extinguished in an instant. Those two guys in front of us are definitely assassins. There's only one possibility, the palace has been breached. The moment this terrible thought crossed the Lolita Queen's mind, she stood up without hesitation. What have you done to the capital? As soon as she finished speaking, the Dragon King's daughter flew into the air uncontrollably, moving at an extremely fast speed, and soon arrived 300 meters directly above the capital. Looking down at the hell below, an overwhelming sense of fear surged within her. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, she couldn't accept this reality. No. Tell me this isn't true. My people, my country, no, please stop, stop. Stop the destruction, stop the killing, please. I'll be your slave, I'll grant you any request, Any request, please, just stop. The Dragon Queen roared incessantly, but the screams and explosions below completely drowned out her voice. Sebastian and Cocytus were momentarily stunned. That defense was too powerful, their strongest attacks couldn't even harm the opponent in the slightest. They were also filled with fear when suddenly the voice of the King of Men echoed in their minds. I am the Human King, the Dragon Queen is my husband's new body pillow, and the rest are up to you. Sebastian and Cocytus exchanged a wry smile. Yes, only the king and his lords possess such power. It seems we worried for nothing. However, this battle is for the sake of the dignity of Ooal's kingdom, so we absolutely cannot hold back. Sebastian knew that Demiurge was the epitome of evil, and that his imps would torment humans to a slow, agonizing death. He loathed this kind of killing. Killing was just a matter of nodding, he could just kill instantly. Sebastian and Cocytus set off separately to join the battlefield. This time, they were determined to annihilate the capital, even though they were both righteous men. Once he acts in Ooal's name, he can transform into an absolute villain in an instant. The Dragon Queen, suspended 300 meters in the air, roared incessantly, but the carnage below not only did not decrease, but became even more violent. She really didn't know what to do at that moment, she was very scared and terrified. She was helpless. All she could do was clasp her hands together, tears streaming down her face, and cry out, God, if there truly is a God, I beg you, I'm willing to give everything I have, all of it, please, please stop punishing my people. They did nothing wrong, it's all my fault. Damn, I'm smitten. My heart is pounding like crazy. Oh my God, I can't take it anymore, I'm off. Hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Momaga was speechless, but he didn't stop him. He knew that Le Fan was powerless against such a desperate, helpless, pitiful, weak, and crying being. The Human King watched as Le Fan suddenly disappeared, then appeared directly in front of the Dragon King, embraced her, and vanished. She was taken aback for a moment. Honey, really, brother-in-law, could you please be my examiner for a day? Seeing how eager the Human King was to leave, Momaga thought to herself, damn, sister-in-law, you're not normal either. Sister-in-law, go ahead, don't worry about me. Hearing Momaga's words, the Human King said with satisfaction, thank you for your hard work. Then the king disappeared, and the earthquakes in the Great Tomb area began again. The Lolita Queen wanted to commit suicide, but she was helpless, she hated it. She desperately wanted to die, but couldn't. The thought of her kingdom still suffering the torment of hell weighed heavily on her mind. She looked at Le Fan in front of her. This is a sad story. But for Le Fan, it wasn't a sad story, rather, it was a happy one. Momaga had no interest in watching the battle below, which was a foregone conclusion. Turning his head, he looked at the magical observation mirror in front of him and saw that Rinci and the others had already attacked the third city. He expressed his satisfaction with how well they handled things and with Princess Nora's policies. In less than half a day, the world's largest and most prosperous capital city was reduced to ruins. Demiurge also ordered the demon and elf armies to begin massacring the Dragon Kingdom. As for him, he was in the small conference room again with Sebastian, Cocytus, and Mare. Demiurge, having heard Sebastian's words, asked Cocytus again, Cocytus, you're saying that the Lord of Man protected the ugly dragon? Cocytus nodded, yes, the Human King gave her defensive measures, so neither Sebastian's dragon fist nor my 8 extreme slash could cause her any harm. Mare asked timidly, why is the Human King protecting the Dragon Queen? Sebastian stroked his chin seriously and said, she said it's Lord Leffen's new body pillow. I've always liked them, many of Lord Leffen's body pillows are this small. Mare happily blurted out, I know that. My creator said it's called a lilicon. Cocytus replied earnestly, I see. However, when Lord Leffen gave me the Giground humans last time, I thought he wanted me to find muscular humans like them. I used that as a condition to select quite a few from the elven tribes. Demiurge pushed up his glasses and said, if it weren't for the protection of the noble king this time, the Dragon Queen might have been destroyed by you. It seems that the individual strength of people in this world is very weak, while the strength lies in collective strength. Therefore, we need more powerful individuals. Mare volunteered again, saying, then let me do it. I want to do more and more for the great tomb of Nazarick. I'm rather slow and don't know anything about strategy or management, so I can only use magic. Looking at Mare's adorable appearance, Demiurge shook his head. No, we can launch a sneak attack, but a head-on battle is unnecessary. Now we know that this world possesses primal magic, and each primal magic spell could potentially kill us instantly. KO, Wang Li Zhao, Seth asked curiously, then what should we do? Demiurge chuckled, manage the city, send little yellow hair and Fruta out to fight. If they run into trouble, we'll step in and launch a sneak attack. Sebastian agreed, saying, a sneak attack? That's definitely the best method, because even with the combined power of a nation, it's impossible for a country to use magic of that scale twice in a short period of time. Sebastian, I know you hate killing, but we must change. We can't stop just because we hate it. If we stay the same, we'll fall behind Lord Leffen and Lord Momaga. I know, I will change. Adaptability, constant change, and continuous growth, this is what Lord Leffen and Lord Momaga want us to do. We must become stronger through seeking change. This incident with the Dragon Queen has directly shattered our understanding, we still have many shortcomings. Let's work together. Hearing Demiurge's words, everyone agreed to buy. Chapter 124. Progress and Change? The Guardians think so much, but Le Fan and I are still just salted fish. What's the point of your progress? I wonder how Le Fan is doing, and how the Dragon Queen is doing. Half a day had passed inside the Great Tomb, and Le Fan had finally let the Dragon King's daughter go. Because the Dragon King's daughter went from crying and whimpering at the beginning to becoming like a vegetable in less than 2 hours. It seemed as if his soul had already died, and Le Fan lost interest in it. Seeing the Dragon King's daughter like this, the human king became interested. The three of them then returned to Momaga's side. Momaga looked at the Dragon King's daughter, who seemed to have lost her soul in Rin Wang's arms, and then at Le Fan, aren't you going too far? Le Fan nodded, that is indeed a bit too much. How about this, you name a condition, and I'll help you fulfill it, okay? The Dragon King's daughter remained silent, she had already died during the past half day. Whenever she was happy, she would think of her people and her country, and she would suddenly want to die. But no matter how he tries to die, he can't die, in the end, he loses even his last will to live. Right now, she knows nothing and can't think of anything. This is an extremely withdrawn state, which is precisely what makes Wang interested. The human king looked at the Dragon Queen in 013's arms and said calmly, it's all right, feel free to make your request. Even reviving the Dragon Kingdom is acceptable. Le Fan looked at the unresponsive Dragon Queen, what's going on? Even her most cherished wish isn't responding? Is her heart dead? Momaga said awkwardly, that's why I said you went too far. Not everyone is like Zetsu Shitsume. The King of Men shook his head and said, she's not dead, but she has completely sealed off her soul and become completely withdrawn. Le Fan still had feelings for the Dragon King's daughter, after all, she was one of his own. He wasn't a heartless person. Does your wife have a solution? Hearing Le Fan's words, Mama Jia gave him a disdainful look, and then asked, sister-in-law, yes, she's quite pitiful. Of course I do. I do have some knowledge of the soul, but I don't want to help her unravel it, because in her withdrawn world, it's a perfect paradise where she's so happy. Momaga then said, how about we help her revive the Dragon Kingdom? That's certainly possible, but such a large-scale resurrection might consume a lot of the world's essence. This is troublesome, honey, you choose. Fan said, that's awesome. How could I know she'd become withdrawn? But since it involves a great deal of the fundamental nature of the world, I'll let it go. At least she's happy in her autistic world. No, that sounds like I'm shirking my responsibility. Why can't I give her happiness? When it comes to saving face and fulfilling one's sense of responsibility, what's wrong with taking a little risk? Why don't we just revive them? But I'm afraid of dying. Is it worth it for a woman? But she's mine. I'm so conflicted. Hearing Fan's heartfelt words, Momogia frowned. For a man, if he couldn't even protect his own wife, it seemed like there was no point in living. But Momoga was puzzled, how could she become your wife without any emotional foundation? Momoga couldn't say it directly either, perhaps Fan was just a sentimental person who would cause trouble. Forget it, whatever. At worst, we can just pack up our buckets and run away. Will the enemies in outer space keep chasing us forever? So what if I use a little bit of the world's essence? Having lived for countless billions of years, do we really care about this little bit of the world's origin? After thinking it over, Momoga said to Fan, I support your choice. Hearing Momoga's support, Fan smiled and said, then let's revive the capital. Revive all the people who sacrificed themselves in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Even though the Dragon King's daughter is just my body pillow, I want to prove to her that being my body pillow is definitely not a bad thing. I want her to know that being my body pillow is the happiest thing in the world. Rinwang smiled as he listened to Fan's words, husband, you're right. Being favored by your husband is the greatest happiness. How can we let her feel that being isolated in a fantasy world is happier than being by your side? As the human king finished speaking, he placed his small hand on the Dragon Queen's forehead, and then a terrifying burst of energy erupted, forcibly waking her up. The Dragon King's daughter, who had been expressionless, suddenly burst into tears. No, no. The Dragon King's daughter instinctively wanted to run away, to escape Fan's clutches. Fan looked at the Dragon Queen, we've decided. We'll help you revive everyone in the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, the Dragon Kingdom will cease to exist and will become the domain of Ooal's kingdom. If you want to continue managing this domain, that's fine with you. Just know that you belong to me. Hearing Fan's voice, the Dragon Queen stopped waving her little hand, and her cute little face, filled with tears and fear, froze. For a moment, she was at a loss. Summer event? Was it really possible? The Dragon King's daughter looked in the mirror, it reflected only ruins, the nation's territory utterly destroyed. How can someone be resurrected when even the bodies of the deceased have vanished? Can the Dragon Kingdom be restored under these circumstances? The King of Men, looking at Demiurge and the others who had not yet left, said calmly, soldiers of the kingdom of Ooal, because the Dragon Queen has been fortunate enough to win the favor of the Supreme Being, the Dragon Kingdom will be resurrected. However, the Dragon Kingdom will cease to exist, only the territory of the kingdom of Ooal will remain. This territory will still be under the Dragon Queen's jurisdiction. You must not commit any more killings. The sound spread throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, and everyone was saved. What does this mean? Resurrect everyone? How could such a thing be possible? At this moment, the human king released the Dragon King's daughter, and Fan hugged her tightly. The Dragon Queen was still terrified, but her large eyes were fixed on the human king and the magic mirror below. If it were truly possible to resurrect her people and her kingdom, she would be willing, she would agree to become Fan's pillow and toy. Chapter 125. Demiurge and his companions, who were about to leave, were stunned when they heard the King of Men's voice. Did all four of them waste their efforts in their relationship? Thankfully, the Blood Emperor and Fruta weren't there, otherwise, they would have been furious enough to vomit blood. Did we sacrifice 330,000 soldiers of the old empire in vain? Those are our hard work, our trusted confidants, are subordinates. It has to be said that having power allows one to do whatever one wants. The lizardmen and elves in the elven army were all stunned. What was going on? Listen to this, is this something a human being would say? What does it mean to resurrect the entire dragon kingdom? Even if you're a god, isn't this going too far? Could he be the strongest creator god among all gods? A series of questions kept arising in the minds of everyone in the dragon kingdom. The dragon kingdom is vast, it's impossible to completely wipe them out in just half a day. Therefore, there are still 3 cities in the dragon kingdom that have not been completely destroyed. The people from the 3 cities were completely bewildered upon hearing this news, as news often takes longer for ordinary people to receive it. After all, it hasn't been 24 hours since the Blood Emperor marched in. However, some people in the 3 cities still knew about it, and they were all astonished. What kind of power could have accomplished this? How much sacrifice did the lowly queen make for the dragon kingdom? What kind of being is the supreme being of Ooal's divine kingdom? Were those 41 supreme beings the creator gods? Similarly, each of them had their own questions in their minds. As the human king's eyes shifted, she activated the power of the eternal serpent ring. The terrifying power of the rules directly enveloped the entire dragon kingdom, even reversing cause and effect, and life and death. Everything, people, objects, and events is being horrified and restored. Demiurge and his companions were also suspended in mid-air, watching the shattered earth beneath their feet slowly repair itself. This speed is extremely fast, basically changing every second. And the entire world's energy was weakened once again under the terrifying influence of the eternal serpent ring. However, this nerf is not significant, only around 2%. As the scene changed second by second, the Dragon King and the King of the Kingdom slowly recovered, and the dead people also came back to life. As time went by, not only the capital city, but even the fortress city of Camillus was recovering, and the residents who had been wiped out by the Blood Emperor were also recovering. What's even more outrageous is that the Blood Emperor's subordinates are also within the recovery range, leaving the 4 horsemen completely dumbfounded. They should remember being instantly killed by the Dragon Queen's terrifying elemental beams just a second ago, right? How are they still alive? The people and soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom also remember their tragic deaths just a second ago. How did they suddenly come back to life? Demiurge stared in disbelief at the divine sight before him. Is this the power of the king? Is this truly a force that should exist in this world? Just how terrifying a power would it take to achieve this? This is a terrifying force that distorts reality, alters time, changes cause and effect, and changes the rules. Demiurge trembled, clutching his shoulders tightly, his mind screaming, is this the true power of the supreme beings? My guess was right. The 41 supreme beings are 41 great creator gods. My creator must be creating some world right now. Oh my god, I'm so terrifying. No, not terrifying. It was created by such a great being, my god, what could be happier than this? The creator god created the world and also created me, each of us guardians is like a world in itself. The more Demiurge thought about it, the more excited he became. However, the gasps and commotion from the crowd below gradually calmed him down. He was pondering the purpose of the human king's actions this time. That's right, the Dragon King's daughter had pleased Lord Le Fan, which meant that was Lord Le Fan's intention. There must be some meaning behind this. How come I didn't think of that? Because the Dragon Kingdom slapped the face of Ooal's kingdom. But even if we kill them all, will Ooal's reputation be restored? They definitely can't come back. So how can we restore the dignity of Ooal's kingdom? He could simply make the Dragon Kingdom's king his body pillow, destroy the entire country, and then revive and restore it. This miracle was intended to shock the world and prevent people from feeling that Ooal's kingdom had lost face this time. On the contrary, I think Ooal's kingdom is the best in the world. In an instant, Demiurge understood. So that's how it is. Is the Supreme Being warning us? Although the supreme beings look down on these ants, the reputation of Ainz Ooal's divine kingdom must never be tarnished. This time, they failed, so the supreme being had no choice but to take action. Damn it, how could I not have thought of that? Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. I now bear the weight of the glorious name of Ainz Ooal's divine kingdom. How can I allow myself to tarnish that name? Demiurge knew he needed to revise his offensive strategy again. Now every attack had to be launched with full force, the entire power of the great tomb of Nazarick. Moreover, one-sided reckless advances are not acceptable, a multi-pronged attack is necessary. Infiltrate, orchestrate, subvert, instigate internal strife. Every nation must be dealt with all its might. We absolutely cannot afford to fail like this time, lest we disgrace the kingdom of Ainz Ooal. 0. Those were the faces of 41 supreme beings. Damn it, I really am a sinner. I am guilty. Demiurge was eager to see Momaga and Leffen, and then kneel down to beg the two lords for punishment. Looking down at the completely restored kingdom, the Dragon Queen could hardly believe her eyes. What kind of divine power had brought this upon her? My God, I finally know why my great-grandfather and his kind disappeared. Such powerful beings were destined to lead this world. Did my great-grandfather and his companions know they were no match for them, and therefore choose to leave? How could I be so foolish as to challenge an opponent that even my great-grandfather feared? How could I not surrender? Why am I so weak? Because my stupidity has caused immense suffering to the people of the nation. If it weren't for this man taking a liking to me, my country and my people would be gone. I am a sinner. I have failed my country and my people. I am neither good at literature nor martial arts. I am not qualified to govern this land or its people. The Dragon King's daughter, consumed by self-reproach, nestled in Fan's arms. Looking at the Dragon King's daughter, who neither cried nor smiled, but instead wore a face full of self-reproach, Song Fan had no interest. What do you want to do now? The Dragon King's daughter is also a person who keeps her promises. Although it was only a vow in her heart, Fan helped her revive her country and her people, so she must keep her promise. From now on, I will be your servant, your toy. Whatever you want, I will do my best to accommodate you. Hearing what the dragon girl said, Fan didn't say much, but just patted her cute little head. It's not interesting for now, but I don't want you to continue managing the country. You can go and be with the Azure Rose and the others. After all, they are all older Lolas and have common topics with Ooal. The Dragon King's daughter was filled with questions. What exactly does older, dreamy woman mean? Am I big? Considering the endless lifespan of dragons, I'm not even 30 years old yet, which is quite young. Although she was filled with questions, she dared not show them. Because she didn't appear crying, weak, helpless, or pitiful, Fan lost interest in the Dragon King's daughter. They immediately sent her back to the Great Tomb and arranged for her to be with the 4 women of Aoi Mayabi. Watching the Dragon King's daughter being tossed home by Fan to be used as a decorative object, Momaga thought to herself, damn, if you're going to just toss her away anyway, why did you even bother reviving her? Don't you know it's very risky? Bro, have you gotten a little cocky lately? I get the feeling you're getting more and more reckless. This won't do. Are we just going to play it safe and forget our survival strategies? The Queen didn't think Fan's actions were excessive. After all, she believed that Fan was invincible and could do whatever he wanted without considering the consequences. Chapter 126. Inside the Great Tomb of Nazarick, the Dragon Queen was teleported to Ooal's side. Looking at Ooal, who was as short as herself but had incredibly cute blonde hair and red eyes, she said, "Hello, I was sent here by Lady Leffen. Are you all from the Blue Rose?" The 4 of them, having recovered from playing, looked at the adorable Dragon Queen and asked, "A new little sister?" The Dragon Queen didn't mind Tia calling her sister. "My name is Drodilan Oriclus. I was formerly the Queen of the Dragon Kingdom, and now I'm Lord Leffen's body pillow. Tina, being a straightforward girl, asked directly, the Queen of the Dragon Kingdom? That legendary old woman who maintains the appearance of a little girl. The Dragon King's daughter was very unhappy to hear Tina's words. Who said I'm an old woman? I'm not even 30 yet. Ibarua coughed twice, you know that's hurtful. Tia nodded and said, yes, Yi 137 is 252 years old, just like Ruat. Lahuz, alright, with a new partner joining us, shouldn't we have a celebration party? Let's go eat something delicious. The 5 women knew their identities, and since none of them meant any harm, they quickly bonded and became good friends. What are those 4 doing? Kneeling on the ground like they're begging for punishment? What did they do wrong? Was it some kind of masochistic act? Never mind, Momiga will handle it anyway. Oh, and Ibarua is pretty good too. I'll find a chance to scare her to tears. Wait, what am I thinking? I'm not a lolicon, although this loli is a bit old at 252. Just seems quite interesting. Have I really gotten so many body pillows without even realizing it? No, I need to change. I'm a normal person. Look at Albedo, Nabi, and Mercy, that's what normal people strive for. But these mature women don't seem to be scared enough to make me cry. Wait, why am I thinking about these things? Didn't you get enough fun? Should we find some death match to make up for it? Listening to Le Fan's continuous thoughts, Mama Gia felt really annoyed. Le Fan was getting more and more arrogant. But what's wrong with a lazy bum being a little arrogant? Momiga regained her composure and looked at the 4 people kneeling before her. What do you want? Demiurge spoke first, saying, we have failed this time and disgraced the kingdom of Ainz Ooal. We beg Lord Momiga, Lord Leffen, and the human king to punish us. The king looked curiously at the 4 kneeling figures. There's no need for that. You can continue your performance. If the plot remains unchanged, this play will lose its meaning, won't it? Holy crap, she's got real skills at showing off, just like me. Hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Gia agreed, saying, sister-in-law is sister-in-law, her flaunting skills are unparalleled. Hearing the king's words, the 4 kneeling men were stunned. Listen to that. Is all of this just an act? Demiurge's imagination ran wild again. Yes, this is a test for us, but for the 3 adults, it's just a performance. What we need to do is to bring the performance to its fullest potential and make it even more spectacular, but at the same time, we must not disgrace the kingdom of Ainz Ooal. I didn't even think of that. So when I get back, I'll need to readjust my plans. No, the 3 adults know everything we do. If we set a plan in advance, wasn't everything proceeding according to plan right under their noses? Is this kind of performance interesting? No wonder Lord Delphin and Lord Momiga gave me hints beforehand. I should adapt to the situation. I see. Because it's all about improvisation, the plot's direction is entirely unknown. It could change drastically because of a person, a sentence, or even just a gust of wind. What could be more interesting than watching an unknown, yet thrilling and respectable storyline? Demiurge's imagination ran wild once again. He couldn't wait to conquer the world and put on a show to satisfy the 3 adults. Also, so that I can continue to follow the supreme beings in the future, and perhaps even, if I'm lucky, meet my creator. You guys must be tired too. 10 bottles of magic cola each. If you're not busy, you can go down now. Le Fan watched as the 4 of them each threw 10 bottles of magic cola as a gesture of goodwill, and the 4 of them accepted the magic cola with happy expressions. As Le Fan drove them away, the 4 bowed and left. At this moment, Demiurge looked at the 10 bottles of magic cola that the other 3 were also holding in their arms. This is the most amazing drink ever. We absolutely cannot let them waste it. Soon the 4 arrived at the royal palace in the capital of the old Dragon King kingdom, where all the ministers were once again waiting for their little princess queen to return. But the lowly queen will not return. As the portal appeared, the four figures materialized in the king's hall. Everyone was surprised, but no one dared to make a move, because they also remembered the words of the King of Men. They knew they had indeed died once, and that it was the sacrifice of the lowly queen that brought them back to life. I also know that there will be no more dragon kingdoms, only the Dragon King province of Ainz Ooal's kingdom. The four ignored the ministers, and Demiurge clutched the 10 bottles of magic cola tightly in his hands. Ah, what a merciful supreme being, to bestow upon me such precious magic cola. Marley didn't care about any of that. He had drunk it before, so he just popped open a bottle of magic cola with a click and chugged it down. Seeing Mare wasting such a precious item, Demiurge exclaimed, "Mare, this is a rare and invigorating tonic. How could you drink it so easily?" Mare chugged his cola, let out a satisfied burp, but looking at the angry Demiurge beside him, he weakly said, "But Lord Leffen said that drinks are for drinking." "I see, that's what Lord Leffen meant. But is such a small bottle enough to drink?" As Cocytus looked at the small bottle of magic cola in his palm, he thought for a moment and, not wanting to waste it, he tossed the bottle and all into his mouth and began to chew. With a crunching sound from the bottle, Cocytus exclaimed with satisfaction, "My God, what a delicious treat! There is such a delicacy in the world." Demiurge, watching Cocytus eat, suddenly realized that drinking the magic cola himself and keeping the bottle as a treasure in his room was disrespectful to the magic cola. "I should eat it along with the Coke bottle, just like Cocytus, but now is not the time." The sound of a magic cola being opened came from next door again. Sebastian downed his drink in one gulp. "Delicious indeed, but it's a little inferior to the magic beer I had before. I really hope I can drink Lord Leffen's magic beer again someday in my lifetime." Hearing Sebastian's words, Mare, Cocytus, and Demiurge were all envious. Meanwhile, the ministers present watched as the four powerful judges actually argued over bottles of beverages and wine. This made them very curious. What exactly were magic cola and magic beer? Are there really no problems with four judges leading Ainz Ooal's divine kingdom? Chapter 127. The ministers of Dragon King province were overthinking things. After arguing for 10 minutes, Demiurge regained his composure. Under his strong policies and wise allocation of resources, all the ministers were won over. Demiurge's wisdom completely overwhelmed all the ministers present. At Demiurge's request, the Dragon King province also assembled an army. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye, and Demiurge once again summoned the Blood Emperor, Fluda, to the future. They were incredibly excited as they looked at the resurrected army of 330,000. After learning the whole story, they were even more excited. What a terrifying existence the Supreme Being was! Are they all legendary creator gods? Not only can the people who have been killed be resurrected, but even the destroyed capital city and the collapsed Earth's crust can be restored. This is definitely not a force that humans can adjust. Having demonstrated such terrifying power, can the people of the world still resist? It's impossible. Perhaps in a few days, a large number of countries and tribes will come to surrender, and at most, the whole world will be unified within 6 months. Is the world finally going to be unified? For the first time, the Blood Emperor was so close to his ultimate goal, and he declared that surrendering to the kingdom of Ainz Ooal was the best decision he had ever made. As the army gathered, the soldiers of Dragon King province were very dissatisfied because they had to team up with the army of Baja's province. The soldiers in the city of Camillas, in particular, vaguely remembered how they had died a horrible death. But there's no way around it, they're all soldiers of the Ainz Ooal kingdom now, and they can't afford to have conflicts. The elven army was also gathered, and it took a full day for the entire army of 1.33 million to assemble. At this moment, Demiurge did not come out to support the cause, but instead sent out the Blood Emperor to give a speech. Beside him were Fruta, the elf general, the Dragon King province general Cayman, the Dragon King province's strongest magic chanter Durka, the digging orc king, the lizardman hero, and the Frost Dragon King. The Blood Emperor directly announced the next target for conquest, all the small orc kingdoms of the Dragon Kingdom. After conquering everything, he would begin his march towards the main orc kingdom in the west. The conquest criteria remain the same this time: the weak challenge the strong, and the strong eliminate the weak, striving to eliminate 70% of the weak enemies and preserve 30% of the strong individuals. The soldiers of Dragon King Province looked miserable after learning about the tactics, but fortunately, the weak could team up with each other. They were furious. What were they trying to achieve with such a suicidal tactic? But they had no choice, they were the weak ones. This spurred all the weak soldiers to strive to become stronger. Moreover, they can only team up. Although they may not be able to defeat strong opponents in a one-on-one fight, we have a large number of people, a million-strong army, which can completely crush them. The terrifying scale of the million-strong army also frightened the Blood Emperor. Because the military force was too large for him to manage alone, he reformed the military's power structure. The units were divided according to the specifications of the 3 services, the 9 divisions, and the 27th regiments. The 3 armies are the human army, the elf army, and the orc army. The leaders of the 3 armies are the Grand General of Dragon King Province, the Grand General of Elf Kingdom, and the King of the Bureau. In addition to these 3 armies, there are 2 special forces, the Magic Legion and the Frost Dragon Legion. They are respectively managed by Fruta and the Frost Dragon King. As for the beautiful magic chanter Durka, after the Blood Emperor learned that she was still pure, he directly allowed her to stay in Dragon King Province to manage the province. And she was told to prepare herself for going to the female empire. In the Blood Emperor's view, the female empire is the only way to join the tomb and become the supreme body pillow. The beautiful and mature Durka is pure, and with her looks and status being among the world's top, she is fully qualified to compete for the opportunity to obtain the supreme body pillow. If she succeeds, even if I don't achieve anything, I will still have contributed, which will greatly help my future status in the kingdom of Ainz Ooal. Moreover, Durex is human, and the more humans there are, the more beneficial it is to the human race. The Blood Emperor was very clever. He also noticed that many of the pure, muscular, beautiful tomboys and lolas in the elven army had disappeared. After making some inquiries, I learned that Cositus had taken the muscular woman, and Ur had taken the elf Yao Li. They're probably training a guarantee for the Supreme Being, although it's just speculation, it's worth taking action for. It doesn't matter if the guess is wrong, but if the guess is right, then we can avoid the elves becoming the supreme ruler's pillow, which would lead to the elves gaining favor and becoming kings and conquerors in Ainz Ooal's kingdom. The Blood Emperor still clings to the idea of human supremacy, even if Ainz Ooal's divine kingdom were to later contain countless races. Of course, the Blood Emperor wasn't the only clever one. Naturally, some observant people would notice that since the Dragon King's daughter could gain favor, why can't other people do it? Wouldn't it be enough to just raise a girl as perfect as the Dragon King's daughter? What an honor it is to become the supreme body pillow. While these massive armies were advancing recklessly, Demiurge and his companions had already arrived in the Orc Kingdom they were about to attack. They were scouting the strength of the Orc Kingdom and secretly plotting to incite some of its powerful members. Let them coordinate from within and without during the great battle, planting portals within the Orc Kingdom so that the demon army will annihilate the city the moment the battle begins. Everything was so cruel, so insidious. Even with a million-strong army crushing them, this small Orc Kingdom was already overwhelmed. Even though Fruta alone could annihilate this weak Orc Kingdom, Demiurge still went all out. Various bets were added to end the war as soon as it began. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. The Beast Kingdom would never have imagined that such a powerful enemy would resort to sneak attacks and sow discord. They clearly have the strength to overwhelm everyone, yet they resort to strategy and trickery. Who can withstand that? A day and a half later, Demiurge had already laid an ambush. The strongest general of this weak werewolf kingdom agreed to the rebellion and hastily summoned 3,000 of his trusted followers. He vowed to kill the werewolf king of this werewolf kingdom as soon as the army arrived. In the western part of Dragon King province lies the werewolf kingdom, a small country orchestrated by Demiurge and his associates. With a population of 960,000 and a permanent military force of 300,000, the country is essentially a nation of warriors, as it is an Orcish kingdom. The fighting population could reach 600,000 or even higher, but even so, it would be of no use. Because the number of troops dispatched from Longwang province has reached 1.33 million. This time, the three armies will attack the werewolf kingdom from three directions. Chapter 128. This was a competition system created by the Blood Emperor. Initially, all three armies were treated equally. 3 points are randomly assigned for attack. Wherever the attack lands, that's where it goes. Whoever completes the task first will have priority in choosing the next country. Having the option to choose is a good thing. It allows you to avoid powerful opponents and prevent your race's army from suffering too many casualties. The armies of all three races are vying for this right, and the sacrifices made to preserve their races will not be too great. Currently, the human race has the greatest advantage because their army size has reached 820,000. Then came the elves, numbering 300,000. 200,000 orcs. After purging the orc tribes from the plains, the orc population increased significantly, no longer consisting of 5,000 burrowing orcs and 5,000 lizardmen. Now that goblins, ogres, blue demons, and various other races have joined, the combined fighting power of 200,000 orcs is definitely very strong. As for absolute fairness, it is impossible to achieve absolute fairness in the world. Although the human race has a large population, their combat strength is generally low. If we're talking about cheating, the elven army is actually the strongest, because it's the army that has been fighting against the slain theocracy for a long time. Their strength is absolutely incomparable to that of these orcs and humans. As for Fruta and Frost Dragon King, these two cheat codes are not within the scope of reference. As the great battle began, the three armies separated, their hearts filled with longing. The Blood Emperor was watching all this from his rear camp, protected by 10,000 elite troops, awaiting a swift battle. Because the Blood Emperor knew that the four judges had already joined the battle. They would make arrangements in the warring nations in advance. Just a day earlier, when Demiurge met with him, he said, "Make sure your performance is truly impressive. The Supreme Beings are watching us every moment." It was because of this statement that the Blood Emperor implemented various reforms and systems, all to let the Supreme Beings know that he was not an incompetent person. As the war began, General Kem of the Werewolf Kingdom suddenly led 3,000 personal guards in a surprise attack, surrounding and killing the Wolf King. This design is very strange. Many strong people cannot become kings, while most kings are weak people. In fact, the establishment of the Wolf Kingdom was supported by the Beast Kingdom, one of the three great Beast Kingdoms, so the king of the Wolf Kingdom was also chosen by the Beast Kingdom. It's not something that can be done just by being strong. In a world like the Orc Kingdom where the strong are respected, Kem had long been dissatisfied with this king. Now that he has the chance, he'll definitely be the first to act. Moreover, with Demiurge and his group arriving, Kem knew he had no choice. The opponent was simply too strong. With the riots breaking out in the capital of the Werewolf Kingdom, and the general not leading troops to defend against the enemy, the situation worsened. The Werewolf Kingdom was naturally in disarray, and the three major legions of humans, elves, and orcs began to crush them. Fruta's magical army and the Frost Dragon King's dragon army have arrived in the capital and begun widespread destruction. Kem, the werewolf general in the royal palace area, watched all this with fear, but there was nothing he could do, it was all beyond his control. The Werewolf Kingdom had to sacrifice 70% of its inhabitants. As an orc, he understood the law of the jungle. It is also reasonable that, in order to better manage the population, it is necessary to eliminate a large number of unnecessary people. After all, there is still a food crisis in this world. There are too many people, and some people are destined to go hungry. People who go hungry are destined to cause trouble. If they knew that Ainz Ooal's kingdom didn't lack food, they would probably be surprised. If there's no shortage of food to feed so many people, why bother with a selection process? However, those without great wisdom would not know that the main goal of doing this is to make everyone in the world afraid. Fear of war will lead to a truly peaceful world in the future. The meaning of Ainz Ooal's kingdom is perpetual peaceful rule, not temporary peace. Demiurge had even planned to disappear from Ainz Ooal's kingdom decades later, and then secretly observe it. If the kingdom of Ainz Ooal can develop peacefully for the next 100 years, then his peace plan will be realized. If war and civil strife break out again within a century after they leave, then this system has failed. However, all of this happened after the world was conquered. The war continues today. Sebastian and Cocytus were taken by Mare and Demiurge to the skies above the capital of the Wolf Kingdom, where they watched the werewolves being slaughtered below. To be honest, they were very upset. As people full of a sense of justice, they couldn't bear to see such scenes. But Demiurge forced them to watch and to endure it, while he himself did not go to save people. The werewolf kingdom is not large, with only 4 cities and a population of just over 900,000. It took less than half a day to reach it. The entire werewolf kingdom was wiped out, and this time, the competition among the 3 major armies was just as the Blood Emperor had predicted. The elves came in first, the humans second, and the Lu people third. So when the next attack on the ape kingdom comes, the elf army will have limited options, followed by the human army, while the orc army will have no options at all. But the countries they will attack next are all orc kingdoms, and the orcs will continue to grow stronger. There are many human kingdoms, which is unfair to the elves. Therefore, the demi-human kingdom was also arranged to be part of the elven race. In any case, everything was to be as fair as possible. This was the first step that the Blood Emperor wanted to take. He could gain the submission of all races and become the first supreme executive officer. In the following years, he could provide some minor benefits to humans without harming other races. When the elven army learned that their next target was the ape kingdom, they dispatched scouts to investigate beforehand and chose their direction of attack. The humans and orcs followed suit, sending scouts ahead to investigate. Although the orders are issued from the highest level, everyone in the middle and lower levels has a great deal of freedom. The High Command had only one goal: conquest and war. As for how to conquer, how to wage war, and what methods to use, each soldier could decide based on his own methods. As long as you don't run away, being a deserter is acceptable. For example, in this conquest by the elves, by Zhao Dui, the casualties were less than 10,000. Why can the casualties be reduced so little? Because the elves know how to use ranged interference, melee distraction, and mid-range magic kills. The King of Men wasn't paying attention to the battlefield. What was the point of a bunch of ants fighting? She paid more attention to Renzi and the others. After all, she loved watching her husband fight. Honey, we're almost done in Renzi. This is the last city. Nara's management skills are very strong, but unfortunately she's just a mortal. Hearing the king's words, Le Fan also stopped drinking with Momiga looking at the magic crystal. Are these the last 10 cities? It seems we can finish tomorrow. Momiga knew the time was right and quickly said, yes, by the way, Aura will give you a cold. Le Fan looked at Momiga and asked, what's going on? Momiga calmly said, Shaltir is enough. Unlike you, I have many other things to do. Chapter 129. Is Shaltir enough? There's still so much to do. What else could it be? Wait, after Albedo and I got together, it seems like the great tomb of Nazarick was left unattended. Oh, I see. Was Momiga thinking of me? In that case, Shaltir alone is indeed enough. It wouldn't be good for Aura to live a life of widowhood with him. As for Shiz, she seems to be a puppet and can't be used. She's truly a good brother. In that case, I can't let my good brother's good intentions go to waste. Listening to Le Fan's string of inner thoughts, Momiga was furious. What did he mean by I like managing the great tomb? I'm just keeping myself occupied, you know? Is life still interesting for someone like you who spends all day eating, drinking, and hanging out with your body pillow? Le Fan patted Momiga on the shoulder and said with a smile, all right, I quite like Aura. Since you're reluctantly parting with her, how can I refuse? The last city, it should be here soon. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye, and the last city was wiped out, thus erasing the kingdom of Eurystige from history. From then on, the female empire rose to power. At this time, the entire population of the country gathered in the capital, which was achieved by using teleportation magic to bring all the people of the country there. Looking down at the 6 million people, 4 million were women and 2 million were men. Because of the large-scale cleanup these past few days, the proportion of men has decreased significantly. There would be even fewer men if it weren't for the large number of men from Murantir fleeing there. Despite such a dense population, there were no images of overcrowding. Because of Nora's excellent management, the number of official staff in the female empire has now reached 720,000. This demonstrates Nora's high level of management skills, especially considering that less than 7 days have passed. Mercy stood atop the newly built palace, which stood 300 meters tall, with a vast plaza in front of it. This enormous square could hold 10 million people, and at this moment, the entire female empire was gathered in the square. Renzi began his founding speech, outlining the nation's rules, laws, and various issues related to people's livelihoods. He spoke them aloud. He finished explaining everything in a full 15 minutes, and then it was time for Nara to give a detailed account of the details of her life. For example, the source of food, the source of income from work, and all sorts of small details. The meeting lasted a full 2 hours before it ended, but for the people, this was just the beginning. Because the 390,000 official personnel will be managed through a personnel system, with each city and each community having a team of about 7 people, who will then manage 100 people, and so on, according to this arrangement. As for the border defense, there's no need to worry, because there are countless angels forming the border walls. Anyone who wants to cross the border will have to endure the bombardment of countless angels. It might even provoke intervention from the higher UPS of the female empire. With everything settled, the female empire was officially established and is now operating perfectly. On this day, the 6 of them also arrived in front of Le Fan and Momiga. Momiga, drunk and staggering, reached out and hugged Shaltir. I'm leaving now. Seeing Momiga's state, Le Fan immediately understood. At this moment, Aura and Ziza looked heartbroken. Lord Momiga just took Shaltir and left, abandoning us? Le Fan smiled and said, Momiga only needs Shaltir, so the 2 of you are mine too. Any objections? Hearing Le Fan's words, Yaola and Ziza were stunned for a moment. Neither of them had expected this outcome, but after thinking about it, they did not resist. Serving Lord Momiga and serving Lord Leffen are the same, they are both supreme beings, both their own creators. At this moment, a slightly drunk Le Fan looked at Albedo and said, Albedo, cry. Albedo was stunned by her blissful expression. Why does it matter? CFDJ. I can finally be with Lord Le Fan. I'm happier and more joyful than ever before. She didn't understand. The king smiled and slapped Albedo on the back, the crisp sound ringing out. Albedo felt endless pain. What was happening? Why was the king of men hitting me? It hurts so much. Why does it hurt so much? It feels like she's hitting my very soul. Because of the endless pain, Albedo unconsciously shed tears. Upon seeing this, Le Fan immediately gave him a hug, and then the great tomb began to shake again. The king of men also led the other 4 to witness this grand battle. Earthquakes from the great tomb are something the creatures living in it are already used to. At this moment, on the 9th floor, in the boudoir of the Hidden Roses. All four of them were very curious about the earthquake, as earthquakes had been happening quite frequently lately. Evil, you munched on a delicious blood cake. There are many vampires in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, so there is research on the foods vampires like to eat. Here we go again. I really don't know what the masters are up to. Why is there an earthquake every time? I know, the master did the same thing to me last time. Hearing the Dragon King's daughter's explanation, all four people present were astonished. No, even if they're all pure, haven't they at least seen a pig run even if they haven't eaten pork? It's such a simple thing, why would it cause an earthquake throughout the entire burial mound? The Dragon King's daughter felt somewhat embarrassed recalling her previous experience, because she had performed terribly. However, given the circumstances at the time, I was only focused on suicide and it would have been impossible for me to show it. But seeing the shocked and incredulous expressions on their faces, she asked curiously, "What's wrong with you?" Tia took a deep breath and said, "No, Dragon Queen, how come you're so lucky?" Tina nodded and added, "That's right, we've been in the Great Tomb for so long, and we've met the master less than 20 times. Ibaruat, ugh, I'm so jealous. Why does my master only pay attention to me after I've been here for so long? I want that too." Legis said awkwardly, maybe it was time that master gave us." After listening to the four people's words, the Dragon King's daughter realized that she had said the wrong thing. She had thought that these four people were like her, but it turned out that she was the one who had misunderstood. But she couldn't say anything, remaining silent was the best course of action. Chapter 130. It has to be said that Albedo is an absolute psychopath. Despite Le Fan's relentless bombardment, she endured it with all her might, showing no fear of death. Her idea was that even if it meant death, she had to finish bombarding Le Fan with magic. Finally, Le Fan felt sorry for her and, after the 37th consecutive bombardment, finally stopped using magic. Having endured such a terrifying bombing, Albedo felt like she was about to die, but she still looked at Le Fan with a sickly expression, if she weren't truly in a near-death state. Albedo will definitely launch another sneak attack. For her, this feeling of sparring is the ultimate goal in her life. A day and a half has passed. Fortunately, everyone present was under the protection of the Human King, otherwise, the weak Ziza would probably have been shaken to pieces by the terrifying earthquake. She's just a doll, a machine, not a living being, but she's undeniably cute. Who doesn't love a emotionless loli? Seeing that Albedo had lost her fighting ability, the King of Men slapped Nabe again, and Nabe cried on the spot. Le Fan was impressed by the King of Men's actions, but he didn't dislike sparring with them. On the other side, Moga was already processing the documents for the Great Tomb. Sensing that the earthquake was over, Momaga looked at Shaltir awkwardly beside her and said, "It's finally over." Shaltir smiled and said, "Yes, Lady Momaga, may I work with you on documents like this from now on?" Momaga nodded, "Of course, we've always been together." Momaga was actually afraid that Le Fan, that scoundrel, was too reckless and might end up taking away his Shaltir too. "That's not good, so it's best to keep it with you. Besides, Le Fan keeps showing off his relationship with Ren Wang, which he finds very annoying. Momaga says she'll do the same thing as showing off her love." However, when the earthquake struck again a second later, they were all stunned. Even Shaltir expressed that she longed for such a life, while Momaga said that the pressure was immense, and in the end, all they could do was extract tens of tons of magical beer to drink. Because he doesn't have magic beer, he can't live like a normal person. Yes, Momaga is now devouring tens of tons of magic beer because the 10 black goat calves have destroyed the entire Holy Kingdom and even entered the sea to begin devouring it. No matter which planet it is, the land area can never be larger than the ocean, because the ocean is the most crucial source of the atmosphere. The number of life forms in the ocean is definitely dozens of times greater than that on land. After wiping out the life forms on land, the black goat's calf rushed into the ocean and began to devour and destroy everything in its path within 3 hours. This forcefully increased Momaga's magic power to a staggering 140,000, and her life points reached an even more terrifying level. Therefore, the quantity of magic beer also needs to be increased. Shaltir also knew that Momaga needed to drink the magic beer to return to normal, and she smiled as she looked forward to Momaga finishing the beer. Both Le Fan and Momaga were extremely busy, so naturally they were unaware of the progress of the external battlefield. In the past 2 days, Demiurge and his companions have conquered the Werewolf Kingdom and the Ape Kingdom, and are now beginning to lay the groundwork in the Cat Kingdom. Cat Kingdom is not a kingdom of beastmen, but a kingdom of demi-humans. Orcs and demi-humans are easy to distinguish. Orcs have human form but look like wild beasts. For example, there are lizardmen who are called orcs. Ajin are humans with some animal symbols added to them. For example, the cat people are cute humans, but they have 10 pairs of cats and cat tails. Then, other beings are no different from humans. This is the demi-human race. The world has come to know about the massive conquest by the kingdom of Ainz Ooal. In particular, the 3 major orc kingdoms in the west, except for the Crow Kingdom, which was subordinate to the Bird Kingdom, were conquered, the Werewolf Kingdom, which was subordinate to the Beast Kingdom, and the Ape Kingdom, which was subordinate to the Spirit Beast Kingdom. This was unacceptable to the 3 kingdoms, forcing the already at odds to form an alliance. They selected various monsters with powerful innate abilities, intending to use these monsters to fight against the monsters of Ainz Ooal's kingdom. Each superpower has a different effect, and if superpowers are used in combination, they will create powerful skills. For example, someone with fire and ice powers could combine both powers into a whirlwind ability. As the whirlwind continues to spin, flames and ice collide after a few seconds, instantly creating a terrifying explosion. This is practically an otherworldly version of missile bombing, but unfortunately, even if the 3 orc kingdoms cooperate, it's all for naught. Because Demiurge and his men were always giving their all, they not only fought head-on, but also carried out numerous sneak attacks, defections, and all sorts of insidious schemes and tactics. Because innate superpowers are a unique bug in this dimension, all sorts of strange superpowers can appear. For example, in the now extinct 8 Desire Kingdoms, the succession to the throne was not through direct bloodline, but through a special ability. The hero summons a special ability, whoever possesses this ability can instantly become the king of a nation. 01 *. After all, the 8 Desire Kings are all gamers, and all of them are Japanese gamers, so they naturally have a special fondness for Japanese light novels, such as the legendary hero summoning. Unfortunately, such a superpower is so rare that it's estimated that only 1 in billions of people could acquire it, and the kingdom of the 8 Greed Kings has already been wiped out. But the descendants of the 8 Desire Kings still exist, having fled the southern continent destroyed by war, which is the largest desert region in the world. They also established their own kingdom in the north, called the Sky Kingdom. The capital city still retains its old name, Iluntia, but unfortunately, it lacks the floating city of the Old Kingdom. The Sky Kingdom fully inherited the rules of the 8 Desires Kingdom, where only those with special supernatural talents and who are summoned by heroes can become kings. This time, the world crisis is caused by the king of the Sky Kingdom, Trankelder, who possesses the ability to summon heroes. He knew he had no other choice but to use the summoning. At this moment, in the frozen continent of northern Middle-earth, in the capital city of the Sky Kingdom, Iluntiu. In the royal palace area, there stands a colossal magic tower 500 meters high, surrounded by tens of thousands of magicians. All the mages are channeling magic into the tower. Standing atop the tower was an old man with a full head of white hair, dressed in luxurious attire. He was none other than the king of this country, Trankeld. In the original work, there is a plot where magic is gathered for one person, the water priestess princess of the slain theocracy. The water priest's lieutenant and a group of magicians send her magic to explore information about Ainz Ooal's kingdom. So this kind of magic transmission and usage exists in this world. The hero summons this power, but the caster will die if they use it. Moreover, this ability cannot be used normally because the magic power it requires is too terrifying. It is a terrifying magic that requires magic power from above to be used. It's not an innate ability that an individual could accomplish, but the fact that it caught the eye of the 8 Desire Kings definitely demonstrates the power of this ability. However, this power can only be used when the world is about to perish. This was the last word left by the 8 Desire Kings. The current strategy of Ainz Ooal's Divine Kingdom killing 70% and surviving 30% is undoubtedly no different from the end of the world. Therefore, the Kingdom of Heaven had no choice but to use this hero summoning and the magical delivery of tens of thousands of magic chanters. With the special magic crystal stored within the 500-meter tall tower, Trankeld stood with his feet on the crystal, hands clasped together. He didn't speak, but used his last bit of willpower to activate the innate. Chapter 131. As the radiance continued to surge, King Trankeld's life was rapidly fading away, for every world was different. A weak world can summon heroes unconditionally, but a powerful world cannot summon heroes unconditionally. It's obvious that the world of Overlord is a very advanced world. After all, the ability to manipulate time at will, resurrect others at will, and change the rules of the world, what a terrifying world that is. To reach such a dimension, one must make the greatest sacrifice. At this moment, the hero's dimension received a summons from the hero. All the gods are waiting. This dimension is so powerful that it has already given rise to such a divine realm. The gods also select heroes to save worlds to earn faith and thus elevate themselves. At this moment, the divine realm convened a meeting, attended by high-ranking gods, mid-ranking gods, and the lower-ranking 960 god. Even the gods of the highest realm, far above the divine realm, were watching this meeting. This disaster was beyond anyone's comprehension. In the past, S-level worlds would have had SS and SSS as the highest levels. But the danger level of this world has jumped directly to X level. Yes, not SSS, but X, the endless end. Such a world is impossible for anyone to accomplish. The most ridiculous thing is that the people who received this mission were a newlywed couple, a low-level god and a human hero. Good heavens, can they really complete such a task? A beautiful, mature woman with red hair, wearing a purple dress, looked at the countless gods in the meeting, then at the blonde girl god before her. Ristad, you have drawn an X-rank world. This is a world unlike any other. Are you sure you want to take this mission? The blonde girl stared blankly at the red-haired older woman in front of her, then frantically shook her head. No, 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 I absolutely refuse. As a goddess who has saved over 300 worlds, Ariadne knows that this X-level world is dangerous, not to mention the girl before her. Even the strongest evil god combined with the heroes of the divine realm would be in danger if they went there. Only a creator god could save such a world, right? However, because this hero's passage has always existed, it will never close unless the god realm sends people there. If the demon king from that side were to invade the god realm might not be able to protect itself. All the gods share the same idea: send Ristarte, who was chosen for this world, and her human hero to close the passage quickly. They're all going to their deaths anyway, so why send a high-ranking god, or even a supreme god? Besides, they were the ones who drew the winning number, so it's their responsibility. How can they shirk their responsibility? Aleadoya knew about their affair, and she couldn't bear to send the poor couple to their deaths, but the words of the Creator God echoed in her mind once more. Give her 10 seconds to decide. Ariadne sighed and shook her head, saying, I'm sorry, this is the mission you drew, so you and your hero must go. I'll teleport you there now. At this moment, the handsome black-haired man frowned. Wait, I need time to turn into a bloody substance. Ariadne sighed, then tossed the strongest weapons and armor she had saved from over 300 worlds to the man before her, saying, I'm sorry, This is also not allowed, Ryuguan Seiya. In return, I can give you the strongest divine sword and armor from the divine realm. Looking at the divine sword and armor in his hands, Ryuguan Seiya frowned. Damn it, you gods, how can you decide other people's lives so easily? Going to a world like this is just suicide. Ristarte cried out, Wah, I don't want to. I've only been a god for a short time, I don't want to die. Unfortunately, the gods wouldn't give them a chance, the next second they vanished along with the tunnel. Meanwhile, the creator, light years away, frowned. Someone has opened a dimensional portal? Who is it? Could it be Master? Last time, Master also opened a dimensional barrier, was it to find a dimensional portal? As expected of Master, he could have used brute force to open a dimension, but instead chose to research and use a complicated and useless method. The element of the blue sun, also slumbering, gazed towards Earth. A dimensional portal? Forget it, just a few ants. Even the king of the Great Tomb noticed her fixed gaze on the eastern continent, her eyes seemed to see through everything in the world. She saw the old man sacrifice himself, and then a pair of people appeared on the tower, one with blonde hair and the other with black hair. Transmigrators? But why are they so weak? How did they manage to cross the dimensional portal if they're so weak? Are they spies sent from another world? Oh well, these ants will just make things a little harder for Xiao Di and the others. The king had absolutely no interest in Shen Yang's arrival. Yes, one should be cautious about using the world's highest combat power to create a world, which the human king can do. However, one should also be cautious about using the world's highest combat power to destroy a world, which means destroying a planet, which the human king can easily do with a single strike. The combat strength between the two is completely unequal. It's not that the world tree's power level is higher, but rather that the levels of these external cheats are higher. After all, Demiurge and the others are the normal forces of the world tree. Bugs like Le Fan are simply game vulnerabilities, no different from cheats. There's no comparison to these bugs, since they're getting stronger every moment. Especially her elemental power, it has increased exponentially, and in terms of attack power, it has now reached the millions. Destroying an entire planet with a single punch is no different from crushing an ant, that's the terrifying power of bugs and vulnerabilities. Fortunately, the creator, the elements, and the human king weren't interested in dimensional portals, otherwise, they would have immediately attacked the god realm, and who knows what would have happened. At this moment, the gods of the divine realm looked at the vanished passage and were all very happy, because they had never heard of an X-level world before. To reach the SSS 4.8 world, the strongest divine realm warrior was needed, and the divine realm warrior almost died. This X rank? What's the point? Is there any hero stronger than the heroes of the divine realm? No. Only the creator god can go, but even the creator god isn't necessarily safe. So, to be on the safe side, we should just disconnect the link and send the newlyweds to their deaths. Unfortunately, they didn't know that once a dimensional portal is opened, the connection will last forever. It's impossible for them to escape now. For example, the slime's dimension is also bound. From now on, the slime dimension and the cautious hero dimension will be swallowed up by this dimension. The reason is simple, this dimension has a turning point, while other dimensions also have it, but not the kind where you can get stronger without limit. Everyone in this dimension is inhuman, they get stronger every second. Who can withstand that? Chapter 132. On the Hero's Tower in the Sky Kingdom of the Eastern Continent, a black-haired man stood wearing armor that radiated endless brilliance and wielding an infinitely sharp divine sword. The handsome, dark-haired man looked at the blonde girl beside him. The girl was crouching to the side, hugging her knees, crying and repeatedly saying, "I don't want to die, I don't want to die, why me, why me?" Ryuguan Seiya sighed and shook his head, saying, "Hey, you stupid goddess over there, if you don't want to die, pull yourself together and explain the information about the new world to me." This is a unique ability of the goddesses. Every time they descend upon the world, they can obtain information about the world's villains. Ristarte stood up tearfully and activated the goddess's power, receiving world information and saying, "The strongest demon king in this world is called Momaga, and then there are his subordinates, called the Guardians. Our mission is to eliminate them." Ryuguan Seiya didn't look at the blonde goddess, but instead stared at the king's corpse beside him. "Do you know their true strength?" Liz Dada shook her head repeatedly and said, "I don't know. Our goddess isn't omnipotent either. She can only roughly know the information about the demon king of this world, and that's all she knows. As expected, she's a useless goddess. But is this our summoner? How did he die?" Ryuguan Seiya, carrying Ristarte, retreated 10 meters away and used magic to examine the corpse remotely. "What are you doing? I'm afraid he died from some kind of virus. If we get infected, we'll be in big trouble. Why are you being so cautious? This is the highest level X world, we're already doomed. If there were no symptoms of poisoning, how did they die?" Ryuguan Seiya ignored Ristarte's words. After all, this foolish goddess was unreliable, and he had to rely on himself for everything. At this moment, several men and women dressed in magnificent attire arrived, and they were also surprised to see the armor and divine sword on Ryuguan Seiya's body. A beautiful, mature woman with red hair gracefully approached, bowed, and said, "Are you the hero?" "No." "Yes, he is the hero, and I am the goddess." Ryuguan Seiya listened to the stupid goddess beside him and wanted to slap her to death, but she was the woman he loved most, so he couldn't bear to do it. The silly goddess instantly regained her energy because she thought of a way to survive or escape. Now she's trying to find a god to worship in this world. Perhaps she can escape through faith in that god? What is the situation in this world? Why is this world called the most terrifying world by the divine realm? And who is the god worshipped in this world? The beautiful, red-haired woman grasped Ristarte's small hand and said earnestly, "You're a goddess? My goodness, a god has descended. I wonder if you know the invincible god? If possible, only the invincible god can save our world." Ryuguan Seiya frowned. "An invincible god? If there is an invincible god, why allow the demon king to do as he pleases? That's because after the invincible god descended upon this world, he established his divine kingdom, and he no longer interfered in any affairs of the world. All who believe in his existence join the kingdom of God, where they can find peace, grow stronger, and even attain eternal life. Your Majesty, you also came from the realm of gods with the invincible god, right? You must be very powerful too. Please, protect our nation. Ainz Ooal's divine kingdom is now conquering the world, and its conquests involve the slaughter of 70% of the population." Hearing the beautiful older woman's words, Ryuguan Seiya frowned, not quite believing it. He walked up to the other three men. "Tell me about the situation here. What's the state of Ainz Ooal? Is there no demon lord?" Lysita looked bewildered at the beautiful woman kneeling before her, and scratched her head sheepishly, saying, "I'm sorry, I'm just a lower-level god, and I don't have my own faith, so my divine power cannot be fully utilized. That invincible god is probably a supreme god, perhaps from the realm of supreme gods. I'm just a lower-ranking god in the divine realm, so I might not know him, but I'll try my best to find out." Hearing the stupid goddess's words, Ryuguan Seiya wished he could slap her to death. "Are you really that stupid? You don't even know if these people are good or bad, and you just gave them your information?" Ryuguan Seiya could only ignore the foolish woman and continued to inquire about the three of them's information in this world. The red-haired woman is the granddaughter of Makotoko, one of the 8 Desire Kings. Although the 8 Desire Kings are all demi-humans, they were all humans before. How could he not collect beautiful human women? So he kept collecting human beauties, and by this generation, they were all of human blood. She is Buletin Quan Lizi, and her surname is the same as that of Buletin Chuan, the great-grandfather of the 8 Desire King. Buletin Quan Li muttered to himself, the divine realm, the supreme divine realm? Lower gods? Supreme gods? Faith? Divine power. When Lysita heard about the existence of an invincible god, or even a supreme god, she completely reverted to her goofy self. She patted Buletin Quan Li's shoulder and said, "Mom, this is too high-end for you. After all, you are just mortals. But it's a bit strange that the invincible god didn't save this world or unify the 130 faiths of this world." Buletin Quan Li asked weakly, "The god realm, is that the home of our ancestors?" Lizda was also taken aback upon hearing this. "Ancestor? Yes, my ancestor was the 8 Desire King, a powerful figure who once unified the world. Later, for some reason, our ancestor perished, and we fled here to establish our own kingdom. Our family history records say that our ancestors suddenly descended to this world 500 years ago. Before that, they lived in a world called an island nation." Ristarte said energetically, "Island nation? Oh, your ancestor was also a hero. But it's strange, shouldn't a hero who saves the world go to the realm of gods? Why are they still staying here? But that happened 500 years ago, it's normal that I don't know." Ryuguan Seia also found out that the 3 of them were also of the bloodline of the 8 Greed Kings. He also learned that in order to summon him, the trouble required gathering all the magic chanters in the country to supply magic power. Then, the old king would gather magic power and activate his innate ability, directly sacrificing the old king. Ryuguan Seia boldly used his detection skill to probe the 3 people in front of him, because they were among the strongest beings in this kingdom. Judging the strength of others is also a fundamental way to infer the power of this world. Chapter 133. Name, Yamamoto Ris. LV29. HP 8201. MP 0. Attack power, 9510. Defense, 1941. Speed, 9761. Magic attack, 0. Special grade, extreme acceleration. Name, Nakaji Marioichi. LV29. HP 2310. MP 12301. Attack power, 210. Defense, 410. Speed, 3910. Magic power, 6210. Special grade, magic power bonus. Looking at the data of the others, Seia from our college looked at his own data again. LV37. HP 51886. MP 8987. Attack power, 81005. Defense, 110369. Speed, 9874. Magic power, 4787. Because of my own insistence, I trained for 2 days and reached level 37. With the 70,000 attack power bonus from the Divine Sword and the 100,000 defense power bonus from the Divine Armor, it should be pretty good. No, even in previous B-level worlds, people could kill their own wives and children, let alone in this X-level world. I'm going to grind to level 99 before leaving the game. No, that's not enough. I want to push all the attributes to their limits. At the Divine Council, Shen Yang wasn't just standing there for nothing, he secretly observed the data of the gods present. One of the gods, known as the God of Destruction, reached level 999 and possessed a terrifying stat total of 9,999,000 across all attributes. Ryuguan Seia also knew that LV999 was the level of a god, and since he had not yet become a god, the highest level he could reach was LV99. But this world is dangerous, even a level 999 God of Destruction probably couldn't survive here. It has to be said that the attribute panel in the game is really exaggerated, with the average value being hundreds of thousands. Then, with the total attribute stat of 200,000, a full power attack can only destroy a small town. It's truly shameful. The World Tree's stats are still better. Mare's stats are only a few hundred. One Earth Roar can destroy the Earth's crust with a radius of 10 kilometers. If Mercy were to be released, it would mean the destruction of an area spanning hundreds of kilometers. However, while Mercy is powerful, she is still not on par with the God of Destruction, since the God of Destruction's full force attack can destroy the world. As we all know, the world in light novels is actually a planet. Therefore, the God of Destruction is stronger than the current Momaga, and it's still possible to fight him. As for the higher level beings, such as the Human King, the elements, and the creators, even if the God of Destruction came, or even the God of Creation came, it wouldn't make a difference. Of course, the Creator God of the hero dimension also keeps getting stronger, otherwise who would be so bored as to save the world? It's definitely to increase her own strength. She probably gets stronger every time she saves a world. However, this rate of improvement is still too slow. Compared to the Human King, the elements, and the Genesis, which are getting stronger every second, it is much, much slower. Ryugyuan Seiya already has his own ideas. For the time being, Ainz Ooal Gaon's divine kingdom will not attack. I can train hard during this time, and I can reach the maximum level in just half a month. Give myself another month to grind my stats, I estimate I can reach the limit. Ryugyuan Seiya is also a man with a built-in bug, which is that he has super fast speed boosts in everything he does. Unfortunately, even the fastest boosts cannot break through one's own limitations, namely the limits of mortals, LV99 and all attributes below 350,000. Even if he tries his best, he can only raise all his attributes to 350,000 at most, so skills are what he needs to focus on. Strive to double the output of our existing strength. Ristarte was unaware of Ryugyuan Seiya's thoughts. She had already become best friends with Ayami Izumi. The two chatted happily, and Buletin Quan Liza learned about the God realm and that his ancestor was actually a time traveler. Even the handsome man in front of her was from an island nation, and was a fellow countryman of her ancestors. Ryugyuan Seiya could no longer stop Ristarte from leaking information. All he could do was prevent these people in front of him, who were the country's high-ranking officials, from knowing the secret of his arrival. And give yourself a few months to cultivate. From Ristarte's words, they also learned that the hero had only been in the world for a few days and had not yet reached his power limit, so they all agreed with Ryugyuan Seiya's idea. The man with the bug-like ability, Ryugu Seiyan, directly cultivated inside the Tower of Heroes, because this was the place where the energy was most concentrated in the entire eastern continent. Although its energy is much weaker than that of the divine realm, it's still quite good. Not to mention that with the full support of the Sky Kingdom, the tens of thousands of magic chanters outside have not left. Furthermore, it began the work of transferring magic power, ensuring that the Tower of Heroes always had sufficient magic power. In this situation, the energy level directly reaches the level of the God realm, or even surpasses it. After all, tens of thousands of people are channeling their magic power to one person for cultivation, and the Tower of Heroes itself has the function of gathering energy. While Ryugyuan Seiya was diligently training, the goofy goddess Ristarte was also beginning to learn about this world. Inside the luxurious palace, a beautiful blonde girl and a gorgeous red-haired older woman were enjoying delicious desserts. The blonde girl suddenly remembered the Demon King Momaga, whom she had encountered upon arriving in this world. Ion, do you know the name Momaga, degree? After spending half a day together, Buletin Quan Li realized that the goddess in front of him was a naive and innocent girl, and could only think to himself, no wonder she is called the healing goddess. She even inwardly complained, why did I summon a novice goddess? If it were the powerful goddess Ariadne who saved 300 worlds, maybe this world could be saved. However, she was relieved to see that the hero was getting stronger every moment. Buletin Chuan, with a smile, said, I know, this is the kingdom of Ainz Ooal Gaon, one of the 41 supreme beings, a powerful being known as the Death Ruler. Listening to Buletin Quan Li's words, Lissita Dai bit her little finger worriedly and said, "The ruler of death? Could it be the Grim Reaper? This is troublesome. We don't have the equipment to deal with the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper's instant death ability is very difficult to resist." Instant death ability. Yes, this is a power that can instantly kill anything. It is the divine authority of the Grim Reaper. Faced with such a terrifying existence, unless one possesses divine power, even the most powerful being will die before the Grim Reaper. Although Ristarte is a trash goddess, she still knows the knowledge that gods should know. When encountering the god of death or evil gods, it is best to give the hero divine power protection. But now that she has come to this world, Ristarte has lost contact with the divine realm. Without the boundless divine power of the divine realm, she simply did not have enough divine power to bestow divine power upon the Dragon Palace Saint Academy. Listening to Ristarte's words, Buletin Quan Li realized a fact: to fight against such a being that can control death, one must have a pool of divine power. The new goddess before us has no church of her own, and without her own faith, she has no divine power. By the way, if that's the case, why don't we just worship her all over the country? At that moment, Buletin Quanza grabbed Ristarte's small hand excitedly and said, "Then, if our country establishes a cult of the goddess of healing, and the entire nation worships you, could that help you obtain divine treasures?" Chapter 134. Oh dear, I can't accept this. The silly goddess, feeling embarrassed by the huge benefit suddenly offered to her by the other party, scratched the back of her head and said. Looking at the silly goddess's expression, Buletin Quan Li said, "Your expression has already betrayed you, you clearly want it." She's such a hypocrite, a naive and innocent goddess, but that's better, at least she doesn't have so many ulterior motives. We're not worried that she'll gain immense power and dominate us in the future. After thinking it over, Buletin Quan Li said seriously, "No, in order to save this world, we must establish a cult for you. How about the name Healing Goddess Cult? Since that's the case, for the sake of this world, I have no choice but to accept it, hee." Seeing Lista's exaggerated facial expressions, Buletin Quan Li could only awkwardly return a smile. After all, they are different worlds, so the character styles are naturally different. Cautious Hero is a demon king and hero theme, while Overlord is a war theme. Although Cautious Warrior is dark, compared to Overlord, he's just a little brother. After all, Overlord's darkness is the worst in light novels, bar none. For example, the two-legged sheep skinned by Demiurge. You think about it, you really think about it. While the Goblin world is dark, 363, it's still not as good as Overlord. The main concern is censorship, otherwise, if we followed the original Overlord story, Overlord would be a 404 error in no time. However, the darker the world, the more it likes naive and innocent girls, so Buletin Quan Li really likes naive and innocent goddesses like Lista Dai. With their goal set, the Sky Kingdom began to get busy, establishing the Healing Goddess cult and assisting the Dragon Palace Academy's cultivators. Of course, their busy schedules do not mean they are detached from external information. The next day arrived, and news came that the Dragon Kingdom had been destroyed but then completely resurrected. This information sent chills down the spines of the 4 disciples of the 8 Desire Kings. Could they really possibly defeat such an opponent? Ristarte also saw this information, and the naive girl was filled with fear. Facing an existence akin to a creator god, did she really have any chance of defeating it? Wait a minute, the opponent is the human king, not the demon king Momaga. The target has never been the opponent. Yes, why should we fight them? Although the human king is also one of the supreme beings, he is a good person. The bad one should be the ruler of death. This is a real problem. There are 42 people among the 41 supreme beings, CFDD. If each of them possesses the strength of a human king, is the game even worth playing? It is estimated that the human king is a powerful figure among the 41 supreme beings, meaning he is the one who controls the 41 supreme beings. That should be correct. Also, what is the relationship between Momaga, the ruler of death, and Leffen, the ruler of blood? After all, the two names are so similar, and the blood ruler is actually the invincible array of the invincible god kingdom. A flood of information rushed into Lysita's mind, making her feel dizzy. She really didn't know how to deal with this problem. If the ruler of death and the ruler of blood are truly brothers, then to eliminate the ruler of death, Momaga, one must offend the invincible god. An invincible being who can grant immortality to everyone and elevate everyone to godhood. Who dares to confront such a being? And what about that human king who is like the creator god? No, even more terrifying than the creator god, an existence capable of distorting space-time, rules, and cause and effect. What is his attitude? This task is too difficult, really too difficult. Let alone a novice god like myself, even the creator god probably couldn't complete it. This frightened the silly goddess so much that she immediately ran to the hero's tower and told all this information to Ryagun Seiya. She also declared that she would elope with Ryagun Seiya and no longer care about this world. In fact, Ristarte fell in love with Ryugu Seiya at first sight, so being able to grow old with him would be a wonderful thing for the silly goddess. Ryugu Seiya also wanted to escape, but if the opponent was really that powerful, then they would have been discovered the moment they arrived in this world. There's simply no escape. Since the other party isn't making any moves or showing any intention, the situation is different. There are two possibilities. 1. That is, believing that people like us are ants, ignoring us. 2nd, they want to manipulate them, make them continue to perform, and then watch the show. Ryugu Seiya dared not gamble. If the other party adopted the second attitude, the moment he tried to escape, the other party would seize him. Was he really going to watch the woman he loved die in front of him again? Yes, Ryugu Seiya remembers that Ristarte was his wife in his previous life. He couldn't bear to watch her die before his eyes, so he had to work hard, constantly becoming stronger, until he reached his peak, at which point he could choose to flee or fight. Why leave? The food and lodging here are excellent, and there are such great conditions for cultivation. Stop playing any church games and focus on recovering your strength. Ryugu Seiya didn't drive Ristarte away because he knew that the people of this kingdom wanted to exploit Ristarte's naivety to make her establish a cult and seize the faith of other divine kingdoms. This isn't a good thing. It's better to keep this silly goddess by our side. Hearing Ryugu Seiya's words, Ristarte blushed. Then, are we together? Seeing the goddess's exaggerated facial expressions, Ryugu Seiya simply pushed her away. Get out of the way, don't disturb my cultivation. How heartless! This goddess is clearly a great beauty. The silly goddess cried and whimpered, but she did not leave the hero's tower. Seeing the hero grow stronger day by day, the people of the Sky Kingdom were very satisfied. Of course, their goal was not to defeat the Supreme Being, but to stop the judges from invading and conquering the country. That's all. The requirements for a hero are very simple: protect your home and country, and that's it. Unbeknownst to those in this world, because a triangle had formed, the dimensions of Shenyang, the slime, and Overlord suddenly accelerated and drew closer. The more dimensional connections there are, the faster the dimensional fusion will be. If a few more dimensional connections are made, it is estimated that a major dimensional fusion will occur. At that time, the entire dimension will undergo a major reform, and the power levels of the dimension will continue to rise. Problems will arise as the collision of each dimension annihilates the original will and rules, and the new dimension will no longer have rules and will. This is when the struggle for the dimensional master begins. This day would normally take hundreds of years, but the addition of the cautious courage dimension directly accelerated the process, reducing the time to only 20 years. The next dimensional connection fusion will probably only take a few months. It all depends on whether Le Fan can unleash the dimensional slash. If he were to unleash another dimensional slash, he would be in for a lot of trouble. Of course, it's also possible that someone with a special talent could summon someone from another dimension again. Chapter 135. 3 days have passed since the conquest of the Cat Kingdom. In these 3 days, the kingdom of Ainz has successively conquered the neighboring Raven Kingdom, Rabbit Tribe, and Blue Fat Tribe. Ainz kingdom also had a day of rest, because the upcoming battle would be fought against the 3 powerful Orc kingdoms. This not only requires a long journey but also high-intensity combat, so the soldiers need to be given a good rest. Demiurge and his 3 companions gathered in the highest meeting room. The female empire has been fully established and is operating completely independently, while our Ainz kingdom is still experiencing some minor operational issues. Demiurge spoke of the shortcomings of himself and others. Cocytus said calmly, "That's inevitable. We have a larger area to manage and a larger population." Demiurge nodded and said, "Conquering a kingdom is easy, but governing it is difficult." Little Yellow Hair said it needs 5 days to make adjustments and manage the differences between the various races. "We can wait 5 days." Sebastian, with a stern face, said, "So, for the next 5 days, do we need to infiltrate the very front line, the kingdom of beasts, beforehand?" Demiurge shook his head and said, "No need. The earthquakes at the Great Tomb of Nazarick stopped today. It's been 6 days, a full 6 days since we last saw Lord Momaga and Lord Leffen. We should go back." Upon hearing this, Malay said with a happy expression, "That's great, I can see the 2 lords again." Sebastian asked, "Shall we go back? Leave this to that blondie." "Well, you all know his abilities these days, he's trustworthy. But there's one thing we still need to be careful about, and that's the information Little Yellow Hair sent last night. The healing goddess cult has been established on the eastern continent. This is very suspicious. Perhaps some players have descended here. It's because of this that we need to go back and report." Demiurge pushed up his glasses and said. Inside the Great Tomb, Le Fan was comfortably drinking magical beer in the King's Hall. In these 6 days, he has already beaten up Albedo, Nape, Aura, Nara, and Mercy. After playing for 6 days straight, he said that continuing like this wasn't a good idea, so he came to find Momaga for a drink. Momaga confidently hugged Shaltir and said, "You're really something. If you keep fighting, the Great Tomb of Nazarick will probably collapse." Le Fan smiled and said, "It's not that bad, didn't the Human King reinforce it?" The Human King smiled as he looked at Momaga and Shaltir, who were inseparable like conjoined twins. Was it really necessary for this younger brother-in-law to show off his affection in front of his elder brother and sister-in-law, an elderly married couple? "I heard that Demiurge has something important to report. I wonder what it is." Momaga started a conversation. "Could it be that they've discovered a player?" The King of Men shook his head, interrupting the two. "They are probably 2 transmigrators who came to this world a few days ago." Le Fan was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. "What's going on? A transmigrator has invaded? Why didn't you tell me? Holy crap, what have I been doing these past few days? Fighting every day, and I didn't even know a transmigrator had arrived." Momaga, hearing Le Fan's self-blame, expressed the same remorse. She hadn't been fighting every day these past few days, so how come she didn't know? While the two were pondering, the 4 of them had already arrived at the King's Hall. Looking at the 4 of them, Momaga asked anxiously, "Demiurge, Sebastian, Cocytus, Mare, what serious incident has happened?" The 4 bowed, and then Demiurge said, "Lord Momaga, Lord Leffen, Lord Human King, the Sky Kingdom of the Eastern Continent has recently established the Church of the Goddess of Healing. According to information provided by the local adventurer organization, they seem to have completed the legendary summoning of the hero. However, the specific information has been blocked by the Sky Kingdom." "Heroes summoned? Holy crap, we've become the Demon King? The Sky Kingdom is summoning heroes to defeat us. Damn, this plot is so cheesy. But the hero is the chosen one of the world, his strength is terrifying. Should we check out the hero? Maybe we can annihilate him before he grows stronger? Wait, what if he's from our hometown? I guess I'll go see him. What kind of strength could a hero who just transmigrated possibly have? However, Momiga and I can't go together, at least one of us has to stay behind so that if I die, I can be resurrected. Momiga, listening to Le Fan's inner thoughts, also complained, what do you mean by being able to revive after being relegated? That makes sense, it's too dangerous for the two of us to go together. Should I go? Momiga looked at Le Fan and said with a smile, ha ha ha, a hero? That's interesting. I'll go and see for myself. Hearing Momiga's laughter, Le Fan knew that Momiga was weak and might not be able to escape if he went there. Moreover, the human king would not go with Momiga. So he couldn't be allowed to go. Le Fan patted Momiga on the shoulder and said, I'll go. I've been slacking off for so many days, it's time to get out and move around. Momiga, upon hearing Le Fan's thoughts, naturally understood them. He glanced at the human king and then said no. 0. Okay, go early and come back early. Okay, my wife's gone. As Le Fan spoke, he hugged the human king and disappeared through a teleportation portal. Seeing He Lefen disappear, Tonglai Wujias and the others also smiled. This is the power of invincibility, daring to face the unknown head-on, because they possess invincible power. What does it matter how unknown it may be? Just push straight through. In the Sky Kingdom, inside the Tower of Heroes, 1 or 2 figures suddenly appeared. At this point, thanks to the assistance of magic chanters across the country, Ryugu Xian had already reached LV99. After all, he possessed a powerful innate advantage, accelerated cultivation. Whether it's level, attributes, or skills, he can improve at an extremely fast speed. As long as he has enough resources, he can instantly reach the level bottleneck. If it weren't for the fact that LV99 is the bottleneck for ordinary people, reaching LV9999 wouldn't be a problem for him. The limitation to his power is the limitation of his race. Even with his immense power, he had no choice but to stop cultivating upon seeing the 2 people who had suddenly appeared. He then bowed and asked, Who are you 2 esteemed gentlemen? Ristarte, who had been spacing out and picking her toes, snapped out of her daze and looked at the 2 who had suddenly appeared. Ryugu Xian, why are you bowing to strangers? By the way, who are you? Are you here to deliver food, Shishi? Chapter 136. Hearing Lizda's silly words, Le Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud, ha ha ha, someone actually thinks I'm delivering food. The human king smiled slightly and did not make things difficult for the 2, because she felt that the 2 seemed to have rules that were completely different from those of this world. As soon as Lysida finished speaking, she took a closer look at the 2 of them. She should have kept her eyes peeled, because once she did, she noticed how incredibly handsome Le Fan and the human king were. And their eyes are terrifying. This kind of terror surpasses even that of the god of destruction. Upon realizing how terrifying the 2 were, Risette broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, Ryuan quickly came to Risette's side, pressed her head down, and bowed to her along with him. As a cautious person as Ryugu Xianzai, he knew long ago that he might be visited by a terrifying god, so he always kept his appraisal skill active. In the instant the 2 arrived at 387, he saw their data. The male character's name and attributes are all question marks. What kind of monster is this? Is it some kind of being that transcends the system? This was already terrifying enough, but when he saw the information about the human king, he burst into tears. Name, Ren Wang. Level, none. HP, infinite. MP, infinite. Attack power, infinite. Defense, unlimited. Speed, infinite. Magic attack, infinite. Special grade, all-rounder. Is this data from a person? Wrong. Is this the kind of data God should have? The God of destruction wouldn't even be worthy of carrying the shoes of the king of men. Such a terrifying existence directly frightened Ryugu Xianya into bowing and admitting defeat. There's nothing we can do about it. It's an entity with unlimited attributes. Are we supposed to risk our lives to fight it? The other side could probably kill you with just a glance, so there's no shame in admitting defeat at this point. Having learned of the human king's power, I, Naotsugu Ina, can roughly guess that the ruler of death, Mamomoga, is probably at the level of a god of destruction. There's no way to fight here, and this mysterious man in front of us is impossible to identify. We have no idea what kind of being he is. Seeing the handsome man admitting defeat, Le Fan curiously walked over. No need to apologize, I just heard that some transmigrators have arrived, and I've been busy these past few days so I haven't come to take a look. As a fellow transmigrator, don't worry, I won't hurt you. Seeing Le Fan's friendly attitude, Lissy, whose head had been pressed down, also raised her head and said with a silly smile, "What? So you're a good person after all, hee." Ryugu Xianyai inwardly cried out in alarm, for in his shock he had inadvertently held back his strength, allowing this foolish goddess to escape. Ryugu Xian could only quickly try to salvage the situation by asking, "Are you two also transmigrators?" "I am Ryugu Xian from Japan." "Are you also from Japan?" Le Fan shook his head and said, "No, my name is Le Fan, and this is my wife, Ren Wang." The silly girl said again in her usual silly way, "Ah. Le Fan? You wouldn't happen to be the blood ruler, the invincible god Le Fan, would you? And is this the legendary human king? Are you two husband and wife?" Looking at the naive girl, Le Fan thought she was easier to talk to. "Haha, I guess so, it's just a form of address. By the way, were you summoned as heroes? Does this world have a demon king?" "Of course there is. The demon king of this world is a guy called the ruler of death, named Momoga. You should know him, right? Could you please tell him to stop doing bad things?" Ryugu Xian wanted to stop the silly girl from speaking, but the king's indifferent gaze made him feel an immense sense of crisis, rendering him unable to speak up. After hearing Restart's words, Ryugu Xian felt he was in deep trouble. "Haha, Momoga is my brother, and we're not bad people, because we're not human. We won't stop what's happening in the world right now, because it's a necessary development. You're pretty good, interested in being my body pillow." Le Fan, seeing the silly goddess, also got excited and said something. The silly goddess paused for a moment upon hearing this, then said with a mysterious confidence, I don't want to be a third party, and I'm not a body pillow, I'm a goddess from the divine realm, a healing goddess. Although I'm just a lower level god, I'm still a god." Seeing the silly goddess's pose with her hands on her hips really amused Le Fan. "Don't worry, my wife won't mind. You're so cute, it's great that you're with me, I can protect you." Ryugu Xian was now green with envy. Although Ristarte had lost all memories of her past life after becoming a goddess, and her body was pure, but her soul was that of his wife for life. He remembered it clearly, but Ryugu Xianzai dared not say it aloud, because if such a terrifying being were to truly become angry, they would not be able to withstand their wrath. He didn't want to see his wife die in front of him again, and besides, she had no memory now and deserved a new life. "I can't be so selfish as to possess her." Ristarte glanced at Ryugu Xianzai without realizing it. "Hee, I'm so lucky, with two handsome guys on either side of me. But this is a lifelong commitment, I need to think about it. Besides, you're too much of a womanizer." Seeing that Sister Liz was just as outspoken as a fool, Le Fan became even more interested. "You have to understand that there are no such fools in this world. When faced with absolute power, people in this world will choose to compromise. Unlike this idiot, who seems completely oblivious to the fact that saying those words will lead to her death. The human king looked at Ristarte with amusement. You're quite interesting. I've never met anyone so bold before. Looking at the innocent and adorable Risette and the cautious and humble Ryugusian, they really aren't bad people. Moreover, given his humble strength, Le Fan felt relieved. Hearing King Gao's words, Ristarte finally came to her senses. Ah, I'm sorry, in front of two great beings, was I too indulgent? I apologize, I didn't mean to. Seeing the silly goddess bowing and apologizing, Le Fan hugged her tightly. Haha, no need to apologize, your naive and innocent personality is quite amusing. Ryugusian was seething with rage at the sight before him, but he had to remain calm. This was for his wife and for himself, he had to accept it. But the thought of his wife being in Le Fan's arms again made him feel unbearable. Ristarte, being held by Le Fan, displayed her characteristic exaggerated facial expression again. Hey, hey, such a super handsome guy is holding me, so great. Looking at the silly, comical girl, Liz, Le Fan laughed and said, haha, how about I hug you from now on? Okay, that's good, but we're on a mission assigned by the gods. If we complete it, we'll have to leave this world. These sudden words sent chills down Ryugusian's spine, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Hey, you silly woman, you stupid woman, the other side has already said that Momaga is his brother, what are you still talking about completing the mission for? This task is impossible to complete. Chapter 137. Le Fan patted Lycida's forehead and said, that won't do. Momaga is my good brother. But why is your so-called divine realm targeting Momaga? He hasn't done anything wrong. Lycida's forehead was red from being slapped, and she pouted, crying, it hurts. That's so mean. Don't you have any chivalry? How could you hurt a super goddess like me, so cute and beautiful? Looking at the girl in my arms, she really is a moron. Am I so bored that I want to argue with a moron? Even the king of men looks better than the goddess, I'm very impressed. After all, do people with this kind of personality really exist in reality? Fortunately, the slime world didn't merge in, otherwise Le Fan and the human king would have been even more surprised. After all, the people in the slime world are no different from those in the fairy tale world, it's a world where everyone is a saint. Le Fan gently stroked Ristarte's forehead and smiled, saying, don't worry, I'll take good care of you from now on. You haven't answered my question yet. Lycida pouted and said, this is the judgment rule of our divine realm. It will automatically judge the most evil and the strongest existence. Momaga is the most evil and the strongest existence in this world. The most evil and the strongest. The king of men couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. Is my brother-in-law wicked? No, he's not. He's only being kind to a few ants. He's not wicked at all. Is he strong? I doubt he could even beat Zetsu Zetsume. Such an existence could actually be detected by the so-called divine realm. It seems that the so-called divine realm is nothing special after all. Le Fan was laughing so hard he almost passed out. Are you kidding me? My sin count is -1000. I could easily crush 100 Momaga. And it wasn't me. It seems to be an all-around resistance attribute that makes me immune to the opponent's rule-based lock-on. Sure enough, my resistance is a bit bugged. Unfortunately, because the human king is locked by the world tree, his resistance only lasts for one day when facing the rules. Otherwise, her resistance would probably make her immune to the other system's detection. Le Fan smiled and said, no, it seems your divine realm's judgment isn't so great after all. I am the most evil and strongest being. Momaga's justice value is -500. Mine is -1000. The simple-minded goddess expressed her disbelief, saying, how could that be? The judgments of the divine realm cannot be wrong, there must be some problem. Looking at Le Fan's smiling face, Ryugusian believed him. Although Le Fan seems friendly and harmless, such people are even more wicked. A person who sees someone they like and accepts them regardless of whether the other person agrees or not is definitely not a good person. Because he doesn't care about anything around him, the things around him are meaningless. He only cares about what he wants to care about. Even if he were to raise his hand and destroy the world, he probably wouldn't feel any guilt or unease. These kinds of people are often the most terrifying. You might think they're a good person just by looking at them, but they're actually more wicked than a demon. At the very least, a demon wouldn't destroy everything without a reason, but this guy absolutely will. Le Fan pulled Ristarte tighter into his arms. Perhaps our status has already surpassed that of the gods. Lizda was already pressed against Leffen, and even she couldn't help but blush a little. Can you let go of me? I'm happy to be hugged like this, but it doesn't feel quite right. There's nothing wrong with it. By the way, you said you're a healing goddess who can revive people or something, is that true? When Le Fan said that, Lizda was also stunned. How is that possible? Reviving others is the highest level of power, and I don't have that ability yet. Then your divine realm is very weak. Anyone in this world has the power to resurrect others. Hearing Le Fan's voice, Listal frowned. How is that possible? This is the rule of the gods. Listening to Le Fan's words, Ryugusian knew that he wouldn't lie. If it were true, then the power of the rules in this world might be terrifying. Lizda didn't believe Le Fan's words and immediately activated her appraisal skill to observe. She was dumbfounded when she saw it a bunch of question marks, and the king of men's infinity. Ah, you guys! How is your attribute possible? Why can't my appraisal detect it? And Sister Human King, all your attributes are infinite. How is this possible? Even the god of destruction only has 9.99 million, which is already the limit for gods. Hearing Lycida's words, the Human King shook his head. Don't compare your inferior divine realm to me. You are not worthy. Hearing the ruthless words of the Human King, Lizda was stunned for a moment. No, the god realm is not a lower god realm. Above the god realm is the supreme god realm, where there are invincible beings such as the god of time, the god of space, and the god of creation. The king of men smiled and said, is that so? I wonder which is stronger, our creator or yours? Lycida asked again in surprise, your creation. Looking at the silly Lys, Le Fan said with a smile, haven't you noticed? You're no longer in your original dimension. Every dimension is different. Ryugusian, dimension? Does that mean world? No, a world is a world, and a dimension is a dimension. A dimension is composed of countless worlds. Hearing Le Fan's explanation, Ryugusianze immediately understood and said, so that's how it is. Above the world? Then the God realm and the Supreme God realm are just worlds within dimensions, and we've come here into a different dimension. The King of Men said calmly, don't worry, the 537th dimension will be merged in the future, because the dimensional portal was opened the moment you came into this world. Hearing the king's words, Lycida Dai exclaimed happily, really? We can go back to our original world. Upon hearing this, Le Fan recalled the earth before his soul transmigrated, and wondered if he could go back. That probably won't work. After all, the so-called dimensional portal is when a physical body travels through time, while I'm a soul traveling through time, so it should be different. It's not called the original world, it's a new world of integration, you know that, you silly goose. Le Fan thought for a moment and then played with Restart's big. Lysdale blushed instantly, ah, how could you? Why not? Let's go home, I'll show you some good stuff. Even the goofy goddess Lycida was curious when she heard about something good-looking. What's good-looking? It's not only beautiful, it's also fun. Really? I want to go, I want to go. Looking at Ristarte, who was as innocent as a child, Ryugusianya's face turned green. Idiot! Her meaning is so obvious, don't you understand? You're throwing yourself to the wolves, it breaks my heart. Why is my wife like this? But I couldn't stop him, because the man in front of me was an extremely selfish and ruthless guy. If I stopped him, he might lose interest in playing. Both I and Ristarte will die then. Chapter 138. Seeing that Le Fan was about to leave with Ristarte, Ryugusian was also very embarrassed. He wanted to go with them because he had sworn to protect Ristarte in this lifetime. But he was also afraid that if he went with her, she would get angry. Ristarte is now eager to see beautiful things and have fun things to do. As for the mission in this world, she has almost forgotten about it. Le Fan and the Human King have already discussed this. The God Realm will be merged soon. Let the higher-ranking gods of the God Realm figure it out then. Anyway, I'm just a low-level god, a novice goddess. How could I possibly complete such an X-level mission? Ryugusian finally made his decision, determined that this would be the last time he ever asked a question, and said, "May I come along?" Le Fan smiled and said, "Of course, Momoga would be very happy to see a fellow villager." Hearing Le Fan's words, Ryugusian asked curiously, "Is Momoga also from Japan?" Yes, his real name was Suzuki, but that name is in the past. Now he is called Momoga. As soon as Le Fan finished speaking, the entire scene changed. In that instant, they returned to the king's hall, where Momoga was talking with Demiurge and the others, looking at the returning Leffen and the golden goddess in his arms. Standing next to the incredibly handsome male god, he asked curiously, "Are they time travelers?" Hearing Momoga's words, Ryugusian also looked at Momoga. Name, Momoga. Level, 100. HP, 1.5 billion. MP, 160 million. Attack power, 120,000. Defense, 1,040,000. Speed, 890,000. Magic power, 1.68 million. Special grade, Ruler of Death. Looking at Momoga's exaggerated data, Ryugusian was stunned. Not to mention Shaltir, whose total stats are close to 800,000, in Momoga's arms. Furthermore, the four people below will also have a terrifying average score of around 750,000 across all attributes. They're practically monsters. Even if I reached my limit of 350,000, I probably wouldn't be a match for them. Of course, Ryugusian was keeping a low profile. After all, although the attributes of the world he lived in weren't very high, the skill multipliers were terrifying. Even with attributes of 300,000, the instantaneous burst of power can reach 3 million. It's far more powerful than the World Tree's fixed damage skills. In terms of power amplification, the World Tree system skills are indeed not as exaggerated as the hero systems. After all, the World Tree's power lies in its functionality, controlling time, controlling space, and controlling life and death. This is the essence of the World Tree system. Seeing how outrageous everyone's stats were, Ryugusian knew he had no chance of winning. Not to mention the great demon king Momoga, even the cute little girl in his arms is someone he can't defeat, let alone his four powerful subordinates. However, even if the god of destruction came, we should be able to defeat him. No, this world is strange, who knows if Momoga's attributes are hidden? If it's hidden, even the god of destruction can't do anything about it. Ryugusian arrived in fright, but the others did not. His name is Ryugusian, a transmigrator from the island nation. Ristarte is my new body pillow. Okay, that's all for now, I'm taking her to play. Le Fan then ran away. Watching Le Fan disappear, Ryugusianze looked even more miserable, because he only realized how terrifying the enemy was after going deep into enemy territory. Leaving aside Le Fan, who is a monster full of, the human king's infinite power alone is enough to sweep through the entire god realm, not to mention that this world also has a creator god. Although it's only the king of men's opinion, it's safe to say that the strongest being in this world is probably the creator. At this time, the Creator, far inside the blue sun, had already mastered the energy of light, but the absorption rate was still too slow. She sensed that her younger sister was absorbing nutrients at twice the speed of her own, and in just a few days, her own attributes had been caught up by a significant margin. She was now seeing light, staring directly at the planet inhabited entirely by dragons, because she was absorbing the energy of the blue sun. In at most 30 years, the energy of this star system would be depleted due to her absorption. They certainly won't survive then. Since they're all doomed anyway, why not let me use the Death Scepter? Without much thought, Genesis unleashed a burst of void power upon the planet. An aura of instantaneous annihilation surged forth, unleashing the true power of the Death Scepter. Yes, this is the true power of the Death Scepter, annihilating and devouring everything, gaining 30% of the attribute of being annihilated and devoured. This is not the 10% attribute mode, of course. This full power mode is only available to Genesis. Originally, all of Genesis's attributes were over 10 million. But this over 10 million doesn't refer to the 10 million displayed on Ryugu-sein's panel. Instead, it's the world tree's attribute of tens of millions. This is one of the abilities of creation. The life forms she creates can directly obtain 50% of the attribute. However, the rules of this world do not conform to the rules of creation, so she cannot create worlds on a large scale. That's why she chose to devour stellar energy just like the elements, but that doesn't mean she only devours stellar energy. She can also use the annihilation devouring ability of the Death Scepter. In an instant, endless darkness enveloped the entire planet, and in a flash, the planet, which was 10 times the size of Earth, was completely swallowed up. In that instant, all of Genesis's attributes increased by tens of millions again, which was simply a monster among monsters. Such bugs shouldn't exist in this world. Fortunately, these bugs are subject to constraints, their masters will be their constraints. However, Fan and Momaga, these two lazybones, had no idea that their summoned creatures were so terrifying. For example, Lamo, one of the 72 demon gods, was left to slumber on the 11th floor by Momaga, which was a complete waste of its terrifying talents. Li made. Ryugu-sein didn't interrupt Momaga and his subordinates' reports, but simply waited quietly. Momaga gave a few simple instructions, then told Demiurge and the others to get back to their tasks. He then smiled at the man before him. "Hello, my name is Momaga. The island nation is called Suzuki." Ryugu-sensei boldly asked, "Hello, Momaga. My name is Ryugu-sensei. I just transmigrated here and there are many things I don't understand. Why do people in this world say you are evil? And why do you want to destroy 70% of the life altars?" Seeing that the man in front of him seemed to be able to communicate with him quite well, Momaga let Shaltir go and play by herself. Shaltir was somewhat displeased, but in the end she still left. Watching Shaltir leave, Momaga awkwardly said, "Well, I don't really understand either. It's just that my subordinates wanted to do this, and then it turned out like this." Chapter 139. What are your subordinates thinking? No, they're all transmigrators. How can you be so heartless, letting your subordinates do whatever they want? That's 70% of the population. Ryugu-sein said with indignation. After all, the world of heroes is considered a rather saintly world, and Ryugu-sein himself is also a character with a bit of a saintly air. Hearing what Ryugu-sein said, Momaga asked curiously, "I admire you. I used to think the same way, but unfortunately, this body of mine prevents me from having such thoughts." Momaga looked at his skeletal body. Looking at Momaga's appearance, Ryugu-sein thought, yes, he's no longer human, so why should he stand from a human perspective? Even from a human perspective, it's not the humans of this world, but the humans of our homeland. Did I misunderstand him? I'm sorry, I didn't notice. But such a large-scale extermination of the population is not good. I think everyone has the right to live. Ryugu Sien said it in a more euphemistic way. Momoga doesn't dislike this kind of saintly figure, because he sees his former self in her. Honestly, if he didn't have a skeletal body, he would probably be just like 990 and Dragonhead Saint Academy. Since they were both from an island nation, Momoga had a special fondness for him. Momoga said seriously, "Yes, everyone has the right to live, which is why I don't interfere in my subordinates' affairs." Ryugu Sien felt a chill run down his spine as he listened to Momoga's attempt to shift the blame. He immediately advised again, "While that's true, such large-scale annihilation is unnecessary. If you want to conquer the world, you can use gentler methods. You're too stupid. Demiurge's wisdom far surpasses yours. You probably can't even imagine what they're thinking." Momoga looked at the Dragon Palace Saint Institute and spoke. Ryugu Sien was furious. "Am I stupid? I can learn anything incredibly quickly. If it weren't for human limitations, I could even surpass the heroes of the divine realm. If I say I'm stupid, then there are no geniuses in the world. Ahem, I'm not stupid. By the way, since you have the power to change life and death, changing your race should be very simple, right? You can try transforming into a human." Looking at the foolish Ryugu Sien, Momoga shook his head, "You really are stupid. After changing your race, you will lose your current power, or become someone else's familiar. Do you think my power is so easy to cultivate?" Looking at Momoga's health bar with over 100 million HP, Ryugu Sien nodded, "Is that so? Then can I change my race? To be honest, I've already reached the human limit at level 99. Momoga looked at Ryugu Sien's curiously and asked, "The limits of humanity?" Ryugu Sien nodded and said, "Yes, that's the limit of humanity. I saw the level of the god of destruction in the god realm before, which was LV999. Their strength was terrifying." Momoga asked curiously, "How terrifying?" Ryugu Sien looked at Momoga and said, "Every attribute is 7 nines. If you don't count your life, your attribute averages only 900,000. Momoga sighed and said, "Cough cough, I knew I was weak, but I didn't expect it to be this weak." Ryugu Sien looked at the self-deprecating Momoga. He glanced at his own stats again, thinking, "Don't be ridiculous, I'm even weaker than you." Ryugu Sien said calmly, "Is there a way?" Momoga came up with a special official item, Random Transformation. This item is second only to the world item in terms of terror. Just how terrifying is it? Because once this item is used, it will randomly change your race, gender, class, and everything else. Basically, anything is possible except for becoming a world champion. For example, turning into a global calamity is entirely possible. However, this item is a total rip-off because it's truly random. Momoga thought for a moment and then said, "There is such a thing as a harmless race conversion, but it's a real pain because not only race, but also class, attributes, skills, and gender will all be randomly changed. Of course, after the conversion, you will become a level 100 player, and like me, you might randomly get a bugged class like World Calamity. Of course, it's also possible to randomly get Elefan's strongest class, Blood Ruler, or it's possible to randomly get the most useless class, Light Priest or Dark Priest." Hearing Momoga's words, Ryugu Sien also fell silent. Is everything random? But it's possible to break through the LV99 limit. Yes, you have to think about it yourself. I have one of these here. As for Elefan, he probably doesn't have any, because each player can only buy one of these and they can't be traded. He's already broken it. Momoga explained again, this was to let Ryugu Sien think it over carefully, so that he wouldn't regret it later. After some thought, Ryugu Sien considered weighing the pros and cons. Because once you use it, you might no longer look the same. But there's one thing he wants to be sure of, if it were really possible, he might be willing. Will I become as powerful as you after using it? As Ryugu Sien finished speaking, Momiga looked at the item in his hand. Everything is random. You may become a powerful being like Leffen, or you may become a weaker being than Demiurge. Thank goodness Demiurge wasn't there. If he were, he would definitely be complaining, "What do you mean I'm weak? I'm a level 100 NPC. I'm not weak at all." However, among the level 100 guardians, Demiurge is indeed the weakest. After all, he has the highest intelligence, so it is certain that he is the weakest. Hearing Momiga's words, Ryugu Ainz took a deep breath and said, "I will use it. I believe in my luck." "Really? Good luck." Momiga also handed the item to Ryugu Ainz, because since this is the real world, there is no rule that prevents trading. When Ryugu Ainz received the item with its random color and appearance, he took a deep breath and asked, "How do I use it?" "Just silently say use." Hearing Momiga's words, Ryugu Ainz silently chanted, "Use." In an instant, countless data points flashed through his mind. Ding! Random start. Random race. Elf. Random age. Young. Random gender, female. Random appearance, absolutely stunning. Random class, shield hero. Random skills, 276. Random attributes, average value 800, random. Chapter 140. Momiga looked at the tall, handsome man in front of her, surrounded by endless random attributes. It could grow to 3 meters tall in an instant, then shrink to 1 meter short, then transform into a human form, then into a beast form. The changes were endless and constantly emerging. For a full 5 minutes, the random colors disappeared, and a cute blue-haired loli appeared before them, standing 1.3 meters tall, wearing a cool red armor and carrying a giant shield 1 meter in size on her back. Looking at the little girl, Momiga burst into laughter, patting her stomach repeatedly. "Ha ha ha, your random luck isn't very good. Judging from this class, it should be a shield hero, a hero class unique to humans and demi-humans. But that doesn't count. Your 30 super tier spells are all, what?" Listening to Momiga's words, Ryugu Ainz looked calmly at the 26 special skills among his 276 skills. There's a blood demon's super ability, it can continuously increase its health through killing. Hearing Ryugu Ainz's words, Momiga smiled, "Congratulations, you've obtained a bugged skill. From now on, your HP can be the same as mine." Ryugu Ainz looked at Momiga and said, "This system interface is different from my previous system, and my stats have become very low." Momiga asked curiously, "Do you still have your previous system page?" "Yes, my attributes have surpassed human limits, reaching a terrifying average of 800,000. Ryugu Ainz looked at the two systems in his mind and said seriously. Listening to Ryugu Ainz's words, he couldn't help but retort, "Holy crap, having two systems, wouldn't that be incredible? How did you obtain that system?" Momiga was also curious, because he had already reached his limit, and it was basically impossible for him to become stronger. Of course, if he could obtain another system, he might become even stronger. At this moment, Ryugu Ainz was looking at the two system pages with a cute smile on his face. "Because after using a random item, my racial restrictions were broken. Although I am currently at LV100, I am a shield hero and also a starter spirit. Her level can be set to reach level 365. She's only level 100 right now, so she can still get stronger. As for how to obtain the system, of course, it was obtained by signing a contract with the goddess. By the way, Ristarte is also here, so Momiga might also be able to obtain a system and become stronger. Just sign a contract with the goddess. By the way, Ristarte is my goddess. As long as you sign a contract with her, you can also get the system," Ryugu Ainz said seriously. Momiga thought for a moment, then asked, "Is that so? Can your system be improved?" "Yes, my current level is LV100, and another system can raise my level to LV35. That's the limit for the initial elf race. Momaga smiled as he looked at the beautiful and adorable loli pretending to be an adult and said, "Is that so? Then perhaps I can become stronger. I'll sign a contract with Ristarte sometime." At this moment, Ryugu Xianya waved his little hands frantically and said, "Can't we go find it now?" Momaga shook her head and said, "No, the earthquake hasn't started yet, and it hasn't ended yet. If we disturb Leffen, my sister-in-law will be angry, and that wouldn't be good." Seeing Momaga's somewhat frightened expression, Ryugu Xian asked curiously, "Sister-in-law? Are you the human king?" "Yes, they are invincible beings, and it's best not to offend them. There are also other terrifying beings, such as the creator and the elements. I don't think they are easy to talk to either." Hearing Momaga's words, Ryugu Xianzai felt very uncomfortable, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't rashly try to stop it. Thinking about all the problems and his own weakness, Ryugu Xian took a deep breath. "Where can I train? I want to go train." Looking at Ryugu Xian's adorable appearance, Momaga felt annoyed, thinking he had made a good friend, only to find out he was a cultivation fanatic. "Do you want to kill? The blood demon's skills only become stronger through killing." "No, I will not cause the necessary killing." He waved his cute little hand at the little girl in front of him and said with a determined look on his face, "I envy you. You haven't had your mindset changed by your race, unlike me, who can only become a cold and ruthless demon king." As Momaga spoke, she took Ryugu Xianzai's small hand, and the two disappeared into space the next second. They had now reached the 11th level of the Great Tomb. Ryugu Xian didn't break free from Momaga's grasp, but instead looked at her with a puzzled expression. "Does race change one's mindset?" "Yes, Le Fan and I are both good people, but one of us is the ruler of death and the other is the ruler of blood, so we both have the flaws of various races. For example, I am cold and ruthless and like death energy, while Le Fan likes to look at the weak, pitiful and helpless people and likes to bully them. These are racial flaws, and we can't change them." Hearing Momaga's words, Ryugu Xianzai frowned again. "So, you weren't like this originally?" "Of course not, that's why I said I envied you. Anyway, let's not talk about that. Aren't you going to cultivate?" Ryugu Xian felt a chill run down his spine. It turned out that both of them had been changed. Judging from how kind they were to him, they seemed like bad guys. "Wait, how has Le Fan been good to me? They stole her away the moment they met." "Well, he probably didn't want to either. I wonder how Ristarte is doing now. That stupid woman, she's probably been sold out and is still counting the money for them." The more she thought about it, the more she longed for power, and so she began to cultivate. Momaga didn't leave him. He wanted to see how this fellow villager with dual systems cultivated. "Once I obtain a dual system myself, will I be able to use the same training template as him?" Just as Longgong Shengyuan was about to cultivate, he suddenly sensed a terrifying aura surging from the ground. At this moment, a huge monster slowly appeared, kneeling on one knee. "Master! It's just a millstone. It's all right. This guy, Ryugu Xian, is my friend. He'll be training here recently. You can continue sleeping." Momaga looked at his summoned beast, one of the 72 demon gods, and said that everything was fine. What appears normal to Momaga is abnormal to Ryugu Xianzai. After all, this guy is a limited-time world boss. Ryugu Xianzai's stats are just those of an ordinary level 100 player, not even comparable to a support-style Momaga, let alone a top-tier player. The world-limited boss can easily defeat world champions. Unless it's a speed critical hit build, world champions are no match for it. Therefore, its attributes are terrifying. Looking at the millstone with an average attribute of 3 million, he felt his scalp tingle. What kind of monster is this? How can this monster call Momaga its master? Oh, right, Momaga seems to be a magician. Do we need to look at other attributes for magicians? It seems unnecessary, just looking at the magic power should be enough. So Momaga's strength actually far exceeds his imagination? Good heavens, I was thinking that I could easily beat Momaga after reaching max level, but now it seems like that was just wishful thinking. Chapter 141. Momaga did not leave, and Lamo fell into a deep sleep once again. Ryugu-san, regaining his senses, also removed the huge shield from his back. He also removed his full suit of armor because it was in the way. Looking at the 1.3 meter tall figure in front of him, with its small hands and feet, Momaga sighed, no wonder it's an initial spirit. It's really cute, but unfortunately the initial spirit can only be in the form of a loli. And that will never change, of course, the initial elf is also the strongest race among the elves. For most players, converting their Pokémon into an initial Pokémon requires a significant amount of in-game purchases. So normal people can't play this profession. Looking at the blue-haired loli in front of me wearing thin white pumpkin pants and a pumpkin dress, she started exercising. Momaga was curious again, were push UPS, sit UPS, jumping, and squats really effective? Or is it due to their world system? Momaga was extremely curious and just stared blankly at it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Le Fan treated Sister Liz to a good meal and drinks, and then took her sightseeing for a while. She's completely captivated by the delicious food and fun activities. Just as she was imagining living happily with Le Fan like this forever, the King of Men suddenly slapped her across the face. Instantly, Lysida screamed in pain, tears welling up in her eyes. Then the Great Tomb earthquake began. Ryugu-sensei, who was cultivating, also stopped. She looked at Momaga with curiosity and said, the earthquake has started. Yes, I wonder how long Ristarte can hold out. No, what exactly does earthquake mean? Looking at the adorable blue-haired Ryugu-san, Momaga smiled and said, those who know, know. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Palace Saint Inspector's face turned green. The thought of Ristarte in someone else's arms filled her with rage. I'm now training even harder, like my life depends on it. Momaga looked at Ryugu-sensei, who seemed to be acting strangely, and couldn't understand it either. At this moment, in the Sky Kingdom, soldiers from all over the country were searching for someone. The mysterious disappearance of Ryugu-san and Risette has thrown them into a panic. They finally established the goddess cult and spent so much effort providing resources for the heroes. But only a few days later, the hero and the goddess ran away with their bucket. Who can withstand this? Ooal and Quan Li looked at the other three descendants of the 8 Desire Kings and said, damn it, why did the hero and goddess disappear so mysteriously? Could they have been assassinated by the Supreme Being? It's unlikely. How could such a powerful being as the Supreme Being resort to sneak attacks? Yet, could it be that they ran away on their own? That hero, he always has that long face, he doesn't look like a good person at all. Ooal and Quan Li looked at the three people exchanging glances and saying in unison, and shook his head, saying, no, Ristarte is a very good person. How could the goddess chosen by her be a bad person? Why are you so sure? You haven't spent much time with them. Because I've already signed a contract with Ristarte, I've obtained the attribute panel of the Divine Realm. Ooal and Chuan took a deep breath. Although it was not good to publicize the fact that she had printed Lizda Dai, she was very angry because the three people in front of her kept slandering Lizda Dai. God Interface Panel Attributes? What is this? Just like our ancestors said, it's a game panel. Once my level is reached, it can reach the terrifying L99. Ooal and Quan Li spoke earnestly, feeling his own body. Can it be upgraded to LV99? What level are we now? Level 29 is the 3rd tier domain, and LV99 is the 10th tier divine domain. As long as Lida is with us, there are endless possibilities. Damn it, Ooal and Quan Li, how could you bear to eat all the food yourself? Yes, how could you be so awful? We're a team, how can we feel at ease with you acting like this? There's nothing we can do about it. Because Ristart's faith isn't strong enough, we need to establish the Church of the Goddess of Healing. As the person closest to Ristarte besides the hero, is there any problem with her giving me a spot? Buletin Quan Li said, seeing the three of them still looking sour, and smiled again, don't worry, as long as the faith of the Goddess of Healing grows strong enough, you will also have a chance. The first thing to do right now is to find Ristarte. Only with her can we have any possibility. Hearing Buletin Quan's words, the three of them stopped pursuing the issue. The most important thing right now is to find the goddess. It doesn't matter if we can't find a hero, because as long as the goddess is there and she gives us the system, we all have a chance to become heroes. As expected of a goddess, she can actually create heroes. The Sky Kingdom has begun a desperate search for Ristarte, mobilizing the entire nation's resources. Ristarte was already severely injured and unconscious, half a day had passed since the earthquake. Le Fan was also satisfied and went to find Momaga to see how he was doing in Suangangia and the Dragon Palace Holy Academy. After all, as fellow time travelers, we must have a lot in common to talk about. Feeling the earthquake disappear, Ryugusian felt a chill run down his spine. Was this really a human? Is Ristarte alright? Did she die in the battle? Because Ryugusian was too worried about Risette, she couldn't train at full strength, and it took her half a day to reach LV-103. As Momaga watched the Ryugusianze grow stronger, he also desperately wanted to obtain Risrude's system. As the portal appeared, Le Fan's figure slowly arrived, but the Human King did not follow. Because the Human King discovered Ristart's divine system, she became interested. While Ristarte was unconscious, she wanted to do some serious research, hoping to create her own system. After all, with the power of the Eternal Serpent Ring, the Human King is essentially a powerful computer, and every system is just a program. Although one may possess a computer, developing software requires a vast amount of knowledge, and clearly, Lisette represents an immense amount of knowledge. However, it would be difficult to develop a solution in a short period of time, it would probably take at least a few years. After all, a system carries far too much weight, it's no less than building a world. Chapter 142. Holy crap, who is this stunningly beautiful blue-haired loli? Isn't this so cute? Wait, why is she looking at me with such a miserable expression? Did I offend her? Wait, where did Ryugusian go? Did Momaga kill him? That can't be, Momaga isn't that kind of person. Could it be? This stunningly beautiful blue-haired loli in front of me is actually Ryugusianze. Holy crap, my brother actually gave me oral s**x. Listening to Le Fan's string of complaints, Momaga looked at Le Fan unhappily, don't look at me with those strange eyes. Ryugusian asked for it himself. She wanted to break through her race, so I gave her my treasured random change. He was unlucky and turned into a primitive elf, and his class is also the shield hero. The blue-haired loli stopped cultivating. She looked at Le Fan with dissatisfaction, and the thought of her beloved Ristarte made her even more upset. Ryugusian was unaware that, having been transformed into a level 25 primordial spirit, she also had flaws, such as directly expressing her feelings and expressions. Unable to hide it any longer, and seeing Ryugusian's unhappy expression, Le Fan awkwardly said, all right, it's just turning into a primitive elf, no need to be so upset, life goes on. Ryugusian shook his head and said, I'm not unhappy. Le Fan waved his hand as he looked at Ryugusian's face. Isn't this contradictory behavior just too adorable? Momaga agreed with Le Fan's thoughts. After observing for half a day, Momaga was not just watching Ryugusian's boring training. Instead, he watched her expressions and the constant changes in her face, finding it very interesting. And he didn't tell her about the elemental spirit's weakness, just watching her think he had hidden it well, but she didn't know that her feelings had already been seen through by someone else. If she knew, I wonder what she would think? By the way, how's Ristarte doing? I heard she can help people activate systems. I'd like to sign a contract with her to activate another system. Momiga stopped looking at the cute blue-haired girl and turned to Le Fan. A new system? Holy crap, that naive, clueless goddess can actually help other people activate systems? Sounds interesting, should I activate one? But is it really necessary? That system is so weak, it doesn't seem to do much good even if you turn it on. Alright, let Momiga test the waters. Wait, does Ryugusian already possess two systems? Le Fan snapped out of his daze and quickly asked, Dragon Palace Holy Academy, you have two systems? Yes, one is the World Tree system, and the other is the God Realm system. I've already reached the limit of the World Tree system, but because my race is no longer human, the upper limit of my God Realm system has been increased, so I can continue to cultivate and become stronger. Ryugusian shook his blue hair and waved his two cute little hands, each hand displaying two different powers. One is the power of the God Realm system, and the other is the power of the World Tree system. To witness the emergence of two completely different systems of power within a single individual. Life is truly powerful, it seems to possess limitless possibilities. I wonder what the maximum number of systems a life form can withstand? If we're talking about a dimension, a system. If a few more dimensions were added, would Ryugusianze possess 5 or 6 systems simultaneously? Bold ideas kept popping into Le Fan's mind. Momiga, upon hearing Le Fan's thoughts, immediately became interested as well. Holy crap, how come I didn't think of that? If there are more dimensional connections in the future, will more systems be added to this world? Then, if I acquire even more systems, rounding up, I have virtually unlimited possibilities. Can I stop being a weak ant? Do I even have a chance to catch up with Le Fan? Holy crap, does it have to be that motivating? Isn't this better than toxic positivity? Momiga is now eager to go to Ristarte to activate the system for him. But considering that the human king hadn't accompanied Le Fan this time, she asked curiously, by the way, where is the human king? Le Fan bluntly stated, my wife said she wants to study the system of the gods and be with Ristarte. Hearing Le Fan's words, Momiga chickened out and decided to wait until tomorrow to sign the contract and activate the system. However, Ryugusian said, is it possible for me to go and take a look at the research on the Divine Realm system? Le Fan looked at Ryugusianze's worried expression, as if he was worried about Ristarte. Looking at Ryugusian, who's now completely a loli, but is still a boy, is my body pillow something you can look at? Le Fan shook his head and said, no way. Looking at the dejected Ryugusianze, Momiga said, yeah, you're not one of Le Fan's people, why are you going to his room? Listening to the two of them, Ryugusian felt helpless because he was too weak and didn't even have the right to look at the person he loved most. She was worried about Ristarte, that 200-person battle was a terrifying earthquake, and she feared Ristarte might have been seriously injured. Ryugusian was unaware of everything she was going through, her worries, fears, and anxieties were all on display. I wonder if Le Fan and Momogia found her amusing. How would she feel if she knew she was being made a fool of? Oh no, not a monkey, but a pretty, cute, beautiful, absolutely gorgeous loli. The human king changed the rules of the world and then used special rules to report to Ristarte. Lysita was asleep and unaware of the king's actions. An endless array of rules constantly enveloped Lysita, and the human king wanted to use these rules to challenge Lysita's divine rules. She wanted to explore the essence of the Divine Realm system, and of course she knew that the essence of the Divine Realm system was the soul. But the soul is always the most mysterious thing. Although it can create life out of thin air, it can even create a large number of identical lives. But even cells, all of them are the same kind of life, yet at the moment the soul is born, they become independent and different individuals. That's why it's said that studying this system is a time-consuming task, since it requires studying the soul. Chapter 143. Momiga and Leffen watched the adorable blue-haired loli constantly cultivating, her expression changing with increasing excitement. The two set up a table with lots of delicious food and magical beer, eating and drinking while watching the beautiful blue-haired loli cultivate. Ryugu-san also smelled the aroma of meat and wine, and she exclaimed, "Damn it! I'm training, I'm trying to get stronger. Can you go somewhere else to drink and eat meat? Don't do it in front of me. How am I supposed to concentrate on my cultivation if you keep doing this?" Seeing the disgusted and complaining look on Ryugu-san's face, the two of them got even more excited. "Haha, this little girl is so cute. Look at her complaining, resentful little eyes, but she doesn't dare to say what she's thinking." Hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Momajia perked up. "Dragon Palace Holy Academy, how about we have some meat and wine? What's cultivation compared to salted fish?" Upon hearing Momiga's invitation, Ryugu-san was taken aback. "Are you devils? I need to cultivate myself and become stronger, only then will I have the ability and the right to protect the people I love most. There will definitely be more earthquakes than this one, and there will be countless more in the future." Just thinking about Ristarte's tearful face due to the immense pain. Just thinking about how Ristarte was always beaten so badly. The thought of Ristarte in many more forms only fueled Ryugu-san's anger. He immediately ran several kilometers away to continue his diligent cultivation. "If I can't afford to offend them, can't I at least avoid them?" Seeing the stunningly beautiful blue-haired girl running away, Le Fan didn't chase after her. "So cute, no, I mean, you. Damn it, I actually find a man cute? What's going on? Could it be that my mischievous friend Momiga set me up? Damn it, I almost fell for it. That despicable Momiga actually tried to mock me like this." Hearing Le Fan's string of inner thoughts, Momoja was stunned for a moment, inwardly roaring, "Damn it, you're so funny to try and shift the blame, and you dare to say you're not? You clearly think of me every single moment. However, Ryugu-san seems quite nice. If I introduce him to Le Fan, could I escape this predicament? That's a great idea. This guy actually likes this kind of thing, but he's just being modest because he's too proud to admit it. As his brother, if I don't acknowledge it, why not give it a push?" Momiga got more and more excited as he thought about it. Le Fan had no idea, if he had, he would have yelled, "I treated you like a brother, and you treated me like this." The two continued drinking and eating barbecue, and 5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Ryugu-san finally couldn't take it anymore and came over. The intense training had made her hungry. Looking at the huge pile of meat and wine still on the table, "Can I eat this?" Momiga smiled, "You're welcome." Ryugu-san picked up a bottle of magic beer and chugged it down. In the blink of an eye, 3 kilograms of magic beer were gone. She exclaimed in surprise, "What kind of beer is this? It has such a strong effect." Watching the loli like Ryugu-san chug down magical beer, downing a beer the size of her own face in one gulp, was just too adorable. Le Fan, also in high spirits, said, "This is my special magic beer, and there's plenty more." Hearing Le Fan's words, Ryugu-san took a deep breath, "Thank you." Momiga replied, "Ahem, your life force isn't high, you can't drink too much of this wine, or you'll get drunk." Ryugu-san was also looking at his system notification about the amount of intoxication he was about to consume. Because his health was too low, he would only be able to use a maximum of 5 bottles before he could die. "I still need to continue my cultivation later, getting drunk would be troublesome." "Thank you, is there anything else to drink? What does Momiga like to do? Isn't it interesting to watch the little girl in front of him get drunk?" Le Fan thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "Yes, magic cola. Kids should drink cola. What kind of behavior is it to drink alcohol? Ryugyuan Seia felt deeply insulted. What did he mean by child? Am I a child? You look down on me? Momiga smiled knowingly upon hearing this. Yes, after all, you're just a child now. How can a child drink alcohol? And if you get drunk and act crazy, that would be a real problem. You probably drink cola too. Hearing the two of them making sarcastic and mocking remarks, Ryugu Xianyai kept thinking to himself, you're the kids, your whole family are kids, I'm almost 30. Ryugu Xian was furious. But reason told him he couldn't drink. But if I drink with them, is it possible to build a good relationship with them? As a time traveler, I naturally know that the places where men can most quickly bond are at the dinner table and on the battlefield. Go to the battlefield with them? That's impossible. Then all we can do is drink together. What's the point of getting stronger? Can I defeat these two monsters? No way. Why not just build a good relationship then? Telefon, Ristarte is just a body pillow. If we're really that close, I'll get Ristarte back with him. It's not that he can't let it go. With an idea in mind, Ryugu Xian reached out his cute little hand to grab the magic beer, instead of taking the magic cola that Le Fan had released. I'm not a child, have a drink. Seeing Ryugu Xian, who had a strange expression and was holding a magical beer bigger than his, Zhao head, the two of them got excited. Haha, cheers! If I get Momiga and Ryugu Xian drunk, and then throw them together, will anything strange happen? Holy crap, am I crazy? How could I come up with such a wicked and malicious scheme? It's funny, but never mind. I'd rather see this little girl go crazy when she's drunk. Hearing Le Fan's inner thoughts, Momajia cursed inwardly, damn it. I treated you like a brother, and you actually tried to betray me like this. Thankfully you have a conscience and eventually gave up the idea, but you might not be able to get me drunk. My current health points are pretty high. And what would happen if the starter Pokémon, who can't hide their expressions to begin with, got drunk? That's a really interesting idea. Chapter 144. After drinking 2 more bottles of magic beer, he looked drunk, shaking his head and swaying, then slapping his face repeatedly in an attempt to wake himself up. Momiga and Leffen got even more excited. Momiga smiled and said, haha, that's great. Ryugu Xianzai, your name is too long. How about I just call you Little Zai? Hearing Momiga's words, Ryugu Xian suddenly jumped onto the dining table, then waved his cute little finger at the sky, his face flushed red, his lips pouting, and his body swaying as if he was about to fall over at any moment. Xiaozai? No, that name doesn't sound good at all. You can call me Ryugu-kun. I'm a genius, the strongest man. Because he is only 1.3 meters tall and his whole body is very small, it is not a problem for Ryugu Xian to jump onto the dining table. The two of them, seeing that Ryugu Xian was completely drunk, also felt a surge of excitement. Le Fan shook his head and said, Dragon Palace Lord? That sounds a bit unfamiliar, and it makes us sound like sissies. Women? Ryugu Xianzai thinks you're all wolves. Upon hearing this, Ryugu Xianzai's eyes widened, his cute little feet constantly trying to steady himself so as not to fall, and then his cute little hands pointed strongly at Momiga and Leffen as he spoke. Looking at Ryugu Xian, who was completely drunk, and his brave appearance. 877 Holy crap! This is way too cute. A little girl playing the role of a macho man. Hearing Le Fan's heartfelt words, Momiga expressed his approval. The two exchanged a knowing smile and laughed at the same time. Seeing the two suddenly laughing, the drunken and brave Ryugyuan Seia said again, Don't laugh. I'm a strong man, you're the girls, you're all girls. Seeing that Ryugu Xian was venting his frustration, Momiga smiled and said, This isn't our fault. I explained the effects of this random change to you beforehand. Everything is random, it's beyond our control. It was you who insisted on using it. Because Ryugu-san was drunk, he acted rather unreasonably. All I could see was her repeatedly shouting Urasai. 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 Seeing the incredibly cute and irritable Ryugu-san, the two didn't blame him, they simply enjoyed watching the praise performance. You're the ones who turned me into this. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be here. Now I'm going to get my revenge. I'm going to teach you a lesson with my iron fists as big as sandbags. As she spoke, the fierce blue-haired loli suddenly charged forward. Dongfan and Momiga saw this and, CFBJ did not dodge. Both of them are tough as nails, even if they were punched by those little fists, it wouldn't be a big problem. Moreover, not to mention that the other party is currently drunk and unable to exert their full strength. She suddenly took a step, then her little foot missed the mark, and she fell heavily to the ground. She rolled to the ground a meter away, then suddenly covered her head with her hands. It hurts so much. How can it hurt so much? You two are so mean, ganging up on me. Watching Ryugu-san's superb performance, the two of them were extremely cooperative. Ha ha ha, so what if I bully you? Go ahead and hit me if you dare. As Le Fan spoke, he picked up a peanut and threw it over. Although it didn't cause much damage, it was extremely insulting. Seeing the arrogant Le Fan, Longgong Sheng Yuan was furious. He quickly rolled over, struggled to his feet, and then suddenly opened his mouth wide. I'm going to bite you. Seeing Ryugu-san rushing towards him like a roaring dragon, Le Fan did not retreat. Instead, he simply grabbed the other person's cute little head with one hand and said, "Bite me, you idiot! Hit me, you idiot!" Ryugu-san became even angrier upon hearing this, waving his little hands and nibbling at the air with his little mouth open. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bite into Le Fan. Because her little hands were too short to reach Le Fan, she could only stretch out her little claws and keep scratching Le Fan's hands. Looking at the impotently furious Ryugu-san, Le Fan asked again, "What's wrong? Can't you hit him or bite him?" Seeing this, Momiga smiled and walked over. Haha, is this the drunken loli? First time meeting her, please forgive me. Originally intending to bite Le Fan, Ryugu-san now stared intently at Momiga with resentful eyes and roared, "You're the loli. Your whole family are lolas. I've decided, I'm going to bite you." Seeing that Ryugu-san was about to turn around and chase after Momiga, Le Fan also let go of his hand. Hehe, I didn't expect Momiga to be so playful. Pranking this drunken little girl is really fun. Momiga listened to Le Fan's inner thoughts and watched as Le Fan let go, and the little girl ran and rolled towards him. He quickly spread his arms out, ready to catch it. After rolling around on the ground several times, Ryugu-san finally arrived in front of Momiga. Momiga used another simple head pat. Then, the short-armed and short-legged Ryugu-san continued to punch and kick at the air. Hey, Momiga, stop bullying this little girl. Just let her hit you once, it's not like you'll lose a piece of flesh. Hearing the mockery from Le Fan behind him, Ryugu-san became even angrier. Momiga smiled and said, "I'm all bones, I'm afraid she'll break her teeth. Why don't she bite you instead?" "That's true, you don't have any meat, but I never expected that a primal spirit would turn into something like this after getting drunk, like a mad dog. This is my first time watching it too. You bastards, you two bastards, let me go if you dare, I'll make you cry." Momiga smiled and released her hand, looking at Ryugu-san, whose voice was trembling with tears. "Ahem, your tearful appearance is not convincing at all." Seeing the tearful, powerless, and furious Ryugu-san, Le Fan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly pounced on her and lifted her up. "You want to prove yourself? Try hitting me while I'm standing still." As Le Fan drew closer with him in his arms, Ryugu-san suddenly reached out and punched Le Fan hard in the face. The next second, Ryugu Xianzai felt a tremendous pain in his small fist, his hand felt like an egg, while Le Fan's face felt like a stone. The punch sent a sharp pain through him, and Ryugu Xian cried out, "It hurts! You cheated! You used magic!" Seeing the whining Ryugu Xianzai, Le Fan casually tossed her several kilometers away. Le Fan took a deep breath and came to his senses. Damn, I almost fell for it. This Dragon Palace saint is actually crying. Crying my a. Doesn't he know my weakness is that I can't stand seeing Ruoxia crying helplessly and pitifully? Seeing Le Fan's lingering fear, Momiga smiled, "All right, stop playing pranks on our fellow villager. She's probably asleep. Let's continue drinking." Ryugu Xian, who had been abandoned several kilometers away, fell asleep immediately, completely unaware of her drunken state. All I can say is that she was incredibly brave while drunk, daring to do so many reckless things. Even if Ryugu Xianzai were fully conscious, he wouldn't dare do that, even if he had 100 times the courage. Chapter 145. Demiurge was somewhat relieved to learn that the Sky Kingdom's hero had joined the Great Tomb of Nazarick. However, since we promised to give the soldiers a few days of rest, we naturally have to keep our word. He happened to be thinking of visiting the female empire these past few days. Ever since Nora left the female empire a few days ago, he had been very curious, how could a country led by such a person operate autonomously? Therefore, Demiurge plans to secretly visit the female empire to learn something. With the unintentional guidance of Leffen and Momiga, Demiurge also lost the arrogance he displayed in the original story. Instead, he became very humble, like a student, constantly learning and expanding his knowledge to become smarter. He believed that ordinary wisdom was no longer sufficient to follow the 41 great creator gods. Therefore, one must continuously learn and enrich one's knowledge base, only in this way can one be qualified to follow the 41 supreme beings. Of course, this is Demiurge's idea, others have their own ideas. For example, Cocytus took the real men, Gagran, to find similar muscular women, and he wanted to build a legion of muscular women. He always believed that Lord Le Fan definitely liked strong, muscular girls. Those young, delicate girls are nothing more than pets. Only these muscular, confident women are worthy of Lord Le Fan. Of course, Albedo's type is also acceptable, it's somewhere between muscular and voluptuous. Le Fan and Momiga had no idea. If they did, they would definitely complain, "Damn, you've got so many muscular, voluptuous women here." Unlike Cocytus and Sebastian, he went to find those weak, helpless, and pitiful human orphans. In his opinion, what Lord Leffen wanted to do was to take care of these helpless and pitiful people. As for Malay, he went to ask his sister what kind of person Lord Le Fan liked. On the 9th level of the Great Tomb, Albedo gathered everyone for a meeting. However, everyone looked at the only man mixed in with them, Mare, with curiosity. Although he was dressed in women's clothing, he was a man. How did he get in? However, Albedo couldn't easily drive him away, so she simply ignored Mare. Looking at the assembled crowd, Albedo said calmly, "Currently, there are 17 people present, except for Zetsu Shitsume who is not here. Of the 17, only 6 have received Lord Leffen's permission. But regardless of whether you have received it or not, you are all Lord Leffen's people. Therefore, this meeting is simply to establish a ranking, which is the order and time of accompanying Lord Leffen." Hope Zi and Changmei were also taken aback upon hearing this. Did they even have the qualifications? One is a mechanical doll, and the other is a pieced-together insect. At this moment, the talkative, Chayunabuishlaha stood up and said, "I also want to stay by Lord Leffen's side, but we've been in the Great Tomb of Nazarick for so long, and apart from the first few days we haven't seen Leffen since." Then the adorable Ibarua quickly chimed in, "That's right. Even the Dragon King's daughter got the qualification, so why didn't we? Will Lord Leffen dislike us?" Seeing the four people's worries and the embarrassed Dragon Queen, Ren-Si smiled and said, "You can't think like that. Of the 7 sisters, only one is qualified. Does that mean the master doesn't like them?" At this moment, Le Fan, who was drinking with Momiga, had no time to watch the backyard system meeting organized by Albedo and Mercy. After sleeping soundly for 20 hours, Ryugu Xian slowly got up. As for Le Fan and Momo, they had been drinking for 25 hours, and both of them were feeling a bit dizzy. Of course, Le Fan can still persevere, but Momiga might not be so lucky. The drunken Momiga saw Ryugu Xian approaching and playfully said, "Yo, little cutie, wake up." Hearing Momiga's words, Ryugu Xian's expression turned sour, and you could even see that she was angry. Momiga smiled and said, "Haha, don't be angry. After all, it's the truth. Although it wasn't your intention, it's irreversible." Ryugu Xian walked over with a pout, picked up the grilled meat and magic cola, and said, "I'm not angry. I know that in my current state, I can't argue with that. But aren't we good friends? Can you please stop calling me that? It makes my stomach hurt." It has to be said that Momogana, when drunk, was completely outspoken and disregarded Ryugu Xian's wishes, rambling on to herself, "Haha, you still say you're not cute? Look at you, you're drinking magic cola. yen dash." Ryuguan Cea looked at the magical cola in her hand, then at the magical beer beside her, and felt a chill run down her spine. More than 20 hours had passed since she got drunk, and she had no idea what had happened during those 20-odd hours. She really disliked this feeling of uncertainty. Looking at Momiga, who was like a drunkard, she was afraid that her own family might end up like Momiga when they got drunk. If so, did I offend either of them during this period? No, because it's not worth offending them. Look at how relaxed they are. Would you like some magic beer? Drink whatever you want, why should we care about Kikaijia's opinion? After all, you're just a little cutie. Ryugu Xian was initially pleased with Le Fan's words, but the last phrase, "little cutie," made her unable to contain herself. 000. Good heavens! I'm a strong, invincible man, and you two bastards keep calling me little cutie, don't I have any dignity? Alright, I'm too lazy to leave you guys anymore. I'm going back to my lovely Shaltier to get some rest. Bye-bye. Looking at the extremely cute Ryugu Xian, Momiga's last shred of consciousness told her it was time to leave. Watching Momiga leave after finishing her sentence, Le Fan complained, "She's gone just like that? She said she'd drink 30 tons of magic beer each. She ran off after only 28 tons. Hearing the two of them measure it in tons, Ryugu Xian's scalp tingled. "I can only drink 20 gin of this stuff and I can't handle it, how come you can measure it in tons?" Looking at the blue-haired building in front of him, Le Fan said calmly, "Magic beer is an extremely overpowered thing because it is a terrifying existence that can completely resist all resistances. Even a god would collapse if he is not good at drinking or if his health is low." Ryugu Xian nodded and said, "I understand. Is it about vitality?" Le Fan looked at Ryugu Xianze, who was constantly staring at him with a complaining expression, and wondered what he had done to offend him. After all, the expressions of the initial Pokémon are heartfelt, they either hate or like. Seeing Ryugu Xian's complaining and annoying little eyes, Le Fan became a little curious. It seems you're quite clever. By the way, do you like wrist arte? Chapter 146. Hearing the deadly question before him, Ryugu Xian was so frightened that cold sweat poured down his back. Could it be that I told him everything when I was drunk? No, that shouldn't be the case, otherwise he wouldn't have asked me that. Perhaps when he was drunk, I showed that I liked wrist arte or something like that. But the other party wasn't sure, which is why they asked me with doubt. Ryugu Xian kept thinking about how to answer, but after a while he realized that he couldn't delay for too long, or the other party would become suspicious. Ryugusian said in a way that seemed to be trying to build rapport, yes, she was the first goddess I ever met, and I really like her. But don't worry, now that she's my brother's wife, I won't have any more thoughts about her. Le Fan was quite happy to hear that 200 Fang had been treated like a brother, but when he thought about how he and Momiga had played with her when she was drunk, it seemed a bit too much. However, the other person doesn't seem to remember either. But that complaining little expression, does he really consider me a brother? That must be it. I guess he loves Liz too much. The fact that she didn't fight me to the death after I snatched her away shows that she considers me a friend or brother. Momiga couldn't hear the thoughts in his mind at all, because he had already fallen into a deep sleep. 28 tons of wine was indeed a bit too much. As for the extra accessory chaltier on him, Yuanjia said she didn't know. Although Le Fan had his own thoughts, he still wanted to ask, is it the kind of unwavering devotion, the kind where he won't marry anyone but her? At this moment, Ryugusian also nodded with a serious expression, looking at her earnest little face. Le Fan was shocked. It turned out that Lizda was the love of her life, and she had unknowingly done something so outrageous. But you're such an idiot. If you liked her, you should have just said so. If you had said it back then, I wouldn't have been so unreasonable and tried to steal her away. Although the silly goddess is quite nice, I don't need one. I'm sorry, it was my carelessness. I didn't notice. But now, Sister Liz is mine. I can't give her to you, and it wouldn't be fair to her. After all, she's not a tool that can be easily handed over. Hearing Le Fan's words, Ryugusianze became even angrier. You know she's not a tool, she's a person. But Ryugusian didn't dare say these words aloud. She could only say tactfully, I know, but I still can't forget her, and there's nothing I can do about it now. If it's possible, could you take me to see her? Looking at the cute face that still showed complaints but also added worry, Le Fan thought for a moment and said, let's forget about it for now. The human king is conducting research, and we would disturb him if we went there. Ryugusian said with a worried and dejected expression, okay. Le Fan remained silent upon hearing this. It wasn't that Le Fan was bad, but this had crossed his bottom line. My people are my people, and even if Momiga suggested going to see the unconscious Ristarte, it was not allowed. After all, Ristarte is currently seriously injured and has no one to rely on. Seeing that Le Fan remained silent, Ryugusianze mustered his courage and said, I heard from Momiga that every time the great tomb of Nazarick experiences an earthquake. Looking at Ryugusian, who was still worried about Ristarte, Le Fan felt helpless. But what can I do? My Ristarte is just so outstanding, isn't it normal for her to have a few admirers? Yes, don't worry, I will use enhancement magic, so it won't hurt Ristarte, but she might be unconscious for a day or two. Hearing Le Fan's words, Ryugusianze felt even more heartbroken, thinking that his beloved person had been treated like this. She couldn't stand it anymore. Whether it was courage or something else, she blurted out, if I could I take your place? These unexpected words left Le Fan completely dumbfounded. Holy crap! Holy crap! What's going on? I'm numb. Do you think you can say things like that just because you're cute? But Le Fan still said awkwardly, ahem, I consider you a friend, and you actually want to be one of my people? That's not very nice. Hearing Le Fan's polite refusal, Ryugusianze was also embarrassed, just kidding, don't take it seriously. Ahem, you go ahead with your work, I'll go check if my wife has finished her research, if she's finished. With that, Le Fan immediately opened a portal and left, since he was currently somewhat drunk. If the Dragon Palace Holy Academy is truly determined to carry out the plan, Le Fan fears he won't be able to escape. Therefore, of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. Watching Le Fan flee, Ryuguan sat down on the ground in fear. What was I thinking? Was I courting death? What if the other person is really a heartbroken and insane person? What should I do? The person I love most is gone, and now I'm going to lose myself too. No, it's better if we get involved. At least it will save Ristarte from suffering. No, you're insane. How could you throw away your last shred of dignity for Ristarte? But didn't you swear to protect her forever? How come your dignity is more important than her now? My heart was filled with constant self-reproach, screaming incessantly. After all, there was still the millstone on the 11th floor, so she couldn't roar out loud. What should I do if someone tells on me while I'm grinding grain? And indeed, Lama was watching the show. Over the past few dozen hours, he had witnessed the actions of his master, Lord Le Fan, and the weak dragon palace Saint Prince Zhe. 03.0 He was now deep in thought. Could it be that all the adults like women? It looked at its demonic body. In fact, every demon god could transform into human form once, but it just didn't want to. After all, humans are so small, and it's definitely not used to a body that's hundreds of meters tall. But it seems that both Master and Lord Leffen like women. If I become a woman, can I fit into their circle? I want to drink that magic beer too. It looks delicious. Having made up his mind, Lamo disregarded everything and immediately began the transformation. He was sure that Leffen and Mamagia would be amazed when they arrived next time. My God, how did such a stunningly beautiful, mature woman with a height of 1.8 meters appear here? Chapter 147. Back in his room, Le Fan looked at the human king placing his hand on Alistida's forehead. The silly goddess Lysida is still asleep. Le Fan didn't disturb them, but watched curiously from the side. Honey, I've learned some things about the system's analysis. It's a powerful force that might change the entire world's system. Le Fan, intrigued by the king's words, exclaimed, "Oh? That's so interesting." The king smiled and looked at Le Fan, saying, "Yes, with this, I can make my brother-in-law become stronger unconditionally, without having to become your familiar. I know you hate turning him into a familiar." Le Fan listened with great interest to the king of men's words, because he certainly didn't want Momaga to remain so weak. But it doesn't seem right to make Momaga one of my familiars, since that would change my relationship with his brother. From now on, the things we do together playing, drinking, and complaining will all change. Slowly, the brothers will no longer be brothers. Le Fan smiled and said, "That's interesting, but I'd rather Momaga revert to 25 people without affecting his current mechanics." The king of men pondered for a moment after hearing this. Well, won't this affect the current mechanism? This is also possible, but it's a bit troublesome, because he needs to ascend to godhood through sound. Becoming a god? Are there any dangers? The human king said calmly, yes and no. Every god is actually needed by the dimension, so gods and dimensions are bound together. Once a god becomes a god, he will be recorded by this dimension and will also be recorded on this dimension. In a sense, gods need to protect this dimension. Upon hearing the human king's words, Le Fan suddenly recalled the setting of the primordial saints. Oh? In other words, does the dimension also need to protect the gods? Within this dimension, are the gods immortal beings? Perhaps they become the only ones in this world, and can instantly know whoever utters their name. The king of men was also taken aback by Le Fan's words. Sure enough, her husband was omniscient and omnipotent. I've only just figured this out myself, and building a system is extremely difficult. Although we have the theory, it will take at least 10 months to put it into practice. Honey, you're amazing. That's exactly it. Gods protect dimensions, and dimensions protect gods. They depend on and protect each other. Within a dimension, gods are immortal and indestructible. This is to prevent people from other dimensions from invading and destroying this dimension. Le Fan then asked curiously, I see, a mutual attitude? Can a god, with the help of dimensions, become infinitely stronger? While studying Lisette's system, the human king had already analyzed the dimensional ranking. Yes, but the number of dimensions remains unchanged. For example, the two-dimensional dimension will always be the two-dimensional dimension. Even the weakest three-dimensional dimension can defeat the two-dimensional dimension. There are also higher-level existences like the four-dimensional and five-dimensional dimensions. Le Fan asked curiously, so our current world is two-dimensional? The human king nodded, 2.371 dimensions, while the god realm is 2.373 dimensions. This dimension is absolutely no match for the god realm dimension. Le Fan was furious upon hearing this. Luckily I had a cheat code, he thought, otherwise, if the Dragon Palace Saint Academy had been summoned, we'd all be doomed. Moreover, Ristarte is a novice goddess, having only recently become one, and doesn't even have her own faith yet. Even a hero as weak as him can fight against Momaga from the original novel. What if a mid-level god, a principal god, or even a supreme god were to arrive? This is damn dangerous. There's even a third-dimensional and a fourth-dimensional dimension above the second-dimensional one. Wait, how am I so weak? I'm panicking, what can I do? Furthermore, there must already be gods in my current dimension, if those gods are defined as saints. Then a world can have several saints. Is it really possible to make Momaga a saint? And is it possible to succeed? You must know that in the primordial world, the struggle for the position of saint was so fierce that it resulted in seas of blood and mountains of corpses. It was no pleasant thing. Le Fan became increasingly frightened as he thought about it, and quickly said, then forget it. Momaga doesn't need to become a saint. Just let him get the system and become stronger. Anyway, he's used to the life of a skeleton. Hearing Le Fan's words, the human king smiled and said, that's true. After all, in his view, those of us with flesh and blood are probably the only normal ones. Of course, what the king of men was thinking was that Le Fan looked down on this dimension, and in fact, she looked down on this dimension too. Someone from dimension 2.371, does he even deserve my brother-in-law's protection? Without a real-life connection, I'd be embarrassed to ask my brother-in-law to protect me. Thankfully, Le Fan couldn't hear the king's inner thoughts, otherwise he would definitely have complained, what are you talking about? Although they are husband and wife, their thoughts are completely different. Poor Leffen was corrupted by Demiurge himself. It has to be said that this is all Demiurge's fault. It turns out that Daihua is contagious, causing Le Fan and Momaga, who are already invincible, to constantly imagine enemies in the air and believe that they are the weakest and lowest level. A cautious person like Ryugu Sien would never say such a thing. As for the foolish goddess Ristarte? Would an idiot even consider these issues? Definitely not. After all, she's just a simpleton. It's best not to include her in such high-class behavior as Daihua. Knowing that becoming a saint was undesirable, Le Fan changed the subject and asked, around when will you have finished researching the system? The king thought for a moment and said, 337 months from now. By the way, during this time, I need to leave this world. This world is constrained, and its world origin is too scarce. I want to go to another dimension to find a world with a high-strength world origin. Hearing the king's words, Le Fan was furious. Damn it, it's so dangerous outside, why do you still want to go out? Didn't you see that Genesis was being hunted down by powerful figures even when he went outside, forcing him to send elements to help? However, if I don't go, I'll miss my chance to transform into a rope with Momo. The system is a great thing, it allows people to become stronger endlessly. So how should I choose? Let her go? Should we still not let her go? Go to hell. If we don't go, what if the enemy invades? How will we escape without the king by our side? So, surviving is the most important thing. Forget it, there's no need. We can study it later. I'm tired. As Le Fan spoke, he forcefully hugged the human king, who smiled as he felt Le Fan's embrace. Yes, my husband is invincible. He can even create himself and the elements. He must have a way to make his brother-in-law stronger. I was just doing something unnecessary. I shouldn't think about these things anymore. Staying by my husband's side is my greatest happiness. Chapter 148. Momiga was unaware that because of Go, he had lost the opportunity to become a saint. Momiga was unaware that because she was drunk, she hadn't heard Le Fan's thoughts during this time. Missing out on such important intelligence is a clear case of how drinking can lead to mistakes. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. By this time, the silly goddess Ristarte had gotten up. She looked at Le Fan and the human king beside her with great fear. After all, it would be a lie to say I wasn't afraid after being subjected to such a terrifying bombing. But the thought of having been bombed made me feel like I had no other choice. So she became bold and curiously studied these two most beautiful men and women in the world. Looking at their beauty, Ristarte unconsciously displayed a comical, strange uncle-like facial expression. It has to be said that this silly goddess is truly silly, she actually dared to touch two people. Even though they were in a deep sleep, how powerful were they? She was instantly awakened. The human king looked at the awakened Risette and asked, "What's wrong?" Ristarte looked at the beautiful human king and was also embarrassed for a moment. "Ahem, it's nothing, it's just that you are too beautiful, human king, I want to look at you properly." Le Fan checked the time, then looked at the silly goddess again. This girl needed to be settled in. Although she was quite nice, it wasn't good for her to always be around. It would be better to just check on her occasionally. By the way, Blue Rose and the others, I've been in the Great Tomb of Nazarick for so long, it feels like it's been ages since I last saw them. I wonder how they are doing. Half a day has already passed? Fine, I won't sleep in anymore, let's go, I'll take you to get something delicious. Hearing Le Fan's words, Lizda Dai was immediately delighted, yay! I can eat lots of delicious food again. Looking at the silly goddess, the king of men thought, if this girl sees something delicious, she'll probably eat it like crazy. Because she belongs to a divine system and has no faith, she is just like an ordinary person, if she eats too much, she will gain weight. So the king of men felt he should give this idiot a friendly reminder. Watch your diet. If you eat too much, you'll be bombarded with dieting advice. Hearing the king's words, Ristarte looked terrified. I understand, king, I will persevere in my training. Several tens of minutes later, in private room number 1, Le Fan also summoned the Dragon Palace Holy Academy. Although we can't give Ristalda to him, we can at least let them meet. Seeing Ryugu Xian's expression, Ristarte couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, even you, the straight-laced man, have met your match. Listening to Ristarte's silly words, Ryugu Xian thought to himself, if it weren't for strength, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have become like this. That despicable guy, I really want to beat her up, but with Le Fan around, Ryugu Xianzai can't bring himself to do it. In the original story, the silly goddess got beaten up quite a bit by Shen Yang, because she was too silly, so he had to be beaten up. You idiot goddess, don't look at me like that. Ristarte looked at Ryugu Xian's displeased expression, and hearing her adorable voice, she smiled and said, ha ha ha, not only has your appearance changed, but your voice has changed too. My god, why is there such an adorable voice in this world? The human king also looked at Ryugu Xianzai with great curiosity. Soon Momiga arrived, and everyone resumed eating. Ryugu Xian said he dared not drink the magic beer. This time, Le Fan and Momo didn't mock him. It seems they were drunk yesterday. Actually, they're quite nice at heart. Yes, after spending these past few days together, Ryugu Xianya has discovered that both of them are great people. Despite possessing invincible strength, they are willing to be lazy and unambitious. Only Ryugu Sensei was unaware of their thoughts. If he had known, he certainly wouldn't have thought that way. Do you think they want to live a life of quiet desperation, like salted fish? The main problem is that Daihua's opponents are all incredibly powerful. Just yesterday, several saintly and powerful beings inexplicably appeared in this dimension. Who knows what even more extraordinary beings might emerge if things continue like this in Daihua. Ryugu Sien was drinking magic cola when Kristadar retorted, "Haha, you straight-laced man. You used to look down on this goddess, I knew you had something going on. Now it seems you're just a sissy. I used to think you were a pretty good guy, and you're drinking magic cola? Should I order you some juice?" The silly goddess picked up the magic beer and chugged it down, looking incredibly brave. Looking at the silly goddess's appearance, Ryugu Sien was furious. Why did I fall for such a silly girl? Am I really abnormal? Forget it, I guess I'll just be a fool. Seeing the goofy goddess's appearance, Momoga smiled at Le Fan and said, "Not bad, bro." Looking at Momoga's mocking tone, Le Fan thought to himself, "What do you know? You can't possibly understand the happiness of a fool like that. I wonder what a drunken idiot will become?" Hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Momoga was also curious, but since it was ultimately a matter between the two of them, he was interested but couldn't pry. "But I can't interfere with other people's idiots, just like I can interfere with my own idiots. My Shaltir also has a goofy personality, and she's got all sorts of traits like Yandere, sickness, and more." Momoga then raised his wine jug. "Shalsha, my husband and I haven't had a drink yet, let's toast." Shaltir replied happily, "Yes, Lady Momoga." The silly goddess watched as Le Fan and the human king toasted each other, then said with dissatisfaction, "You guys are all playing by yourselves and not including me? I want one too, give me one." The king of men looked at the simple-minded goddess and said calmly, "You can't drink that." The silly goddess boasted, "Sister human king, don't be afraid. I have a powerful title in the god realm, I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. I can handle it." Ryugu Sien, the king, quickly added, "You really can't drink that much. This stuff is magical beer and its effects are tied to your health. You're a weak and clumsy goddess, weaker than an average adventurer. You'd probably be knocked out after just one bottle." Hearing Ryugu Sien's words, Ristarte protested, "Who said that? Do whatever you want, I'll do it." Then he chugged the drink, and looking at the incredibly brave but clueless goddess, Chu Fan smiled and said, "Looks like we'll have to work overtime." Having acquired Shaltir, Momoga was no longer a newbie and naturally understood the meaning of those words, leaving him speechless. Ryugu Sensei felt his heart bleed upon hearing this. "Idiot, can't you be a little kinder to yourself? You just recovered, and now you're going to seriously injure yourself again. Are you really that brave? Aren't you afraid of dying? You don't care about yourself, but I do. God, why did I fall for such an idiot? Who can withstand this? Oh, why is my life so miserable?" Chapter 149. After the silly goddess downed a 3-pound bottle of magic beer, she started acting strangely. Seeing the silly goddess's expression, Ryugu Sien said with heartache, "I told you you couldn't drink it." The silly goddess, drunk and cowardly at this moment. She suddenly pounced on Le Fan, repeatedly hitting him with her cute little hands. "It's you, you big bad guy, who bullied me and hit me so hard. I'm going to hit you back." Watching Ristarte pummeling him with punches, Le Fan was furious. This stupid goddess was indeed stupid. Watching this scene, Momoga silently thought, "Showing off, hey? You dare to seek revenge while drunk? Too bad, how could a weakling like you possibly let Le Fan lose any health?" And what's with Ryugu Sien's heartbroken and sad expression? Le Fan wasn't curious about Ryugu Sien's expression, after all, his favorite person was this silly goddess. Then this silly goddess actually confronted her in front of so many people. But what can you do when she's a silly person, the kind who says whatever comes to mind? Actually, Lizda didn't mean much harm, she was just quite straightforward, but she's a really nice person. However, that was in her normal state. Now, in her drunken state, Lizda is like a fierce wild beast, using all sorts of methods, from small fists to bites, to try and get revenge and let Le Fan know that she is not someone to be trifled with. However, all these attacks were in vain. Le Fan looked at the fiercely independent Ristarte and said with a smile, "You're very brave, but in your current state, you can't harm me. Do you want me to strengthen you?" Hearing Le Fan's words, Lizda said even more fiercely, "You said it, come on, I'll beat you to death." Then Le Fan said with a smile, "Ahem, this woman deserves a beating. I'm going to have a showdown with her in the Imperial City." Momiga nodded and said, "Go, go, we're used to earthquakes." Ryugu Xianzai felt so sorry for her. "How could you be so shameless? Why are you hurting yourself like this? Damn it!" Then the mortal king Lysita disappeared, and a few minutes later an earthquake began. Momiga continued drinking his magic cola. Ryugu Xianzai, watching Momiga and Shaltir constantly showing off their affection, couldn't stand it anymore. After eating dozens of kilograms of roasted meat and 2 bottles of magic cola, he ran away. Above the daughter city of the female empire, Daisugas looked down at the city below. All the men stayed at home to take care of their wives and children, while all the women went out to do business and make a living. This was a completely changed world, but the men showed no sign of discontent. Women are also happy because the feeling of being in power, free, and able to do whatever they want is just wonderful. In the past, even princesses and noble women in the kingdoms faced great restrictions. There were too many restrictions that made them very unhappy, but now all those restrictions are gone. The people in the city are very happy. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in Daughter City, the former warrior captain, now a full-time warm-hearted man Gurdjieff, the former princess's bodyguard, now a full-time husband Clem, and the former strongest swordsman, the blue-haired Brian, sat together happily, watching 3 women chatting and laughing in the garden not far away. The originally mentally unstable and incredibly dirty little dog, under Gervaise's careful care, has regained the vitality a little girl should have and is now fully able to accept other people. So Gurdry invited his friends Clem and Brian, who lived next door, to come and befriend his master. And these days, Clem has completely taken on the role of a full-time husband, helping the girl who was abused and became withdrawn to fully recover. As for Brian, he also has a little girl as his mistress, but she doesn't have legs, so she's a pretty pitiful character. Of course, he recovered quite a bit under his care, and when Gurdjieff suggested that the masters communicate, he agreed. Watching the 3 women talk, the 3 of them were also very happy. In the past, they all thought about how to become stronger and how to protect their country. They no longer have that idea, defending their homeland and becoming the strongest is too far away for them. All they can do is protect their owners, prevent them from suffering misfortune, and ensure they can live happily. Many people with a strong sense of justice acted this way, while most of the nobles were killed. The king and the second prince were quite lucky, their mistress was one of their former dancers. They weren't killed, instead, they were treated as servants, and given a lot of work to do every day. However, compared to other abused scumbags, their treatment was much better. But who knows, maybe the twin dancers will get tired of them one day and kill them all. Therefore, they cannot be optimistic Song can continue to live well for the 2 women. Imagine the psychological blow it would be to a former king, a prince, a duke, or a marquis working as a servant here. Who could withstand that? As for why they were chosen to be able to withstand it, that's because their families were still alive, their wives and children were still alive, and they couldn't give up on life. The queen and the daughters of various noble families were all busy in the Empress's city, this was their only task. If you excel at your work, you can redeem your son, husband, and father. As for why they are so convinced? Because the female empire is developing in a way that involves much more, although those who are currently being mistreated are receiving better treatment than us, that's about it. Inside the administrative hall, hundreds of tables were set up, and hundreds of talented women were constantly updating their identity information. It was a massive undertaking. This is what they've been doing these past few days, registering information door to door, then collecting and organizing all the information. It's important to understand that the female empire has a population of 5 million. In this world without computers, using the most primitive writing system is an extremely large undertaking. Demiurge looked at the talented women working diligently and stroked his chin. This model is something the divine kingdom can't learn. By making them work so hard voluntarily through merit-based compensation, although the divine kingdom can't use it, it has benefited me greatly. Indeed, there is still so much more knowledge waiting for me to learn. Chapter 150. In the hall of the Sky King, 13 people were gathered, each with a dejected expression. In the past 2 days, they have conducted a thorough search, covering the entire Sky Kingdom. They even used the legendary artifact left behind by the 8 Desire Kings to recruit people, but still couldn't find the hero and the goddess. Still can't find it. What should I do? While everyone was at a loss, Buletin Chuanlitsi stepped forward and said, "Let everything remain the same. Since the hero and goddess have disappeared, let them be. We can't just sit here and wait to die. Besides, I also have the goddess's blessing, so I can definitely become the new hero. Perhaps when I reach LV99, I can protect the country." Hearing Buletin Quanli's words, the crowd did not object, but instead agreed, because it was the only option available. The Sky Kingdom was unaware that their country was being monitored. After observing the female empire for a day, Demiurge left, choosing instead to observe the Sky Kingdom that summons heroes. It turns out the whole country is searching for a hero and a goddess, but none of that matters. Because he discovered Buletin Quanli, a character with potential for growth. It was the first time he had ever seen someone like this who could actually level up through regular training. Therefore, Demiurge considered this woman a dangerous being, but he did not take action against her. Instead, they intend to let this woman continue to grow, because that's human nature. Once she becomes powerful enough, she'll start to swell with arrogance. Then he becomes the king of this country, and after conquering it, he presents this proud and confident queen to Lord Leffen. Lord Le Fan will be very happy. Yes, Demiurge has not forgotten that Lord Leffen likes girls. However, he wouldn't specifically train such girls, instead, he would select them naturally. In his view, with a creator god like Lord Le Fan, what kind of person couldn't he cultivate? Trying to cultivate something yourself is pointless, only what is natural is the best and most authentic. At this moment, a 1,000,000-strong army has gathered at the border of the Beast Kingdom, which is closest to Dragon King Province. Leading them were the Tiger Man General and the Lion Man Commander. One is the strongest individual combatant in the Beast Kingdom, and the other is the strongest commander in the Beast Kingdom. The Tiger Man General primarily leads his Tiger God Army, the strongest army composed of 5,000 Tiger Men, whose combat power rivals that of a magic legion like Fruita's. This is also a special talent of a Tiger Man General, the power of darkness. This is a terrifying skill that can snipe all the Tiger Men and merge them into a single giant tiger. The Lion Man Grand Commander also has his own special talent. When he commands the army, all troops can receive a blood energy bonus. They are all exceptional talents, 1 in 10,000 among hundreds of millions of people in the Kingdom of Beasts. Innate superpowers are the most original power in this world. Although the rules of the world have been changed, that is only an external force, the purest soul remains unchanged. Innate superpowers are a powerful accessory that accompanies the souls of people in this world. Just like the system in the world of Shenyang, it's a cheat, only it manifests in a different form. The gathering of a 1,000,000-strong army at this time was clearly for a specific purpose. The kingdom of beasts is a land of fierce warriors. The word surrender doesn't exist in their dictionary. It's either death or life, it's that simple. This million-strong army is not yet complete, as troops from all over the country are still continuously heading here. What's even more outrageous is that the entire beast kingdom is a soldier. Once the frontline troops are defeated, the other beastmen will charge forward recklessly. It was this very spirit that allowed the kingdom of beasts to conquer the vast western continent. Of course, the same applies to the kingdom of birds and the kingdom of larks, but they won't come to help the kingdom of beasts. Because in their view, they and others were not the same kind of people as the people of the kingdom of beasts. Yes, in the bird kingdom, those that can't fly are considered outcasts. The same is true in the kingdom of spirits. The three kingdoms disliked each other, but they wouldn't fight each other because they knew that if they went to war, other forces would invade the western continent. Although the western continent is not as developed as Middle-earth, it is the second richest in resources. As for the east, it's all islands, with no large continent at all. Meanwhile, the northern and southern continents were bustling with activity on one side and icy and snowy on the other, making them unsuitable places for human habitation. Therefore, apart from Middle-earth, the western continent is the best landmass in the world. Only the three orc kingdoms had this live-or-die attitude, so other countries couldn't invade them. With the meddling of the Council of Nations and the Slain Church targeting the Elven Kingdom, they have also been developing slowly. Each country has a population of hundreds of millions. It would probably take a tremendous amount of time to destroy such a terrifying kingdom. In the 11th level of the Great Tomb, Ryugu-Sien watched the earthquake end and couldn't help but sigh. It had been 2 whole days. I wonder how that woman is doing, sigh. However, she did not know that Le Fan did not target Lista Dai for 2 days, but instead had the Blue Rose members join the battle. In his words, he'd bought the vase so long ago, and it just didn't feel like it was his own without stamping it. The human king did not continue to study the God Realm system, since Le Fan had previously said that it was unnecessary. However, she has a new research project, which is about the soul. For example, the Blue Rose and the others are beings who possess innate supernatural abilities. Innate superpowers are powerful bugs related to the soul, so the human king also conducted research on the seriously injured people. After finishing the battle, Le Fan looked at the silly goddess Lista Dai, who had disappeared to play somewhere, and felt a headache coming on. After Lista recovered yesterday, she secretly ran away. Le Fan didn't care much about Lista's escape at the time. More than a day has passed, and this silly goddess still hasn't returned. Could she have gotten lost? The tomb wasn't particularly large, but it wasn't small either. She did get lost, but then she met Nabe, who led her on a tour of the entire Great Tomb, and she fell in love with the bar that was part of the Great Tomb. They also stated that the wine here is genuine, while Leffen's wine is fake, and you'll get drunk after just a few drinks. Then he spent the whole day dragging Nabe here drinking. Nabe initially refused, but the silly goddess said, Le Fan likes to drink, and this is to build up my alcohol tolerance so I can drink with him in the future. When Nabe heard that it was for Lord Leffen, she agreed without hesitation, and then the other 6 sisters were also pulled over by Nabe. The 8 of them formed a drinking party and drank for a whole day. Chapter 151. Hey! Such an interesting scene! A world instantly transformed, summoning Death Aurum monsters. Within the blue sun, the creator, using light as its vision, observed the regions of planets it had destroyed, which then began to breed endless death. 2 days have passed, but thankfully I've been absorbing the energy of the blue sun and researching what kind of planet to build. If I suddenly leave, it wouldn't be a good thing for this monster formed from death energy to spread everywhere. It seems that this dimension also has its own special rules. Although there are no gods in this dimension, demons still exist. However, it seems that this demon was born to hunt me down. How could such weak death energy possibly kill me? Boring. As the creator raised his hand, he waved 130 again, and the endless death energy vanished instantly. Genesis was stunned when he saw that his attributes had increased by 100,000, and muttered to himself, such exaggerated attributes. How strange! There are still so many places in this dimension waiting to be discovered. It truly is a completely new world. It seems I need to speed things up, the other two dimensions are slowly converging. Forget absorbing it, let's build a large-scale world instead. The energy currently present in this enormous blue sun is enough to support 36 worlds. However, if there's no perfect world, you can create your own. The creators envisioned creating planets 3 times the size of Earth from a region 10 light-years away from the blue sun. Furthermore, each planet is equipped with a moon. However, since this is a huge circle with a radius of 10 light-years, it would be difficult for the 10 Earths to make contact with each other unless a superhuman civilization emerged. Under the powerful forces of time and elements, the planet is constantly transforming. It has to be said that creation is creation, he created 10 worlds in one go. If Fan and Momaga knew about it, they would probably be terrified. Once these 10 worlds are completed, her attributes will probably exceed 100 million. Moreover, it's the world tree's attribute exceeding 100 million, not the exaggerated attribute exceeding 100 million from Shen Tong's story. Even with the exaggerated attributes of Shen Yang, exceeding 100 million is still incredibly terrifying. Not to mention the meager data from the world tree system. However, this also reveals a problem: we cannot kill too many lives at once. The 3 great orc kingdoms of the western continent are all simpletons, declaring they will fight to the death. That continent has at least 1 billion intelligent beings. If Demiurge and his group were to set out on an expedition the day after tomorrow, I wonder how they would react to such an army? Knowing that 1 billion lives would be sacrificed in vain anyway, would Momaga and Leffen refrain from intervening? Time passed slowly, and the drinking group, after Nabe's words, inspired the other 6 sisters to express their envy and also want to join the fight. However, this time Fan did not leave the Great Tomb, but instead ran away with Dragon Palace Saint Academy and Fan. In Fan's words, although fighting is fun, you can't fight every day. Besides, the war outside is about to begin. Wouldn't it be better to choose a good spot in advance and watch Demius and the others put on a show? Under the king's selection, the location was chosen to be 10,000 meters above the western continent. Seeing the familiar observation magic mirror appear, Fan expressed his satisfaction. By this time, Demiurge and the others had returned to Dragon King Province, and the soldiers had rested for 5 days and recovered. They expressed both panic and excitement about the upcoming battle. Because as long as they keep fighting and survive, their points will keep increasing. Once the world is unified, the sheer amount of points will be enough for me to live a carefree and happy life for 10,000 years without having to do anything. At this moment, Ryugu-Sien looked at Leffen and Momaga with a complaint, as Leffen was holding the human king in his arms and Momaga was holding Shaltir. She expressed her desire to cultivate, but Fan and Momoja said, "What's the point of cultivating? Just watch the show with us." Then I was forcibly dragged here. Although I couldn't cultivate, I didn't want to see these 2 couples showing affection. What can we do then? They focused their attention on the 4 mirrors, which represented the troops of 4 different countries. The army of Ainz Ooal kingdom of 1.73 million, the army of the kingdom of beasts of 100. Seeing such a terrifyingly large army gathered on the Great Wall stretching hundreds of kilometers along the border, Ryugu-Sien was shocked. He had seen wars before, but this was the first time he had ever seen one on such a massive scale. This world has a huge population, with tens of millions of soldiers alone. However, this battle is destined to be brutal. Ryugu-Sien took a sip of magical beer to sober up a bit, then asked seriously, "Sister-in-law, how many people are in those 3 kingdoms?" The King of Men smiled as he listened to Ryugu-Sie's question. This continent is estimated to have 1 billion people. Eliminating 70%, which is only 700 million, is that? Are you interested? Holy crap! A billion people! If Momaga were to farm them, wouldn't he be able to take off on the spot? At the very least, if I were to farm them, I'd still be able to take off. No way, I'm not even talking about grinding anymore. My stats are already in the tens of millions. Genesis is still pretty strong. I guess I was playing guerrilla warfare with the enemy outside, sneaking around and stealing their base. Luckily, I used my summoned life to kill something, and my bugged skill also gave me a boost. I already have tens of millions of data points. Do you think I care about your little bit? Let Momaga do the farming. Genesis element, don't die. Don't be reckless, just secretly wage guerrilla warfare, sneak into 2.9 to steal our base, distract the enemy in outer space, and let me take off. Momaga was already furious when he heard the human king's inhuman words, but when he heard Le Fan's devilish inner thoughts, he was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, I treated you like a brother, your stats were over tens of millions, and you're only telling me now? Wait, he didn't tell me, he was just secretly thinking to himself, oh no. Your brother is toxic. With tens of millions of data points, you're still hiding your true colors. I'm impressed. I have to do it. I've decided, I'm going to have the millstone do the cleaning, I'm not going to go down there myself. Oh, and let my little sister, Ryugu Ainz, go farm her too, her HP is pitifully low. Hearing the human king's words, Ryugu Ainz was speechless and said, do we really have to kill so many people? I don't think that's a good idea. Chapter 152. The human king looked at the Holy Mother like Dragon Palace Saintess and said curiously, countless sacrifices happen every day in this world. This is unavoidable. There is no need to sympathize. If you want this planet to be unified, if you want this planet to be peaceful and unified, and if everyone is happy, then this bloodshed etched into the bones of life is necessary. Only in this way will they know fear. Hearing the king's words, Shaltir waved her little hands incessantly, as expected of the king, what a great and avant-garde ideal. Listening to Shaltir's morbid words, Ryugu Ainz also said with a bitter face, second sister-in-law, you think so too? Shaltir listened to Ryugu Ainz's words with an even happier expression, yes, my cutest little sister. Momaga was furious. These people from the Dragon Palace Holy Academy kept calling me elder sister-in-law and second sister-in-law, wasn't that clearly implying I was younger than Le Fan? And when did I decide to take you in as my younger brother? Oh no, it's my younger sister. Forget it, we're all from the same hometown, and besides, as the initial spirit, she can't hide her thoughts. From what I've seen so far, she seems like a kind and lovable person with saintly qualities, someone worth getting to know. 25. Moreover, it can also help distract Le Fan, which is killing two birds with one stone. By the way, it's a waste to give those 700 million lives to Demiurge and the others. Why don't you two do it? Hearing Le Fan's sudden words, Longgong Sheng Yuanzhe trembled with fear. What the hell? You want me to kill 700 million people? What do you take me for? No. I don't want to be an executioner. I don't want to become the Demon King. Damn it, is the other party doing this on purpose? To get me to join them? No, from what we've seen so far, they're all good people. But there's a problem, they seem to treat any living beings outside of me and their own people as if they don't consider them as living beings at all. The word brush here feels like playing an online game, like grinding monsters. Why do they have this mentality? Ryuguan CEO was unaware that Rokyufan and Momaga genuinely harbored feelings for playing online games, aside from those around them. To them, everyone else is just a green-named monster in the online game, they won't bother with it if they're in a good mood, but they will if they're in a bad mood. Seeing Ryugu Ainz's frightened and silent expression, Momaga said calmly, I'll pass, but you can have Lamo do the cleaning. Le Fan affirmed, grinding? Clever. You even know to let your summoned creatures do the grinding. Ryuguan Seiya was speechless, because their topic was too cruel and too cold. Although he knew he couldn't really stop it, Ryugusian still said seriously, could you not be so ruthless? Every life has its own meaning. Although we are above them, we have no right to decide their life or death. Looking at the saintly Ryugusire, Shaltir said with displeasure, little sister. They're just a bunch of ants. You say every life has its own meaning? But would these creatures in your eyes even care about ants on the ground? Would they choose to take the next step because of the existence of ants? No. They won't. In their eyes, life isn't the same as the life you see. What is life? Only equality counts as life. That's the rule of the world. They are nothing but ants in our eyes, and we are inherently unequal to them. You have already joined our ranks, so don't lower yourself to their level. And even if you demote them, it's still unfair. Why only demote them to their level? Why not demote them to the level of true ants? Beneath the ants lie countless cells, and the breath of each living being causes the death of countless other cells. So, what if we stop breathing and remain still? This is a naive and foolish topic in itself. I'm only telling you this because I consider you family. Momiga listened to Shaltir, who was proudly stating her theories in her arms, and offered no further comment on Shaltir's theories. But when Ryugusian heard this, his entire worldview changed. Equal lives? Why would such a cruel theory exist? And why would I believe such a cruel theory is correct? Why can't I find a reason to refute this? Looking at the withdrawn Ryugusian, the human king shook his head, you are still too weak. You shouldn't be getting bogged down in the question of what life is. Listening to the human king's boastful words, Le Fan and Momiga were also very annoyed. They don't understand these metaphysical questions, they're just lazy bums. Upon hearing the king of men's words, Ryugusianya also unconsciously asked, what is life? Shaltir shook her head, I don't know either. I only know that being able to stay by Lord Momiga's side is my greatest happiness. The king smiled and said, isn't the meaning of everyone's life already there from the beginning? It's about meeting the person you love most and being with them. Living is simple, there's no need to overcomplicate it. Upon hearing this, Ryugusian couldn't help but blurt out, my favorite person? But my favorite is Ristarte. Hearing the message, Momiga paused for a moment, this might not work. Ryugusianze quickly covered his mouth with both hands and looked at Momo and Leffen with a frightened expression. Although he knew that both of them knew he liked Ristarte, Ryugusian still understood how outrageous it was for someone to confess their feelings to him in front of Le Fan. 933. Le Fan didn't seem to mind, sorry, I don't have the habit of giving gifts to women. Ryugusianya listened to Le Fan's words and saw that he didn't seem angry, but he figured there wouldn't be a next time. Since he had already done this much, Ryugusianya knew this was his last chance. She shamelessly stood up and said, then, can I take myself home? Both Mo and Le Fan were stunned by his sudden words. Listen to this. Do you think I'm giving myself a free gift? Free? You could be more like a girl if you said you were, but I still can't accept this. The thought that your purpose in getting close to me was only for Ristarte is unacceptable. Hearing Le Fan's inner thoughts, Momiga thought to himself, holy crap, bro, are you kidding me? Do you have to be so terrifying? So you accepted her just because she wasn't trying to get close to you because of Lizette? As expected, this guy has always had feelings for me, otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted Ryugusianya. If Ryugusianya could overcome his feelings for Ristarte, perhaps he really would succeed? But is it possible? That seems unlikely. No, what am I thinking? I absolutely cannot let my brother do anything reckless, or I'll be in danger later. This is terrifying. This world is already dangerous enough, I don't even need to be wary of my brother. Chapter 153. Seeing Le Fan's unwillingness to accept it, Ryugu Xian sighed. Alright, let's stop discussing these boring issues. Go and call Lamo over. Xiaozhe, you should also farm some health, your health is too low. Hearing Le Fan's voice, Momiga could only use her mind to send a message. The stunningly beautiful mature woman who was sleeping in the 11th floor heard her master's call and immediately became excited. The portal opened in the next instant, and a peerless Valkyrie appeared, standing 1.8 meters tall with red hair, wearing purple-red armor, and possessing a super-perfect figure. Upon seeing the beautiful Valkyrie, Momiga was also taken aback. Who are you, beautiful lady? Master, please don't joke like that. I am your most loyal subordinate, Lamo. Hearing the spirited female voice, Momiga was annoyed. Ahem, what happened to you? Although you look great. Holy crap, is that a millstone? That hideous monster with a head hundreds of meters long has actually become such a beauty? Momiga is amazing. Hearing Le Fan's inner thoughts, Momiga also retorted, what do I know? With a respectful expression, the millstone said, Master, don't you like seeing me like this? I just want to give you my best performance. Momiga, upon hearing this, stopped dwelling on the issue and steered the conversation back on track, saying, Alright, the reason I called you here is to have you eliminate 70% of the life on the continent below. What do you think? Upon hearing Momiga's words, Lamo was immediately filled with excitement. Although he was a demon god of greed, he did not dislike killing and annihilation. At this moment, Lamo's usually aloof and serious face gradually turned into a sickly sweet expression, complete with a comical smile. Eliminate 70% of the life on the continent below? Any requirements? Watching the Yandere-like, comical way she pulls the millstone, Le Fan thought to himself, this is just ridiculous. How come all the powerful women in this world are Yandere and comical? Does being considered powerful simply mean being derogatory and ridiculous? Momiga stroked his chin and said, as for the requirements? Target the weak, leave more elites alive. Of course, if you can't control it, indiscriminate killing is also acceptable. Upon hearing this, the millstone waved its hands wildly, its expression turning extremely greedy, capable of slaughtering 70% of life. For a demon, this is the ultimate happiness. Yes, my master. Seeing the Yandere pulling the millstone, Ryuguan Xian was afraid, because he was the Holy Mother and he couldn't bring himself to do it. Can I refrain from doing it? Seeing Ryugu Xian's refusal, Momiga calmly said, what's wrong? Below is the Beastman continent, different from humans. They are a race, heretics. Can't you bring yourself to do it? I'm sorry, You're utterly hopeless. Where were you when you were slaying the Demon King? Mercy? Are you trying to play dumb with me? Hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Momiga smiled and said, these orcs are the Demon King's army in other worlds. As a member of the clan, isn't it your duty to eliminate the demon race? Demon King's army, demon? Hero. Ryugu Xianze looked at Momiga, Leffen, and Lamo with an extremely disgusted expression on his cute little face. It's as if they're saying, you are the greatest demons, the source of all evil in the world. Why are you bothering me with this? Seeing the disgusted look on Ryugu Xian's face, Momiga decided not to make things difficult for him anymore. Fine, then go and do the grinding yourself. Oh right, I need to tell Demiurge and the others, otherwise it would be bad if they got hurt by mistake. I'll take Lamo with me. After saying that, Momiga left with Lamo. At this moment, Ryugu Xianze looked at Le Fan and the Human King with embarrassment. Sorry, I was too cowardly. The King of Men looked at the adorable Ryugan Xian and shook his head, saying, no need to apologize. Every life and every soul is different. You have your own way of living, and we won't force you. You truly deserve to be called a hero, you probably couldn't be a villain. As Le Fan spoke, he tossed a few bottles of magic cola to Ryagan Seia. Ryugu-sian accepted the magic cola, thank you. Le Fan opened the magic beer and looked into the crystal mirror, alright, now let's watch their performance. Within the invincible divine kingdom, Ju Ming looked utterly bewildered. Several days prior, she had suddenly felt her entire body's power swell. That power was extremely terrifying, as if it could destroy the world in an instant, but it only lasted for a second before disappearing. She now longs to find that feeling, to regain that invincible power, because only then will she no longer be an ant. However, after several days of research, she still had no clue whatsoever, but she would not give up. Ju Ming had no idea that at that moment she possessed 1/10 of Le Fan's attributes, which amounted to millions of all attributes. What a terrifying number! However, Le Fan knew how much of a rip-off Ju Ming was, so he instantly restricted her power, keeping all her attributes at around 20,000. Otherwise, who knows what strange things this idiot might do. It was because of this terrifying power that Le Fan dared not casually bind others to become his followers. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control this power, which would be a very troublesome matter. Of course, Le Fan had also arranged the titles, 5 high-ranking family members, namely Albedo, Nabe, Kindness, and Aura. As for the Blue Rose and the Dragon Queen, the 5 of them directly became the merciful family members. The battle-made corps, except for the insect girl, consists of 5 members who become Nabe's familiars. The silly goddess and the 4 newly added goddesses were made to be Aura's servants. As for Albedo's position as a member of her family, it will be temporarily reserved, and there will be a perfect family member and 10 ordinary family members. The perfect familiar is reserved for Momaga, to prevent Momaga from being killed in the future, since the perfect familiar possesses 20% of its own strength. We'll see about the other 10 later. It can't be said that Le Fan is biased, it's just that his relationship with Momaga is really too good. Le Fan had been good friends and brothers with Momaga for 12 years, and he had long regarded Momaga as family. Of course, Momaga also regarded Le Fan as Zhao Qian's family, and both of them wanted to give the best to each other. Despite Ryugu-sian being present at the drinking party now, she can never truly become one of their brothers. They're just friends at most. Anyway, there's plenty of food and drink to be had, so who would mind having one more drinking buddy? Momaga brought Shaltir and Ramu to the front lines of the battlefield, where they saw a massive army of 1.87 million. Momaga said that this was really cool, he had thought about it before, leading a 1,000,000-strong army to conquer cities. But this world is too dangerous, which makes Momaga afraid to take action himself. Demiurge and his 3 companions were preparing to launch a sneak attack, but they were stopped because they had overheard Momaga's message a few minutes earlier. So they gathered a large army here to wait. After all, the army was already on the march, so it wouldn't take too long to gather them together. An army of 1.87 million, forming a line several kilometers long, with every single soldier standing at attention, awaiting the arrival of the supreme ruler in the heavens. Chapter 154. At midday, under the blazing sun, a massive army of 1.87 million people of different races formed a huge square several kilometers long, awaiting the appearance of the legendary supreme ruler. At the very front of this army of 1.87 million stood dozens of powerful generals, each possessing legendary strength at the steel level. There are even a few who have reached the level of heroes, and some who have even surpassed the level of heroes. With such a massive entity and such a terrifying army, conquering the world doesn't seem like a difficult task. However, all of the dozens of people were kneeling and bowing, because 4 powerful figures had appeared in front of them. They are invincible beings who stand above millions of troops, and are the highest judges above the divine kingdom. Demiurge looked at the army's performance with satisfaction and glanced at the Blood Emperor in the front row. Entrusting the army and the city to him has saved me a lot of trouble. Suddenly a huge blue portal appeared in the sky, and then 3 figures slowly emerged. An undead clad in a magic robe, a striking red-haired Valkyrie, and a gigantic, silver-haired Lolita-clad girl. 757. Upon seeing the 3 appear, Demiurge bowed and said, "Welcome to the Supreme Being, Ruler of Death, Lord Momaga." As Demiurge finished speaking, the 1.87 million strong army immediately followed suit, shouting. The deafening sound made Momaga's blood boil, but he was forced to calm down the next second. He stared intently at the orderly army below. No need for formalities. You do not need to participate in this battle. One of my 72 demon gods, Lamo, will eliminate it alone. You may go to the western continent to reorganize and manage the troops in a day. Hearing Le Fan's words, the 1.87 million strong army trembled in fear. One of the 72 demon gods? Is this the supreme ruler? Commanding 72 demon god subordinates? My god! How powerful this is! Lamo was overjoyed upon hearing this, for it meant that his master was a demon among the 72 demon gods. However, that man was still very dangerous, even though I learned through inquiries that he was the master of the 10 supreme heavens. The 72 demon gods are inherently weaker than the 10 supreme heavens, CFBB, because the 10 supreme heavens are the strongest and most invincible beings. Fortunately, the man and his master had a good relationship, as long as the 10 supreme heavens did not interfere. This world, this dimension, is nothing more than a toy for us, the demon god Hidada. The thought of being able to wreak havoc without end, without having to worry about being suppressed or annihilated by the 10 supreme heavens, filled her with unbridled jubilation. It has to be said that Momaga is a master of arrogance. His vague words seem to imply that he really has 72 demon gods, but he is just bringing this particular demon god with him at the moment. Leffen then left, letting Lamo and Demiurge talk, before she acted alone. Shaltir looked at Momaga with even greater excitement, for at this moment she understood Momaga even better. It turns out that Lord Momaga has 71 more such powerful demon gods. As Momaga left with Shaltir, Ramu looked down at the ants with displeasure. However, she still teleported down to the lower level according to her master's orders. At this moment, Demiurge looked at the millstone, and as a fellow demon, Demiurge trembled with fear. Although Demiurge is a high-ranking demon, the being before him is a true demon god. Demons, demon gods. My god, such a powerful being is merely a subordinate of Lord Momaga? And there are even 72 such terrifying subordinates? Demiurge respectfully asked, Lord Lammer, are there 71 other beings as powerful as you? Sebastian and the others looked at Demiurge with puzzlement. Why was he showing such respect to the Valkyrie before them? You should know that we are also beings created by the same supreme beings. We are beings equal to 10 worlds. Even if the opponent is a demon god, so what? At most, they are just equal to us. Well, I don't like talking either. I'll go and eliminate 70% of the life. You can rest for half a day and then set off. Seeing Demiurge's respectful attitude, Lamo didn't take it seriously. Yes, the millstone is one of the 72 demon gods, the kind of beings that are incredibly violent and powerful. Besides Momaga, there are also the 10 supreme gods. She fears nothing. After all, the concept of a demon god is inherently insane. As the millstone disappeared, Sebastian said unhappily, Lord Millstone's attitude doesn't seem very friendly. Demiurge, on the contrary, was fanatical. What do you mean by demon god? That's our demon god, the god of the demon race. You think demons and devils are good people? Hearing Demiurge's words, Sebastian frowned. No wonder I'm not fond of her, she's the epitome of evil. Male weakly said, Lady Lamo is so powerful. Sister Renzi introduced us to powerful beings before, saying that the 72 demon gods are beings above her, and that she can crush the great supreme heaven. Upon hearing this, Cositus recalled the previous meeting through the power system of the Hall of Mercy. Ah, as expected of the supreme beings, Lord Leffen is the creator of the 10 supreme heavens, and Lord Momaga is the creator of the 72 demon gods. One god and one demon, is this the power of these two lords? The crowd kneeling behind the 4 judges also heard their conversation. Hearing the terror of the supreme ruler, they felt immense pressure. To actually create gods and demons, what kind of powerful being is the supreme being? Fruta was completely stunned. He had just seen the terrifying sight of the millstone. Yes, the magic of the millstone directly affected an area of tens of kilometers in radius. This terrifying magic was simply the highest pursuit of El Yusun in a week. As expected of a demon god, could he be the legendary god of magic? How powerful must the supreme being Momaga, who created such an existence, be? But why can't I even see his magic? Has he become so powerful that the entire world is enveloped by his magic? Right. That must be it. How could such a powerful being not possess magic? Perhaps the magic we use now is provided by him. My God, to be able to serve under someone like that, this is just too wonderful. Is there anything more wonderful than this? Chapter 155. Beyond the Great Wall, stretching 160 kilometers along the border of the Kingdom of Beasts. A stunningly beautiful female warrior with red hair, clad in crimson armor, slowly appeared. Although the speed and control of the rules have increased dramatically in human form, the strength, defense, and destructive power have decreased a lot. It's a pity that these orcs don't care about money. Humans are definitely more fun. As long as you have money, you can disown your parents. In this world of beastmen where strength is paramount, money has become a burden. Lamo thought for a moment, then raised his hand and endless golden light surged forth, followed by the appearance of a huge golden scythe. Although I'm not a battle maniac like Baal, I'm still a destruction maniac. As she spoke, she held a golden scythe, her whole body hovering above the golden blades, which seemed to possess their own life, constantly emerging. This is still the powerful ability of the millstone, money control, and a skill unique to limited time world bosses, money magic blade. These sharp blades, crafted from money, will indiscriminately attack and kill anything in their vicinity. As the millstone burst into a 5x sonic sprint, tens of thousands of golden blades began to move around it within a 10-kilometer radius. Furthermore, because the millstone moved at 5 times the speed of sound, these golden blades also reached a terrifying 5 times the speed of sound. With a deafening roar, the Great Wall, stretching for hundreds of kilometers, was blasted open by the millstone. The instant it struck the Great Wall, Lamo raised its sickle and began playing a killing game. As for the tens of thousands of golden blades, they had begun to indiscriminately destroy everything, whether it was living structures, the earth, or anything else, they were all being indiscriminately torn apart by them. Fortunately, these golden blades have a special affinity for life, otherwise, these patches of land would probably have been cut into cracks, or even collapsed. Back beside Le Fan, Momaga looked through the magic observation mirror and said, "That's fast. At this rate, they can probably finish them off in half a day." At this moment, Ryugu Xianyai, who was looking through the magic observation mirror, felt a chill run down his spine, because all he could see was golden light flashing continuously, and then 10 orcs being cut up one after another. Looking at the scene before him, which was even more terrifying than hell, Ryugu Xian was truly frightened. Is such a powerful being merely a subordinate of Momaga? Moreover, Momaga seemed unfazed. Could he possibly see the speed at which the millstone was being pulled? Of course you can see that the gigantic Mora's speed is 500, but the speed of the human-powered millstone can soar to 800. Even if you can't see it, you can still use soul detection. However, it is indeed a bit of a stretch for someone whose speed is only 200 to watch someone whose speed is 800. After all, he is the shield hero, and his defense, health, and attack power are all amazing. However, his speed is his biggest weakness. Even though he's already level 180, his speed attribute is only 276 points. But compared to the average level 100 shield warrior's speed of 150, he's already very strong. This is also the result of his hard work these past few days. He has put in extra effort to reach the level 365 limit and has been focusing on improving various attributes. If trained to the extreme, Ryuguan Seiya can become very strong. It is estimated that they can keep Ren Seiya hanging, of course, Ren Seiya who has not become a member of their family. If she becomes a member of the family, then everything will be unlikely. After all, having become Le Fan's kin, their attributes all start at millions. Le Fan shook his head at the golden image and said, "It's not pretty. Momoji, have you turned into a fishy creature?" Momoga listened to Le Fan's question and looked at his MP increasing by hundreds per second. He nodded and said, "It has increased. Once everything is completed, I estimate it will reach 7.6 million magic power and 40 million health." Looking at the magic observation mirror, Ryugu Xian, who had been terrified, came to his senses and said fearfully, 7,600,000 magic power and 40 million life force. Momoga nodded, looking at the adorably frightened Ryugu Xian, and retorted, "Right, what's wrong, Zai? You've changed your mind." Shaltir, nestled in Momoga's arms, was also astonished. She glanced at her less than 800 magic points, then at Momoga. "Lord Momoga's magic is 10,000 times stronger than mine? My god, what an incredibly powerful being this is." The human king, seeing the arrogance of Momoga, knew he couldn't let his brother-in-law get too cocky. With such high magic power and life force, he was just a sitting duck in a power bank. If he encountered a strong opponent, he'd be easy prey. Brother-in-law, don't get arrogant. 40 million lives and 7 million magic points are nothing. Don't be too high profile. It was better for the king not to speak than for everyone to remain silent. Listen to this, is this even human language? It's nothing. How did the king of men come up with those two words? You should know that a normal level 100 player has about 4,500 HP and about 700 MP. Now it's increased 10,000-fold, and it's still just a drop in the ocean? Just how strong is this human king? As expected of my wife, she's so sensible. I can't let Momo get arrogant. My resistance and speed attributes are both over 10 million. Do you think I'm being cocky? Life attribute and magic attribute are such common attributes, who doesn't have hundreds of millions of them? 0. Even someone as powerful as me needs to play it safe. But recently, creation and the elements haven't been destroying planets anymore. I guess they destroyed one planet and then successfully escaped. Although destroying planets grants me terrifying stat boosts, it would be troublesome if they stopped capturing us and the enemy found our way here. So, being able to escape and develop our resources safely is the best option. Momoga hadn't felt anything when the king of men attacked him, but when he suddenly heard Le Fan's thoughts, he became annoyed. Damn, bro, I'm your bro. Stop thinking about how to make fun of me. Don't I have any pride? It's so infuriating, but I can't let him know that I can hear what he's thinking. It's infuriating that every time I try to act cool, he mentally insults me. I'm so angry. At this moment, a frightened-looking Ryugu Xian asked timidly, sister-in-law, what are your attributes? The king shook his head and said, I can't say for sure. It's improving every second, so I can't give specifics. Hearing the human king's boastful words, Ryugu Xianyai immediately knelt down. Sister-in-law, how can I become a powerful being like you? Upon hearing about Momoga's terrifying attributes, Shaltir felt that she was truly unworthy of Lord Momoga. Now she wants to become stronger, but she can't find a way to do so. However, after seeing the arrogant king, she mustered up her courage and asked, Yes, sister-in-law, please teach me too, I also want to become stronger. Chapter 156. Looking at Ryugu Xian and Shaltir's questions, The human king smiled and said, "There are many ways to become stronger, but you may not be able to accept them. For example, right now, Xiaozhe, you cannot accept killing. This is the fastest way to become stronger." Hearing the king of men's words, Ryugu shook his head. "I'm sorry, sister-in-law, I really can't do such indiscriminate slaughter." Shaltir looked at the cowardly Ryugu and sighed, "I can kill like this, but I can't become stronger through killing." The king thought for a moment, then realized that using the rules to modify Shaltir didn't seem like a good idea. Sending Ryugu to Mars to become a god and collect faith is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. Since neither method is very good, let's just wait. I'll give each of you one in a few months once I've finished developing the system. 560 heard the king of men say that he was not human. Momaga was furious. Could he really create a system by hand in a few months? Sister-in-law, please stop showing off. You've already slicked back my scalp. My wife is great in every way, except she's too honest. Can't you be a little more tactful? It's all your fault for being so honest and straightforward, making me realize how dangerous this world is. If you had been more tactful, letting me naively believe that we were the strongest in this world, wouldn't that have been better? It's because you're so honest that I live in constant fear, and I can only end up as a lazy bum. Listening to Le Fan's various laziness-filled thoughts, Momaga felt really annoyed. It's all your fault, UBD. If you hadn't been telling me such terrifying information every day, would I be so cowardly? I could do whatever I want with my current power, it's all your fault. A few months? I wonder what the world will be like in a few months. Ryugu said with a worried expression. Yes, she had been here for so many days, so naturally she had asked Shaltir for information. It turned out that the Great Tomb had only been in existence for 2 months. The world has changed dramatically in just 2 months. Who knows what the world will be like in a few more months? Seeing Ryugu worry, Le Fan sighed and said, "It's been 2 months." Momaga smiled at Le Fan. "Yes, time flies. 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. We've gotten used to this kind of life." The king of men, thinking that Le Fan was bored, asked curiously, "Husband, are you tired of this world?" "No, how could I get tired of it? There are so many interesting things to do every day." Le Fan hugged the king tightly as he spoke, then said again, "Being a salted fish is also a kind of happiness." Hearing Le Fan's words, the king of men agreed, saying, "Yes, being ordinary is the true way to live." Seeing the sudden display of affection, Momaga was not to be outdone, so he immediately hugged Shaltir, who happily enjoyed Momaga's embrace. Then, Ryugu is left as a third wheel, constantly interrupting the couple's displays of affection. What can she do? All they could do was pick up the magic beer, pick up the barbecue, drink cola in big gulps, and eat meat in big bites. The millstone transformed into a terrifying natural disaster covering an area of 10 kilometers in radius, moving at 5 times the speed of sound. Wherever it went, nothing grew, everything was ruthlessly cut down without pause. Of course, because of this rapid charge, many powerful beings escaped unscathed, and some were just lucky. But only the elite survive. With such rapid movement, the entire beast kingdom was wiped out in less than an hour. Subsequently, the kingdom of birds and the kingdom of larks suffered greatly. In just 5 short hours, the fertile land and dense population of the entire western continent were directly transformed. Now, you can't find a single intact building or piece of land on the entire continent, everything has been cut up. Most of the survivors, seeing such a hellish scene, couldn't bear it and collapsed on the spot. Many more committed suicide, no longer wanting to live. Meanwhile, the million-strong army waiting on the eastern side of the continent continued to wait until the portal appeared. The immaculate, peerless Valkyrie appeared, her words cold and ruthless, "The cleanup is complete, you may proceed." After saying that, the millstone disappeared instantly, leaving Demiurge and the others terrified. Because there was also a magic legion here, with the cooperation of Fruta's magic legion, a giant magic crystal mirror was summoned in the air. They could see targets within 100 kilometers. They had already seen the Great Wall, stretching for hundreds of kilometers, being shattered by the dust. They had long witnessed the terrifying power of the inhuman millstone puller. But only 5 hours have passed since then. How could such a vast territory be wiped out in the blink of an eye? How is that possible? Let alone cleansing, even in a small place like Longwang province, people surrendered voluntarily. Managing such a large area would normally take half a day, yet this region, dozens of times larger than Longwang province, was cleaned in less than 5 hours. Everyone was subdued by this ineffable power. At this moment, not a single person in the army dared to disobey. Because of such a terrifying being, the Supreme Being still has 71 subordinates. Even more powerful than such beings is the Great Supreme Being. Rebellion? That's not defense, that's suicide. Demiurge observed that the army was united in spirit, though this was only due to the overwhelming power they possessed. It doesn't matter. This army, devoid of any disloyalty, will become the sharpest weapon on the battlefield. Conquering the world is only a matter of time. As the army set off, they encountered trouble. Because the destructive power of the millstone was so terrifying, the ground was cut apart. Such a huge army simply could not advance at the same time, otherwise the ground would collapse due to the vibrations caused by the marching steps. The army then dispersed, dividing into 187 legions, each setting out independently to pacify the entire western continent. Of course, the so-called reorganization was actually just recruiting the orcs who had not yet died in battle. After all, this continent has been destroyed and nothing is left. Demiurge is now worried about how to manage this continent in the future. With so many fissures in the land and such a vast continent, even 100 mare would need to work for a year to reach it. Perhaps this is a problem left for them to deal with by the Supreme Beings? Is this a test of my wisdom? This is a great challenge. Right now, Ainz Ooal's kingdom has plenty of people, so perhaps we can mobilize a large number of them. Let them work together to repair this continent. Chapter 157. 10,000 meters above the western continent, the figure of the millstone appeared. Master, I have completed the mission. Momaga looked at his terrifying attributes and nodded in satisfaction. Very good, go and rest. Lamo didn't say much after hearing this. She was very satisfied with this killing spree. She could kill freely for 5 hours without anything stopping her. Even on the western continent, where slaughter is taking place, countless death energies are constantly gathering again, and it is estimated that they will soon form the underworld. Lamo believed that Momaga and the others knew about this, so he did not reveal it, and a portal disappeared. Ryugu-sian was not looking at the magic observation mirror, because she couldn't bear to watch such a massacre. So she chose to train at an altitude of 10,000 meters for those 5 hours. Shaltir was initially very curious. After all, this little girl seemed a bit abnormal. Could doing all sorts of push-ups, squats, and jumps really make her stronger? Shaltir knew that the Ryugu-sire in front of her was 25 years stronger than her. If she could use this method to become stronger, then there would truly be no justice in the world. As the millstone pulling performance ended, Shaltir asked Momaga curiously, Lord Momaga, can she become stronger by training like this? Momaga looked at the cute blue-haired loli who was squatting up and down in an area of several dozen meters, nodded in approval and said, okay, because she is a genius, a genuine top-tier talent. Hearing Momaga's words, Shaltir asked curiously again, I wonder if it's okay to learn it. The king of men, seeing Shaltir's curiosity, also reminded her, no, he is special. If the talent of ordinary people is 1, then his talent is 100. It is estimated that only one genius like him can appear among trillions of people. Hearing the king's words, Le Fan also became interested. Who wouldn't be interested in a test of talent? Shaltir was eager to know her talent. Then, sister-in-law, what is my talent level? 8 o'clock. As the king of men's ruthless high's voice rang out, Shaltir was completely stunned. How could this be? I only have 8 points of talent? The opponent has a perfect 100 points. How can their perception be so high? Don't be discouraged. You are much stronger than ordinary people. Normal ordinary people only have 1 point of talent. Even the one below who claims to have the strongest talent among humans, Fruta, only has 3 points. Hearing the king's words, Shaltir looked down at the old man below and finally came to her senses. So my 8 points of talent isn't low at all. Momiga, hearing the human king's words, asked curiously, sister-in-law, what about me? The human king looked at Momiga using his newly developed soul exploration system, 20 points. This soul exploration system can observe the other person's talents, and what are talents? So-called talents are the soul. The world is inherently realistic, talented people will show their abilities from the start. Those who achieve great things later in life are simply people without talent who have encountered extraordinary opportunities in their later years. Momiga was quite unhappy to hear that she only had 30 points. Can't I even beat Xiaoze, she thought. How much are you, sister-in-law and Le Fan? The king sighed and said, to my shame, my talent is only around 130 points, while my husband's is probably limitless. Le Fan, who was initially curious, was also taken aback by the king's words. But looking at his exaggerated resistance attributes, and considering he was a player, Su Yu acted without any inhibitions. Any rules are useless to oneself, this ability to observe is probably also a skill. Momiga looked at Le Fan in surprise and said, infinite. Le Fan smiled and shook his head, saying, it's not that exaggerated. It's just that no rule in the world applies to me, which is why my wife can't find out about my talent. I personally estimate that my talent is around 20. Hearing this, the king of men knew that Le Fan was being modest and that he was no longer going to dwell on the topic. Momiga watched as the performance ended, and the problem of managing Demiurge and the others below was nothing to watch. Then it's about time to head back. Hearing Momiga's words, Ryasian, who was cultivating in the distance, immediately stopped his training. Did they go back? Aren't you going to see the deathly aura turning into demons below? The king's sudden words stunned both Momiga and Leffen. What the hell? Death energy turned into demons? Could it be that they killed too many people, thus giving birth to demons? If that's really the case, the reason creation and the elements were able to escape is probably because they destroyed an entire planet. The massive death energy directly formed terrifying demons, forcing the outer space enemies to stop their pursuit and deal with these so-called demons. If that's the case, then the lack of massacres these past few days makes sense, because the enemies outside are afraid that Genesis and the elements will summon demons when they're not in harmony. Therefore, it's certain that this demon must be an extremely powerful being, otherwise, the enemies outside wouldn't be afraid, and creation and the elements wouldn't be able to stop destroying planets. After all, creation possesses the death scepter, destroying a planet could probably earn tens of millions in average attributes. It seems we were careless. But a demon born from a mere few 100 million lives shouldn't be too scary, right? Hearing Le Fan's inner thoughts, Momiga was furious. Holy crap, Shanghai has already produced 013. What can't you guys come up with? A demon? Was it born from the accumulation of death energy due to too much death? Hearing Ryugu Xian's question, Sito Aya also asked curiously, is that demon powerful? Shaltir, the weakest among them, asked the most direct question. The king smiled and shook his head, not weak, but not strong either. You can't handle it right now. Husband, do you want to handle it? Momiga, listening to the human king's words, also complained, holy crap, I have 7 million magic power, and I still can't beat him. What kind of monster is this? Listening to the King of Men's words, it seemed as if he was saying that he could win. Le Fan was also intrigued. He had been in this world for so long, but he had hardly ever taken action himself. Moreover, they always bully the weak. I have such great strength from the past, but I have no chance to use it. Now that we've met a worthy opponent, it's time for a good fight. Sure, I'd like to see if the other person can withstand my strike. As Le Fan spoke, he took out his world will. He had been here for more than 2 months, and the attack power of his world will was still so weak. The lowly Yu Fan wanted to discard it and retrieve his own Tianal sword. At least the Tianal sword had critical hits and life steal bonuses, while this thing only had attack power. Chapter 158. Do I still need more panel attributes? However, it would be a real shame to throw it away, since it's a weapon that can grow indefinitely. I'm wondering if it's suitable for family members to use? Having formed an idea, Le Fan raised his hand and forcibly summoned Zetsu Zetsume. Zetsume, who was searching for that feeling of invincible power, suddenly found that everything in front of him had changed. When she saw Le Fan in front of her, she was so frightened that tears welled up in her eyes. After all, the psychological trauma Le Fan had inflicted on her was too great. Le Fan looked at the adorable Ju Shiju Ming, grabbed her cute little hand, and held it in his own world will. Then he tried to let go. Here, take this. This is a weapon that can grow indefinitely. Zeshi Zetsume was stunned when he heard about a weapon that could grow indefinitely, but the next second, the world will in his hand vanished. Terrified, she immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. It's not my fault, I didn't break it, sob sob sob, please don't hit me. Le Fan stared at the world will disappearing from Jushi's hand. So the world tree's setting is really this hardcore. Without realizing it, Le Fan picked up Ju Ming and looked at her pitiful, helpless crying face. After regaining his senses, Quail Fan handed the deathly despair sword to the King of Men, and then replaced it with the heavenly music sword. The Tianal sword, as a champion's exclusive weapon, can choose 3 attributes. Le Fan chose the following 3 attributes: permanent damage resistance, life steal, and critical hit. The secondary attribute stats are all attack power plus all speed. As for elemental damage, strength, and constitution bonuses, there are none. This was a terrifying weapon that could not move forward. Le Fan looked at his long-lost companion in his hand, Tianal sword, it's been a long time. Seeing Le Fan pull out the Tianal sword, Mama Jia knew he was serious. That's right, this is a demon, a being that can cause trouble and fear for both the creator and external enemies. Currently, the strongest being on this planet is Le Fan. Even the human king probably can't defeat Le Fan, so only he can step forward to fight against him. Le Fan easily moved his hands and feet, then said to the King of Men, "Send me there." The human king, holding the adorable Zetsu Zetsume, nodded and precisely opened a portal. At this moment, Zeshi felt the endless death energy surging out from one end of the teleportation portal, and also saw the terrifying black shadow where the endless death energy gathered. What is this? How can there be such a monster? It actually made me feel the sensation of death. She cried even harder at that moment. The immense deathly aura surged forth, and Momiga sighed in awe, truly terrifying. Shaltir instinctively clung tightly to Momiga. Faced with such a terrifying being, she was helpless. If she were to face such a monster alone, she would surely die. As for Ryugu Xian, he stared intently at Zeshi Zetsume, that monster. Yes, the average attributes of the Deathly Fate skill are suppressed to 9,000, and the resistance and speed are 900, but these are the attributes of the World Tree. Through the Divine Realms system of observation, Ryugu Xian will discover a completely new world. Name, Zetsu Zetsu. LV 100. HP, 13 million. MP 130075. Attack power, 6.3 million. Defense, 6.3 million. Speed, 3.2 million. Magic attack, 6.3 million. Special grade, Berserk. Looking at these incredibly exaggerated attributes, and then at her weak, pitiful, and helpless appearance, Ryugu Xian was furious, and he knew that the person in front of him was one of Le Fan's body pillows. It's like a vase left at home, not even considered a subordinate. She had always been very curious about just how strong Le Fan was. Now the opportunity has arrived. She wanted to see Le Fan fight. Similarly, Shaltir and Momoga were also very curious. The king comforted Zetsuki, saying, "It's so good. It's rare for my husband to be interested in taking action." Hearing the king's words, Zesshi came to his senses. Was that devil going to make a move? Is the invincible him about to make his move? Langley, the most severely damaged city on the western continent, is now just a blood-stained ruin. But amidst the ruins, an endless aura of death surged from the entire continent, and at that moment, a pitch-black figure slowly emerged. As this dark figure appeared, the entire sky began to darken. This pitch-black figure had no facial features, was 1.9 meters tall, had 8 arms and 2 legs, was thin, and was completely black, making it impossible to discern anything about it. Although the dark figure did not speak, countless agonizing screams could be heard from all around, tens of thousands of different voices constantly echoing the cries of death. Even all life within a radius of 1,000 kilometers is dying, with endless death energy constantly surging in. If left unchecked, he will slaughter all life in the world within a few days at most. Suddenly, a portal appeared, and an incredibly handsome man in a magic robe appeared. He was so handsome, he was over 10 meters tall and carried 10 terrifying swords that emitted a 7-colored glow. As soon as Le Fan arrived on land, he saw the 8-armed, pitch-black figure in front of him, and heard the piercing sound of death. He frowned. What a strange existence. No sooner had Le Fan finished speaking than the pitch-black figure in front of him transformed into black mist and pounced on him. In less than 0.00001 seconds, the opponent's 8 arms transformed into deadly blades, hurtling towards the child. Le Fan frowned. Did it possess built-in time magic attacks? Fortunately, I have high resistance, so magic is ineffective against me at any time, but my actual speed is only about 9 times the speed of sound. However, the opponent is too strange, so it's best not to get hit by him. The powerful Le Fan suddenly slapped something upwards. Endless magic surged forth, and in an instant, it blasted the dark figure off the planet. Although the black figure's speed limit was 9 times the speed of sound, Shen Lefen's 10 slaps, Qian Zhaozhao's, directly made it experience the thrill of 100 times the speed of sound. Watching the figure hurtle towards the universe like a shooting star, Le Fan wanted to show off. But there are too many unknowns about his opponents, who knows if he'll keep getting stronger without stopping. He immediately raised his hand and unleashed his strongest attack, Dimensional Slash. As the heavenly music sword slashed down, the whole world seemed to have stopped running, it just stopped. Not only that, the light stopped, the darkness stopped, the entire dimensional space blurred, the entire dimension, the entire time stopped. Except for a few exceptions that are resistant to time, everything else is frozen in time. Ryugu Xian looked at the sky in fear. What's going on? Momoga looked at Shaltir frozen in his arms, then at the unharmed king, Zetsume, and Ryugu Sirain, and wondered, is my wife too weak? The king smiled and said, this sword has stopped time. Chapter 159. Although time no longer exists, one can still vaguely see that the incredibly wide dimensional slash tore through dimensions. The black figure was beyond dead, and the dimensional slash continued to fluctuate. Le Fan looked at the colorful space in the sky. This colorful space filled Le Fan with a sense of emptiness and fear. If he were to fall into such a trap, he would probably have a hard time escaping. My god, what kind of terror is that? Even with my millions of resistance points, I can't withstand it. Could it be that demon's self-destruction? Luckily, I'm smart. I know how to keep my distance. Otherwise, if he self-destructs and pulls me into that colorful space, I'll be in big trouble too. As expected, this world cannot be judged solely by superficial strength. This self-destruction was truly disastrous. If it were that idiot Momaga, he'd probably get dragged into it. No wonder the creator and the elements dare not kill indiscriminately, no wonder the enemies from outer space dare not kill indiscriminately. With such a time bomb around, who would dare to kill indiscriminately? Wait, didn't we find a life-saving card? Let the world's population explode, and create a massive planet with hundreds of billions of inhabitants. Would enemies in outer space still dare to cause trouble? Reckless actions could detonate a planet, creating a terrifying demon spawned by billions of people. Can they withstand it? Who can resist such a demon? Holy crap, I really am a genius. Now we must stop Demiurge's 70% pointless slaughter. This self-destruction is toxic. Not only did time stop, but space itself stopped too. 637. I can't use teleportation magic anymore, and I can't even use natural energy, but luckily I have enough magic power. I don't know when this colorful space will disappear. Fan flew towards the area of the Human King. At this moment, the Human King was extremely excited as he looked at the seven-colored space. Is that chaos beyond dimensions? A chaotic seven-colored expanse? My god, that's a super realm that opens up new dimensions. An infinite number of dimensions can be created within a state of chaos. Honey, is this for me? That's right, it must be. Is it trying to make me stop worrying too much about dimensional power, stop getting too caught up in those childish tricks, and stop researching the system? Is this research on chaos? The seven-colored chaos, what a terrifying region. If I could comprehend it, no, even just a little bit, I could transcend dimensions. Ah, what a great power this is. And this magnificent seven-colored chaos, my husband has been trying to cleave it in two with a single sword strike. The king was also lost in endless speculation. The same element of the blue sun and creation were both detected. The element looked at the terrifying seven-colored chaos. Is this the master's power? A single sword strike cleaved through dimensions, cleaved through chaos, revealing the seven-colored chaos. Unlike the elementalist's surprise, when Genesis looked at the seven-colored chaos, her first thought was to go inside and study it. Think it through, and you'll be directly teleported from the beginning of creation. This is the rule, not magic, and is unaffected by space. She knew her own weakness, and as the eldest of the 10 supreme heavens and the strongest subordinate of her master, she could not remain merely the dimensional ruler. It's time to march into chaos. Only by becoming the ruler of chaos can one be qualified to be the master's most loyal subordinate. With the creation of the universe, seven-colored chaos was added. The chaotic, seven-colored passage began to slowly shrink. The Human King frowned as she looked at the high passageway filled with merchants, for she saw the Creator enter the seven-colored chaos. Damn, has she really gone this far? Was her husband actually opening a special path for her? That's true. I'm still far from that level. I shouldn't aim too high. I should just broaden my horizons now. Our primary task right now is to become the ruler of this dimension before advancing into chaos. Fan and Momoja were unaware of the power levels defined by the Human King and the Creator themselves. What dimensional ruler, what chaos ruler, and so on. Ryugusi and Zesshi were equally surprised, because this was a seven-colored chaos, which was not visible to mortals. It's impossible for the two of them to watch so openly. Ryugusi and Ya looked at it for 1 second and immediately collapsed. Zesshi Zetsume looked at it for 5 seconds and then collapsed. Momaga wasn't having an easy time either. After just over 10 seconds, his hundreds of millions of life points dropped by millions. Who can withstand this? He was too far away from Le Fan in this position to hear Le Fan's thoughts at all. Therefore, they had no idea what Le Fan was thinking. But he's also a scoundrel who likes Dai Hua. He automatically connected the dots and concluded that this was the self-destruction of that demon. Just watching the self-destruction for a second would cost me over 100,000 HP. If I were caught in the aftershocks, my hundreds of millions of HP wouldn't be enough. Not to mention the damage at the epicenter of the explosion. If you were there, you'd probably be instantly killed. My life points are in the hundreds of millions. Even if Le Fan is better than me, there can't be 100 times the difference. At most, it's dozens of times the normal rate. I was instantly killed, and if Le Fan gets caught in it, he might be killed too. This damn self-destruction is terrifying. It was just a demon born from the death energy of a mere 700 million lives. What if it's tens of billions? Hundreds of billions? Who could withstand this? Holy crap! The more I think about it, the more horrified I get. This world is truly terrifying. How do enemies in outer space cope with such a terrifying existence? Just a few days ago, creation and the elements destroyed a planet, and those few hundred of those terrifying demons didn't seem to explode. After all, the explosion brought time and space to a standstill, and the brilliance of this seven-colored space was even more dazzling than the Milky Way. Who could withstand it? Could it be that enemies in outer space possess a method of sealing? However, at least we now have a means to survive. All we need to do is keep increasing the planet's population. If 10 billion isn't enough, then 100 billion, if 100 billion isn't enough, then 1 trillion. Trying to persecute us? We're bombs. If we're trapped, we'll all perish together. Haha, thanks to this massacre, we learned about the world's strongest Q-bomb. This feeling of nuclear peace is just too good. We will no longer have to worry about enemies in outer space attacking us. After a moment of imagining, Le Fan had already flown over. At this moment, he looked at the unconscious Ryugu Xianzei and Zeshi Zetsume, and Shaltir, who was floating in midair with a look of surprise on her face, her facial expression completely frozen. Le Fan looked at the human king and asked, "How much longer?" The king of men was taken aback upon hearing this, then looked at the seven-colored space and said, "It will end in 30 seconds. Le Fan looked at the seven-colored chaos in the sky, which was constantly shrinking to the naked eye. 30 seconds? Including the time I was stunned, does the power of 700 million demons self-destructing last for 3 minutes and 26 seconds? That's only 700 million. If it were a trillion, who could withstand it? This dimension is too dangerous. Wait, are there any safer dimensions? Xiaozhe's dimension even has terrifying beings like evil gods and creator gods. Hearing Le Fan's inner thoughts, Momiga also came to her senses. Yes, are there any dimensions that aren't dangerous? All we can do is survive, but it's a good thing we've found a way to survive and develop. Chapter 160. After 30 seconds, the colorful chaos disappeared, and the entire dimension returned to normal. Time has returned, space has returned, everything has returned. Shaltir, recovering from her initial surprise, exclaimed, "Hey! Big brother, when did you get back?" Le Fan was very satisfied with Shaltir's statement, "Just now, Momiga, how could you be such a husband? You couldn't even resist a little bit of time resistance." Hearing Le Fan's complaints, Momiga knew she was in the wrong and said remorsefully, "Indeed, it's my fault. I'll look for some resistance equipment later." The human king looked at the distressed Momiga, then at his innocent younger sister-in-law Shaltir. "It's all right, once my system is ready, I can fight against time. A few months will pass." Hearing the king's words, Shaltir immediately realized what had just happened. "I was careless and didn't use flash. If I use enhancement magic to protect myself and equip myself with the strongest divine gear, perhaps I can withstand the test of time. But what did they do when time stopped just now? Why did the little sister faint? And why did Zesshi also faint? Zetsu Zetsume is an extremely powerful being. Could it be that the enemy launched a sneak attack? No, it couldn't have been an enemy ambush. Lord Momaga, Lord Human King, and Lord Leffen are all here. How could the enemy possibly have managed to launch a sneak attack? Let's ask them when they wake up. Momaga looked at Leffen. I think we should talk to Demiurge about changing our strategy. Hearing Momaga's words, Le Fan nodded. I had the same idea. The population is too small, which is not good. The king listened to their conversation without interrupting. A larger population and a more lively world is a good thing. Moreover, unless it is a single person slaughtering someone, such a massive amount of death energy cannot be formed. So there's no need to worry about a large population. This is why, despite so many wars and deaths every day in the world, death doesn't turn into demonic energy. The scene shifts to the other side, within the seven-colored chaos, where the creator looks at a world with a completely different structure. The normal world is composed of space, time, and rules. But this is not just about space, time, and rules, but also about cause and effect, and what is set up here. Each dimension within chaos has its own unique structure, and there are causal relationships between dimensions. According to the established timeline, every dimension will eventually reach its end after countless years, and the way to avoid reaching that end is to seek cause and effect. The so-called cause and effect is the fusion of dimensions with the same settings. For example, the dimension that Le Fan is currently in, the dimension that Shenyang is in, and the dimension that Slimes are all dimensions of the same theme. Moreover, their power systems are similar, so the three dimensions are inherently causal and can be merged. If they are from different dimensions, they will attract each other and eventually collide, which is not fusion. It was a battle of mutual slaughter, only one of the two dimensions could survive. Therefore, the competition between dimensions is also extremely ruthless. However, many dimensions do not have a dimensional ruler. Only when a dimensional ruler is born through a causal union will such a powerful being be born. This shows how terrifying Genesis was. It became the ruler of dimensions by exploiting a bug. As the creator who is now the ruler of dimensions, he can naturally survive in this seven-colored chaos. But this seven-colored chaos was far too vast, so she could not maintain her current small body. Otherwise, it would be impossible to move around in this dimension. Originally, the creator was 1,000 meters tall. But after these days of growing stronger, her power has expanded to the level of a dimensional overlord, and all her average attributes are terrifyingly broken. Therefore, the body can grow to a massive size of 1,700 kilometers, although that is still far too small for a dimension, probably not even as large as a planet. But this is already the most perfect form that the creation of the world has achieved, because if it were to grow any larger, its strength would not be sufficient. Currently, her over 100 million attribute points can only maintain the perfect defense and perfect speed and strength of her enormous body, which is 1,700 to 1,800 kilometers tall. However, this place is a seven-colored chaos, containing countless dimensions. Her path to becoming stronger is quite simple. She gains strength by destroying dimensions one by one. However, this place is just too big. Even a billion times the speed of light would be a snail's pace here. Fortunately, the creator possessed a powerful rule transfer ability, and she continuously moved towards places visible to the naked eye. It rotates once per second, and each transfer covers a distance of 20 million light-years. Its speed is terrifying. Even at this speed, it would take 5 days to reach the nearest dimension. At a speed of 20 million light-years per second, it would take 8.64 trillion light-years to reach the nearest dimension. Of course, this is already very close, because 8.64 trillion light-years is not as large as the dimensions themselves when they are expanding infinitely. Upon returning to the main world, Le Fan and Momaga arrived before Demiurge and the others. At this moment, Demiurge felt a chill run down his spine. The more he tried to deal with it, the more troublesome it seemed. But seeing the two supreme beings who had suddenly appeared, he stopped what he was doing, bowed, and said, "Lord Momaga, Lord Leffen. Demiurge, stop this pointless killing. Here's a small goal for you, in 10 years, make the planet's intelligence reach 100 billion. Hearing Momaga's words, Demiurge was stunned for a moment. Was the killing lesson over? I passed? So you're assigning me a new task? Is this still the final assessment? 0. A few seconds later, Demiurge seemed to have figured something out, and he fervently murmured to himself, "Is this the Supreme Being? Did you guide me through various stages of growth, from ignorance and intelligence gathering to adaptability, decisive action, and stable development? Good heavens, so all those two Supreme Lords went to such great lengths to train me. So, this massacre was deliberately orchestrated by the two adults, who intentionally destroyed the city's land. To make things more difficult for me, the world's population is currently less than 5 billion, and the goal is to reach 100 billion in 10 years. But why is such a large population needed? By the way, what is the basic instinct of life? It's eating, drinking, defecating, and procreation. Now that eating, drinking, and relieving oneself are taken care of, is it just a matter of letting living beings enjoy their instinctive pleasures? I understand. Holy crap, Momaga, you really dare to say that? 100 billion people in 10 years? You think this is like raising pigs? No, even raising pigs would be difficult. But this is for the best. Demiurge is so capable, it would be a waste of his talent not to give him some challenging goals. Listening to Le Fan's complaints, Momaga said, I was wrong. What I actually meant to say is that 10 billion people will be born within 10 years. But if you accidentally cough, you know what happens. Fortunately, this world is not entirely populated by humans, there are also beastmen. Otherwise, given the human custom of having only one child per birth, this mission would be impossible to complete. But because of the existence of the beastmen, having 6 or even 7 babies in one birth is not a dream. So this mission is possible, but now it all depends on Demiurge's performance. Chapter 161. Yes, Lord Momaga, Lord Leffen, I guarantee I will complete the mission. Demiurge looked at the ravaged western continent and realized that unifying the world was now far too easy. He only needed to issue a proclamation, and all the countries in the world would obediently surrender. The situation on the western continent below is enough to terrify all nations. No country wants to commit suicide, it's simply inhuman. It directly wiped out the entire continent. 1 billion people, and hundreds of trillions of small animals and plants were also wiped out. This is a choice with no other options, either live or die. Surely no one would actually choose to die? Of course, it's possible that a foolish king might choose to die, but the moment he made his choice on 637, he was already dead. Because people are selfish, no one would entrust their own and their family's fate to the king. After this horrific massacre began, it was no longer a matter of fighting or patriotism that could solve the problem. There was no other choice, because the opponent not only possessed invincible strength, but also had no rules to restrain them. Human rules and constraints are useless to them. No one is unafraid of such a powerful and lawless nation. The instinct of life is to live, all emotions exist outside of simply living. The reason so many people are willing to sacrifice for their country and defend their homeland is because even if they sacrifice themselves, the country can still exist and their families can still live on. But now, once sacrificed, everything is truly sacrificed, and everything is gone forever. Even those who are not afraid of death have their own concerns. If they have no concerns, it is even more impossible for them to become high-ranking officials in various countries. The next step was very simple. Demiurge issued a notice to the world. All countries must surrender voluntarily within 5 days, or they will be wiped off the face of the earth. It was such a simple and direct announcement that everyone in the countries that received it was stunned. Even the high-ranking officials within Ainz Ooal's kingdom were dumbfounded. Especially the Blood Emperor. What is the reason for this sudden change of heart? Did the Guardians make this decision from the beginning, intending to annihilate the Western continent, with its massive population of 1 billion, to intimidate the world? Then they'll force all the world's nations to surrender willingly, and if they don't, they'll be annihilated. The Blood Emperor couldn't understand it, but such a large-scale massacre could be considered a form of conquest through slaughter, even though many countries had never been dominated by the fear of killing. Having heard of the destruction of the Western continent, the extermination of kingdoms, and the annihilation of races, they should not dare to act recklessly. What follows may be very busy, because this will cause all the countries in the world to surrender quickly, and then the world will be unified. Managing this vast world in a unified manner is an extremely difficult task in itself. But the more this happened, the more excited the Blood Emperor became. Once upon a time, he had dreamed of unifying the world and then managing the entire world. Now this wish is about to come true, even if it's not the world I conquered. But as one of the administrators, it's not impossible for me to become the CEO if I perform well. If I become the Supreme Executive Officer, then I'll also be one of the highest administrators in this country, and wouldn't that allow me to fully realize my desires? Although 2 days have passed, the processing of the Western continent has reached 1% completion, and it will probably take about 200 days to fully integrate the land. Everything that needed to be arranged has now been arranged, and the higher UPS have time to gather together. These past few days, Demiurge has been constantly planning birth control policies, with various proposals. At this moment, everyone in the meeting looked at the document distributed by Demiurge, and upon seeing this document, they were all dumbfounded. The headline of this document is about achieving the small goal of a population of 100 billion within 10 years. This is a hard goal. If it cannot be achieved, then the world will have no reason to exist. A simple, direct message terrified them to tears. It was utterly heartless. My God, Ainz Ooal's divine kingdom rules the world so that people can be turned into breeding boars and reproduce endlessly? The Blood Emperor hadn't anticipated this. For the past 2 days, he had been constantly speculating about the next policy of the divine kingdom, that perfect country where everyone had food to eat, shelter to live in, and jobs. But now, the sight of the first 100 billion people has completely refuted all his guesses. Is it really that hard to say? It's important to know that the world's population is only around 3 billion, because a large number of humans and beastmen in the Western continent have been dealt with. To reach a population of 100 billion within 10 years, even if half of the 3 billion population were women, that would require each woman to have 300 children. That's an impossible task. After all, for ordinary girls, having 1 or 2 babies is already the limit. As for the orcs, a large number of them were wiped out in the Western continent this time. Although they could give birth to 6 children at a time, even if they gave birth to 6 children at a time and continued to do so for 10 years without interruption, they could only produce a maximum of 120 children, which is still a long way from the goal of 100 billion. With such a massive population base, it was simply impossible to complete. The Blood Emperor felt fear at this moment. Who could accomplish such a task? 3.9 Demiurge, too, had done such profound calculations and knew that such a thing was very difficult to accomplish. Therefore, a population cultivation program is planned. Cultivating naturally through supply requires a vast pool of talent and magical geniuses to manage. Once the technology for artificial breeding is developed, a population of hundreds of billions is not a dream at all. Everyone's expressions shifted between fear, dread, and excitement upon hearing Demiurge's words. This is absolutely inhuman. Who will care for the large number of babies born through artificial insemination? How to handle the food problem? All sorts of problems keep arising. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, and even Disugas himself probably felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 162. The scene shifts to the Great Tomb, where Le Fan looks at Momaga, who is holding a sleeping beauty. How is it? Momaga said with a worried expression, it's not working. Shaltir is still unconscious and we can't wake her up at all. What exactly is that seven-colored chaos? How can it affect a person's soul? Following Momaga's question, the human king, seeing Momaga's confusion, directly explained, seven-colored chaos is an existence beyond dimensions. Each chaos contains countless dimensions. Just as dimensions have levels, chaos also has levels, namely three-colored chaos, four-colored chaos, and seven-colored chaos is a very high-level chaos. Ryugu-sien asked curiously, then why am I unharmed? The king of men said calmly, it's a matter of aptitude. Your aptitude is more than capable of withstanding such a soul bombardment. As for Jushi and Zhuiming, they were fine because their inherent attributes were extremely powerful, they were simply suppressed by Le Fan. The seven-colored chaos is still worth a look. Momaga is starting to panic. His wife has been unconscious for 2 days, and he, as her husband, is powerless to save her. The king patted Momaga on the shoulder and said, don't worry, in 2 months, once my system is finished, she'll be fine. Looking at the human king, Momaga could only nod. It was only 2 months, he couldn't possibly withstand that. So Demiurge and his forces have already begun their operation, but according to the intelligence Demiurge provided, there are only 3.5 billion people left in this world, with a male-to-female ratio of 4:6. Even that's far from enough. He seems to want to develop population cultivation machines, artificially cultivating the population. Upon hearing Momaga's news, the human king shook his head. Artificial cultivation? Is that interesting? Why not just create humans directly? Holy crap, honey, you can create babies out of thin air? That's amazing. Hearing the king's words, Momaga quickly asked, then, sister-in-law, could you please make some babies? It's unnecessary. Creating humans would consume a lot of the world's essence, which I think is unnecessary. Hearing the human king's words, Momaga fell silent. He didn't want to use the power of origin, which concerned the human king. After all, this is the territory of an enemy from outer space. This planet only has 3.5 billion people, and it wouldn't be friendly to rashly take over their territory. Why the rush? With the king here, if the enemy attacks, we can simply move to another location. He consistently assigns easy tasks to Demiurge, occasionally giving him some hellish ones. He's a good boss. Hearing Le Fan's inhuman words, Momaga was furious. Thank goodness I'm not your employee, she thought, otherwise, if you treated me like this, I'd probably have to pack up and run away. Alright, let them develop freely then. 10 years is neither a long nor a short time. Let's just watch the show. Hearing Momaga's words, Le Fan smiled and asked, how about we go take a look at Mars? Momaga was stunned upon hearing this. Wait, why go to Mars? Is there life there? No, why should I go? Isn't it better to stay home and stay put? Momaga shook his head and said, isn't eating, drinking, and having fun better? Le Fan suddenly looked at the adorable Ryugu Seienze beside him and said, that's right, then you go. Ryuguan Seiya looked completely bewildered. Wait, what does this have to do with me? You two won't go, so I have to? Momaga looked at Ryugan Seiya, ahem, as a weakling, you should go on adventures and become stronger. Looking at the sensible Momaga, Le Fan was very satisfied. After all, the rest of the time is too boring, so let Ryuguan Seiya perform. Anyway, with the king around, we can stream and project the live stream to see Ryugan Seiya's condition anytime. The king of men seemed to understand and smiled, saying, go ahead, didn't you want to train? The energy on Mars is much stronger than here. Listening to the king of men's words and looking at the three of them, Ryugu Seinya thought to himself, I don't want to go, please. You three devils! I'm just a child. How could you do this? Realizing that his pleas for mercy were ineffective, Ryagan Raya had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Then he was teleported to Mars by the King of Men. At this time, Mars was still a world ruled by dragons and elves. Because of the transformation during the creation process, the power system of this world was extremely advanced. Even if the 4 dragon emperors came to this world, they could not be considered the strongest beings, but they could still be considered among the top beings. Currently, although Ryagan Seia is powerful, he can only fight one-on-one with the 4 dragon emperors. If 2 such powerful figures come from the other side, things will probably be a bit precarious. But everything is fine. After all, Ryugu-san is a coward, she'll probably find a place to hide. Unfortunately, she didn't know that this world was a realm of elves and spirits, and as one of the original spirits, she was destined to be unable to hide. The primal spirits are on par with the dragon emperors. This world has 8 dragon emperors and 7 primal spirits. Because there is one primal spirit missing from the start, the dragon clan holds a slight advantage over the primal spirits. Now that the 8th starter Pokémon has arrived, it means that the starter Pokémon, which have been suppressed for so long, can finally hold their heads high. Therefore, the arrival of Ryugu-san also signifies the beginning of the battle. The instant the Dragon Palace Saint descended, deep within the 7 most powerful elven tribes in this world, ancient beings opened their eyes. A tiny, 1.2 meter tall, blonde-haired, and incredibly cute Loli dressed in a golden doll-like outfit said in a voice that had been holding back for a long time, "Finally! It's finally here, the 8th initial spirit, the dragon. Come on, let's fight!" Meanwhile, a group of Lolas with different hair colors and under 1.2 meters tall were all saying similar things to 307. It seems that the struggle between the elves and the dragons is extremely fierce. Although the elves rule over most of the intelligent life on the planet, no matter how many intelligent life forms there are, they cannot defeat a single dragon emperor. The dragon emperor possesses top-tier combat power. He is a terrifying being capable of destroying the world single-handedly. If they could, the elves wouldn't want to be intelligent beings who work as laborers and manage the world. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. Because their strength was inferior to theirs, they could only manage this world. Meanwhile, the dragons acted recklessly and idly, destroying and doing whatever they pleased. The troublesome sprites were completely helpless against them, because the other side had gained a dragon emperor. As for the dragons, they naturally wouldn't provoke the elves, since the elves also have 7 original elves. If a real war were to break out, all 7 initial spirits might die, but the dragon emperor would also sacrifice more than 5 of them. The dragon emperor wasn't stupid, so he naturally wouldn't fight the elves to the death, but he still wanted to get some benefits. For example, seizing the world's power of faith involves constantly destroying the world, making all life in the world fear and dread the dragon race. Then, since the elves didn't lead the charge against the dragon emperor, over time, people's beliefs changed, and they came to believe that the elves were inferior to the dragon emperor. Gradually and subtly, the dragon emperor can gain more faith, and faith is the most delicious food. As long as people always remember that the dragon race is the strongest, that's enough, the other dragon races won't care. Chapter 163. Feeling the immense energy, Ryugu-san was extremely satisfied. The energy of the air here is indeed much higher than that of the planet Great Tomb. Unfortunately, it's still quite inferior to the realm of gods, but that's all right. I'll hold out, find a place to hide, and secretly cultivate until I reach the maximum level before unleashing my full power. On this vast blue sea, Ryugu Seia did not fly towards the mainland, but instead planned to lie low in the deep sea. As the initial spirit, she doesn't need to breathe, she can store energy by absorbing the world's reserves. So oxygen and the like are meaningless to her, and she doesn't even need to eat. The initial spirits are the darlings of the world, able to replenish themselves by absorbing the world's energy. They completely abandon the ability to eat and breathe. If they weren't lacking in energy, they wouldn't even need to sleep. Suddenly plunging into the sea, Ryugu-san suddenly felt 7 extremely familiar sensations surging towards him. This greatly surprised the Dragon Palace Saint Academy. What was going on? Had my arrival been discovered? This feeling was so strong, it was obvious that these 7 people were after me. Should I hide? Where to hide? Is this still bloodline tracking? Is it a starter spirit like me? The fact that this world actually has starter Pokémon is simply incredible. Of course, Ryugu-san's arrival was also due to the knowledge of the spirit god of this world. The elf god and the dragon god are the strongest forces in this world. The existence of these 2 individuals is simply unknown to the people of this world, which could lead the primordial scent spirit to believe that it is a god. The 8 dragon emperors also believed that they were gods. But everything is wrong. The god of elves has no gender, no form, and is just a mass of energy that envelopes the entire planet Mars. You could say that the atmosphere is his embodiment. The human dragon god had long since retreated to the core region of Mars and was dormant there. For it, the most energy-rich place in the world was the Martian core. However, these 2 terrifying beings dared not make a move, because they knew that countless other terrifying beings roamed within. That being seems to be the master who created this world. He is truly invincible. However, none of this matters, since no one else knows about their existence. Even Ryugu-sensei didn't know. Of course, the king of men and Le Fan knew this. After all, their attributes were too terrifying. It's still possible to explore these weak beings. Yes, they are weak beings, even though these 2 terrifying beings can determine the fate of Mars. They were also 2 true gods of Mars, whose attributes even reached the level of benevolence. But that's all there is to it, it's just a show of mercy. Who are you trying to scare? Ryugu-san felt the 7 figures still approaching, so he immediately dived down, continuing to descend, as the pressure on the seabed grew increasingly immense. She knew that speed was her weakness, but defense was her strength. Under the terrifying pressure of the deep sea, she could suppress the speed of her opponent on a large scale. With its strong defense and attack capabilities, it still has a chance to fight the opponent. Ryugu-san is undeniably powerful, possessing exceptional combat skills, talent, and intelligence. Faced with the pursuit of 7 powerful individuals, she made the best choice immediately. She wasn't foolish enough to expect Momaga and Leffen to save her. Because in her view, she absolutely could not rely too much on others for her life, otherwise she would definitely have to pay a heavy price to maintain it. The 7 starter Pokémon were also completely bewildered. This starter Pokémon must have sensed us. At the same time, how could we, Ben Zhenzheng, possibly harm you? As the primordial spirits born from the energy of heaven and earth, we are one family. How could I possibly hurt you? Why did you dive into the ocean? They didn't understand, but they still kept diving into the ocean to find their companion. To seek justice for the elves and stop the dragons from doing as they please. Is this life inside Mars? It's terrifying. It's even more powerful than life on our planet. Our tiny solar system has 2 such farms. Just how powerful are these enemies in outer space? Holy crap, being chased by 7 of my own kind right from the start, how interesting. This rainbow loli is really nice, wouldn't it be wonderful to make her into a body pillow? The new planet is really interesting, but we'd better not go there. Its atmosphere and core are protected by guardians. Who knows if these 2 special guardians have any contact information with enemies in outer space? If we rashly go there and attract their wrath, it will be troublesome. Listening to Le Fan's string of inner thoughts, Momaga was furious. Damn it, you dare let me go to a place like this? Mars is smaller than Earth, yet its population is surprisingly large, and the people there live so harmoniously. Is this how elves manage things? Momiga was unaware that it was your interference by the dragon race that led to such a decline in population. Otherwise, with the absolute power of the elves, all intelligent life would be ruled and managed in a unified manner, and large-scale wars would never occur. The population will keep growing. Why are the Rainbow Dreams doing this? That's their instinct, like the idea transmitted to them when the world was created, making the world prosperous. However, as the population grew, civilization expanded. All of these needs were met by the seven-colored Lolita, but unfortunately, the 8 dragon emperors were too despicable, constantly causing trouble and destruction. Over the years, hundreds of millions of intelligent beings have been slaughtered by the dragons. The problem is that the elves can't do anything about them because they outnumber and outgun the rainbow-colored Lolas. If they really fight them, that would only lead to the complete annihilation of the 7-colored Lolas, ultimately ending the flourishing civilization of intelligent life and ushering in an era of war. After all, the 8 dragon emperors wouldn't manage this world, much less allow these weak ants to prosper. So the 7-colored Lolas have been around for many years, and their goal has never changed, to make the world more prosperous and to elevate civilization to a higher level. If the strength allows, I'll also take care of these dragons, the culprits who are hindering the development of the world. In fact, the 7-colored Loli didn't know that if the threat of the dragons were truly gone, the greed of intelligent life would definitely retaliate against them. Although I can't kill them, I can still cause them trouble. Moreover, if intelligent life discovers that the goddesses of the 7-colored dreamland are also girls, it's not impossible to win their hearts, then sow discord among them, making them fight each other to the death. After all, humans are inherently greedy. The reason why this kind-hearted rainbow-colored Loli is able to manage this world is largely thanks to the help of the dragon race. But they didn't think so, which is why Le Fan thought they were amazing the first time he saw them. Because these colorful little girls are very kind and very friendly to management. Chapter 164. Momiga knew these 7 Lolas were quite attractive, and with a knowing look, asked, "These 7 Lolas are quite nice, Le Fan, do you want them?" Looking at Momiga's expression, Le Fan asked curiously, "You want it?" Momiga shook his head and said, "No, I'm not interested in women." "All right, I'll take it, but now's not the time. Let Xiaoze take better control of it for me." Le Fan was looking at the magic monitoring mirror. The king smiled. She wholeheartedly supported Le Fan's hobby. Because if the invincible Le Fan didn't have some fun, he would be too pitiful. As an invincible and omnipotent being, this is the only little bit of fun I have. The king of men felt sorry for Le Fan every moment because he was too invincible and didn't know what to do. That's why the human king wanted to become stronger. Although he knew he couldn't keep up with Le Fan's pace, he believed that as long as he kept getting stronger, he could keep understanding Le Fan's thoughts. She is now very strong, and has her own ideas about the lives and even souls of ants. Each time she grew stronger, each time she conducted research, her mindset underwent a slight change. Luckily, Le Fan didn't know what the king of men was thinking, otherwise he would definitely complain, "You're the invincible one, your whole family is invincible, I'm just a salted fish, don't you understand?" At this moment, Ryugusian's scalp tingled, because he had already dived to a depth of 20,000 meters in the deep sea, and had already reached the underground. The underground temperature here is extremely high, reaching over 100 degrees Celsius. The seawater here is boiling, and most importantly, the sea pressure is extremely heavy. Even Ryugan Seiya's speed decreased by more than half here. At this moment, the 7-colored Lolas appeared, looking at the Lolas with blonde, red, green, purple, blue, black, and pink hair. Ryugusian is ready for battle. He silently chanted, "Skill, Hero's Shield." As the skill was activated, Ryugusian was enveloped in endless energy, a terrifying energy that seemed capable of resisting everything. Seeing that Ryuguan Seiya had entered defensive mode, the blonde, golden-eyed, Cute Loli leading the group looked puzzled, then smiled gently and said, "Hello, CFCD, we are all starter spirits, there's no need to go into a defensive state, we won't attack you." "Yes, little sister, but I didn't expect that you weren't born from the elements. I am a silver lightning spirit, and as you can see, I am the first spirit born from lightning." The adorable silver-haired, silver-eyed elf smiled and stretched out her little hand, saying. A powerful energy fluctuation spread, and Ryugu Xianzai also looked at the two little Lolas, one silver and one gold. "You didn't come here to fight me." Hearing Ryugu Xian's answer, the cute Yumari shook her head. The cute, black-haired Loli waved her little hand, "No, I am the dark primordial elf, the darkest being among my sisters. But even I would not harm my sisters. We are sisters born of heaven and earth, so why would I hurt you?" Ryuguan Seiya, upon hearing the other's words, exclaimed in surprise, "Born of heaven and earth?" "That's right, all the initial spirits were nurtured by heaven and earth. We all share the same parents. It's strange that you didn't know this since you were just born, little sister. Oh, and our hair is blue too. I am the primordial water spirit, I can manage all the water in the world." A cute little girl with blue hair and blue eyes approached Ryugu Xianzai and said with a smile. Ryuguan Seiya looked at the cute blue-haired Loli who had come to stand in front of his shield. She was also taken aback for a moment. Was it a ruse? Or was she really not afraid of his attack? "You might be mistaken. I'm not your sister. What if I didn't come from this planet?" Hearing Ryugu Xian's words, the cute pink Loli walked up to Ryugu Xian's shield and smiled, saying, "You're not from this planet? Not from this world? I see, so you're an alien starter spirit. No wonder, no new starter spirits have been born for countless years, how come one was born today? If that makes sense." Ryugu Xian looked at the pink-haired Loli in front of him and asked seriously, "In that case, are we enemies?" "Why? Just because we're not from the same world doesn't mean we have to be enemies. We're both primordial spirits, born and raised together. Even if we weren't born from the same world, we're still sisters." Looking at the incredibly innocent pink-haired Loli, Ryugu Xian felt a chill run down his spine. How did these 7 naive and sweet Lolas survive? Can someone so innocent and adorable really survive in the real world? Or are all the people on this planet like this, all naive and innocent? No. How could this be? After witnessing the horrific scene at the Great Tomb of Nazarick, Ryugu Xian refused to believe that a naive and innocent planet existed in this world. Ryugu Xian couldn't believe such a world truly existed, but it was impossible to persuade her to abandon her defenses based solely on one side of the story. What if the other person is faking it? Ryugu Xianzai took a deep breath and said, "Since this isn't a fight, what do you want with me? I want to cultivate alone, I don't want to concern myself with anything in this world." Hearing Ryugu Xian's words, the blonde Loli pouted and said, "We've been bullied by the dragons. We are the gods of this world. We manage all intelligent life in this world. Under our rule, the world is thriving, becoming more and more prosperous, and its civilization is becoming more and more advanced. However, the dragons, relying on having one more dragon emperor than us, act with impunity, destroying cities and slaughtering civilians. Over the years, hundreds of millions of people have been killed by them. We only have 7 starter Pokémon, while the enemy has 8 dragon emperors. We dare not take a hard line, if a battle breaks out, although our 7 Pokémon can take down 5 or 6 dragon emperors. But without our protection, humanity in the future might face annihilation. Therefore, we cannot start a war. Now, sister, you have arrived. I want you to join us, so the dragons know that we, like them, have 8 beings. If a real battle breaks out, the outcome is still unknown." Hearing the blonde Loli's words, Ryugu Xian was stunned. The dragons were so despicable, slaughtering so many people? Damn it, why are there such monsters in every world that slaughter people so wantonly? Should I help them? No, I'm too weak right now. I need to reach the maximum level first. Chapter 165. I'm sorry, my strength hasn't reached its peak yet. Please give me 6 months to reach it. Ryugu-san knew that the 7 colorful Lolas in front of him were all naive and innocent, and that he had no chance of winning against all 7 of them at the same time. Therefore, the only option is to join, and it means that I must wait until I reach the maximum level. The blonde loli looked at Ryugu-san curiously and said, haven't you reached your peak strength yet? Is half a year enough? That's enough. To be honest, I'm a genius. If I cultivate in this deep sea for half a year, my strength will reach its peak. Seeing the 7 cute Lolas looking puzzled, Ryugu-san explained. The adorable little girl with blue hair, blue eyes, and bare feet said, oh, okay then. How about I stay and protect you? I'm the primordial water spirit, and I'm the strongest when it comes to controlling water. Ryugu-san shook his head in refusal, no need. I can manage on my own. If the dragons dare to cause me trouble, I don't mind slaying them. Alright, we'll go back to sleep. We'll come find you in 6 months. As they spoke, one by one the adorable little girls left. Ryugu-san finally breathed a sigh of relief, surrounded by 7 colorful Lolas, how pleasant. News of the collective mobilization of the 7 primal spirits had already reached the Dragon Clan. Although they don't know why the 7 original spirits went out, they absolutely cannot sit idly by and wait to die. Immediately, the Dragon Emperors gathered and flew towards the Sea of Kikshung. The 7 primordial spirits, who were rising in power, were unaware that the 8 Dragon Emperors had already gathered. Because these are the local rules of this world, there are no techniques related to time and space. Some of them are the purest, most basic magic, so there is no Space Dragon Emperor or Time Dragon Emperor among the 8 Great Dragon Emperors. They are all simply Elemental Dragon Emperors or Destruction Dragon Emperors, etc. However, the Dragon Emperor's enormous size and innate physical strength make them stronger than the elves, allowing them to fly at speeds exceeding 8 times the speed of sound. Soon we will arrive at the Sea of Wonder and Poverty, where the 8 Dragon Emperors will once again await us. It's all the fault of Ryugu-san. Why did he have to lurk in the deep sea? If he had explained everything on the surface, he could have done so. Now the 7 elves have all returned to their respective slumbering realms. Unlike now, the sea is surrounded by 8 Dragon Emperors. Ryugu-san, who was preparing to cultivate, possessed powerful sensory abilities. He was looking at the sea surface at that moment. He could still see them from a distance of only 20 kilometers, there were 8 terrifying dragons waiting there. As she watched the 7 fairies about to leave the water, a chill ran down her spine. These 7 naive and innocent girls, could they be the 8 Dragon Emperors they brought with them? Are they trying to get me to join their battle? Wait, if they're all naive and innocent, how could they possibly use this kind of trajectory? Could it be that these dragons have wanted to destroy them for a long time, but they just haven't been able to gather together and find an opportunity? So they've gathered together just to see me. If that's the case, then I've harmed them. So be it. So be it. Ryugu-san is a saintly person. After sensing the strength of the 8 Dragon Emperors, he realized that he could hold his own against one of them in a one-on-one fight. In addition, the 7-colored loli was not much weaker than him. He could easily fight 8 against 8 without any fear. If the other side really insists on fighting to the death, I can just teleport back to the Great Tomb with 7 adorable Lolas. Ryugu-san already knows that Le Fan really likes the vase-shaped cushion. He had no reason not to want these 7 innocent and naive starter spirits. With a backup plan in hand, Inomiya-san was naturally not afraid. The next portal headed towards the location of the 7 little girls. At this moment, the 7 little girls did not break out of their sleep. Although they were naive and saintly, it did not mean they lacked wisdom. The adorable blue loli was controlling the elements of the sea, forming a gigantic water giant that was 100 meters tall. Although the Dragon Emperor's height of over 60 meters was a little smaller compared to the water giant. But the Dragon Emperor's soul is far superior, the giant of the distant waters is no match for the Dragon Emperor. The water loli didn't intend to use the water giant to defeat the Dragon Emperor, she just wanted to defend against his sneak attack. Please give me flowers. A colossal sea giant rose up, and the water loli directly controlled the giant, unleashing a deafening roar. Why have you come? What do you want? Humph, those are the questions we should be asking you. Why are you all gathered here? What is the purpose of your gathering? The 8 Dragon Emperors also have different colors, including gold, silver, green, blue, purple, black, red, and orange, in addition to pink. The one asking the question now is the Red Dragon Emperor, the Elemental Dragon Emperor of Fire, who possesses the Shun family's terrifying power to unleash temperatures comparable to the sun. He is also the strongest and most explosive in terms of output among the 8 Dragon Emperors. The golden-haired loli, with a stern, pouting expression, said, "What business do we have with you? Do you want war?" The golden dragon opposite roared in response, "Fight if you want. We are not afraid of battle." The aura of the 2 opposing forces was instantly ignited by the golden dragon's words, and the 7 adorable lolas erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations. Flames, lightning, ice, all sorts of terrifying energies surged forth. The 8 Dragon Emperors were not to be outdone. 15 terrifying forces exploded continuously in the air. The entire sky and the entire ocean were disturbed by these 5 godlike beings. Suddenly, a portal appeared, and an incredibly cute blue-haired armored loli stepped out, radiating golden light from her entire body. Standing blankly in front of the 7-colored loli, Ryugu Ainz finally understood the whole story. It's these dragons who are up to no good. She immediately roared in fury, the dragons shouldn't push their luck. Hearing the voice of the Dragon Palace Saint Academy, the 8 Dragon Emperors were all stunned. At this moment, the Red Dragon Emperor laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. Is it because you possess an 8th initial spirit? No wonder you dare to wage war against us. But don't forget, we are the strongest creatures who live by battle, the Dragon Clan. You weak spirits dare to challenge us again. You're courting death." As he spoke, endless flames surged forth, instantly forming a miniature sun 100 meters in size, which then hurtled towards the Dragon Palace Saint Academy. Chapter 166. Oh? Is this the inherent rule of this world? Primordial magic? What terrifying magic! It can be cast instantly, and its power is so immense. However, primal magic is simple and brutal. Although it is very powerful, it lacks other attributes and is too one-dimensional. Xiaozhe's hero's shield can completely block it. After all, the hero's shield has a specific effect, 30% increase in elemental power upon contact. If it's in accordance with the rules of the World Tree, triple magic can be used, super enhanced magic, powerful multi-elemental magic, magic traps, and various auxiliary magic to compensate for weaknesses. However, the World Tree's magical destructive power is indeed inferior to that of this world. Listening to Le Fan's thoughts, Momiga also watched the dynamics of the magic observation realm. This small sun, which was 100 meters in size, was actually not that big. After all, the Red Dragon Emperor's -3 form is already 60 meters tall, but its speed is quite impressive, capable of reaching 8 times the speed of sound. With such a massive size and such terrifying speed, the impact alone could be devastating. Not to mention the fact that the small sun has the characteristic of exploding due to its inherent temperature. Their destructive power was truly unparalleled, but unfortunately they encountered the World Tree's system. As the strongest shield of the World Tree, the strongest skill of the Hero's Shield class, Hero's Shield, possesses super strong resistance and also has a reflection effect. Ryugu Ainz wore a smile at this moment, because although the group of dragons in front of him did not know martial ethics and resorted to sneak attacks, but they were overthinking it. Such a sneak attack, coupled with the hero's shield, was practically suicide. The shield of heroes is least afraid of assassins, sneak attacks, and targeted skills from mages. Because the shield of heroes has a reflection mechanism, it is simply the nemesis of single-target burst mages, and it also has a super strong shield bash measure, making it the nemesis of assassins. Of course, there are advantages and disadvantages. Since it can be immune to the opponent's burst damage and sneak attacks, it naturally cannot be immune to the opponent's long-term war of attrition. On the contrary, they fear the opponent using attrition warfare, such as the mage's use of a firestorm, a sustained damage skill that creates a defensive position. These sustained defensive skills are hard counters to the hero's shield. Although the hero's shield has 30% elemental immunity, it is too slow and relies too much on the reflection mechanism to heal. Without the reflection mechanism, there is no healing mechanism, so even if the shield is thick, it is just a meat target. But in one-on-one combat, the shield of the warrior is inherently invincible. Aside from dimensional shield, even god-tier skills like dimensional slash, and even top-tier damage skills like spatial slash, the shield of heroes is fearless. As the little sun bombarded in at lightning speed, the shield of heroes instantly emitted a brilliant golden light. In an instant, the enormous 100-meter-tall sun reversed the situation, hurtling towards the dragon emperors in the opposite direction at 8 times the speed of sound. With a loud bang, a massive explosion of fire erupted, forcing all the dragon emperors to retreat. Looking at the massive sea of fire a kilometer away, the 7 adorable colorful Lolas also arrived at the side of Ryugu Ainz. The pink-haired Loli said angrily, "These despicable dragons actually resorted to sneak attacks. Don't overthink it. Since they made the first move, the battle has already begun. Are you all right?" Hearing the words of the luminous Loli, Ryugu Ainz nodded, "It's all right, I'll take care of that fire dragon." "All right, sisters, kill them all." The radiant Lolita charged directly at the opponent's golden dragon. Ryugu Ainz smiled and used the World Tree's special tracking techniques and a teleportation portal to instantly arrive in front of the Red Dragon Emperor, who had been bombed several kilometers away. A great war is imminent. When have we, the emperors, ever suffered such humiliation after so many years of acting with impunity? These weak elves dared to turn against us. Today, we must wipe out these ants. Let them know that this world belongs to dragons, not to you elves. Watching the great battle begin. Inside the great tomb, Momiga said calmly, "Aren't you going to help?" Le Fan also said awkwardly, "That makes a lot of sense, but if I go, won't this good show be ruined?" The King of Men suddenly said to Momiga, "Why don't you go, little brother-in-law? You have nothing to do anyway, it would be good to get some exercise." Momiga was taken aback, "No, I'm a mage, and I can't even use magic. What would I do there? Even if my attributes are high, it only means my health and magic power are high." Le Fan smiled, "Haha, you still remember that agreement? Forget it, let's just call it quits. If we keep betting like this, with us always on guard against each other, we probably won't be able to reach a conclusion even after thousands or tens of thousands of years. In fact, it's not good that we're limiting each other's power." Momiga replied excitedly, "I've been waiting for you to say that for so long. You know, I now have over 7 million magic power, and I've been wanting to test the power of my magic arrows for ages." Le Fan smiled and said, "A 5% bonus equals 350,000 damage. This magic arrow is probably going to wipe out Miao Tian and the earth." Momiga was also curious, but since they had finally encountered 8 dragon emperors, how could they not have some fun? "By the way, is that world dangerous?" "No, what danger? That world has billions of living beings. If an enemy comes, we can just perish together. Who's afraid of who?" After thinking it over, Momaga said directly, "Thank you for your trouble, sister-in-law." The human king smiled, raised his hand, and Momaga vanished. At the same time, the 7 Lolas, whose bodies were already bruised, disappeared and came to Le Fan's side. The human king smiled at Le Fan, who looked at the 7-colored loli in front of her and then at the human king. "She's so sensible." Of course, Le Fan did not make a move. Instead, he looked at the 7-colored lolas. At this moment, all the elemental power that had erupted from their bodies disappeared, and they all looked at their surroundings in horror. What's going on with version 3.3? Aren't we supposed to be fighting the Dragon Emperors? Wait, where did Ryugu Sirene go? Did she stay behind alone to fight the 8 Dragon Emperors and then teleport us away? The Radiant Loli didn't know who Le Fan and the Human King were. Although she sensed that they were incredibly powerful, she had no time to worry about that now. All she wanted was to return to the battlefield and save her younger sister, Gang Ren. "Who are you? We need to go back, or our sister will be in danger." Le Fan looked at the anxious and adorable little girls and said, "Just stay here and watch the show quietly, nothing will happen. After all, my good brother Momaga is gone." Upon hearing this, the 7 Lolas also saw the magic observation field ahead, and sure enough, they saw Raya Shower and Seiya and a skull magic chanter.